Pokemon, isn't it? You're about to die before you come to Goldfinger. Chapter 1 The Cabin on the Plateau. Kalos Region, Nebel Plateau. The Nebel Plateau is a place with a very beautiful natural environment. To the northwest is an endless mountain range, to the northeast is a dense and deep forest, and to the south is a rushing river that flows into the distance. Looking along the river from a distance, you can see a prosperous city located there. There is the Kingdom of Azote, which is famous for its mysterious science. Although the world is now unifiedly managed by the Pokemon Alliance, kingdoms from the old era still exist in some areas, and the special group of royal nobles has also been retained. The Kingdom of Azote is one of the remaining kingdoms from the old era. The site returns to the Nebel Plateau, where the air is fresh, the sky is clear, and white clouds float on the blue sky, as if they are within reach. From time to time, there are a few fletchlings or fletchinders crossing the sky, emitting crisp and sweet cries. There are two towering giant trees in the center of the Nebel Plateau. They are next to each other and rise from the flat grassland like two powerful arms supporting the sky. Many different types of treasures live on the giant trees. Kamang. In front of the two giant trees is a lake as smooth as a mirror. The breeze blows gently, causing ripples on the lake surface. A goldfish pokes its head out of the water curiously and spits a bubble. Such a place should be deserted, but between the giant trees and the lake, there is a 3-story red-roofed building that is very eye-catching. Looking closer, the door on the first floor of the small building was closed tightly. There was a small bronze bell with a simple shape hanging at the door. Next to the bronze bell, there was a wooden platform. The wooden platform was covered with a soft blanket. There was a small and cute Komala was sleeping soundly while hugging a wooden stake, with a light quilt covering its belly. Yet, at this time, a fletchling flapped its wings and landed lightly on the eaves of the small building. It looked at the small building that suddenly appeared not long ago with curious eyes. Fletchling jumped lightly and looked down at the sleeping Komala. He was about to fly closer to observe. At this time, he only heard a squeak and the wooden door on the first floor suddenly opened, revealing a man wearing a white chef's costume. The handsome young man opened the door and walked out. The boy looked to be 16 or 17 years old, 1.8 meters tall, with short golden hair shining brightly under the sun, and a resolute face like the ancient sun god Archer coming to this world. This young man is the owner of the small building and the protagonist of our book, Anja. Seeing Anja, Fletchling was greatly frightened, and quickly screamed and flew away. Hey! Am I so scary? Anja subconsciously touched his face and said. What Anja doesn't know is that the Nebel Plateau is a very special place. A considerable number of Pokemon here have been abandoned and harmed by humans. They are passed down from 1 to 10 and passed on from 10 to 100. Over time, other Pokemon have also changed. Have to fear and hate humans. Shaking his head without thinking much, Anja placed a bowl of steamed buns next to Komala and said, Komala, it's time to eat. Hearing the word eat, Komala's two big ears twitched slightly. Then he lifted the quilt, put the wooden stake in his arms aside, then rolled over to the rice bowl, picked up a bigger one than it. The white steamed bun with a big head began to chew on it. Although its eyes were still closed, its face was full of satisfaction. Komala's characteristic is absolute sleep. It has been in a state of sleep since birth, even when eating, moving, and fighting. No one has ever seen Komala awake. The wooden stake in its arms is called a tree pillow. It is said that it has been held in its arms since birth and will never leave its body easily. Speaking of this Komala, its encounter with Anja was very dramatic. At that time, Anja had just woken up from the royal tomb and came to the Nebel Plateau in a daze. Then Komala fell from the sky and fell right at his feet. At that time, Komala didn't know what he had gone through, and his whole body was covered in scars. It was so pitiful and so cute that Anja couldn't help but hold it in his arms. In this way, Komala relied on him and soon moved into the current small building with him. As for why Komala was injured, Anja asked it later, but it only slept and did not answer any of Anja's questions. Anja had no choice but to give up and ask again. Seeing Komala eating happily, Anja felt a sense of pride in his heart. His hard work was not in vain. I have been practicing my cooking skills for a month. Anja rubbed Komala's furry head and said, "Eat first." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the house. The first floor of the small building is a spacious restaurant with neatly arranged tables and chairs. Each table and chair has been wiped to a shiny finish. You can tell at a glance that it has been carefully cleaned. The decoration of the restaurant is very warm, giving people the feeling of going home as soon as they enter. At this time, there was a Diancie in the house, which was cleaning diligently with a duster. This Diancie was Anja's Earl Dervish Pokemon. The moment he saw Diancie, Anja's sight showed various data of Diancie. Diancie. Attribute Rock, Fairy. Characteristics: Eternal Pure Body, Gender None, Level 50, Skills Impact, Hardening, Diamond Storm, Defense Deuce, Shoot Down, Flail, Ancient Power, Rock Polishing, Light Wall, Rock Avalanche. Individual Value: HP, 31 Attack, 31 Physical Defense, 31 Special Attack, 31 Special Defense, 31 Speed, 31. The ability to see Pokemon data is one of the gift packages given to him by Anja Goldfinger. Diancie's full physical value data. The small building where Anja currently lives also has a gift package for newbies from Goldfinger. In fact, Anja's Earl Dervish Pokemon was originally just Diamond. After sleeping with him for 500 years, when he woke up again, Diamond had mutated into the rare Diancie. Anja guessed that the sudden change of Little Diamond might have something to do with Goldfinger. Thinking of this, his mind couldn't help but drift to 500 years ago. Anja is a time traveler who was reincarnated into the royal family of the Kingdom of Azote 500 years ago and became the only prince of the royal family at that time. There was a twin sister born with him. However, unlike his healthy younger sister, Anja was born frail and sickly. He could not carry his shoulders or lift his hands, and it was even difficult for him to even walk on the ground. And as he grew older, his body became weaker and weaker. And the royal doctor had long ago concluded that he would not survive to adulthood. It is precisely because of this that Anja's parents, the king and queen of the Azote kingdom at that time, loved him extremely much and almost responded to his requests. Under the careful care of his parents, Anja broke the doctor's prediction and lived to adulthood at the age of 16. Unfortunately, just after his 16th birthday, his condition began to deteriorate rapidly, and then he fell into a coma and never woke up. After the doctor concluded that Anja was dead, Anja's parents held a funeral for him and buried him in the royal tomb. The Pokemon Diamond, who had been with Anja for more than 10 years, entered the royal tomb with his coffin and fell into a deep sleep because he was unwilling to leave Anja. However, in fact, Anja, who was in a coma at the time, was not dead. He was still breathing his last breath. It was at that time that his Goldfinger arrived. It's the system. The system issued a novice gift package to him who was on the verge of death. Earl Dervish Pokemon has full body value. The host and Earl Dervish Pokemon share life. 1 Stronghold, to be summoned. Eye of Observation. It was thanks to the second gift package that Anja was able to regain a healthy body and be as active as he is now. Probably due to the blessing of the system, the moment Anja and Xiao Sui's Huan shared their lives, Xiao Sui's Huan fell into a deep sleep and began to transform, and Anja also fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted 500 years. After waking up, Anja and Diancie stumbled out of the royal tomb, then stumbled to the Nebel Plateau and met the injured Komala. After Anja woke up, he began to study his belated Goldfinger. Originally, he thought that his Goldfinger was some kind of super trainer support system that could help him reach the top as a trainer. Unexpectedly, the name of the system was actually called the Master Chef System, also known as the Pokemon Feeding System. Okay, if you don't want to be a trainer, then don't be a trainer. Anyway, it is now popular for time travel protagonists not to be trainers. Besides, although he likes Pokemon, he has no obsession with being a trainer. As long as he can train Pokemon every day, that's fine. After studying the system, Anja noticed the novice gift package given by the system. Let's not talk about items, and for now, he has already enjoyed the benefits. There is also item Stronghold. He had just woken up from a deep sleep and really needed a place to stay. Although he was once the prince of the Azote Kingdom, 500 years had passed and Anja was not sure whether the Azote Kingdom was still there or not. And even here, he is a prince from 500 years ago, whether the royal family recognizes him or not is still a problem. So Anja decided to wait until he has completely settled down before returning to Azote Kingdom to have a look. In the end, Anja looked at the 3 words to be summoned behind the stronghold and chose to summon without hesitation. Originally, Anja thought that he could choose the location of this stronghold by himself, but unexpectedly it turned out not to be the case. After the summons, he took Diancie and Komala to find the small building where he now lives according to the system's instructions. Anja is generally very satisfied with this small building. But the location is too remote and there is no one around. Will he have to live a secluded life in the future? But Anja didn't think much about it at the time. He had just come out of the tomb. It's already a good place to settle down. After withdrawing his thoughts, Anja smiled and walked towards Diancie. Diancie, stop working, the house is clean enough, let's have breakfast quickly. Diancie stopped what she was doing, covered her withered belly and said, okay, my stomach is so hungry that Hoot Hoot screamed. Then she put down the duster and ran into the kitchen quickly. Diancie from Anja's family is telepathic, so she can communicate with him without any barriers. When Diancie came out of the kitchen, she saw an iron basin in her arms filled with white and fat steamed buns. Anja got up early in the morning to do these. Since Anja's golden finger is called the Master Chef system, it is naturally related to cooking skills. Even the first floor of the small building where he lives is modeled after a restaurant. In the month since he woke up, he has been honing his cooking skills according to the system's instructions. However, what Anja is speechless is that he has been kneading dough and steaming steamed buns this month. Fortunately, according to the systematic training method, his cooking skills have indeed improved rapidly. Even if he is just steaming steamed buns, he feels that he is better today. Times are different from the past. If someone asked him to eat steamed buns for a month in the past, he would definitely say that person was crazy. After eating steamed buns for a month, he would vomit. However, the fact is that he has been eating the steamed buns he made for a month and still doesn't feel bored at all. Not only he is like this, but Diancie and Komala are also like this. You can tell by looking at the way Komala ate just now. Anja's observation eye can not only see Pokemon's data, but also his own data. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 1 intelligence, 1 culinary evaluation, a rookie who can eat. Compared with Pokemon's data, Anja's own data is much simpler. The system's evaluation of Anja's cooking skills is very harsh. Even though Komala and Diancie already like his steamed buns so much, in the eyes of the system, he is still just a newbie. You must know that the system's evaluation of his cooking skills a month ago was a little piece of garbage that can't even eat food. Anja worked as a cook in his previous life, although the restaurant ended up being run by him and closed down. Anja's parents died young in his previous life, so he has been living with his grandfather, who ran a restaurant, but he did not learn cooking skills from his grandfather since he was a child. Later, when his grandfather passed away, Anja quit his job, returned to his hometown and took over his grandfather's restaurant, and began to learn cooking skills according to the recipes left by his grandfather. It's a pity that he failed to learn the essence of his grandfather's cooking skills, which eventually led to the restaurant's closure due to poor management. But even so, Anja's cooking skills are quite good compared to ordinary people, but even so, he can only get a little rubbish rating from the system. Now this rookie evaluation can be regarded as being merciful by the system. Eat quickly, I can't wait any longer. Diancie put the buns on the dining table and sat down impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. Anji looked helpless. What are you in a hurry for? I won't run away from breakfast. As he said that, he sat down opposite Diancie and picked up a steamed bun. The moment he touched the steamed buns, Anja felt like he was touching soft cotton, so soft and fluffy, and like clouds in the sky, white and pleasing to the eye. Each steamed bun in the basin is the size of a fist, and the shape and size are exactly the same, as if they were made by machine flow. However, in fact, they are all handmade by Anja. Diancie couldn't wait to eat at this time. She took one bite of the steamed bun, and Diancie's mouth was immediately filled with the sweet taste. It was the aroma of pure and unsophisticated wheat flour, the taste of autumn harvest. Diancie closed her eyes, feeling as if her soul had risen to the sky, wandering freely in the sea of clouds, feeling so wonderful. After a long time, Diancie opened her eyes again, her face full of satisfaction. She sighed, no matter how many times I eat it, the steamed buns made by Anja are always so delicious. Diancie couldn't help but feel proud of Anja. If you like it, eat more. Anja said. Diancie nodded and tasted it in small bites. Although it ate quickly, she chewed each bite carefully so that she could taste the unique taste of the steamed buns. Seeing Diancie eating so happily, Anja's appetite also increased greatly. Soon the bowl of steamed buns was eaten up by one person and one Pokemon. Of course, most of it went into Diancie's belly. She was a small person, but her appetite was amazing. After eating, she didn't see any changes in her belly, and she didn't know how to eat. Where are all the steamed buns that went down? After finishing breakfast, Diancie wiped her mouth gracefully with a handkerchief, and then said to Anja, Anja, the system has released the first task. Why does Diancie know about the system? Because after Diancie and Anja shared their lives, they were appointed by the system to be Anja's system guide wizard. In other words, all tasks released by the system in the future will be communicated to Anja through Diancie. The system itself has no intelligence. If the guide wizard is not arranged, the function will appear to be very rigid, so Diancie is arranged to play such a role, so that she can better assist Anja. Of course, Anja, as the owner of the system, actually has the right to revoke Diancie's function, and the system also obtained Anja's consent when appointing Diancie. Anja is happy to have Diancie involved in his own life, and certainly does not withdraw her identity as a guide elf. Hearing Diancie's words, Anja was slightly startled, and then thought to himself, are you finally here? What's the mission? Diancie replied, entering 10 Pokemon in the store and getting good reviews from them. Anja heard this and thought, the system alias is indeed the Pokemon feeding system, the guests are not humans, they are even Pokemon, no wonder the base will be placed in the Nebel Plateau. How to judge if a Pokemon has been given a good review? The system will judge automatically. Is there a time limit for the mission? Anja asked again after nodding. Diancie shook her head, within 3 days, exceeding the time is considered a mission failure. Is there a punishment for failing the mission? Anja was worried that his golden finger was a squeezing system. Of course not. If you fail, there will only be no mission rewards, no punishments. Diancie replied with a smile. That's good, Anja breathed a sigh of relief, then inquired with great interest, what is the reward for that mission? Diancie replied with a bitter face, I don't know either, I can only know if you have completed the mission, Anja. Okay, Angel shrugged, it doesn't seem too difficult to entertain 10 Pokemon in 3 days. There are many Pokemon living on the Nebel Plateau, and during this month he often sees Pokemon watching near his home, only to run away when he sees him. These Pokemon are quite shy. At this point, Anja didn't realize that the Pokemon were hiding from him more than just because they were shy. Then let's do it. Diancie encouraged Anja, clenching her fists. Come on. Anja bumped Diancie's fist with his fist. Chapter 2 Youre was spoiled. Chapter 2 Aha was spoiled. After breakfast, Anja started to prepare to entertain the guests, and he was looking forward to what reward the system would give him after completing the task. He came to the kitchen and removed the materials needed to make the buns, warm water, white vinegar, flour, yeast, etc., and started to get his hands dirty. First add the appropriate amount of yeast to the water and stir well. After letting it stand for a few minutes, add the flour and stir until the flour is blended into flocculent. In this process, the requirements for the ratio system of water, yeast, and flour are very strict, neither 1 point more nor 1 point less. The force needs to be more careful when kneading, neither too big nor too small, to use clever, even the direction of the rotation of the hand when kneading flour. The system has conducted strict training for Anja. It was Diancie who supervised Anja's training. Despite the fact that Diancie of Anja's family is usually gentle, she doesn't speak loudly, but once she becomes a system coach, her attitude is simply incomparable. Diancie's strict requirements are indispensable for Anja's cooking skills to progress so fast. It has been blessed by the system. Those eyes are simply fiery eyes, and it can easily see the slightest bit of Anja's wrinkles. After kneading properly, Anja applies a layer of vegetable oil towards the surface of the dough, then leaves it in a basin to rest, then covers it with plastic wrap, then it is allowed to slowly ferment. Applying vegetable oil allows the dough and water to blend better, making the dough more elastic, softer, and preventing the evaporation of moisture. After doing all this, he washed his hands and shouted to Diancie, "Diancie, let's go outside and see how it goes. It's obviously unrealistic to stay at home all the time and wait for customers to come to your door. It's more realistic to go out and solicit customers. Otherwise, who knows, you run a restaurant here. Just in time to take advantage of the dough fermentation time to go out, wait back to proceed to the next step of making." "Okay." Diancie poked her head out from behind the door frame. "Let's go then." Anja walked out of the kitchen and closed the door, then changed into plain clothes. All the resources Anja uses now are provided by the system. According to Diancie, this is a novice benefit. After the novice period, his food, clothing, housing and transportation, including the ingredients for cooking, will need to be obtained through his own efforts. Before leaving, Anja took away Komala's empty rice bowl and put a glass of warm water next to it. "Komala, please take care of the house. Diancie and I have to go out." Komala turned over holding the tree pillow, stretched out her little paws and gently tugged at the little quilt covering her body, and then continued to sleep soundly, her eyes never opening, and Anja didn't know if it was listening or not understand. Anja was not confused, who made Komala have such a habit? "Diancie, let's go. Come on." One Pokemon each walks out of the house with a relaxed mood, and it is also a happy thing for them to be able to go out together like this. The two of them stepped on the soft lush grass, feeling the gentle time projected by the sky, letting the breeze blow on their faces, admiring the beautiful scenery of the Nebel Plateau. Anja opened his arms and took a deep breath. "The air here is really good." Diancie also followed Anja's example, squinting her eyes and looking up. "Yes." There was a Vivian. The sky at this time Lian flew by, and Anja waved to it in a friendly way. "Hi, how are you?" "Li Yet." "It's human, so scary." However, Vivillon saw Anja as if he was seeing the plague, and quickly flapped his wings and flew away. Anja looked at Diancie dumbfounded and asked, "Diancie, do I look so scary?" "Fletchling is like this, and so is Vivillon." Diancie gave a thumbs up and said, "Anja is so handsome. The most handsome." "Yeah, then what? Forget it, let's go look elsewhere." As he said that, Anja continued to search for Pokemon with Diancie. Not long after they walked, a small dirt bag suddenly bulged out on the grass not far from them, and then a Bunelby leaned half of its body out of it, holding a rhizome of an unknown plant in its arms. Bunelby had just held the root and took a small bite when he heard a voice. "Good morning, Bunelby." "Who beep?" Bunelby was so frightened that he immediately shrank his head and hid in the hole. He was so frightened that he even threw the food in his arms at the edge of the hole. Hula hula hula. At the same time, a flababy passed by humming a tune in the sky. As it flew, its body swayed to the rhythm of the tune, as if it was dancing with the flowers under it as a stage. It looked like it was in a good mood. But as soon as it lowered its head, it saw Anja. Hula hula. Flababy's face was full of panic for a moment, and he almost fell off the fairy flower, and then ran away while screaming. "Anja! Diancie!" After a long time, Anja saw a small paw sticking out of Bunelby's cave. It groped around the edge of the cave for a while, and after grabbing the dropped rhizome, it quickly retracted its hand, as if there was something hot outside. "Similar." Anja wailed, "Why on earth is this?" Pata pata. Affected by his wailing, several fletchinders and fletchlings passing by in the sky not far away quickly flapped their wings and flew away from here. With such panic, Anja even suspected that they would fly unsteadily. "Fall down." Seeing this, Anja said angrily, "I still don't believe it. Do I really have a face that looks like I can eat Pokemon? Come on, Diancie, let's go look elsewhere." Diancie squeezed her little hands in confusion and said, "Are they scared when they see me? After all, it looks different now." Upon hearing this, Anja said categorically without hesitation, "How is that possible? My Diancie is so cute, who wouldn't like it? I like Diancie the most." Anja's expression was exaggerated and determined, and Diancie was immediately amused. She said happily and shyly, "Since Anja said so, then I believed it. Let's go look elsewhere." Anja said and strode out. Diancie quickly followed. This time Anja came to the big lake not far from the small building. There were many pink lotus flowers growing on the lake near the small building. The round lotus leaves were close to the water. Several Poliwag and Poliwhirl were leisurely walking. Lie on it and bask in the sun. From time to time, a few Yanma and ancient giant flies flew over the lake. After gently creating circles of ripples on the lake, they finally stopped to rest on the budding lotus buds. At this time, a voice broke the silence. "Hello everyone, are you interested in making friends?" When the Pokémon saw Anja's appearance clearly, Yanma and the ancient giant fly immediately flapped their wings and flew away, almost leaving an afterimage. Poliwag and Poliwhirl also rushed into the water in panic one by one. Thump thump thump. A little Poliwag who was inexperienced in the world did not run away immediately. It blinked its big round eyes, tilted its head, and looked at Anja curiously. Anja was overjoyed when he saw this, and was about to step forward to have a more in-depth communication with Poliwag when he saw a Poliwhirl poke its head out of the water, pull Poliwag by its tail and disappear into the water. Anja looked at the ripples rippling back and forth among the lotus leaves, feeling sad for a moment. He now very much doubted whether he had some kind of aura that made Pokémon afraid. His biggest wish in this life is to be able to interact with Pokémon and feel great. Could it be that God allowed him to travel to the Pokémon world, but couldn't he fulfill this wish? Isn't this bullying an honest person? Anja cast his gaze towards the lake, and saw Weeabo's head popping up out of the water. They looked at Anja carefully. When they noticed that Anja was looking at them, they immediately dived into the water in a panic. "Anja! Forget it, let's go home first." At this time, the time for the dough to ferment was almost up, and Anja had no choice but to go home with Diancie dejectedly. On the way home, Diancie comforted Anja and said, "Anja, don't be discouraged. It's probably just the first time everyone has seen you and they haven't adapted to your human identity yet. It will be fine once you get familiar with everyone." In the past, when Anja was frail and sick, he would always feel nervous when he saw other people jumping around. I couldn't help but secretly envy him. Every time at this time, Little Diamond would come to comfort him. Although they couldn't communicate directly in words at that time, they were connected with each other. Every time Diancie comforted him, his irritable heart became calm again. It's the same this time. Anja hugged Diancie hard and said, "Fortunately, Diancie is always with me." Diancie hugged Anja back, patted his back gently and said, "Of course I will always be with Anja. Let's go home. Take your time with the mission. Don't be in a hurry." After one person and one Pokemon returned home, Komala was still sleeping soundly, but when it heard the news of Anja's return, its big ears twitched slightly. Anja saw that the warm water he gave Komala had been drank by it, so he pinched Komala's ears and said, "Komala, thank you for your good work." Komala's short little tail twitched uncomfortably. Although Komala is petite and looks cute, Anja guessed that it might be a powerful Pokemon. He tried to use his observation eye to look at Komala's data, but failed. According to Diancie, Anja's observation eye cannot see Pokemon whose level is higher than his own Earl Dervish Pokemon, which means that Komala's level is higher than Diancie's. Diancie's level is level 50, which is already very high, far higher than most wild Pokemon. Diancie has been with Anja since she was a child. Although Anja was frail and sick and neglected to train her, Diancie, who was still a little diamond, has been steadily growing in level under the training of the royal family of the Kingdom of Azote. Then Komala, whose level is higher than Diancie, is amazing. But, Anja is a cook now, and he doesn't expect Komala to fight for him. Level doesn't matter. Taking away the empty water glass, Anja returned to the kitchen and continued working. He kneaded the dough and found that it had been completely fermented, so he lit a fire and heated a pot of hot water, put the dough in the pot and continued to ferment with hot water. About 30 or 40 minutes later, the fermentation of the dough was completed. Anja took out the dough. At this time, there were many small bubbles on the dough, and the volume was almost twice as large as before. So Anja continued to knead the dough with his hands until all the small bubbles were kneaded out. Then he kneaded the dough into a long strip and cut it into equal parts. Finally, it's time to steam it. Soon, the strong aroma of steamed buns wafted from the kitchen. Diancie poked her head in at this time and asked expectantly, "Are the steamed buns ready?" Anja saw that it was almost drooling, and asked with a smile, "What? Are you hungry again? Didn't you just have breakfast?" Diancie giggled and said, "It smells so good." Anja sighed here, it is indeed a legendary Pokemon, its digestion ability is very strong. Don't think that what Anja steams is just an ordinary steamed bun. In fact, the energy contained in it is no less than that of the Pokemon food specially sold outside. It is very beneficial for Pokemon to eat it. However, Diancie can guzzle a bowl of it in one go. Every time Anja made fun of Diancie for eating too much, she would chase Anja and beat her up. "Diancie, nonsense! How can a lady have such a big appetite?" Note: Diancie has no gender. After the steamed buns were steamed, Anja turned off the fire, then opened the steamer, took out one and handed it to Diancie and said, "Here, have a taste." Diancie eagerly took the steamed bun and bit into it without even caring about burning it. It subconsciously closed its eyes with enjoyment on its face. "It's delicious, it's so delicious. It's the taste of happiness. Anja, I think your steamed buns taste better than before." "Really?" Anja was very happy to hear this. When Diancie finished eating, Anja saw that it was still unsatisfied, so he took out another one and handed it to it, and said, "Let's go outside and try to attract customers. Don't give up just because of a small setback, where will you end up?" "Okay." Diancie took the steamed buns and clenched her fists with high spirits. As for Anja, it will definitely work. So one person and one Pokemon left home again. The day passed in a blink of an eye, and the moment the sun went down, Anja and Diancie returned home dejectedly in the afterglow of the setting sun. Obviously they still found nothing. When all the Pokemon on the Nebel Plateau saw Anja, they felt as if they had seen the plague. They simply avoided him and were unwilling to contact him at all, let alone come to the store to eat. In the end, all the steamed buns Anja steamed went into Diancie and Komala's stomachs. Hey! After dinner, Anja sat at the door of his house, sighing while blowing the cool night wind. Diancie came over at this time, took Anja's arm and comforted him. It's not a big deal, we will continue to work hard tomorrow. That's all we can do. Anji said helplessly. After a hard day's walking outside, Anja was exhausted and his bones were extremely sore. Forget it, let's take a hot bath and go to bed. We'll talk about all the big things tomorrow. That's it. Diancie said in agreement. Let's go, Komala is coming too. Anja stood up and pushed Komala away. Ala was taken down from its little bed, and it was time for Komala to take a good bath. Chapter 3 Late Night Visitor. Anja's residence is on the second floor. There are 2 bathrooms here, one is Anja's own and the other is Diancie's. Anja's bathroom is very ordinary, a very common type of bathroom, while Diancie's bathroom is very special. Diancie, let me help you take a bath first. Anja first took Diancie to its bathroom. Okay. Diancie happily lay down in the bathtub, waiting for Anja to serve her. Anja put Komala in his arms on a chair aside. Komala, please wait for a moment. After giving Diancie a bath, we will take a bath. Komala didn't know whether she understood Anja's words. She swayed on the chair holding her tree pillow, leisurely and comfortable, as if she didn't have any worries. Anja walked to the cabinet next to him, opened it, took out a bag from it, and then dragged the bag to the bathtub. After opening the bag, the pink gravel was poured into the bathtub, gradually filling the bathtub and covering Diancie's body. Diancie is a rock-type Pokemon and does not like bathing in water. These pink sands are its special bathing props. Every grain of sand is as crystal clear as crystal. When it flows through Diancie's body, it can take away all the dirt on Diancie's body. It can also make the diamonds on Diancie's body shine brighter and the rocks on her body become harder. This kind of sand can be recycled and needs to be replaced when it completely loses its luster. This is also a novice benefit provided by the system. When the novice period is over, if Anja wants to continue to obtain this resource, he will need to work hard on his own. As for the acquisition method, the system has not announced it to him yet. It's so comfortable. Diancie squinted and picked up a handful of gravel and poured it on herself. The gravel fell down, making a crisp sound when they collided with each other. Anja also grabbed a handful of sand and rubbed it on Diancie, cleaning every part of her body carefully. Cluck following Anja's movements, Diancie couldn't help but let out a clear laugh. Anja, please be gentle, it's so ticklish. Okay. Anja agreed, and the movements of his hands became much gentler. It's so comfortable. Diancie lay down in the bathtub with a face filled with enjoyment, letting the special gravel flow through her body. After some cleaning, the pink diamonds on her body shone brightly, reflecting Anja's shadow clearly. When the washing was almost done, Anja stood up and said to Diancie, "Okay, you put the bath sand back into the bag and put it away. Komala and I are going to take a shower." Diancie turned over in the bathtub and lay on the edge of the bathtub with squinted eyes. Her eyes were hazy and she said lazily, "I know, I'll clean it up later, but now I have to wash it for a while, you housekeeper." Anja angrily poked it on the forehead with his finger and said, "You still have the nerve to say that I am the housekeeper. You are the little housekeeper." Diancie turned away from Anja and buried her body deeply in the bath sand. Anja shook his head, picked up Komala, who was still swaying on the chair, turned and left Diancie's bathroom, and closed the door for her. After entering his bathroom, Anja put on the hot water, hugged Komala and lay down in the bathtub, and then let out a sigh of satisfaction. Anja raised his head and let out a long sigh. "It feels good." Komala floated on the water holding its own tree pillow, swaying its little tail and swimming around in the water. Although its eyes were closed, Anja felt that it was having a lot of fun. After lying down for a while, feeling the physical fatigue gradually disappear, Anja slowly sat up and pulled Komala, who had swam to the other end of the bathtub. "Here, I'll give you a scrub." As he spoke, he squeezed out the shampoo and applied it on Komala's body, and then kneaded Komala's body with the skill of kneading dough. Soon, a large number of bubbles wrapped Komala's body. Although Komala is petite and less than half a meter tall, its hair is soft and dense. It is difficult to clean its body without a good rub. Anja also helped it clean the tree pillow carefully. Probably because there were too many bubbles on his body, Komala shivered and suddenly sneezed, and countless bubbles flew out. Anja was sprayed all over his face. "You guy!" Anja was stunned for a moment, then wiped his face, then put 2 fingers on Komala's squeaky pit and started scratching it. Gejigji. At this time, even if Komala was slow to respond to the outside world, he couldn't help laughing loudly. "Gulu gulu." Its 2 short hands and 2 short feet kept scratching and kicking, and the water in the water tank was suddenly splashed by it, and its tree pillow swayed with the water waves. After being tickled by Anja, Komala floated on the water with her belly stretched out helplessly, while Anja hummed a little tune and took a bath. After playing around with Komala for a while, his depression due to being disliked by Pokemon today gradually faded away. Disappeared. After taking a bath, Anja carried Komala out of the bathtub and used the shower to wash away the bubbles on their bodies. Coming out of the bathroom, Anja changed into pajamas, wrapped Komala in a bath towel, and wiped the wet hair on her body. Komala closed her eyes and looked as if she was sleeping, but the expression on her face was extremely satisfied. Anja took it to the living room on the 2nd floor, found a hair dryer, and dried its hair bit by bit. It has to be said that the system is still very detailed. All the daily necessities at home are all available. So Anja doesn't have to worry about it at all. "How is it? Is the temperature suitable? Is it hot or not?" Anja asked while stroking Komala's hair. "Hulu." Komala lay quietly and motionless on Anja's lap, with her butt raised slightly and her little tail twitching, making her look very comfortable. Anja saw this and smiled. It seems that the temperature is no problem. After a while, Komala's hair was blown dry and became extremely fluffy, almost no different from a furry toy. "Wow!" Anja couldn't hold it back and buried his face directly into Komala's furry belly, and gently arched it twice. "This is so comfortable. It was so healing." For a moment, Anja felt that all the grievances he had suffered during the day were nothing. Komala, who had just taken a bath, smelled of shampoo and faintly exuded its own special herbal fragrance. Anja gently rubbed his face on its belly, feeling a drowsy feeling coming over him. Komala pulled Anja with her hands and feet in disgust, trying to push Anja away, but Anja didn't care at all even though her hair was being pulled and messed up, and still rubbed her face against Komala. Komala, ***. After a while, Anja moved his face away from Komala's belly with a satisfied look on his face. "Oh, thank you Komala for the big reward." Komala angrily slapped Anja on the face with her little paw, but Anja felt no pain at all. Putting the tree pillow back into Komala's arms, Anja carried it and walked downstairs. There is a mini cabin hanging on the wall outside the front door of Anja's house, where Komala usually lives. It's not that Anja doesn't want it to live at home, but that Komala doesn't like the dullness of her home. Only by being close to nature can she sleep better. After gently putting Komala into the mini cabin and covering it with a quilt, Anja said in a soft voice, "Komala, good night." Komala turned over and faced Anja with the back of her head, and a faint purr soon came. Back at home, Anja gently closed the door and went upstairs. At this time, Diancie had just finished taking a shower, cleaned up the bathroom and came out. "Anja, good night." "Diancie, good night." Anja gave Diancie a good night hug, and then each Pokemon went back to their rooms to sleep. After the lights were turned off, the whole building became quiet. Zhiz hizzy. Hoot hoot. The night Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau became active at this time. In the middle of the night, a small figure staggered and fell at the door of Anja's house. Cool Bell. The figure gave a weak cry and then lost consciousness. At night, Anja had been running around all day and was sleeping soundly. Suddenly a loud bell sounded. He was so frightened that he sat up and said in shock, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Diancie was also awakened at the same time. One person and one Pokémon opened the door at the same time, looked at each other and asked, "What's going on?" "This seems to be the bell at the door." Diancie thought for a while and said, "There is a bronze bell at the door of Anja's house, hanging next to the platform where Komala sleeps during the day." Anja used to wonder what the bronze bell was used for, but now he finally knows. He and Diancie hurried downstairs, opened the door and saw Komala ringing the bell with his tree pillow. "Komala, what are you doing in the middle of the night?" Anja said, covering his aching head. Seeing Anja and Diancie come out, Komala stopped ringing the bell, jumped back to his hut with his tree pillow in his arms, wrapped himself in a quilt and continued to sleep, as if it was not the one who had just ringed the bell. Anja. At this time, Diancie seemed to have discovered something. She pointed at a shadow under the steps and shouted, "Anja, what do you think that is?" Anja used the light to look in the direction Diancie pointed, and sure enough he saw a round dumpling lying there. "Pokémon?" Anja ran over quickly and finally saw Xiaochuan's true face. It turned out to be a molten-eating beast. The eyes of observation are open. Molten Eater. Attribute Poison Characteristics Greedy Ghost Gender Female Level 10 Skills Slap, Yawn, Poison Gas, Sludge Attack, Acid Bomb, Mist. Individual Value: HP, 15 Attack, 5 Physical Defense, 17 Special Attack, 18 Special Defense, 19 Speed, 25 Diancie exclaimed, "It's injured." The body of the melting beast was covered in scars, and he didn't know what he had gone through to end up in a coma here. "First carry it into the house," Anja said. "Yet." Diancie nodded, quickly bent down to pick up the molten beast, and quickly walked into the house. Anja said, "I'm going to get some medicine to help treat its wounds." As he said that, he ran upstairs quickly. Not long after, Anja walked downstairs carrying a small medicine box, which was already in the building when the system summoned it. It contained some common medicines and medical equipment. Diancie carefully placed the Mellovorous beast on the table, and Anja quickly opened the medicine box and helped the Mellivorous beast clean, disinfect, apply medicine, and bandage its wounds. After Anja had almost finished treating the wound, the molten beast slowly woke up, but when it saw Anja, it immediately screamed and flew out of the table. "Cool Bell, Cool Bell!" The molten beast ran away in panic, and did not stop until it hid in a corner, but its body was still trembling. Because of the violent movement just now, the wound that had just been treated burst open again, and traces of blood smeared on the gauze. "Don't be afraid, molten beast, we just want to help you and won't hurt you," Anja said as he stepped forward, trying to appease the consuming beast. However, as Anja approached, the body of the molten beast shook even more violently. It subconsciously opened its mouth and spit out a stream of purple acid night towards Anja. Fortunately, Diancie had quick eyesight and quick hands. She jumped in front of Anja and erected a wall of light to block the attack of the molten beast. When it realized what it had done, the Salvovor's face was filled with regret and annoyance. It didn't really want to attack Anja, it was just too scared. But Anja did not blame the molten beast. "Good boy, don't be afraid. I won't come near you anymore, so you should calm down." Realizing that his approach would frighten and unsettle the molten beast, Anja backed away bit by bit. After Anja retreated to a sufficient distance, the molten beast finally calmed down a little. He asked in a gentle voice, "Can you let Diancie help you take care of the wound?" After the Salvovore took a cautious look at Diancie, it lowered its gaze and huddled in the corner and stopped moving, but Anja noticed that its body was still trembling slightly. Diancie and Anja looked at each other, then picked up the medicine box and slowly approached the consuming beast. The consuming beast subconsciously shrank its body again, but after all, it no longer reacted as fiercely as before. It seems that what it is afraid of is indeed Anja, a human being. After letting Diancie take care of the wound, Anja asked, "Soul-eating beast, are you hungry? Let me make you something to eat." The molten beast did not answer Anja's words, but its stomach growled hoot hoot. Anja chuckled softly and said, "Just wait a moment, it'll be fine later." As he said that, he quickly ran into the kitchen and started to make a fire to steam the steamed buns. The ingredients were already made, and the kitchen refrigerator also contained dough that he had not used during the day. Anja's refrigerator is a special refrigerator given by the system. When any food is placed in the fresh keeping compartment, it will look like what it was when it was put in and what it will look like when it is taken out. There is no need to worry about spoilage. Soon, the fragrance of steamed buns wafted from the kitchen. "Here comes the food." Anja walked out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of steamed buns. Mollusk was a more edible Pokémon, so he steamed some more. After handing the steamed bun to Diancie, Anja winked at Diancie, and Diancie carried the steamed bun to the melting beast with understanding. "Be good, eat it, it's delicious." Chapter 4 I Have a Family Again. However, the molten beast did not eat the food prepared by Anja. After waiting for a while, Anja sighed deeply when he saw that the molten beast had no intention of coming forward to eat. Half a day later, Anja said to the Salvovore, "The food is just there. You can eat it at any time. Take a good rest after eating. Don't worry about anything else. It's very safe here." After saying this, he called Diancie, and each Pokémon went back to the second floor to continue sleeping. Anja did not turn off the lights on the first floor because he was worried about the molten beast. After Anja and the others left, the molten beast stared blankly at the food in front of him. It was so hungry that it couldn't resist the aroma of the steamed buns. It jumped to the rice bowl, opened its mouth and swallowed a steamed bun. In the belly. The moment he ate the steamed bun, the Salvovore was stunned. It was so delicious. The moment the steamed bun, as soft as clouds, entered his throat, it seemed to be surrounded by countless fluttering silks. The silky feeling was so wonderful. Its appetite was whetted, and the Liophore couldn't bear it any longer. It plunged into the rice bowl and started eating fiercely. Halfway through eating, it suddenly started crying sadly, and big tears fell down, hitting the edge of the rice bowl, and bloomed like flowers. It thought of its trainer. The trainer of the Salvary beast was born in a very ordinary family, but his dream was to become a powerful trainer, so he found the Salvovore that fed on garbage in the corner of the city, tamed it and became the first Pokémon. The time he spent with his trainer was the happiest time Lance/Crossing had ever had since the birth of the molten beast. He and his trainer ate, slept, played, and exercised together every day. He no longer had to hide in the garbage. Surrounded by dirty, smelly garbage. In order to let it grow better, the trainer saves money every day and gives it the best. After eating, he cherished the Salvovore very much, and the Salvovore also liked him the most. It was only later that the trainers learned that Salvary is a very edible Pokémon. If you want it to develop combat effectiveness, you must feed it a large amount of food. But how can a trainer have the ability to provide a large amount of food to a molten beast? The sun was very bright that morning, and the trainer prepared a sumptuous breakfast for the Salvovore. After the Salvovore had finished eating, he took it to the forest. The molten beast thought that the trainer had brought it to the forest for special training. It was very happy, jumping around along the way, picking a wild flower on the roadside, and sticking out its tongue at the fletchling on the treetop. It feels that as long as it is with its trainer, it will be extremely happy no matter what it does. Until they reached the depths of the forest, the trainer suddenly squatted down and hugged the molten beast quietly, almost suffocating the molten beast. "Melting beast, I'm sorry. the trainer said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. The Salvovore could feel wet water droplets falling on its body, but it didn't realize anything was wrong at the time. The trainer suddenly let go of the molten beast, turned around and ran away. Cool bell, the Salvovore jumped behind the trainer, but the trainer disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cool bell. It stood blankly in the forest, chanting the trainer's name. Looking at the direction in which the trainer disappeared, it suddenly realized something. It was abandoned. In fact, it knew the trainer's home and knew the way back, but it did not choose to go back. Instead, it turned around and walked deeper into the forest in despair. It doesn't want to embarrass its trainer. Salvary didn't know how long it had been walking. On the way, it accidentally entered the territory of other Pokémon and was attacked. Finally, it wandered to the Nebel Plateau and passed out in front of Anja's house in the night. Because of the abandonment of its former trainer, it began to fear humans. Putting back its wandering thoughts, the molten beast wiped away its tears and continued to devour the steamed buns. After a while, it devoured all the steamed buns in the bowl. After burping, the Salvovore looked in the direction of the second floor, was stunned for a moment, and finally bounced toward the door, resolutely disappearing into the night. This is not the place it should stay. If it stays, it will one day be abandoned like before. I am afraid no one will want to raise a glutton that knows nothing. The molten beast thought so. When the molten beast went out, Komala in the hut gently shook its ears and silently turned over. After leaving Anja's house, the molten beast wandered aimlessly on the Nebel Plateau in the night. It didn't know how long it had walked. It came to the foot of a cliff and found a stone crevice that could protect it from the wind and rain. Got in. In a daze, the molten beast fell asleep, but it did not sleep for long. When it woke up again, the sky was still dark, and the silver moon hung high in the night sky. In a strange environment, it cannot sleep peacefully at all. But when it opened its eyes, it saw a candle light flickering in front of itself. Mhimhi, who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Candle light looked at the Salvary curiously. It knew basically all the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau. The melting beast was a little scared and shrank its body without making a sound. Zhu Guangling had a relatively lively personality and jumped onto the top of the molten beast's head. The candle light on his head flickered, illuminating the narrow stone crevice. Illuminated by the warm candle light, at this moment, the Salvovore actually felt a little at ease. Mohi, you are new here, right? Zhu Guangling asked again. The melting beast nodded subconsciously. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the Salvovore, Zhu Guangling gently stroked the top of its head. Mhimhi, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, the melting beast felt a burst of sadness in his heart again, and tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Zhu Guangling didn't speak, but gently stroked the top of the Salvovore's head and accompanied it quietly. After the melting beast finished venting its emotions, Candle Light Spirit asked, Mama, you don't have a place to stay yet, right? Do you want to come to my house? Candle Light Spirit treats the Salvary beast gently. Just like everyone treated it so gently when it first came to the Nebel Plateau. Like Salvary, Candelabra was also a Pokémon that was abandoned by human trainers. Perhaps it was Candle Light Spirit's kindness that infected the Salvovore, and the Salvovore nodded gently. So the melting beast followed the Candle Light Spirit and walked through the night to the entrance of a cave, where the Candle Light Spirit lived. Mhimhi, let's go in. Candle Light Spirit encouraged the melting beast and said. The melting beast nodded and followed the Candle Light Spirit into the cave. The cave is very spacious and has been cleaned very neatly. There are hay and leaves on the floor for the Pokémon to sleep. The Pokémon living here are not only Candlelight, but also one each of Jelly, Punchame, Skitty, Hooded Slut, Stunky, Spritzy, Snake Bear, Umbrella, and Foam Chinchilla. These Pokémon have all been harmed by humans to one degree or another. The arrival of Candelabra and Malvovore awakened these Pokémon, and they all looked at Malvovore with curious eyes. The melting beast felt scared and subconsciously hid behind the candlelight spirit. Zhu Guangling looked at him with encouraging eyes. It glanced at it and immediately introduced the Salvovore to everyone, and announced that the Salvovore would be the new member of their big family. None of the Pokémon objected. They enthusiastically gathered around the Salvary and expressed their welcome to it, because they were picked up one by the candlelight spirit in this way. Infected by everyone's enthusiasm, the Salvovore gradually let go of his inner embarrassment and uneasiness. At this time, Zhu Guangling reminded everyone, it's getting late. Everyone, go to bed quickly. Aren't you going to collect food early tomorrow morning? The food they stored has been eaten. If they don't go out to look for it, they will be hungry tomorrow. Several Pokémon responded one after another and went to sleep surrounded by Malvoman. Salvary was surrounded by everyone, feeling the warmth from the other Pokémon. It fell into a deep sleep, and a smile unconsciously appeared on its lips. It's great that it has a home again. Looking at her friends who were sleeping soundly, Zhu Guangling showed a happy smile on her face, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the cave. It is a nocturnal Pokémon and is more energetic at night than during the day. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Zhu Guangling jumped onto a rock and looked up at the sky. The silver moon hung like a disk in the sky, gently spreading its moonlight on the Nebel Plateau. It firmly believes that as long as it is with its friends, their lives will get better and better. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning shines on the earth, the Pokémon in the cave get up and get busy, and Malvore is no exception. Candlelight Spirit said to Punchame, Punchame, the molten beast has just arrived and is not familiar with this place. Can you take it with you more? Acha acha. Punchame held a bamboo leaf in his mouth and patted his chest confidently to show that there was no problem. After everyone went out one after another, Punchame also said to the Salvovore, Acha acha, let's go too. The molten beast nodded and followed Punchame quietly and obediently. Acha cha. Punchame walked in front of him with great pride, telling the Salvovore as he walked that it knew there was a lot of food to be found there and would definitely not let the Salvovore return empty-handed. Under the leadership of Punchame, the Salvary beast came to a pond and saw many long strips of water plants growing on the edge of the pond. After seeing the water plants, Punchame immediately cheered, pulled a water plant out of the water, and then pulled off the white and tender roots of the water plant and put it aside. Acha acha, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Come here quickly. Punchame greeted the consuming beast. The Salvovore hurriedly jumped over, imitating Punchame's example, pulling out the water plants one by one from the water, and then pulling off the roots. Cooling, is this really edible? The Salvovore asked while collecting. Yacha, of course you can eat it, it's delicious. If you don't believe me, try it. As he spoke, Punchame handed a waterweed root to the mouth of the molten beast. The molten beast opened its mouth obediently, and then swallowed the waterweed roots into its stomach. It was indeed delicious, but it was far from the food it ate last night. When thinking about the food last night, the molten beast subconsciously swallowed its saliva. It was the second most delicious food it had ever eaten in its life. The most delicious food was the first time it ate it with its former trainer. The taste is something it will never forget for the rest of its life. How about yacha? Is it delicious? Punchame's voice interrupted the Salvary's thoughts. Cool bell. The molten beast nodded vigorously. Now that he can eat water grass roots, he is very satisfied. As for last night's delicious food and the former trainer, it was like a dream, unreal. Punchame was very satisfied with the reaction of the molten beast, and his expression was extremely proud. After collecting for a while, Punchame suddenly called out to the molten beast. Yeah, let's go back. The Salvovore asked in confusion, Cool Bell, don't you want to pick it any more? There are many more. Punchame warned it in a senior tone, Acha, of course you can't pick too much at one time, otherwise you won't be able to pick it next time. Cool Bell. The melting beast suddenly understood and looked at Punchame with admiration, which fully satisfied Punchame's vanity. The two found two very large leaves, put the collected aquatic roots into a bag, and then walked back with the full harvest. On the way back, the Salvovore suddenly saw a beautiful flower field not far away, and it subconsciously stopped. "Acha, what's wrong?" Punchame asked confused. Cool bell, can I go pick some flowers?" The molten beast asked expectantly. Punchame nodded. Acha, of course, go quickly, I'll wait for you." Cool bell. The melt-eating beast nodded happily, put its water grass roots on the ground, then flew towards the flower field, and soon came back with a bouquet of colorful flowers. Looking at the large bouquet of flowers, Punchame asked doubtfully, Acha, why did you pick this?" "Nothing to eat or drink." The Salvovore said shyly, "Cool bell, I am useful." Seeing this, Punchame didn't ask any more questions. He hugged his waterweed roots and happily talked to him. The molten beasts returned home together. Not long after, the two Pokémon arrived home. Other Pokémon came back one after another. Some of them brought back a few berries, some brought back a few plant roots, and some only brought back a few pieces. Leaves. Comparatively speaking, the harvests of Salvery and Punchame were already very rich, so Salvery was praised by everyone, and Salvo felt very embarrassed. It was all Punchame's credit. Punchame saw that the molten beast was shy and winked at it. At this time, Zhu Guangling announced, "Let's have breakfast quickly." The Pokémon immediately cheered when they heard this, and then began to distribute food. However, the molten beast soon discovered something was wrong, because everyone piled most of the food in front of it, but they only had a small part in front of them. "Cool bell, everyone." Zhu Guangling smiled and said, "Mhee, you have just joined us. Today's breakfast is considered a welcome ceremony for you, so eat it with an open stomach." Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this, and said that each of them had this kind of treatment when they first joined. Yacha, we are not hungry now, so there is no need to eat so much." Punchame patted his swollen belly and said. Cool bell. Tears flowed down involuntarily when the Salvovore heard this. It ate its hard-earned breakfast bit by bit, feeling sour and swollen in its heart. Chapter 5. Finally. Chapter 5. Finally. Anja slept until 3 o'clock in the morning before getting up. After experiencing the shock during the day yesterday and being so disliked by the molten beast at night, he was a little unmotivated today. The first thing he did when he got up was to open his system interface. When he saw the system taskbar, his eyes widened in disbelief. Anja's system interface is divided into 3 parts. The middle part is his basic information. There are several boxes below the information. The first box is a backpack, which allows him to store some things, but he has nothing to put in, so the backpack is empty. The second box is a thing called happiness point. It has always been displayed as 0 before. Anja never figured out what it was. When he asked Diancie said that she didn't know either. But today is different. The 0 in the happiness point box has now become 100. The third box is the mall, but the icon has always been dim. Anja has no idea what the conditions are for opening it. On the left side of the system interface is a book with recipe written on it. Anja can flip through it as he pleases, but currently only one recipe for steamed buns is recorded on it. On the right side of the system interface is the taskbar. Before the first task is started, the taskbar is empty. When he takes the first task from Diancie, a row of text is displayed on it. Host 10 Pokémon for 3 days. 1/10. What was displayed on the taskbar yesterday was, host 10 Pokémon for 3 days. 0/10, Anja also played games in his previous life, so he naturally knows what such changes mean. 1/10 of his mission has been completed. I almost knew with my toes that the person who brought about this change must be the molten beast last night. Thinking of this, Anja jumped out of bed, pulled on his slippers and ran downstairs. At this time, Diancie had already gotten up and was humming a little tune while wiping the tables and chairs with a rag. Anja scanned the hall on the first floor and found no trace of the salvery beast, so he looked at Diancie and asked. Diancie, where is the salvovore? Diancie stopped and replied helplessly, I haven't seen it since I woke up in the morning. It must have left. Ah. Anji was a little disappointed when he heard this, he's leaving now. However, at this time Diancie said, by the way, Anja, you have obtained happiness points for the first time. Do you want to open the system mall? As a guiding elf, after Anja obtained happiness points, Diancie naturally learned its role immediately. Anji was stunned when he heard this, and then said, first explain to me what happiness is and what it has to do with the mall. Diancie nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Happiness points are rewards for the happiness of Pokémon when you feed them to Anja. Happiness points are the energy for the system to run, and for Anja, they are the currency used for shopping in the mall, so the opening of the mall will only be triggered when you obtain happiness points for the first time. After listening to Diancie's explanation, Anja suddenly realized, so that's it, let's open the mall. He couldn't wait to know what happiness could buy in the mall. Okay. Diancie thought Anja made an okay gesture, and then Anja's system interface automatically popped up, and a pop-up box appeared in the center of the interface. Do you want to open the mall? Yes. No. Anja chose yes without hesitation. The moment he chose, the mall icon under his personal information suddenly turned from dark to bright. Anja quickly clicked on the mall, and his eyes were filled with a dazzling array of products in an instant, including pots and pans, clothes, pants, shoes, cars, ships, and aircraft, almost everything, including the bath sand for Diancie to take a bath. As long as there is enough happiness, yes, you can buy these. Wow! This is great! Anja couldn't help but exclaimed. Seeing that Anja was so happy, Ainshi quickly came over curiously and said, let me have a look too. Come on, let me have a look. Anja hurriedly bent over to Diancie and showed them all to it. Because Diancie is the system-appointed guide elf, Diancie can see the system interface that others cannot see. Wow! There are so many things I have never seen before. Diancie couldn't help but exclaimed. Before Anja and Diancie woke up, they lived 500 years ago. At that time, the technology in the Pokémon world was not as advanced as it is now, and many things naturally did not exist 500 years ago. Anja is a time traveler, so he is not surprised by the products in the mall, but Diancie is different. This is really the first time for him to see those things. Seeing that Diancie was also interested in this and that, Anja wanted to say boldly, whichever one you like, I'll buy it for you. However, when he saw that his happiness point balance was only 100, he silently swallowed the words that came to his lips. 100 happiness points can't buy anything except some useless gadgets. Better save some more. After some research, Anja discovered that although the seeds of various crops will be sold in the mall, they will not sell any ingredients or food. Although Pokeballs will be sold, they will not sell energy cubes, carrying props, tree fruits, etc. thing. Look at the price of the elf balls. He can't afford one for 500 happiness points. But forget it, he's not a trainer. He doesn't have Pokemon that he wants to put in a Pokeball. If he can't afford it, he can't afford it. After studying them all, Anja went back upstairs to wash up, and then planned to go out with Diancie to see if he could attract more customers. Although it's okay to fail in a mission, if he failed in the first mission, wouldn't that make him look inferior? No, this kind of thing must not happen. But as soon as he and Diancie walked to the door, they saw a bouquet of flowers placed on the doorstep. Where did the flowers come from? Anja asked confused. Diancie tilted her head and thought for a moment, could it be a molten beast? The only person on the Nebel Plateau who had any contact with them was the molten beast from last night. Probably so. Anja smiled and bent down to pick up the bouquet, then put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. The fragrant fragrance suddenly filled his heart. What a cute little guy. Anja walked to Komala's hut and was about to let him help look after the house today, but he heard Diancie say coyly, "Anja, why don't you just stay at home today? I can go out by myself, maybe like this it can attract more customers." Anji was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then realized that this was indeed a good idea. After all, it was him who everyone feared and disliked. If only Diancie came forward, the situation would be much better. After thinking for a few seconds, Anja nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll prepare breakfast at home and wait for you to come back with your guests." Diancie clenched her fists and said with high spirits, "Leave it to me, I will definitely bring the guests back." Then Anja and Diancie acted separately. Diancie went out to attract guests, while Anja went home to prepare food for the guests. Besides, Diancie and Komala also had to prepare breakfast. But before going to the kitchen, he found a vase, poured some water into it, and then put the bouquet he picked up in front of the door into it. Placing the vase on the front desk of the hall, Anja admired it for a few more times, then turned and entered the kitchen. Sure enough, Diancie's thinking was right. Without Anja to interfere, she quickly attracted a customer back. Anja heard some noise outside in the kitchen and was about to go out to see what was going on. Suddenly he thought that he seemed to be unpopular with Pokemon, so he stopped and only peeked out half of his head to observe the situation. "I saw Diancie leading a fat dodo and chubby Pokemon to her home." As the Pokemon walked, she watched the situation in the store curiously. Anja's eyes lit up. It turns out to be Kirbymon. Indeed, if it were this Pokemon, it would be the easiest to recruit. Kirby is a Pokemon that is even more edible than Melozoon. Kirbymon attribute average. Characteristics: thick fat, gender male, level 18, skills impact, lick, rounding, recycle, covet, bite, take down, coquettish, seed bomb, brick break, double return. Individual value: HP, 29 attack, 16 physical defense, 20 special attack, 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31. After reading the data of the little Kirby, Anja roared in his heart. There is actually one individual value that is full. It seems that it is a flexible fat man. Kirby and Kirby are both very slow Pokemon, but this little Kirby's individual speed value is full. It's really... Come on, sit here. Diancie warmly entertained the little Kirby. Kirby obeyed and was pulled by Diancie to sit on the chair. The little Kirby asked uncertainly, "Gang Gambi, is there really food here?" "Of course, I won't lie to you." Diancie assured it, "Just wait a moment, and I'll get you some food." The little Kirby nodded. Sit obediently. Diancie ran into the kitchen and asked, "Anja, are the steamed buns ready?" Anja nodded and replied, "It's just been steamed, it's still hot." As he said that, he opened the steamer, and a vast amount of white steam suddenly spurted out. He took out the soft and white steamed buns one by one. Since the little Capricorns are more edible, Anja made sure that the rice bowl was outstanding. Each of the rice bowls used for Pokemon to eat in Anja's restaurant is at least about the same size as a wash basin. Putting the rice bowl in Diancie's hand, Anja patted it on the shoulder and said, "Go quickly, don't keep the little Kirby waiting." "I know." Diancie nodded and ran out with the rice bowl. As soon as Diancie came out of the kitchen with the steamed buns, she saw the little Kirby with his eyes closed in intoxication. His nose kept sniffing the air, obviously smelling the aroma of the steamed buns. However, it obeyed Diancie's instructions and did not move a step from its seat. When he saw Diancie coming back with a bowl of food, the little Kirby's eyes lit up instantly, and a trace of crystal liquid hung from the corner of his mouth. "Delicious! Want to eat?" Swallowing quietly, the little Kirby's eyes never left the rice bowl in Diancie's arms. "Come on, eat quickly." Diancie said after placing the rice bowl on the table in front of the little Kirby. When the little Kirbymon heard this, he immediately seemed to have heard the imperial decree. He grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Gang! It's so delicious! The little Kirby lacks language and cannot describe his feelings at this moment in words. He can only use actions to express his feelings at this moment. With one piece in his left hand and one in his right hand, the little Kirby chewed it in big mouths. In the blink of an eye, only half of the bowl of steamed buns was left. Diancie said quickly, eat slowly, the steamed buns won't run away. Gang, is this called steamed buns? The little Kirby asked Diancie with a bulging mouth, holding up the steamed bun in its right hand. Yes, it's called steamed buns. Diancie nodded. Gang, it's so delicious. Little Kirby couldn't help but said. If it tastes good, eat more. Diancie looked at the little Kirby with a loving look and said. And Anja is already crazy with joy. I saw the column of happiness points constantly displaying. +100 +100 +100. In just a short while, the little Kirby beast contributed 500 happiness points to him. Anja has already learned from Diancie that the happiness points provided by different Pokémon during meals are different, which is related to the strength of happiness they feel at that time. The stronger the happiness, the more happiness points provided. Obviously, the little Kirby has a very strong sense of happiness at this time, as expected of it. Anja was lying on the door frame, secretly observing the little Kirby. Seeing that it was satisfied with its meal, he felt full of accomplishment. After a while, he looked at the round little Kirby in a trance, and couldn't help but fantasize in his mind, the fur of the little Kirby must be very soft and comfortable to touch, right? How wonderful it would be to sleep with it. The little Kirby ate too fast and suddenly choked, so he beat his chest hard. Diancie quickly brought him a large glass of water. The little Cappy picked up the cup of water and drank heavily. When he could catch his breath, he smiled silly at Diancie. Diancie was amused by its stupidity. After finishing the bowl of steamed buns, the little Kirby burped with satisfaction, and then asked expectantly, just can I come again next time? Diancie nodded and said, of course, but at least until tomorrow. Each Pokémon can only eat here once a day. Although the restaurant was established to benefit Pokémon, and the system is also called the Pokémon feeding system, it does not mean that Pokémon can stay here every day to eat and wait to die, so each Pokémon can only come here every day. Once, after all, there is no charge for Pokémon here. Even so, the little Kirby was very satisfied. It jumped down from the chair, and after groping around for a while, he suddenly pulled out a bunch of hair and handed it to Diancie. Did you pay for the meal? Diancie asked. Just. The little Kirby nodded repeatedly. Then I'll take it. Diancie said, taking the tuft of hair. Seeing that Diancie accepted his meal money, the little Kirby was so happy that he jumped out of the store. After the little Kirby left, Anja dared to come out of the kitchen. 3 This sneaking feeling is really bad. He really wants to touch the little Kirby. Woohoo! He looked at the dark blue hair in Diancie's hand, and only a column of information appeared in the observation eye. The hair of the little Kirby beast can be used to make a move learning device. Move learner? Chapter 6 Go and come back. Diancie, how do you make this hair into a move learning device? Anji asked in confusion. Diancie replied, if you look through them all, there should be a device for making a move learning device. You can make it by buying it with happiness points. Hearing this, Anja quickly clicked on them all. After searching twice and not finding it, he simply used the search function. Sure enough, a strange-looking machine jumped out. He looked at the following. The price, good guy, is 50,000 happiness points. Even if you sell him, you can't afford it. Anja looked at his happiness point balance, which was 600 points, with Melaman contributing 100 and Little Carbimon contributing 500. Diancie took a look at the price and said, "This is actually very cheap. Because we are in the novice stage, this is a discounted price. After the novice stage, it will only become more expensive." Anja: "Forget it, let's talk about the move learner later. We won't need it now anyway," Anja said while putting the little Kirby's hair into the system backpack. "Anja, I will continue to go out to attract customers. I still need 8 customers before the task is completed," Diancie said. "Diancie, thank you for your hard work," Anji said with emotion. Diancie hugged Anja's arm and said, "It's not hard at all. I'm very happy to be able to help Anja." Anji was even more moved after hearing this, so he couldn't help but hugged Diancie again. "Okay, I'm going out." Diancie shyly pushed Anja away and ran out of the store quickly. After Diancie left, Anja glanced at the taskbar. Host 10 Pokémon for 3 days. 2/10. Sure enough, without Anja as a human inconvenience, the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau have a completely different attitude towards Diancie. It can be said that they are friendly and enthusiastic. Soon, 3 more Pokémon were recruited to the store by Diancie, namely White Butterfly, Espar, and Puff. Each of them was satisfied when they left the store. After Diancie sent Mian Puff away, Anja dared to come out of the kitchen. He glanced at his system interface. Host 10 Pokémon for 3 days. 5/10. Happiness points, 900. The happiness points contributed by White Butterfly, Espar, and Mian Puff are all 100, and none of them will be as happy as Little Carby to eat the food cooked by Anja. It seems that his cooking skills need to be improved. Just making steamed buns would limit his performance too much. Unfortunately, it is not a food specified by the system. Even if he makes it, the Pokémon will not contribute happiness points if he eats it. Otherwise, he can still use it freely. You have to keep working hard to unlock more food in the system. Anja's morale was high for a while. For the first 16 years, he was weak and sick, unable to do almost anything. Now that he is healthy, he vows to live a good life. It is also rare for Anja to have something to fight for. "Diancie, let's keep working hard." Anja raised his fist and said to Diancie, "Keep up the good work." Diancie was infected by Anja's emotions and raised her fist to touch Anja. Her morale was also high. "Then I'll go out." After cheering, Diancie waved to Anja and walked towards the door of the store. Anja also waved to it. After Diancie left, Anja went back to the kitchen to hide, but he didn't stay in the kitchen for long when he heard Diancie's voice coming from outside again. "So fast this time?" Anji was confused, so he quietly stuck his head out to watch. But what he didn't expect was that the person coming turned out to be a molten beast. Diancie didn't take 2 steps when she went out and met the molten beast that came to find her. The melting beast was a little depressed at this time, but when its eyes fell on the bouquet of flowers in the vase at the front desk, it was slightly stunned. "Those are the flowers it picked this morning." Although it is afraid that Anja is a human being, Anja helped it after all. It wants to thank Anja anyway, but its ability is limited now and it can only express its feelings in this trivial way. It had thought that its thoughts would be rejected, but it never thought that the bouquet of flowers would be treated so seriously. Salvovore has never learned Ikebana and has limited aesthetics, so to be honest, the bouquets it picked are messy in shape and don't actually have much aesthetic appeal. They are just more natural and fresh. But Anja found it very pleasing to the eye. For a moment, the melting beast didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. Diancie picked up the molten beast and put it on the table, and said to it, "Have you had breakfast? Can I get you something to eat?" Cool bell, cool bell. The molten food beast shook its head desperately, it had already eaten it. When he thought of what happened this morning, the Salvovore was moved in his heart. It was for everyone that he returned to this place tremblingly. Cool bell, cool bell. The molten beast tried his best to explain to Diancie why he came here. After having breakfast this morning, the Salvovore accidentally saw the hooded gangster and Skitty scratching the grass. At first, it didn't understand what they were doing, but after observing it for a while, it was discovered that they were looking for grass roots to eat. Not only the hooded gangster and Skitty were like this, Punchame ran to the river and drank water, but his stomach still growled after drinking. Zhu Guangling ran to the cave and wanted to sleep, but he couldn't sleep because he was hungry. It turns out that everyone is starving themselves in order to give food to the molten beast. At that moment, the molten beast blamed itself very much. When it ate the food that everyone had humbly offered, it had no idea that everyone was starving to satisfy it. Despite the lush vegetation and greenery of the Nebel Plateau, food resources are actually not that abundant. Most of the area here is flat grassland with very little fruit-bearing vegetation. In addition, there are too many Pokémon living here, making it even more difficult to obtain food. In the past, there were not so many Pokémon living on the Nebel Plateau, but it is not far from the Kingdom of Azote. Pokémon who originally lived in the city but had to leave the city for many reasons gradually gathered here, settled and multiplied here, so the number of Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau increased. In fact, there are continuous mountains and dense and deep forests around the Nebel Plateau, and there is no shortage of food there. But these Pokémon originally lived in the human world and had an inexplicable fear of areas far away from the human world. Except for the Nebel Plateau, they did not dare to go anywhere else. Seeing his companions starving, the Salvovore was very sad. After much thought, he could only think of coming to Anja for help. It remembered that Anja told it that if it was hungry, it could go to him. So you want to bring some food back from here for your companions? Diancie asked after listening to the story of the molten beast. But it's a bit difficult. According to the rules of the store, food cannot be taken out. Cooling 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 ling. The molten beast prayed with a face on its face. It doesn't have the ability now, but when it grows up, it will definitely return the favor. At this moment, Anja poked his head out of the door frame. The Salvovore had seen him, so he stopped hiding. Just in order not to surprise the Salvovore, he did not approach rashly. Diancie, come here, come here. Anji waved to Diancie. Originally, the molten beast was very scared when it saw Anja, but when it thought of its hungry friends, it bravely puffed up its chest and looked at Anja firmly. Looking at the molten beast's shining eyes, Anja was in a daze. After arriving at the Nebel Plateau, it was the first time Anja was looked at directly by a Pokémon other than Diancie. Komala has her eyes closed 24 hours a day, so that doesn't count. Diancie entered at Anja's greeting in the kitchen. He conveyed the request of the molten beast to him. Anji didn't say much, just took a rice bowl and filled it with a full bowl of steamed buns. Here it is. He handed the rice bowl to Diancie. Diancie hesitated and said, but the rules in the store. Anji said nonchalantly, I'm the shop owner, I don't have the final say on the rules or anything like that. Okay. Diancie took the rice bowl and sighed helplessly, you willful guy. Hey, Anja touched the diamond on Diancie's forehead. Returning to the hall, Diancie placed the steamed buns in front of the molten beast and said to it, our shop owner agreed. It also did not forget to give Angela a good impression. Actually, according to the original rules of our shop, food cannot be taken outside. But our shopkeeper knew that you cared about your companion, so he made an exception. Although he is a human being, he is different from the person who abandoned you. After contacting the Pokémon on the plateau, Diancie has already found out why everyone is afraid of Anja, but she hasn't had time to tell Anja yet. Thinking of everyone's attitude towards Anja, Diancie felt very unfair for Anja. Her Anja was the best human being in the world. It was simply insulting to compare him with those hateful guys. After listening to Diancie's words, the Salvovore's heart was indeed touched. It quietly glanced towards the kitchen, and when it saw Anja grinning at it, it looked back in panic. You can't take away so much food, so I'll take you back. Diancie said. It just so happened that it also wanted to get in touch with its companions who came into contact with the Salvovore. These are all potential customers. Cool bell, cool bell. The melting beast hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement and thanked Diancie. Anja, I'm going out for a while. Diancie turned and shouted towards the kitchen. I know, leave early and come back early. Anji's voice came from the kitchen. Diancie picked up the steamed bun again and said to the molten beast, lead the way. Cool bell. The molten beast nimbly jumped down from the table and jumped ahead to lead Diancie. Under the leadership of the molten beast, Diancie came to their residence. At this time, Punchame happened to come back from outside, and the molten beast quickly shouted to it. Cooling, cooling, I brought a lot of food back, please invite everyone to eat together. Punchame had a puzzled look on his face. He looked at the unfamiliar Diancie and then at the fragrant steamed buns in Diancie's arms, and his saliva flowed out unconsciously. It drank too much water, and the water in its belly was gurgling. Yacha, who is it? Why haven't I seen it? Punchame asked. Diancie explained first, like the Salvary beast, I am a new resident who has just arrived at the Nebel Plateau. I heard the Salvovore said that you are short of food, so I sent some over. Although Punchame kept swallowing, he still asked, the food was given to us, what will you do? Diancie touched its head gently and said, don't worry, I'm not short of food. Probably because he has taken care of Anja since he was a child, she sometimes exudes the brilliance of motherhood unconsciously. Punchame was very simple and did not doubt Diancie's words, and immediately jumped up with joy. Really? That's great. The Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau often help each other, so Punchame did not refuse Diancie's gift. He just thought that if he had extra food in the future, he would give it to Diancie. Acha, I'm going to call everyone back. With that said, Punchame ran away. Not long after, the little lion cub, Skitty, the hooded gangster, Stunky, Spritzy, the snake bear, the umbrella electric lizard, the foam chinchilla, and the candlelight spirit sleeping at home all gathered in the cave, surrounding a bowl full of steamed buns. Keep swallowing. Diancie told everyone again what she had just said to Punchame, and everyone happily accepted Diancie's gift. Pokémon are like this, frank and straightforward, without so many tricks. They will sincerely accept your help and will repay you without reservation in the future. Soon, the bowl of steamed buns was completely fucked by several Pokémon. At the same time, Anja saw that the balance of happiness points was increasing rapidly, and he almost smiled. Plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. The final balance stopped at 1,800 points, an increase of 900 points. At the same time, there are also changes on the taskbar of the system interface. Host 10 Pokémon for 3 days. 10 tenths, completed, rewards to be claimed. Punchame lay on the ground with a swollen belly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Yacha, I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Several other Pokémon were also lying on the ground, burping incessantly. Shishi, it's so delicious. This is the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. The little lion said. Mimi, you said it as if you had eaten a lot of delicious food. The foam chinchilla swept the little lion with its tail. The little lion took advantage of the situation and hugged the foam chinchilla's furry tail, smiling innocently. Everyone also laughed at the foam chinchilla's words. Indeed, they have never eaten anything good. Zhu Guangling walked to Diancie and said to her sincerely, "Thank you." Diancie shook her head and said, "You're welcome. If you are hungry from now on, you can come to my house anytime." Zhu Guangling hesitated and said, "Isn't this bad? Don't worry and come, it's okay." Diancie said proudly, "But you can only come once a day." As she said that, she winked at everyone playfully. Diancie chatted with a few Pokémon for a while, asked about some things about the Nebel Plateau, and then returned to the store. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Anja running towards him. Chapter 7 was discovered. Running to Diancie, Anja suddenly moved a table next to him easily and asked with a showy look. Diancie, have you noticed anything different about me? Diancie raised her head and asked doubtfully, is there any? What's the difference? Hearing this, Anji moved the table and took 2 more steps. Guess again. Diancie was immediately amused by Anja. She pushed Anja to put the table back in place. Okay, I get it. It's getting stronger, right? You all know this? Really, why are you still teasing me? Anji was very dissatisfied. It turns out that Anja's mission reward this time was physical fitness +1. When the system prompted that the task was completed, Anja chose to receive the reward without hesitation, and then a prompt popped up on the task bar. Congratulations to the master for getting +1 physique. Not only that, when this prompt disappeared, another prompt popped up on the task bar. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of entertaining 10 guests and receiving the achievement reward, Intelligence +1. Now Anja's personal information interface has become Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, +500, physique, 2 intelligence, 2 culinary evaluation, a rookie who can eat. Anja didn't feel much about the changes in intelligence, and he didn't feel that his IQ had improved, but he felt the changes in physical fitness very intuitively. Anja's physical fitness was very poor due to frailty in the past 16 years. Although he has regained his health now because he shared his life with Diancie and can run and jump, he still looks a little weaker than ordinary people. But after adding 1 point of physical fitness, he could clearly feel that he had undergone tremendous changes from the inside out. It was impossible for him to move the tables so easily before. Although the tables and chairs in Anja's store look ordinary, they are actually very heavy. After all, the main customers of this store are Pokémon, and Pokémon are usually stronger than humans. If the tables and chairs are too heavy, it was so light that it was easily overturned by them. Seeing Anji's happy face, Diancie unconsciously showed a bright smile. Anja's body is getting healthier and healthier, and of course he is happier than anyone else. If I complete a few more missions, wouldn't I become a Superman? Anja couldn't help but fantasize. Diancie then broke his fantasy. Do you think physical fitness and intelligence points are so good? We are in the novice phase now, so the mission rewards only include physical fitness points. When the novice phase is over, it is no longer possible to have such a rare reward among the general mission rewards. Ah! Anji's face was full of disappointment when he heard this. Why is this like this? Diancie shook her head helplessly. Now that the task has been completed, Diancie did not go out to solicit customers anymore. She was leisurely and lazy at home with 1 person and 1 Pokémon. And the day passed in the blink of an eye. Yeah. The next morning, Anja woke up to the crisp cry of fletchling. The warm sun shone through the window on the end of his bed, making him feel warm all over, and he had no desire to get up at all. It's so cool. He kicked off half of the quilt, straightened his hands and feet, and stretched himself. This kind of leisurely day was so beautiful. Click at this time, the sound of the door lock turning was heard, and Diancie poked her head in and asked, "The sun is shining on your butt, can you afford it?" Anja turned over reluctantly, pulled the quilt over and hugged her, complaining, "Are you my mother? There's nothing wrong anyway, why are you urging me to get up?" Humph! Diancie curled her lips, "You have a good idea, who wants to be your mother? A new mission has come, do you want to take it?" Hearing this, Anji immediately fell asleep. Yugilo sat up from the bed and asked, "Is there a new mission coming so soon?" Hurry up, you won't be punished for failing the mission anyway," Diancie said. "Then take it, come on." Anja waved to Diancie, then climbed to the edge of the bed and sat down. Diancie pushed the door and walked into Anja's room, and then a pop-up window appeared in front of her. which read: Task: entertain 50 Pokemon for 10 days. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. It turns out to be an advanced mission from the previous mission. Anja suddenly realized. Of course he chose yes without hesitation, and then an extra line of words appeared on his taskbar interface. Host 50 Pokemon for 10 days. 0/50. As for the previous tasks, they are no longer displayed on the taskbar because they have been completed. After receiving the task, Anja got up from the bed, put on his slippers, stretched his arms, and sighed, I have to start working again. After washing up, Anja walked downstairs, and Diancie reminded him, Little Cappy is here and is waiting for you to cook downstairs. Anja looked surprised, so early? Diancie said speechlessly, how early is it? If you sleep a little longer, it will be noon. Anja scratched his head in embarrassment. After putting on his chef uniform and quietly entering the kitchen, Anja stretched his head and took a peek outside. Sure enough, he saw the little Kirby sitting in the hall. He must have been waiting for a while, but it had already fallen asleep on the table. On fire. So cute. Looking at the peaceful sleeping face of the little Kirby, Anja smiled and then began to prepare ingredients for breakfast. Soon, bursts of aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Before the little Kirby woke up, its nose began to sniff involuntarily. Following the scent, it jumped down from the chair and moved towards the kitchen step by step. Just as it was about to enter the kitchen, Diancie suddenly appeared. She patted the little Kirby on the cheek and called out, Little Kirby? Little Kirby! The little Kirby shuddered and woke up instantly, but its nose still curled up uncontrollably. Gang gang, it smells so good. Diancie asked, Are you hungry? You can eat soon. You go back and sit down first. The little Kirby nodded and walked back to his seat to sit down. He couldn't help but stretch his neck and look towards the kitchen. It happened that at this time, White Butterfly, Espar, and Puff also came one after another. These 3 Pokemon did not come empty-handed, but came with gifts. The White Butterfly weaves a small net bag with its own silk, which contains some flower seeds. Espar hugged a nut. It was a delicacy that he had collected for a long time and he was usually reluctant to eat it. Now he wanted to give it to Diancie. Mian Puff brings a fresh peach fruit. These are all for me. Diancie asked in surprise. The 3 Pokemon nodded at the same time, rushing to deliver their gifts to Diancie's arms. Diancie was very happy, then I'll accept it. You all sit down and you can eat soon. As she said that, she carried 3 of them to the table one by one. Just wait, I'll get you something to eat. Diancie turned and went to the kitchen. As soon as it entered the kitchen, it showed Anja the gifts from the 3 Pokemon. Anja said jealously, They are all for you, not for me. Seeing Anja's childish look, Diancie smiled and stuffed the nuts and peaches into his hands. What? They just didn't see you, otherwise of course these gifts would be for you. You are the one, we are the backbone of each other. Snort. Anja picked up the peach fruit and put it by the sink, washed it, and then took a bite. To be honest, because the wild tree fruit has not been cultivated, the taste is actually very ordinary, not very sweet, and very sour, but Anja still ate it in one bite. Putting the nut in the kitchen cabinet, Anja took out the steamed buns from the steamer and handed them to Diancie, saying, Give them to them quickly. Diancie smiled and put pots of steamed buns. They moved it to the lobby and distributed it to Pokemon, and the store quickly became lively. Anja opened his system interface and saw that his happiness points were increasing. +100 +100 +100. The 4 Pokemon were about to leave after eating. Diancie sent them to the door one by one and shouted, Come back tomorrow. If you have friends who are also hungry, you can bring them with you. Just. Lee. The 4 Pokemon agreed wholeheartedly. After the 3 Pokemon left, Anja's happiness points increased by 800. This time, the little Kirby contributed another MVP, contributing 500 points on its own. Anja likes little Kirby too much. It would be great if it could be touched and held by itself. Anja looked at the taskbar again and found that the text on it had changed. Host 50 Pokémon for 10 days. 4/50ths, it seems that as long as the market is open, this task will not be difficult. Anja was a little proud. Because the mission lasted for 10 days, Anja was not in a hurry to let Diancie continue to go out to attract customers today. Instead, he said to Diancie, "Didn't the white butterfly just give us some flower seeds? Let's plant them at the door." "Okay, okay." Diancie said happily. It had long felt that there was only one field at the door and it was very monotonous. "Let's go." One person and one Pokémon came outside the small building, picked here and there, and finally chose an open space on the right. However, although the land has been selected, how to cultivate it has become a problem. Although the system has placed various living props for the family, it has not given props such as shovels and hoes. Is it possible to buy it in the store? Anja checked through the system store and found that he could indeed buy shovels and hoes. However, he had just gained such a small amount of happiness that he was reluctant to use it to buy shovels and hoes. At this time, Diancie smiled playfully, "Leave this to me." As it spoke, it stretched out its two hands, and pink light flashed in its palms. The next second, a shovel and hoe made of diamonds appeared. "Wow!" Anja couldn't help but exclaimed, "Diancie, you are too powerful, aren't you?" Taking the diamond shovel into his hand, Anja couldn't put it down and said, "This should be very valuable, right? If he sold it, wouldn't he have enough food and clothing? What other system tasks are you doing?" Diancie saw through Anja's delusion at a glance and said angrily, "What are you thinking about? This won't last long and will disappear. If you sell it, do you want to be beaten to death as a liar?" "Okay." Anja was a little disappointed, and then he said to Diancie, "The shovels and hoes you made like this are not easy to use. The diamond handles are too smooth and we can't hold them. It's very difficult to use. What should we do?" Diancie was puzzled. Anja gestured and said, "You remove the handles, leaving holes for sticks here and here on the shovel and hoe. We'll find 2 sticks to use as handles later." "So that's it." Diancie suddenly realized, and she saw it tap lightly on the handles of the diamond shovel and diamond hoe, and the handles of the 2 farm tools suddenly turned into dots of pink light and disappeared into the air. "Awesome!" Anja gave Diancie a thumbs up and praised. "Of course." Diancie raised her little head, very proud. "Let's go find some wood." Putting the shovel and hoe on the doorstep, Anja said to Diancie. After that, he turned to look at Komala on the platform and said, "Komala, look after the house." "Hulyalu." A faint snore sound came. "Anja. Let's go." Regardless of whether Komala heard it or not, Anja took Diancie's hand and left. "Let's go there," Diancie said, pointing to the 2 giant trees not far from the small building. In addition to grass, the vegetation on the Nebel Plateau consists mostly of low shrubs. There are not many tall vegetation. The 2 giant trees are the most conspicuous presence on the plateau. "Okay, let's go there." Anja nodded. However, the one-person one-Pokemon group had not gone very far when they bumped head-on with Melizo, Punchame, Bandana, and Umbrella. These Pokemon all held bouquets of colorful flowers in their arms. They came specifically to thank Diancie for sending them food, but they didn't want to see humans. "Acha, it's a human being. Run!" Punchame immediately threw away the flowers in his arms, then turned around and ran away. The reactions of several other Pokemon were exactly the same as it. Only the Salvovore stood there blankly. It looked at Anja and then at the backs of its companions, feeling at a loss for a moment. But after hesitating for a while, it turned around and chased after its friends. "Hey," Anja sighed deeply, and then said, "Let's go find the branches." Since he was seen, there was nothing he could do. Punchame and the others ran all the way home, and soon all the family members knew about the existence of Anja, a human being. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Solvery beast. In the end, the Solvery beast could only tell everyone the fact that Diancie had a trainer and that it came to give them food under the orders of the trainer. After listening to the words of the molten food beast, everyone fell into silence. The melting beast lowered its head, tears welling up in its eyes. It originally thought that everyone would blame it, but it heard Zhu Guangling say, it's not your fault, you are doing it for everyone's good." Other Pokémon also gathered around to comfort Malvoman. After Anja arrived under the big tree, as expected, he encountered fear and hostility from the Pokémon living here. In desperation, he and Diancie quickly cut down 2 branches and carried them. "Just run away." After returning home, Anja trimmed the branches with a knife, and then inserted them into the diamond shovel and hoe, and the 2 farm tools were completed. "Work! Work!" Diancie agreed. Chapter 8 Getting Closer. Anja turned over the soil with a shovel, and Diancie used a hoe to break up the large pieces of soil. After digging a small piece of land, Anja stood up straight with the shovel pole. It seems that not everyone can do this kind of work. After working for a short while, he felt soreness in his back. Hearing this, Diancie laughed at Anji and said, "Anji, you can't do it. You said I can't do it." Anji immediately quit after hearing this. "You dare to say I can't do it?" He stepped on the shovel and dug hard into the ground. "I'll show you today that I can do it." No. However, about 10 minutes later, Anja once again supported the spade pole and stood up straight with his waist. "Ouch, it seems that I really can't do it." Diancie burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing?" Anja glared at Diancie angrily. "Ha ha ha!" Diancie smiled even more happily. While rubbing his sore waist, Anja turned to look at Komala and said, "Komala, do you want to come down and help? A family must share blessings and share hardships." Originally, Anja just asked casually, but he didn't expect that Komala actually rolled over. "I saw it raised the tree pillow in its hand, and a green light shone on the tree pillow, and then smashed it hard on the ground. Suddenly the ground shook, the soil was turned up, and a piece of land was reclaimed." "It's a gavel!" Anja exclaimed. The skill Komala used just now is the grass-type physical ultimate mallet. "Komala, you are great, unlike some people," Diancie said while glancing at Anja. "Anja. No personal attack." Diancie pretended to be stupid and said, "I didn't tell you, why are you so anxious to take your seat?" Anji said angrily, wait until I complete a few more tasks and gain a few more physical points. Let's see if I don't call you daddy." Diancie spread her hands indifferently and said, "Then I'll just wait." Planting flowers does not require a large area, and the area cleared by Komala with a mallet was enough, so Anja threw away the spade and squatted down to pick out the weeds one by one. If the weeds are not cleaned up, they will soon come back to life and compete with the flowers for nutrients. Komala was not idle either. It rolled around in the ground and used the tree pillow in its hand to break up large chunks of soil with Diancie. It's just that it was covered in mud, so it needs to be washed properly when it comes back. Anja looked at Diancie and Komala, who were very busy, and couldn't help but smile. He likes his current life very much. He has a lovely partner to accompany him and a career that is not too busy. His days are calm and peaceful. At this moment, Anja suddenly heard something moving in the grass not far away. He asked doubtfully, "Who is there?" The grass moved again, and after several seconds, Anja saw a candlelight spirit jumping out. Mhe. Seeing Anja, Zhu Guangling's expression was a little unnatural. It turned around and barked twice into the grass behind it. Only Punchame, Umbrella, Skitty, Stunky and other Pokémon were seen jumping out of the grass one after another. Came out, and the last person who came out was Anja, who knew the molten beast. Seeing the molten beast, Anja took the initiative to greet it with a smile. "So it's you. Are these your partners? The melting beast nodded slightly. Hello, my name is Anja. I am a human who just moved to the Nebel Plateau. Anja knew that those Pokemon were afraid of him, but he still greeted them openly. Several Pokemon took 2 steps back in fear. Seeing this, Diancie hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Do you have anything to do here? Have a meal." I saw Zhu Guangling mustering up the courage to take the lead. It shook its head first, and then explained its purpose. It turned out that after learning that it was humans who brought them food, they decided to come and express their gratitude even though they were scared. They would not ignore Anja's kindness to them just because they hate humans. After listening to Diancie's story, Anja said, "You want to repay me?" Zhu Guangling nodded. "That's it." Anja lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After more than 10 seconds, he suddenly said, "Well, I'm planning to plant some flowers. Come and help me." There is no rush to ease the relationship with Pokemon, so start by creating more opportunities to get along with them. I believe that as time goes by, everyone will slowly accept him. Hearing Anji's suggestion, Zhu Guangling hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. "Okay, let's get started." As he spoke, Anja began to assign tasks to several Pokemon. Planting flowers requires fertilizer, which Anja obviously doesn't have. He can buy it in the system, but he doesn't have many happiness points, so he can't bear it. In this case, you can only make it yourself. Anja asked Punchame, the hooded gangster, the umbrella electric lizard and the foam chinchilla to pick up some dead leaves, dead branches, mulch, and Pokemon poop. The flower garden still needs to be surrounded by some stones, and he asked the lion cub, Skitty, Stunky, Spritzy, the snake bear and the molten beast to move some stones back. The stone should not be too small, but if it is too big, even a few Pokemon may not be able to move it, so Anja told the Solvery that if it encounters a stone that is too big, use its venom to corrode the stone into small pieces. Move again. As for the candlelight spirit, although Anja had cleared away all the weeds in the field, there must still be grass roots and seeds in the soil that could not be cleaned, so he asked Zhu Guangling to bake the soil carefully with a flame, so that weeds could be removed. And can sterilize the soil. After the tasks were assigned, the Pokemon immediately started working. Not long after, piles of dead branches, leaves, sludge, excrement, and stones were sent back by the Pokemon. Bubble Chinchilla is a Pokemon that loves to be clean very much. Anja actually let it pick up poop. When it wrapped the poop in leaves and brought it back, its disgusted expression made everyone laugh. Fortunately, the poop that can be found outside has been dried long ago, otherwise the foam chinchilla might jump up and scratch Anja's face. After the ground is processed, it needs to be left to dry for a while, because the candlelight spirit has just been roasted by fire and the temperature in the ground is a bit high. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Anja took Punchame and a few others to make fertilizer, while Diancie took a few lion cubs to surround the ground with stones. Anja first dug a deep pit next to the ground with a shovel, and then asked the candlelight spirit to light the branches and dead leaves on fire. Then he and Punchame mixed the burned ashes with rot and Pokemon poop, and then pushed it deep into the pit. The pit is finally covered with the remaining unburned dead leaves to allow the fertilizer inside to ferment. While Anja was finishing the work, Diancie and the others also finished surrounding the stones. After surrounding the stones, the land finally looked like a flower garden. "Thank you for your hard work. You are so capable." Seeing how efficiently everyone worked, Anja couldn't help but praise them. Several Pokemon were afraid of Anja and did not dare to look at Anja, but they were also happy with Anja's praise, so they couldn't help but peek at Anja. Among them, Spritzy and the snake bear couldn't help but think, humans are not as scary as everyone says. Among these Pokemon, only Spritzy and snake bear are native Pokemon on the Nebel Plateau. They have never been in contact with humans before, and have never been harmed by humans. Their fear of humans is only due to the fact that they live on the plateau. Everyone's description of human beings. Seeing that Spritzy and the snake bear were looking at him the most boldly, Anja grinned at them heartily, showing 2 rows of big white teeth. Seeing Anja's smile, the 2 Pokémon immediately turned their heads awkwardly, pretending to be nonchalant. Waiting for the heat in the ground to dissipate, Anja and his Pokémon dug small holes in the surrounding flower beds, and then buried the flower seeds in them. The last thing left is watering. Anja took out a few small buckets from home and told everyone. At this moment Spritzy suddenly flew out. Anja looked at Diancie in confusion and asked, "What does Spritzy mean?" Diancie relayed, "Spritzy said to leave the watering to it." "Really?" Anja looked at Spritzy and asked, "Can I really leave it to you?" Spritzy flapped her wings confidently on her chest, assuring her that there would be no problem. However, when it realized that it was talking to a human, it immediately hid behind the snake bear uneasily and only quietly stretched out its head to look at Anja. Seeing this, Anja said to him in a gentle tone, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Spritzy nodded, flapped its wings quickly and flew away. Anja looked at Spritzy's back and was very curious about how it would water the flower bed. After a while, Spritzy flew back again, with another Pokémon beside it. Seeing it, Anja finally understood why Spritzy said that he would leave the watering to it. The Pokémon Spritzy brought was a cast form. Cast form is a weather Pokémon. Its body shape changes with the weather. It will transform into sun, rain, and snow cloud forms respectively on sunny days, rainy days and snowy days. Even though it is small, it has the ability to control the weather. Powerful ability. Spritzy seemed to have told Floating Bubbles that there were humans here, so Floating Bubbles was not surprised when he saw Anja. He just hid behind Spritzy, looking a little timid. After being introduced by Spritzy, Anja learned that this Floating Bubble was Spritzy's good friend, so after learning that there were humans around, Anja still came to help with such loyalty. "Then it's up to you, Floating Bubble," Anja said. Floating Bubble nodded, slowly coming from behind Spritzy after flying out. It looked at Anja's kind smile and, like its good friend Spritzy, felt that humans were not as scary as everyone said. Like Snake Bear and Spritzy, Cast Form is a Pokémon native to the Nebel Plateau, and its knowledge of humans is limited to word of mouth among Pokémon. Cast Form was seen flying slowly above the flower bed, and then a small group of dark clouds gathered above the flower bed, and soon a light rain fell. The moment it rained, Cast Form's body flashed with light, and its form changed, from its normal form to its rain form. At this time, its entire appearance looked like a small drop of water with legs. Floating Bubble has changed not only its form, but also its attributes. It has now changed from a normal Pokémon to a water-type Pokémon. Similarly, when it transforms into the sun and snow cloud forms, its attributes will also be converted to fire types respectively. An ice type, very interesting. Floating Bubbles have a very strong ability to control rainy days. They can limit the scope of rainfall to a small flower field without affecting other areas at all. After observing for a few seconds, Anja asked softly, "Cast Form, can you control the rain a little less? If it rains too much, the garden will accumulate water." Pfft! Floating Bubble nodded, and soon the rain became lighter. Seeing this, Anja gave Cast Form a thumbs up and said, "Floating Bubble, you are so awesome." Floating Bubble was a little shy when he heard this, and 2 blushes appeared on his cheeks unconsciously. Soon the watering was over and the Floating Bubble was about to run away. Anja quickly called it to stop it. "Floating Bubble, don't leave yet, I'll treat you to something to eat." When Cast Form heard that there was food, it subconsciously stopped in mid-air. It looked at its good friend Spritzy, and for a moment it didn't know whether to go or stay. Seeing this, Anja also said to the Zugwanglings, "Everyone, don't leave. I'll treat you all to something to eat." Mhe. The candle light on Zhu Guangling's head shook when he heard this, indicating that they could not stay. They were here to repay their kindness, so how could they stay to eat? Wouldn't it be in vain to work for a long time? Several other Pokémon also nodded in agreement, but when they thought of the delicious food they ate yesterday, they all swallowed subconsciously. At this time, Anja suddenly said in an exaggerated tone, "Oops, I accidentally prepared too much food today, but there are only 3 of me, Diancie, and Komala at home. I won't be able to finish it all. It will be wasted now. Thinking of so much all the food has to be thrown away, I feel so sad." As soon as Anja said this, the simple Pokémon also became anxious. How could food be wasted? Yes, I have a headache too. Diancie understood and quickly agreed with Anja. It would be great if anyone could help us eat together. That would really be a big help to me and Anja. Can everyone help me? Anja blinked and looked at the candlelight spirits and asked. Stay. Diancie picked up candlelight spirit and said. Looking at Anji and Diancie's expectant eyes, Zhu Guang couldn't help but nodded. That's great. Diancie said, and then it looked at the other Pokémon. Everyone will stay too, right? Candlelight agreed, and the other Pokémon naturally nodded in agreement. Then the matter is settled. Let's go clean up first and then come back for dinner. Anja said loudly. After Anja's reminder, Pokémon, you look at me, I look at you, and you realize that at some point, everyone has become a mud monkey. Ha ha ha. Acha. Mhi. For a moment, Anja and the Pokémon burst into laughter. At this moment, the Pokémon seemed to have forgotten their fear of Anja. Chapter 9. Take a shower and have a meal. Anja carried out a bunch of things from home, including shower gel, towels, combs, brushes, etc. Diancie followed behind him, dragging 2 very large bathtubs in her hands. Putting the things on the grass one by one, Anja shouted to the Pokémon, "Everyone, let's take a bath first, and then go to eat." The bathroom in Anja's house is not big enough to hold so many Pokémon, so he can only wash it outside. After setting up the bathtub, Anja said to Diancie. Diancie, you can go home and wash yourself. Just leave this place to me. Okay. Diancie nodded, I'll come and help you after I finish washing. After Diancie left, Anja said to Cast Form, could you please fill the basin with water? Whoa. Cast Form nodded, flew between the 2 bathtubs, and used his water gun skill. Soon the 2 bathtubs were filled with water. Anja then looked at Zhu Guangling and said, Zhu Guangling, can you please heat the water? The Nebel Plateau has a mild climate and is like spring all year round. Even taking a cold shower is okay, but after all, a cold shower is not as comfortable as a hot shower. Zhu Guangling nodded and jumped lightly onto the edge of the tub. 2 flames floated out of the candle above her head and floated to the water. After a while, the water in the 2 basins became warm. After testing the water temperature and feeling that it was suitable, Anja sat on the small bench and turned to the Pokémon. Said, okay, let's all line up to take a shower, in groups of 2, who comes first? This was the first time for the Pokémon to take a bath in this way. For a while, you pushed me and I pushed you, but they didn't dare to be the first to come forward. Of course, part of the reason was that they still didn't know how to get along with Anja. Seeing this, Anja smiled and grabbed his own Komala, then let's start with Komala. As he spoke, he put Komala into the water, put shower gel on it, then gently brushed Komala's back with a brush specially used for bathing furry Pokémon, and gently rubbed its back with his hands. Belly. Gilyalu. Probably because it was too comfortable, the expression on Komala's face gradually became happy, and he purred slightly from his mouth. The tree pillow that he usually kept close to him was unconsciously let go. Punchame looked at Komala with a look of enjoyment, and couldn't help but think, is it really that comfortable? Anja noticed its expression and said, Punchame, do you want to try it? Punchame's expression was twisted, and his 2 little hands were intertwined, hesitant. Anja didn't hesitate when he saw this, he just picked it up and stuffed it into the bathtub. Yacha Asha! Punchame was startled by Anja's sudden movement and screamed, but after being wrapped in the warm water, it immediately stopped struggling. It's really comfortable. Anja also put shower gel on Punchame, and then brushed its hair with a brush. Anja could clearly feel the stiffness of its body when he touched it, but after the brush brushed against it for a few rounds, its state finally relaxed. Yeah, that's right. Punchame tried hard to restrain his expression at first, but the brushing felt so comfortable that he finally couldn't help but sigh. When he realized his reaction, Punchame immediately covered his mouth and glanced at Anja shyly. However, Anja just smiled gently at it. Soon, Punchame and Komala were almost washed. Anja held them and put them into another bathtub filled with clean water, and then said to the other Pokemon, "Whose turn is it next?" Several Pokemon pushed each other, and finally Spritzy and Snake Bear were pushed out. When Anja was bathing Spritzy and the Snake Bear, in another tub, Komala was hugging his tree pillow and floating leisurely on the water with his eyes closed, while Punchame shrank his entire body into the water. "Leave only the nose above." It looked at Anja, who was gently bathing Spritzy and the Snake Bear, and fell into deep thought for a while. The human being in front of me was different from what I had seen before. He was very gentle. Recalling Anja's gentle and warm hands when he gave it a bath just now, and Anja's bright face when he smiled at it, Punchame's thoughts gradually drifted away. Punchame was once a Pokemon raised by humans, but unlike Punchame, which was abandoned by humans, it escaped from humans on its own initiative. The human who raised Punchame worked for a construction company. In addition to Punchame, he also raised many Pokemon such as Machoke and Ironback. But he was so evil. In order to make more money, he made his Pokemon work day and night. He was also reluctant to let the Pokemon have enough to eat, and would beat or scold them at every turn. Not only Punchame's master is like this, Punchame also knows that his master's colleagues also have similar attitudes towards their Pokemon. It is precisely because of this that Punchame thinks humans are scary. After day of torture, several Pokemon finally couldn't stand it anymore and finally decided to run away from the man. They stole their Pokeballs back, destroyed them and left under the cover of night. Several Pokemon escaped separately. Punchame wandered around and accidentally came to the Nebel Plateau, where he was picked up and taken in by candlelight. As for the whereabouts of its partners, it has no way of knowing. Okay. At this time, Spritzy and the Snake Bear had also finished washing, and were also carried into another bathtub by Anja. The rippling water brought Punchame back to his thoughts. It shook its head, trying to shake the good impression of Anja out of its mind, but after a while, it couldn't help but look at Anja bathing the hooded gangster and Skitty and became stunned. Skitty doesn't like water very much, and naturally doesn't like taking a bath, so as soon as it entered the bathtub, it started to struggle violently, splashing water everywhere, and Anja's clothes were soaked. Meowth meow. Skitty let out a howl like a slaughtering pig, but refused to let Anja put shower gel on it. At this moment, Zhu Guangling's body suddenly flashed with blue light, and Skitty, who was struggling hard for a second, seemed to have pressed the pause button. It's mental power. Candlelight Spirit used mental power to control Skitty. Mhe. Zhu Guangling reprimanded Skitty with a straight face. The big brother was very impressive. Skitty looked at Zhu Guangling with an aggrieved look, and finally became honest. Anja smiled and said to Zhu Guangling, "It's really a big help." Zhu Guangling was a little embarrassed. The candlelight on her head flickered a little fiercely. A small, invisible blush appeared on her face. Except for Candlelight and Cast Form, who didn't need to take a bath, all the other Pokemon were soon washed clean. Anja spread a large bath towel on the soft grass, picked up the Pokemon after bathing, and then used a hair dryer to dry their hair one by one. Anja's hair dryer is rechargeable and can be used without plugging in a cord, which is very convenient. Holding the little lion's soft body and stroking its smooth hair, Anja was extremely satisfied at this moment. After all the Pokemon were dry, Anja put away the things one by one, then called to the Pokemon and said, "Let's go home for dinner." Upon hearing this, the Pokemon immediately cheered. "Stand up!" Following Anja, the little lion patted Punchame. "Lion, lion, 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 you smell so good." As he spoke, he sniffed Punchame with his nose. A breeze blew, and the hair on Punchame and the little lion fluttered gently, extremely smooth. They had never felt as relaxed and comfortable as they did now. Punchame also came close to the little Shishi and relaxed his nose. "Acha acha, you smell so good, and everyone else smells so good." Hearing this, the other Pokemon also sniffed themselves. It was indeed very fragrant. After entering the room, Anja arranged for the Pokemon to sit down one by one. "You guys wait, I'll take a bath and I'll be back soon." After working for a long time, he himself was covered in stinky sweat. The Pokemon nodded obediently upon hearing this. Back on the second floor, Anja took a shower as quickly as possible and then hurried to the kitchen. However, when he walked into the kitchen, he found that the steamed buns had already been steamed. It turns out that Diancie came to the kitchen first to prepare after taking a shower, otherwise Anja's lie before would have been exposed. Anyway, Anja had already prepared everything when the little Cappies came to eat. Diancie just had to put it in the pot to steam. She could still do this little thing. Anja nodded Diancie's forehead and said with a smile, "Little clever devil." Soon a strong aroma wafted out of the kitchen, and the Pokemon outside swallowed and stretched their heads to look in the direction of the kitchen. "Too tempting. Let's eat." At this time, Anja and Diancie each came out with a bowl of steamed buns, and the aroma of steamed buns suddenly filled the Pokemon's noses. Distributing the food to the Pokemon one by one, Anja said, "Everyone, eat quickly." Soon the sound of gobbling came. Diancie was afraid that the Pokemon would choke if they just ate the steamed buns, so she thoughtfully poured a glass of warm water for each of them. Probably because eating tastes more delicious after working, Anja opened his system interface and found that the happiness points provided by each Pokemon had increased. Plus 150 plus 150 plus 150. In the end, 12 Pokemon provided Anja with a total of 1,800 happiness points, and his total happiness points reached 4,400. At the same time, changes also appeared on the taskbar. Host 50 Pokemon for 10 days. 16/50. If this momentum continues, I'm afraid the second task will be completed in 3 or 4 days, not 10 days at all. After eating and drinking, the Pokemon all slumped on the chairs with their bellies puffed out, with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Burp burp burp, the sound of burping is endless. After a long time, Zugwangling jumped down from the table, jumped to Anja and said, "Mhe, thank you for your hospitality. It's time for us to leave." Hearing this, the other Pokemon jumped down from their chairs and tables. Diancie relayed Zugwangling's words to Anja, and Anja smiled and said, "You're welcome to come back next time. If you feel bad, come and work for me more often." Zugwangling hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Anja and Diancie sent the Pokemon out the door. "I'll definitely come back next time." Anja waved and shouted. After Zugwangling and the others left, Anja stopped recruiting new customers. He just wanted the system tasks to be completed in time and didn't want to make himself too tired. He held Komala in his arms and sat side by side with Diancie on the steps at the door, chatting. Although there was nothing big to talk about, talking about the past and thinking about the future made Anja feel that his life was peaceful. Talking about the future, Diancie suddenly said, "Anja, after the novice period is over, the system will no longer provide you with ingredients. We will have to find a way by ourselves. Do you have any plans?" "That's right." Anja slapped his head, "You have to prepare in advance, otherwise you will definitely be blinded when the time comes." As he spoke, he clicked on the system store and began to browse quickly. How about we plant it ourselves? Anja suddenly suggested. The climate of the Nebel Plateau is suitable for growing many things. It just so happens that there are seeds for sale in the system. Diancie nodded. It's possible, but we have no experience. Can we really grow it? Anja said, let's try it. Let's plant some vegetables first, such as onions, ginger, garlic, etc. They will definitely be used in the future. Okay then, it's settled. It just so happens that the candlelight spirits don't feel sorry for eating and drinking here for free. We can ask them to help. Good idea, I'll tell them next time they come. The relationship was settled like that. Before I knew it, the sky got dark. In the evening, Anja, Diancie, and Komala had dinner together around the table, then washed up and went to rest. Before sending Komala back to the cabin, Anja asked it with a strange smile, Baby bear, do you want to sleep with me tonight? Komala is furry all over. If you can hold it to sleep, you will have a good sleep all night long. When Komala heard this, she immediately turned over in his arms and turned her butt towards him. Her refusal was obvious. Anja curled his lips in disappointment and said, what a pity. My big bed is obviously more comfortable to sleep on. Komala was too lazy to listen to Anja's nonsense. She jumped up holding her tree pillow and easily jumped into her hut. Then she got into the bed neatly and turned the back of her head towards Anja. You little heartless boy, I raised you in vain. Anja said angrily, then turned and walked towards the house, muttering in his mouth, tonight is going to be a lonely night again. The next day, Anja still slept until midnight before getting up to cook for the Pokemon. The little Kirby, the white butterfly, and the candlelight spirit arrived one after another. Not only that, they also brought their own friends. When the new Pokemon arrived, in order not to scare them, Anja hid in the kitchen and did not show up as before, relying on Diancie to entertain them. When the Solvery Beast and Punchame came, they also brought bouquets of flowers to Anja. Anja replaced the withered one with a new bouquet. Because of the decoration of these bouquets, Anja felt that his shop had a gentle atmosphere. As the number of Pokemon coming here to eat gradually increased, Anja's small shop finally became lively little by little. Chapter 10 The Little Cook is here. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Pokemon came to the store to eat as usual. When they came, most of them brought 1 or 2 gifts, sometimes a flower, sometimes a fruit, or some parts of their bodies, no matter what the gift was. Light or heavy, Diancie will gladly accept it. After the little Kirby's hair, Anja later received Esper's nails, Didane's beard, Bellsprout's roots, and skin fragments of the nonsense tree. According to the identification of the observation eye, they can all be used to make move learning tools. Unfortunately, the device for making a move learning device is too expensive, and Anja simply cannot afford it. Listening to the laughter of the Pokemon outside, Anja hummed a little tune unconsciously while steaming the buns. Suddenly, there were bursts of exclamations outside, and Anja's heart trembled. Could something have happened? He quickly opened the door frame and peeked out. Only to see a group of Pokemon gathered around with their heads lowered. They didn't know what they were looking at, and they were shouting while watching. What happened? Anja was extremely curious, but everyone was so tightly surrounded that he couldn't see anything at all. Even Diancie was there to watch the fun. But judging from Diancie's reaction, something bad probably didn't happen. Gradually, Anja seemed to notice that strands of blue-white light were leaking out from the circle surrounded by everyone. That's... Anja's eyes widened. Foo-foo! Suddenly there was a cry, and Diancie took out a brand new Pokemon from the encirclement. It was Spupa. It turns out that the white butterfly that often comes to Anja's house for dinner has evolved. The food made by Anja has an effect comparable to that of Pokemon food. These days, the caterpillars can eat enough at Anja's house every day. After accumulating enough energy, they will naturally evolve. Through the eye of observation, Anja looked at Spupa in Diance's arms from a distance, and its data naturally appeared in his sight. Spupa. Attribute insect characteristic molt. Gender female level 9 skills protect, harden, poison powder, insect bite. Individual value. HP, 5 attack, 6 physical defense, 9 special attack, 12 special defense, 17 speed, 8. It is indeed at the level where it can evolve, but all the data are very mediocre. After the white butterfly evolved, everyone was very happy and the atmosphere in the store became even more lively. In order to celebrate the evolution of Spupa, everyone even wanted to give their food to Spupa. Unfortunately, Spupa is a transitional form between the white butterfly and Vivillon. During this form, except for drinking some dew, it will not eat again until it completes its evolution. It has to be said that the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau are very united with each other. They will be happy for other people's happy events and sad for other people's sorrows. If a Pokémon is in trouble, other Pokémon will not be affected at all. Don't hesitate to help. Anja likes the Nebel Plateau very much and the way Pokémon get along with each other here. At the same time, he is also very glad that the system has placed his residence here. Withdrawing his gaze from Spupa, Anja clicked on his system interface and saw the following message displayed on the taskbar. Host 50 Pokémon for 10 days. 50 50ths, completed, rewards to be claimed. As of today, his second task has been completed. It took 1 day longer than expected, but it was 5 days earlier than the deadline given by the system. Anja received the reward without hesitation, and a pop-up popped up on the taskbar interface. Window. Congratulations to the owner for getting the reward, Physique +1. In an instant, Anja felt a force injected into his body. He felt that he could kill a Kentaro with one punch at this moment. Ha ha ha, exaggerated, exaggerated. Look at the personal information interface again. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 3 intelligence, 2 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. As expected, the physique has increased a bit, but there is no achievement reward this time, so the intelligence has not increased. Although Anja has not yet figured out the role of intelligence, since the benefits of increasing physical points are so obvious, it is impossible for intelligence points to be useless. Let's explore slowly in the future. Look at the happiness points, 7,900. It was less than 10,000 yuan, and Anja felt a little sad. The morning time passed quickly. Diance sent the Pokémon out after breakfast one by one, and shouted to Candlelight and the others, Candlelight, remember to bring Punchame and the others to help this afternoon. Mahi, I know. Zhu Guangling responded loudly. Diance was naturally talking about asking Zhu Guangling and the others to help plant vegetables. Although this plan was made a few days ago, Anja had to choose which vegetables to plant and the seeds, so it was delayed for a few days. After a few days of getting along with each other, Diance has become completely familiar with the Candlelight spirits and the others. Unfortunately, when the Candlelight spirits and the others face Anja, they still appear cautious, panicked, and even scared. After sending the Pokémon away, Diance started cleaning. Anja has discussed with Diance before that in the future they will only open in the morning, and it will be enough to be busy for half a day. The remaining half day can be busy with other things, or it can be leisurely, casual, and having fun for half a day. Anyway, he can't survive the hard life. Diance was cleaning the hall outside, and Anja was cleaning the kitchen inside. But just as he was about to put the unused dough into the crisper compartment of the refrigerator, he turned around and saw a Pokémon standing not far away, staring straight at him. Anja was so frightened that he almost smashed the dough out of his hand. Damn it, discovered. Little Kirbymon, why are you here? But what surprised Anja was that the little Kirby was not afraid of him like other Pokémon. Instead, he tilted his head calmly and asked, Gumby, are you a human? It's a pity that Anja can't understand Pokémon language. Anja? Little Kirby? What are you doing? Just then Diancie brought the rice bowl into the kitchen. Anja explained, the little Kirby ran into the kitchen for some reason. Diancie slapped her head, let me just say, when I sent everyone off just now, I always felt that someone was missing, and it turned out to be you. Just. The little Kirby grinned, and then asked the question again. This time with Diancie acting as a translator, Anja finally understood. Yes, that's right. He replied a little guilty. He was really afraid that he would scare away the little Kirby. Gang, but everyone says that humans are bad guys and will bully us. The little Kirby said in confusion. Just, but I think you smell so good, you don't look like a bad guy at all. As he said that, he came close to Anja and shrugged his nose. Gang, it smells so good. Anja had just finished steaming the steamed buns, and the aroma of the steamed buns still lingered on his body. However, the aroma of the steamed buns was not strong to begin with, not to mention that it had been a while since he had finished steaming the buns, but the little Kabiman could smell it easily. Anja was a little surprised. This little Kirby's sense of smell is quite sensitive. At this time, Diancie explained to Anja, the steamed buns you eat every day are made by Anja, so you also think he is a bad guy. After hearing Diancie's words, the little Kirby's eyes immediately widened. It's literally brighter than 2 light bulbs. Just is it true? Really? Anja felt like there were stars in the eyes of the little Kirby looking at him. Yes. Anja nodded, and then couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid of me? Gang can make delicious food, not a bad guy. The little Kirby answered with great certainty. Gang, you are so awesome. Very powerful. Anja, is this the belief of a foodie? He seemed to see a hint of admiration in the little Kirby's eyes. At this moment, Diancie suddenly exclaimed, Anja, I have a temporary assignment. Temporary mission? This is the first time I heard about this thing. What is it? Let me see quickly. Anja said quickly. Diancie walked to Anja and showed him the mission acceptance pop-up window. Tame a Pokémon with chef qualifications and let it become its owner's kitchen assistant. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. A Pokémon with chef qualifications? Anja subconsciously looked at the little Kirby looking at him with a puzzled expression. Could it be referring to the little Kirby? Yes, this temporary mission came by such a coincidence, it was designated to let him conquer the little Kirby beast. Thinking about it, there will definitely be more and more Pokémon coming to the restaurant to eat in the future. If there is no helper and he has to cook alone, will he be exhausted to death? It seems that the system has considered the problem very carefully. Receive. Anja made a decision. At this time, the little Kirby was full of doubts. It couldn't see when I got to the system interface, I saw Anja and Diancie gesticulating in the air. I almost thought they were going crazy. After accepting the task, he looked at the little Kirby and asked, Little Kirby, would you like to stay and learn cooking skills with me? Just learning cooking skills? The little Kirby looked puzzled. That's right. Anja nodded, after you learn cooking from me, you can make delicious food by yourself and cook it whenever you want. The more Anja talked, the brighter the little Kirby's eyes became, and crystal water droplets appeared in the corners of its mouth. It had a longing expression on its face, as if it had seen the scene where it showed off its cooking skills and then ate a lot. How's it going? Do you want to follow me? You can eat well every day at my house, and you don't have to go hungry anymore. Anja kept tempting the little Kirby. I want to learn cooking. The little Kirby suddenly clenched his fists and said firmly. Anja looked surprised when he heard this, you can't go back on your decision. Just don't regret it. The little Kirby nodded heavily. Then it's settled, I'll give you more advice in the future. Anja said, extending his right hand towards the little Kirby. The little Kirby solemnly held Anja's hand. The moment one person and one Pokemon hold hands together, the system mission interface changes. Tame a Pokemon with chef qualifications and let it become its owner's kitchen assistant. Completed, rewards are waiting to be claimed. Of course Anja accepted it without hesitation. The system immediately pops up a prompt. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the temporary mission reward, physical fitness +1, personal value +1, and the cooking training room is opened. The moment he saw the reward, Anja was stunned. He understood that the constitution was +1. What was this individual value +1? And what about the opening of the cooking training room? At this time, he caught a glimpse of his personal information interface out of the corner of his eye. In addition to the 2 boxes of happiness point and shop, there was an individual value box at some point under the personal information, and a lone box was displayed in the box. The number 1. Anja subconsciously clicked on the individual value box, and saw a pop-up box popping up on the personal information interface, which displayed 3 options. Diancie. Komala Little Kirby. Among them, the options of Diancie and Komala are both dark, and only the option of the Little Kirby is lit. He tried clicking on Diancie and Komala, but as expected, there was no response. After clicking on the Little Kirby, a pop-up window popped up immediately, showing 6 options. HP, 29 attack, 16 physical defense, 20 special attack. 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31 obviously, Anja guessed right. This individual value is added to Pokemon. Diancie and Komala cannot add it. Maybe it is because Diancie's 6 personal values are already full, and Komala's personal values cannot be checked with his observation eye. Diancie, come here and take a look. In order to ensure that his guess was correct, Anja confirmed it with Diancie, and sure enough, his guess was accurate. Since neither Diancie nor Komala can increase their individual value, of course this individual value should be added to the Little Kirby, which happens to be the reason why this individual value is obtained. Thinking like this, Anja clicked on the attack item. In an instant, the number in the individual value column was cleared, and the number in the column of the attack individual value of the Little Kirby changed from 16 to 17. At the moment of observation, the data of Little Pokemon at this time is as follows. Little Pokemon attribute is average. Characteristics: thick fat, gender male, level 18, skills impact, lick, rounding, recycle, covet, bite, take down, coquettish, seed bomb, brick break, double return. Individual value: HP, 29 attack, 17 physical defense, 20 special attack, 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31 in the dark. The Little Kirby seemed to feel the changes in its body. It subconsciously clenched its fist, but it didn't understand what happened, so I simply forgot about it. Not only has the data of Kirbymon changed, but Anja's personal data has also changed. Anja race, human gender, male, age, 16, plus 500, physique, 4 intelligence, 2 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. Looking at the bright number 4 in the physique column, Anja laughed wildly in his heart. Ahaha, I've become stronger again. By the way, there is another reward, the training room is open. Anja quickly consulted the guiding elf Diancie. Diancie, what is the cooking training room? However, Diancie actually had an affair with him. Please tidy up first and then I'll tell you. In desperation, Anja had no choice but to continue cleaning the kitchen. The Little Kirby felt that it was already a member of the family and hurriedly stepped forward to help, but it had never done it before and didn't know where to start. Anja saw that it was in a hurry, so he touched the top of its head and said, "Little Kirby, watch me do it first, study hard, and then do it after you learn it, okay?" Chapter 11, Let's go to training. Just. The Little Kirby nodded quickly, and then stood aside obediently, quietly observing Anja washing dishes, washing pots and clearing the stove. He seemed to be studying very seriously. Anja looked back at it and couldn't help but smile. Wrong, it's so cute. Soon Anja tidied up the kitchen, and about the same time, Diancie also tidied up the hall. Now, can you tell me about the cooking training room? Anja said. Have you forgotten that our house has a third floor? The cooking training room is right there. Diancie explained. Let's go take a look. Third floor. If Diancie didn't say anything, Anja almost forgot that there was a third floor in his house. When he first moved into the small building, Anja wanted to visit the house inside and out. The first floor was the shop, and the second floor was where he and his Pokémon lived. When he wanted to go up to the third floor, he was blocked by someone. Blocked by an invisible force. Diancie told him at that time that he had not yet obtained permission to enter the third floor. So now I have the authority. Yes, let's go and have a look. Diancie took Anja's hand and walked to the third floor. Anja quickly waved to the little Kirby, "Little Kirby, come here too. This will be your home from now on. Let's visit together." Just. Upon hearing this, the little Kirby followed Anja happily. Just like what Diancie said, Anja was able to climb up to the third floor easily this time. Seeing that there were many doors on the third floor, he randomly selected one and tried to open it, but after twisting the door lock for a long time, he did not see it open. Upon seeing this, Diancie explained, "What you have obtained is the permission to open the cooking training room. You need to unlock other doors step by step to gain permission." All right. Anja had no choice but to let go of the door handle, and followed Diancie with the little Kirby and continued walking forward. When she reached the end of the corridor, Diancie stopped and stood in front of a door. The door number read Cooking Training Room. Is this here? Diancie nodded and motioned for Anja to open the door. Anja took a step forward, took hold of the door handle and turned it. Sure enough, the door opened smoothly. Walking into the room, Anja saw an empty, white space. Diancie walked in immediately, and guided Anja according to the system prompts. "Anja, just say, 'The cooking training begins.'" Although Anja was confused, he still did it. "The cooking training begins." As Anja finished speaking, a huge change immediately occurred in the empty room. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a spacious kitchen filled with all kinds of kitchen utensils. As long as Anja knows, everything can be done here. See. Directly in front of the kitchen is a place similar to a podium, and behind the podium is a large screen. Diancie walked up to the podium and introduced, "In the future, you and the little Kirby can practice cooking in this room. The flow of time in this room is 10 times faster than outside, and the ingredients can be used without restrictions, but the ingredients and the food produced is virtual and you cannot take it out of the training room." Damn it! So powerful! Anja couldn't help but say. Diancie said, "I think it's awesome too." After all, she didn't know these functions much earlier than Anja. The little Kirby has been dazzled by this luxurious kitchen for a long time, and his eyes can hardly see through it. He has never seen such high technology. Then Diancie pointed to the big screen behind her and introduced, "You can choose the food you want to practice making here, and the training room will automatically prepare the ingredients for you. But currently, Anja, you have only unlocked steamed buns, so this is the only food available for practice in the training room." Anja looked at the big screen and saw that there was only steamed buns in the list above. He couldn't help complaining, "When can I unlock the next food?" It's not that he can't make other foods, it's just that he can't earn happiness points even if he makes foods that are not unlocked by the system. It's really not cost-effective. Diancie comforted him and said, it's coming soon, don't worry." Okay. Anja accepted his fate. "Do you want to use the training room now?" Diancie asked. Anja shook his head, "Let's talk about it tonight. I have an appointment to plant vegetables with Zhu Guangling and the others in the afternoon." "Yes, let's talk about it later." Diancie nodded. After visiting the cooking training room for a while, Anja called Diancie and the little Kirby out. At noon, after the family of 4 had lunch together, they went to the back of the small building, where Anja planned to open a vegetable garden. Even if the vegetables he grows are not used in the store, he can occasionally make them for himself as a sacrifice. Anyway, he can't earn any happiness points from himself. Soon Zugwangling brought his friends to help as promised. To Anja's surprise, they also brought 2 helpers that he had never seen before. It's 2 Diglets. Mhe. Zugwangling introduced the 2 Diglets to Anja. It turned out that they were friends of the snake bear. After the snake bear learned that Anja was going to cultivate a vegetable garden today, he specially invited his friends to help. The soil turned over by Diglet will become softer and more suitable for planting, and the poop they excrete will be more fertile than that of other Pokémon. Anja gratefully thanked the snake bear. Snake bear, thank you. The snake bear shyly hugged it with its 2 little paws on head. Now that everyone is here, let's start working. Anja announced. Yet. The Pokémon responded to him enthusiastically. Then Anja assigned tasks to the Pokémon like he did when he planted flowers last time. But this time you don't have to look for dead branches and mulch to make fertilizer, because the fertilizer made by planting flowers last time has not been used up. Similarly, there is no need to look for stones. This time Anja plans to use wooden sticks to surround the vegetable garden. The area of the vegetable garden is much larger than the flower garden. Using stones to fence is not as efficient as using wooden sticks to fence. After the tasks were assigned, Punchame, the hooded gangster, Skitty, the little griffin, and the molten beast all ran out to find the sticks, leaving only Anja, Diancie, Komala, the little griffin, Diglet, and Cast Form. Komala, please. Anja said to Komala, who was swaying there with a tree pillow. After hearing this, Komala rolled to the position designated by Anja, raised the tree pillow and used the mallet skill, and hit the ground hard. Suddenly the ground cracked, the land bulged, and a piece of land was reclaimed. Then it was the turn of the Diglets to appear, and 2 Diglets were seen burrowing into the ground turned up by Komala, burrowing back and forth in the soil. After a while, the large pieces of hard soil became soft. This efficiency is much faster than Anja and Diancie knocking it out bit by bit with hose. Awesome! Anja gave a thumbs up to the 2 Diglets. When the 2 Diglets heard the compliment, they immediately started digging even more enthusiastically. The snake bear tells them that the work is well done and there will be delicious food. Anja called to Diancie and the others, let's start working too. Stop standing around. As he said that, he walked into the ground with Diancie and the little Kirby, cleaned out the grass roots mixed in the soil one by one, and let the candlelight spirit bake the soil again. When the sun was about to go down, Anja and the others finally cultivated the vegetable garden. Looking at the square land in front of him, Anja felt full of accomplishment. Anja divided the cultivated vegetable plot into 5 plots. The first plot was planted with shallots and garlic, the second plot was planted with green peppers and millet peppers, the third plot was planted with ginger and green onions, and the fourth plot was planted with some common spices. For example, only a little bit of each kind is grown, such as peppercorns, cumin, bay leaves, star anise, etc. The consumption of spices is relatively slow, so even if you grow these, it is almost enough to use them in the store. As for the fifth piece of land, Anja planted some commonly eaten vegetables, such as green vegetables, water spinach, tomatoes, radishes, etc. He only planted a little of each, which was almost enough for their family. As for the ones used in the store, they need to be replanted in the future. After all, we don't know what dishes the system will unlock in the future. Anyway, vegetables grow fast, so there will definitely be time. The Nebel Plateau has a special climate, so you can harvest whatever you plant. After planting, they put up a fence and Anja said to the floating bubbles, Cast Form, please water them. Pfft! Cast form nodded and flew over the vegetable garden. After a while, it began to rain lightly in the vegetable garden. Based on the experience of watering the flowers last time, it controlled the rainfall very appropriately this time. After pouring the water, Anja said to the Pokemon, "Go back and take a shower. Let's go eat." When the Pokemon heard this, they immediately cheered. After laying out the bathing utensils one by one, Anja put the little Kirby and Komala into the water, applied shower gel to them, and then said to the other Pokemon, "We are all mature Pokemon. Don't you have to learn how to take a bath by yourself?" When Stunky, Foam Chinchilla, and Umbrella Electric Lizard heard this, they immediately jumped into another bathtub, imitated Anja's actions, applied shower gel on themselves, and then rubbed their bodies. Upon seeing this, Anja reminded, "Remember to ask your friends to help wash the areas that you can't wash, so as not to wash them out." Stunky, the Foam Chinchilla and the Umbrella Electric Lizard immediately understood and spontaneously mastered the skill of scrubbing each other. The Foam Chinchilla likes to be clean and washes the most vigorously. He also supervises his friends and does not allow them to miss a single spot. With the three Stunky taking the lead, several other Pokemon also helped each other take a bath. This time Anja specially prepared 2 more bathtubs, so there is no need to worry about not having enough bathtubs. While everyone was taking a bath, Skitty still didn't like taking a bath so much. When his friends pushed him down and dragged him into the water, he let out a heart-rending wailing. Zhu Guangling and the 2 Digletts, who didn't need to take a bath, quietly watched everyone taking a bath and playing around. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on everyone, making everyone look softer and harmonious, just like a painting. Zhu Guangling felt that this kind of life was so beautiful that it seemed like a dream that seemed to be awakened at any time. It turned its head and looked at Anja, who was joking with the little Kirby. Recently, everyone is less and less afraid of Anja, and the relationship with him is getting closer and closer, including itself. It is obsessed with this kind of beauty, but also unconsciously feels afraid. It is afraid that at some moment, the beautiful life now will suddenly break like that beautiful time in the past, stabbing it severely. Candlelight Ling once had his favorite trainer, they spent many wonderful times together. However, one day, its trainer suddenly fainted. After some examination, it was told that it had inadvertently absorbed the trainer's vitality, causing the trainer to become weaker and weaker, and eventually fell into a coma. If you want the trainer to wake up again, it must leave its trainer. In the end, Candlelight Spirit was quietly sent away by its trainer's mother, and after a while, it wandered to the Nebel Plateau. In fact, it understands what the trainer's mother is doing. Even if the trainer's mother didn't send it away, it would leave quietly on its own, but... okay. Everything is washed. Let's go back to eat. Hoot Hoot is hungry. At this time, Anja's voice brought Candlelight back from its thoughts. It walked into the house with Anja under the setting sun, and then had a wonderful meal with everyone. Finally, it bid farewell to Anja, Diancie and the little Kabaiman. Zhone went home with his friends. After dinner, Anja took the little Kirby, Komala and Diancie to the cooking training room. Let's experience the functions of this training room. After he finished speaking, he saw Diancie standing on the podium, with an extra pointer in her hand. Anja's heart trembled. Diancie, what do you mean? Diancie shook the pointer and said, you train me to supervise. What's the point? You shouldn't punish students corporally, right? How could it be? Diancie smiled kindly, I'm just a simple supervisor. Okay, okay. Thinking of Diancie's cold and ruthless attitude when he was training in cooking skills, his heart trembled unconsciously. I saw Diancie selecting a special training project for Anja and the others on the big screen, and the materials needed to make steamed buns suddenly appeared on the kitchen stove, including flour, yeast, water. Practice begins, little Kirby, you follow Anja. Diancie turned into a devil instructor and whipped the podium with the pointer in her hand. The little Cappy nodded obediently. At this time, it was wearing the same chef uniform as Anja, with a white apron and a tall hat. It really looked like a chef apprentice. It's just that it's a bit short. In order to reach the stove and chopping board, it has a stool under its feet. After the training started, the little Kirby followed Anja step by step, with a serious expression. Snap! The pointer hit the podium hard. Little Kirby, there's too much water. Diancie's stern voice suddenly came. Anja's heart trembled, and he looked at Diancie and then at the little Kirby. It's okay, it's not about me. No, I am the head of the family. Why should I be afraid? Thinking like this, Anja straightened his back again. Bang! The sound of the pointer hitting the podium came again. There is still too much water. Thanks to the blessing of the system, Diancie's eyes were so piercing that there was no room for any mistakes. The little Kirby hurriedly corrected them. Pa, you're kneading the dough too hard, please be gentle. Pa, I told you to be gentle, don't you know what gentleness means? Pa, I'm asking you to be gentle, but I'm not telling you not to work hard. Didn't you have enough for dinner? Whose stomach did those big pots of steamed buns end up in? Diancie in the training room was more venomous than usual, and the little Kirby's head shrank from being trained, and he didn't dare to say a word. Diancie, why don't we take it slow? Anja tried to intercede with the little Kabiman on the side, but he silently closed his mouth during Diancie's glare, and the words that came to his lips became, "Little Cabby, you are better than an animal, you have to endure hardships to become a better person. In order for you to live a good life in the future, work harder now. I am firmly on your side." The little Kirby ate Anja's bowl of chicken soup. As expected, his face no longer looked bitter, and his hands moved harder. Only Komala was the most relaxed. It was rocking on the podium holding a tree pillow, not sure if it was really sleeping. Chapter 12 Exposed. By the time Anja and the others came out of the training room, it was already an hour outside. 1 hour outside was 10 hours inside. Anja was exhausted when he came out. Who can stand kneading dough for 10 hours? If his physique hadn't increased a few points before, he would be paralyzed from exhaustion now. Compared to Anja, the fatigue of the little Kirby was more psychological. It was really being trained by Diancie in the training room so that it didn't dare to say a word. Even after it came out, it still looked at Diancie with evasive eyes. But thanks to Diancie's strictness, after 10 hours of special training, little Kirby was able to make steamed buns decently. Of course, the main factor in this is that the little Kirby does have a talent for cooking. When it comes to cooking, a talented person may be able to grasp the tricks by just practicing and become a master of everything. For a person without talent, even if you teach him step by step thousands of times, he will only be able to make dark dishes. Anja dragged his tired body and said to the 3 Pokémon, "Let's wash up and go to bed quickly. It's getting late. Good night." Diancie said to Anja and the little Kirby. Just. Obviously Diancie's voice is gentle, but the little Kirby shivered subconsciously, it was already suffering from PTSD. Because Anja was too tired last night, he slept very deeply at night, and got up much later than usual the next morning. Diancie was considerate of Anja's tiredness last night, so she came over late this morning to call him, and the same was true for the little Kirby. Seeing that it was almost time and the store would not be able to open today if it was later, Diancie knocked on Anja's door gently. "Coming. Coming." Wearing pajamas, Anja got out of bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes, then walked to the balcony, stretched out in front of the morning sun, and the warm sunlight shone on him, and he yawned slightly. Why was I so tired last night, but why do I feel so much more relaxed today? Without thinking much, Anja turned around and planned to wash up. While Diancie took out the clothes Anja would wear today from the closet and put them on the bed, she asked, "Anja, there is a new task, do you want to take it?" It's coming, pick it up. Anja's voice came from the bathroom. Diancie explained, this is the last task of your novice period. Once completed, your novice period will be over. Hey? So fast? Anja poked his head out of the bathroom, with toothpaste still staining the corners of his mouth. Diancie spread her hands and said, this is not my decision. Anja retracted his head back to the bathroom, it seems that the good times are coming to an end. After washing up, Anja came out of the bathroom and took the last novice task. Suddenly, an extra line of text appeared on the taskbar. Host 100 Pokémon for 30 days. 0/100, the time limit given by the system is still very broad. Referring to the previous task, it is almost not difficult to entertain 100 Pokémon in 30 days. Let's go to work. Anja now regards cooking for the Pokémon every morning as working. Passing by the little Kirby's room, Anja woke it up too, and the master and apprentice went to the kitchen together. Today is the little Kirby's first day at work, and he looks very excited. Anja straightened the chef's clothes for it, straightened its crooked chef's hat, patted it on the shoulder and said, let's work hard together. Just. The little Kirby clenched its fists with a solemn expression, as if it was about to rush to the battlefield. Ha ha ha, relax, relax. Anja said, rubbing its chubby cheeks. Because Anja always wakes up late in the morning, the Pokémon are used to waiting in front of the store early in the morning. When they are bored, they gather in 2s and 3s to play on the grass at the door, while the quiet ones stand quietly by the flower bed. Carefully observe the flower seedlings that have just sprouted. Although the green flower seedlings cannot be identified as to what type they are full of vitality. Diancie walked to the door and greeted, everyone, come in, we can eat in a while. The Pokémon cheered and lined up in an orderly manner to enter the store. As usual, Pokémon still brought Diancie his own gift, and Diancie accepted it without ceremony. Anja has the help of the little Kirby, and his work efficiency has improved a lot. Although the little Kirby can't work independently yet, it is no problem to help Anja, so the kitchen quickly floated out. The aroma of food. The rich aroma lingered on the tip of their noses, and the Pokémon's hearts were filled with anticipation. Coming here every morning to have a delicious meal has become what they look forward to most in the day. After Diancie brought out the food and distributed it to everyone, the Pokémon immediately started to eat it eagerly. The Pokémon in the hall were eating happily, and the little Kirby was also feasting in the kitchen. One steamed bun after another was stuffed into its mouth, and the number of steamed buns in the basin in front of it was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Anji looked on with a smile. What does it feel like to eat food made by yourself? Just it's delicious, I like it. Little Kirby's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Eat slowly, and if it's not enough, cook again. It doesn't matter if it's enough. Seeing the little Kirby looking like it was devouring its food, Anja gently stroked its back and said, no matter how delicious the food is, you can't eat it too fast. There's no taste anymore. The little Kirby was very obedient, and its eating speed really slowed down. It put a steamed bun into its mouth and chewed it slowly. Just. After chewing carefully, the aroma of the steamed buns flowed in the mouth, and the soft texture was like countless small hands massaging the mouth. The little Cappy couldn't help but close his eyes and feel it carefully. Isn't it? It tastes better, right? Anja said with a smile. He liked to see the little Cappy enjoying the food. In his opinion, this was the expression of the little Cappy's love for life. Just. The little Kirby looked at Anja with admiration, the master knew so much. Yellow. At this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside, startling Anja and the little Kirby who was eating. What's going on? It was not convenient for Anji to go out, so Diancie hurriedly ran out to check the situation. She saw an arrow eagle, a victreebel, and a Chinese Valentine's Day bluebird appearing at the door of Anji's house. At this time, they were looking at Anji seriously. The aura exuding from G's small building also gives people a feeling that the visitor is unkind. The Pokemon eating in the room also ran out after hearing the noise. One of them, Fletcher Ing. Bellsprout and Greenbird immediately exclaimed after seeing the 3 Pokemon. It turns out that these 3 are their parents. Yaluo. Strange. At the call of the 3 parents, Fletchling, Bellsprout and Green Mian Yao, who were not full yet, reluctantly returned to their parents. It turns out that since these 3 Pokemon came to Anja for dinner every day, their parents clearly felt that their children were getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was originally a good thing, but after observation, the 3 parents found that they came to the small building every day. They had seen humans coming in and out of the small building with their own eyes. They were afraid that their children would be harmed by humans, so they appeared here together. At the same time, they also wanted to figure out the reason why humans appeared here. Being discovered by Pokemon on the plateau is something Anja can't do anything about. After all, he has never thought of hiding his existence from Pokemon all the time. This is unrealistic. Yaluo. Fierce Arrow Eagle took the lead in questioning Diancie, asking what Diancie and the humans living here were planning. Diancie stepped forward helplessly and said, "Arrow Eagle, Victreebel, Tanabata Bluebird, your children are just eating here, we have not done anything bad to them." Fletchling, Bellsprout and Green Cotton Bird also chirped and explained to their parents. Strange human beings live here. Aren't you afraid of coming here every day?" Kixie King Niao asked her child. Human beings? King Mian Yao, Bellsprout and Fletchling were stunned, and subconsciously looked at Diancie, as if asking whether this matter was true or not. Diancie sighed helplessly, "Kixie Bluebird is right. The owner here is indeed a human being. His name is Anja. The food you eat these days is made by him." Hearing Diancie's admission, the Pokemon group suddenly let out bursts of exclamations. Some were scared, some were panicked, and some were at a loss, but without exception, they all quickly moved away from Anja's small building. Fletchling, Bellsprout and King Mian Yao even hid in the arms of their parents in fear. The only ones still standing with Diancie are Candlelight, Molten Beast, Lion Cub, Punchame, Skitty, Hooded Bully, Stunky, Spritzy, Snake Bear, Umbrella Electric Lizard, Foam Chinchilla, 2 Diglets, and a few cast forms. Individual. Fletchling was introduced here by Spritzy. Seeing that his good friend was still standing with Diancie, he immediately called anxiously to tell Spritzy to stay away. However, Spritzy shook his head. He subconsciously felt that he should not leave at this time. Not only Spritzy, but also the Candlelight Spirit and the Molten Beast had the same idea. Through getting along with Anja these days, they saw aspects of Anja that were different from the human beings they knew. Seeing that everyone was eager to stay away just because Anja was a human being, Diancie felt very unworthy of Anja. She took a step forward and said to the Arrow Eagle, "I know everyone on the Nebel Plateau dislikes humans, but not all humans are bad, least of all Anja. If Anja and I really want to hurt everyone, we can't wait until now and say we have no reason to do so." As it spoke, it turned its attention to Fletchling and them. Fletchling, Bellsprout, Green Sheepbird, Oddish, Espar, Dedenne, Nonsense Tree. When you are eating the steamed buns made by Anja, don't you really feel his thoughts? The Pokemon whose name was called by Diancie subconsciously lowered its head. Jiku. Spritzy and Snake Bear also hurriedly stepped forward and hurriedly explained to everyone that Anja was not a bad person. Anja in the kitchen knew that he could no longer hide when the Arrow Eagles and the others came to the door. When he walked out with the little Kirby, he happened to hear Diancie, Spritzy and the Snake Bear defending himself, and he felt in his heart, "I couldn't help but feel moved." Looking at the excited Spritzy and the Snake Bear, Anja thought to himself, "It's really not free." Seeing Anja appear, some Pokemon who saw humans for the first time immediately let out bursts of exclamation, and some Pokémon who had been harmed by humans couldn't wait to retreat further away. Hello everyone! Anja greeted the Pokémon who had never seen him before. Yaluo yaluo! Ah! Strange! As the elders, Arrowhawk, Victreebel, and Tanabata Bluebird subconsciously protected the other younger Pokémon behind them. Seeing that the three parents were so nervous, Anja quickly explained, Diancie is right, I really never thought about hurting any of you. I moved to Nebel Plateau, and I will also live in Nebel Plateau in the future. It doesn't matter if you don't trust me now. I believe you will gradually understand me in the future. Fierce Arrow Eagle, Victreebel, and Tanabata Bluebird glared at Anja. Yaluo! Ah! Strange! They asked Anja what happened to a human being in the Nebel Plateau. The aura exuded by the three Pokémon was so powerful that the little Kirby was so frightened that it hugged Anja tightly. While Anja gently stroked the little Kirby and comforted it, he explained helplessly, I really don't have any ill intentions, please believe me. But how can we believe what humans say? At this time, Komala rolled forward with a hug on the tree pillow, swaying towards Arrowhawk, Tanabata Bluebird, and Victreebel. The attention of the three Pokémon was instantly attracted to it. This Komala! Yaluo! After staring at Komala for a long time, the fiery arrow eagle cawed, then flapped its wings and flew into the sky, followed closely by Fletchling. Before leaving, it did not forget to take a look at its friend Spritzy and the human Anja. As soon as Arrowhawk left, Tanabata Bluebird and Victreebel also left with Bluebird and Bellsprout respectively. The other Pokémon also disappeared quickly, and the small building suddenly became quiet. Anja walked down the stairs, picked up the still swaying Komala, patted the grass clippings on his body, then turned to Candlelight Spirit and the others and said, Okay, let's go back to eat. Meow. Lion. Skitty and the little lion ran to Anja's feet, looking up at Anja with worried faces. Anja knelt down and rubbed their little heads respectively and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. Aren't you still with me? Back in the store, the atmosphere became a little quiet. Punchame and the others stared at the food in front of them and didn't know what they were thinking. Eat quickly, what are you guys doing in a daze? Go and do whatever you need to do after breakfast. Anja said to everyone with a smile. Anja Diancie walked up to Anja, with the same worry on her face. Anja touched the little Kirby next to him. Then took Diancie's hand, and sighed helplessly, I'm really fine. Am I so fragile in your eyes? As he said that, he looked at the candlelight again. The Ling said, Eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold. After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and continued eating, but the atmosphere never returned to its previous state. Chapter 13 Who did it? After breakfast, the candlelight spirits did not leave immediately, but stayed to clean Anja. Anja knew that they were caring about him in this way, so he did not refuse. But after the cleaning was done, he, Diancie and Kirby sent everyone away together. While Anja was living his life leisurely on the Nebel Plateau, the king of the Azote Kingdom was bringing his daughter and son to the royal mausoleum to pay homage to their ancestors. The Azote royal family regularly comes to the royal mausoleum to hold rituals every year, and they attach great importance to the rituals. King Azote stood at the front, with his son and daughter standing on the left and right sides respectively, who were the only prince and princess in the kingdom. After paying homage to the royal tomb, a guard suddenly came to the king and whispered something into his ear. After the king heard this, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Let's go and have a look. With that said, he asked someone to lead the way. Sister, what happened? Prince Rakel asked the sister next to him in a low voice. I don't know, let's go take a look. Princess Jimia shook her head, something big must have happened. As she said that, she strode towards her father. Sister, wait for me. Raquel quickly followed. King Azote was led by a guard to a mausoleum, and saw a big hole in the wall of the mausoleum. This is... King Azote frowned. The guard stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, this is the mausoleum of His Royal Highness Anja." "Your Highness Anja? He is Queen Anna's brother," the guard reminded. "What?" the king exclaimed, and immediately stared at the big hole in the tomb and roared, "Who did this?" The guard said helplessly, "Maybe he is a tomb robber." "Which tomb robber dared to steal the royal tombs of our kingdom of Azot after taking advantage of the courage of the ambitious leopard? Did he take the courage of Ursaring? Check it out for me. If I catch someone, see if I don't kill him." Looking at his furious father, Prince Raquel asked his sister, "Sister, is Queen Anna the queen who has single-handedly preserved the kingdom to this day and allowed the kingdom to gain a foothold in the alliance?" Princess Jimlia nodded and said, "Yes, that's her. Queen Anna is known as the queen of the alternation between the new era and the old era in the history of the kingdom of Azot. She is also the last king in the true sense of the kingdom of Azot." "Why do you say that?" "Because although the current king is still called the king in name, his power is only equivalent to that of the mayor of the alliance. Although the kingdom of Azot still exists in the form of a kingdom, it is essentially equivalent to a city under the jurisdiction of the alliance, and its land area cannot be compared to what it was when Queen Anna was alive 500 years ago. Of course, compared with other areas of the alliance, the royal family in Azot with more privileges, Azot's land also belongs completely to the Azot royal family. 500 years ago, the alliance became the new manager of the entire Pokémon world. It stands to reason that products of the old era like the kingdom of Azot should have disappeared in the long river of history. But Queen Anna single-handedly saved the Azot kingdom from the alliance. Although she sacrificed most of her interests, at least the Azot royal family did not disappear in the long river of history like other nobles of the old era. It is Queen Anna's descendants who now sit on the throne of King Azot. So Queen Anna has an older brother?" Prince Raquel said in surprise. Princess Jimlia glared at him, "Even if you like to invent and research, you can't sit in your room all day doing nothing. If you have nothing else to do, read the brief history of the kingdom's characters. Queen Anna and her brother Anja are twins, but Anja His Highness G had been in poor health since childhood, so he died very early, otherwise the throne at that time would not have been inherited by Queen Anna, who was her younger sister." "That's right." Prince Raquel scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The king's tomb was stolen, and the king was very angry. He immediately took people to the tomb to check the situation, and then he saw that Anja's coffin had been opened. Princess Jimlia and Prince Raquel, who also entered the tomb and saw the situation clearly, looked puzzled. "It's strange, isn't it, about tomb robbing? Why are all the burial objects there, but only the body is missing?" Princess Jimlia said in confusion. Back then, Anja's father and mother loved him extremely, so the funeral objects prepared for him after his death were extremely luxurious, not to mention priceless, but at least they could allow ordinary people to live without worries for a lifetime. Anja, who was confused and didn't notice the existence of the funerary objects, "Is it too late to come back and get them now? But now these funerary objects are still lying intact in the mausoleum. Is that tomb robber a pervert who likes the corpses of the dead?" Prince Raquel asked. Princess Jimlia knocked him hard on the forehead. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Not only Jimlia and Raquel were confused, but the king was also confused. "Check. Check for me. I want to know what is going on," the king said to the guard. After the sacrifice, King Azot returned to the kingdom of Azot with his team. Note: in the broad sense, the kingdom of Azot refers to all the land under the jurisdiction of the Azot royal family, including uninhabited areas, such as the Nebel Plateau. In the narrow sense, the kingdom of Azot only refers to the cities where the people of the kingdom of Azot currently live. King Azot. As soon as he returned to the palace, Prince Raquel returned to his laboratory and began to study, while Princess Jimlia looked at a painting on a wall of the palace and fell into deep thought. The painting depicts the childhood Queen Anna and her brother, Her Royal Highness Anja. The two siblings look very similar, and both have the iconic golden hair of members of the Azot royal family. Princess. At this time, the princess's personal secretary Flammel came over and asked, Your Highness, what are you looking at? Mia shook her head, Nothing, let's go. In the evening, Anja went to the training room with the little Kirby to practice his cooking skills for an hour, from the outside world, and then returned to the room to sleep beautifully. The next day, Anja slept until midnight as usual, and then got up and cooked for the Pokémon with the little Kirby. Because of what happened yesterday, Zhu Guangling and the others were the only ones who came to the store today. Because he had been exposed, Anja no longer had to hide in the kitchen. After making breakfast for the candlelight spirits and others, he took Diancie, Komala and the little cabby beast to the hall to have breakfast with everyone. Zhu Guangling and the others saw that Anja seemed not to be affected by yesterday's events, and the laughter gradually resumed. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Kilo kilo. Suddenly, there was a soft cry at the door, and everyone turned to look at the door, only to see the blue cotton bird appearing there at some unknown time, poking its head into the store with a face full of hesitation. Seeing that everyone noticed it, it quickly retracted its head in a panic. Seeing this, Anja walked to the door and saw the green cotton bird squatting by the wall with its head shrunken. Green cotton bird, since you're here, why don't you go in? Hearing Anja's voice, King Mian Yao shook his body. What's wrong? Are you still afraid of me? Anja asked in a gentle voice with a smile. Kilo kilo. King Mian Yao shook his head gently. What happened? Anja asked doubtfully. He wanted to touch the green cotton bird, but when he thought that it might scare the other person, he silently retracted his hand. Kilo kilo. Seeing this, the green cotton bird called Nji twice, but it seemed to have remembered something again, and its face was full of disappointment. At this time, Diancie also came out, and she translated to Anja, the green cotton bird is apologizing to you for what happened yesterday. Upon hearing this, King Mian Yao nodded quickly. After following its mother home yesterday, it thought about it for a long time. Although everyone said that humans are bad, it was indeed scared and confused when it first learned that the food it had eaten before was made by humans. But at Anja's happy time with Lance/Crossing was not fake, nor was the delicious food he had eaten. Under no circumstances does it believe that Anja, who can make such delicious food, is a bad person, and it also likes the gentle Diancie, the little friend who eats, laughs, and has fun with it in the store. They don't want to lose it all. Thinking of the smile on Anja's face yesterday, King Mian Yao felt that he had gone too far. He had obviously eaten so much of Anja's food, but he and his mother had hurt Anja. So today after his mother went out, he secretly came to Anja's store and wanted to apologize to Anja. So it's an apology. A smile appeared on Nji's face. Okay, I forgive you. I know that Qing Mian Yao's behavior yesterday was definitely not out of his heart, right? Kilo kilo. King Mian Yao nodded quickly again. That's enough. Anja said, have you had breakfast? Do you want to come in and have something together? Hearing this, the green cotton bird showed hesitation. It felt that it had hurt Anja and was no longer qualified to eat the food made by Anja. Nji knew what King Mian Yao was thinking at a glance. He signaled to Diancie with his eyes. Diancie understood immediately and stepped forward to pick up King Mian Yao. Let's have something to eat together. I don't think the store is too lively anymore. Nji said. Just when Diancie was about to enter the door with the green cotton bird in her arms, something suddenly fell from the eaves and fell to the ground with a thud. Anja and Diancie took a closer look. Who was it? Not Fletchling. At this time, it was lying on the ground with its arms and legs spread out, looking at Anja and Diancie with an embarrassed look on its face. Why are you here too? Anja asked with a smile. Fletchling got up from the ground in a hurry, jumped and hid under the steps, and then quietly poked his little head up, as if he didn't dare to see Anja. Anja was so amused by it that he couldn't laugh or cry. We'll leave if you don't come out. Fletchling then jumped out from under the steps with his head shrunk. Yet it lowered its head and barked softly. After Diance's translation, Anja learned that it was also here to apologize. Fletchling, like the green sheep bird, is very young, and its knowledge of many things comes from parents, relatives, and friends. Their parents tell them that humans are scary, so they naturally think that humans are scary. But at the same time, they have their own independent perception and rich thirst for knowledge, which supports them to explore and understand the outside world on their own, forming a perspective on things that is different from their parents. It is precisely because of this that at this moment, they did not act according to their parents' instructions, but followed their own hearts. Okay, I forgive you. Let's go in and have dinner together. Anja walked up and picked up Fletchling. Fletchling's body shook slightly, but he soon regained his composure. Anja, who was holding Fletchling, could clearly feel the changes in Fletchling's body reaction, and a more genuine smile appeared on his face unconsciously. At this moment, there was a sudden rustling movement in the grass not far away, and Bellsprout was seen running out of it in a panic. "Sibo Sibo, there's still me, don't leave me behind." It turned out that Bellsprout had been here a long time ago, but it had been hiding in the grass and was too embarrassed to show up. Now that it saw that the green sheep bird and Fletchling had been forgiven, it ran out anxiously. Pudgy, probably because he was running too anxiously, Bellsprout actually tripped himself and burst into tears. Ha ha ha! Anja and Diance couldn't help laughing. Putting Fletchling on his shoulders, Anja walked over and hugged Bellsprout, and then everyone went into the restaurant to eat together. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, some of the Pokémon that left because Anja's human identity was exposed have come back one after another. These Pokémon are mainly young and native to the Nebel Plateau. Those Pokémon who have personally experienced harm from humans may find it difficult to accept Anja in a short period of time. With the return of those Pokémon, Anja's store gradually became lively again. Every morning, bursts of laughter could be heard in the store. Everyone looked really happy, which inevitably made some people dislike it. Humans secretly paid attention to Anja's Pokémon again and became suspicious. The food made by humans is so delicious. The fact that Green Cotton Bird, Fletchling, and Bellsprout secretly came to Anja's place again could not be hidden from their parents. This morning, while everyone was having breakfast in the store, Anja and Diance went out to water the seedlings in the flower garden. But when he looked up, he saw a huge Pokémon squatting on the ridge of his house. It was staring at him with sharp eyes. Who else could it be if it wasn't Fletchling's parent, the Arrow Eagle? "Hello, hello." Anja waved and greeted the Arrow Eagle. "Yellow." The fierce Arrow Eagle let out a low cry and turned away from Anji. "Fire Arrow Eagle, why are you here? If you are worried about Fletchling, don't worry, I really won't hurt it." Anja tried to talk to the fiery Arrow Eagle. Yellow, I am sent by everyone to supervise you." Fierce Arrow Eagle turned his head and said to Anji again, while Diance was translating. "All the people who come to Anja for dinner are Pokémon babies. Parents can't stop their children, so they simply send agents. Come to monitor Anji. The fierce Arrow Eagle is that representative." "That's right. Please take care of me from now on." Anji thought for a moment and thought that this was fine. With the Arrow Eagle watching, one day everyone would believe that he meant no harm. Chapter 14, The Food I Miss. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Due to word of mouth among Pokémon, more Pokémon came to Anja for breakfast every morning than before his identity was exposed. Some Pokémon who had never seen a human came to take a peek at Anja just to see what a human looked like. Then they were so enticed by the alluring aroma emanating from the store that they couldn't walk away. Anja also discovered that the Pokémon that came to monitor him were different every day. At first it was Arrow Eagle, on the second day it was Tanabata Bluebird, on the third day it was Victreebel. Anyway, one changed every day. Today is the turn of the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird again. "Good morning, Kixie Bluebird. When Ng came to water the flowers, he greeted the Kixie Bluebird in a friendly manner. The Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird was lying on the roof of Ang's house, burying its head in its fluffy wings and lazily basking in the sun. Its soft and fluffy feathers looked even softer after being exposed to the sun. Ang looked at it and wanted to bury your head in it. It must be very pleasant to sleep on it. Hearing Ng's voice, the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird raised its head and glanced at him, then slowly buried its head in its wings again. Ang was not angry when he saw that it was so indifferent to him. Instead, he asked with a smile, "I see you came early in the morning, so you haven't eaten anything, right? How about I get you something to eat?" Strange. The Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird raised its head and called out after hearing this. Although Ang couldn't understand what it said, he could clearly tell that it was rejecting it. "Okay, if you don't want to eat, then I won't eat." With that said, Ang returned to the store carrying the kettle. About a few minutes later, Qing Mian Yao, Fletchling and Spritzy flew up to the roof with a pot of steamed buns hanging on a rope, and placed the steamed buns in front of Kixie King Niao. Strange seeing this, the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird angrily shouted at the green Mian Yao, obviously unwilling to accept Ang's kindness. Kilu. But the green cotton bird felt that its mother was simply inexplicable. Although Ang was so kind, her mother always said that Ang had bad intentions. So it quarreled with her angrily. When Spritzy and Fletchling saw that the bluebird couldn't quarrel with its mother, they immediately helped it quarrel. The Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird was so angry that it was so angry. These little brats simply don't know what's good and what's good. In the end, the four Pokémon broke up unhappily, and Greenbird flew away angrily with Fletchling and Spritzy. But about an hour later, the green cotton bird flew back with Spritzy and Fletchling. They stood side by side in front of the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird and solemnly apologized to the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird. After some questioning, Kixie King Niao found out that it was Ang who persuaded King Mian Yao to come back and reconcile with her mother. For a moment, Kixie Bluebird had mixed feelings in his heart. He looked at the cold steamed buns in front of him and fell into deep thought. Through these days of monitoring, it was found that the human did not do anything to harm the Pokémon. On the contrary, because of his feeding, the children were getting stronger day by day, and the pressure on them in raising children was also greatly reduced. But how could there be such human beings in the world? This is completely different from the human beings in its impression. Although the child of Tanabata Bluebird is a Pokémon native to the Nebel Plateau, Tanabata Bluebird itself is not. It accidentally strayed to the Nebel Plateau and was taken in and protected by Lord Volcanion. In fact, when the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebirds were young, they lived with their own group. They would migrate around as the seasons changed. Although they could not live a smooth life, the family members loved and helped each other, and they lived a pretty good life. Happiness. Until later, it met its trainer, was subdued by the trainer, and was separated from its family. Its trainer is a very strict person. His goal is to become the fourth elite of the league, or even the champion, so the requirements for Pokémon during training are almost strict. The Kixie Bluebird was still young at that time, and was still a blue cotton bird. Therefore, it could not meet many of the trainer's requirements, so it was often reprimanded by the trainer. Due to various reasons, Qing Mian Yao lost one after another in various competitions he participated in later, and was eventually angered and abandoned by his trainer. Although this happened many years ago, looking back now, the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird still remains vivid in my mind. Looking at the food in front of her, Kixie Bluebird's thoughts gradually drifted away. Soon the Pokémon finished their breakfast and left the small building one after another. At this time, there was a cry in the sky, and another Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird appeared in the sky. When the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird looked up, it turned out that her husband had come to pick it up. There was a smile in the originally melancholy eyes of the Chinese Valentine's Day Bluebird. Strange. The father of the green cotton bird gently landed next to the mother of the green cotton bird and rubbed his head on his wife's neck. The mother of the green cotton bird also nuzzled her husband with her head. After seeing that almost all the children had left, the couple flew away from Anja's house together. After a while, Anji came out to check on the situation and sighed deeply when he saw that the food was motionless. After returning to the store, Anja was cleaning with Diancie and the little Kirby, when Anja saw the pile of things placed in the corner. "Where did this come from?" Anja asked as he picked up the thing. "Isn't this lotus root? There's still a little bit of mud on it, so you can tell it's fresh at first glance." Diancie looked over after hearing this, thought for a moment and replied, "It seems that Bellsprout brought it here." "What's wrong? This is a good thing," Anja said. "He eats steamed buns every day, and he has long wanted to try something fresh, but there are too few lotus roots, and he can't even fry a plate, let alone his family has a big eater, little Cappy. Gang, can you eat it?" The little Kirby came over and stared directly at the lotus root in Anja's hand. "Of course, it's delicious," Anja replied with a smile. After thinking about it, he said to Diancie, "Diancie, you and Komala stay behind to look after the house. The little Kabiman and I go to Bellsprout to ask where this lotus root is. Where did it come from? Let's see if we can get some more." Thinking of the various delicacies that can be made with lotus roots, Anja's mouth watered unconsciously. In fact, there are many lotus flowers blooming in the lake not far from Anja's house. He had wanted to see if he could dig lotus roots, but the lake was too deep and there was no water-type Pokemon to help, so he had no choice but to give up. "Okay, feel free to go." Diancie nodded. "Little Kirby, let's go," Anja called to little Kirby. "Just." The little Kirby immediately followed Anja happily. Anja walked to the door and unexpectedly found a beautiful Vivillon flying in his flower garden. He looked surprised and said, "Vivillon? You have evolved." Looking back, it seems that I haven't seen Spupa for a while. It turns out that he evolved secretly. Vivillon nodded happily and expressed his gratitude to Anja. If it weren't for Anja's feeding, it would not have been able to accumulate enough energy to complete the evolution so quickly. "Have you had breakfast?" Anja asked. Vivillon shook his head. He came to Anja as soon as he completed his evolution. He just wanted to share the joy of his evolution with Anja immediately. "Then go inside and let Diancie prepare something for you. You must be hungry since you haven't eaten for a long time." Anja stretched out an arm and let Vivillon gently fall on it. "I want to talk to Xiaoker. Baimon is out for a trip and won't be back until a while." "Li." Vivillon nodded and took out a bright red flower from nowhere and handed it to Anja. Anja took the flower, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. "It smells so good, thank you, I like it very much." "Li." Vivillon flew around Anja happily twice, and then entered the house under Anja's persuasion. "Let's go." Anja put the flowers in the little Kirby's ears and said. As the little Kirby walked, he reached out and gently touched the flowers on his ears. "Just am I good looking?" it asked Anja shyly. Although Anja didn't understand what it said, he knew what it was thinking when he saw its cute expression, so he laughed and said, "You are quite cute for a boy." The little Kirby immediately grinned when he heard this. While walking, Anja hadn't found Bellsprout when suddenly a prompt sounded from the system. When he opened the system interface, a pop-up window immediately popped up. "Congratulations to the owner for entertaining 100 Pokemon in total and receiving the achievement reward, Intelligence +1. Anja was stunned. Is there such a surprise? Needless to say, it must be because Diancie entertained Vivillon. He looked again and saw that the balance of happiness points had indeed increased by 150 points. He looked at his personal information again. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 4 intelligence, 3 culinary evaluation, a rookie who can eat. Anja was delighted that he had become stronger again. Although he didn't know which aspect of his intelligence had been strengthened, he didn't feel that he had become smarter anyway. After closing the system interface, Anja looked at the little Kirby and asked, "Little Kirby, do you know where the Bellsprout family lives?" "Just." The little Kirby shook his head slightly. "Okay, let's find a Pokemon and ask." "Just." The little Kirby nodded and immediately turned around to look for the target. Suddenly a Flababy appeared in its sight. Its eyes lit up and it immediately shouted and waved to Flababy. Just. Flababy stopped in mid-air. It saw the little Kirby and Anja. It had seen Anja before, but because of Anja's human status, it was scared away. But this time, although it was still scared, it did not turn around and run away. It was very curious about Anja, because recently, topics about Anja have been circulating everywhere on the Nebel Plateau. Some said that Anja must have some unknown bad idea, some defended Anja, saying that he is a kind human being who can make delicious food, and others remained neutral and did not express any opinions on this. The two have been at loggerheads before. Flababy is curious about what the real situation is. So amid the call of the little Kirby, Flababy slowly fell from the sky. Seeing that Flababy did not run away immediately when he saw him, Anja felt that his relationship with the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau was indeed getting closer, and his mood suddenly changed. Be more happy. "Flababy, do you know where the Bellsprout family lives?" Anja tried his best to look kind. Flababy hesitated for a moment and nodded gently. "Can you please show me the way? I have something to ask Bellsprout for help." Anja continued. Hula, okay, come with me." As he spoke, Flababy chose a direction and flew forward, and Anja quickly followed with the little Kirby. On the way, Anja tried to talk to Flababy, but Flababy became very nervous as soon as he looked at Anja and could not communicate normally. However, the little Capricorn chatted with it without a word. Just do you think I look good?" The little Kirby held his head and showed Flababy the flowers in his ears. Hula humph, they are not as beautiful as my flowers." Flababy gently shook the fairy flower under her body and said proudly. Gang impossible, I am sure that I am cute. My master praised me for being cute." The little Kirbymon immediately retorted. Hula, who is your master? What is a master?" Flababy looked puzzled. Gang, of course my master is Anja, the master is the master." Little Kirby answered confidently, even though it didn't know what a master was. Although Anja couldn't understand what the two little guys were arguing about, looking at their lively expressions, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Under the leadership of Flababy, Anja and the others walked through a bush and finally came to a meadow. From far away, Anja heard the voices of Bellsprout, Weepinbell, and Victreebel. Through the layers of leaves, Anja saw a Victreebel, a Weepinbell, and 3 Bellsprout playing on the grass opposite. Victreebel Anja has met and is Bellsprout's father, while Weepinbell is Victreebel's spouse and Bellsprout's mother. As soon as Anja and the little Kirby approached, Victreebel discovered their presence. "Ah, who is there? Come out." Now that he had been discovered, Anja simply walked out openly. As soon as she saw Anja, Victreebel jumped to the front, protecting her family behind her, her face full of vigilance. Is this human being finally going to show up? Bellsprout was very happy to see Anja and was about to fly to Anja, but was held back by his brother and sister. Seeing that they were facing a formidable enemy, Anja quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I just came to Bellsprout for a favor." Victreebel's face did not lose its vigilance, just a hint of doubt. Seeing this, Anja took out the lotus root joint he was carrying with him. "I just wanted to ask Bellsprout where he got it." At this time, Bellsprout finally broke away from his brother and sister. He twisted his slender body and tried to fly to Anja, but his mother used Vine Whip to pull him back. Bellsprout, who was held up in the air by her mother with a vine whip, was screaming and dancing, not knowing what she wanted to express, but Anja didn't understand a word of it. Anja asked, "Weepin' Bell, Vic Treble, can you ask Bellsprout to lead me the way? If you are worried, you can follow together." Vic Treble looked at Anja for a few times, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded. It glanced at his wife, and Weepin' Bell gently put Bellsprout down. Chapter 15 I dig and dig and dig. As soon as Bellsprout landed, he rushed to Anja's side, stretched out his hand to hold Anja, and dragged him in a direction, obviously wanting to lead the way for Anja. Seeing this, Vic Treble and Weepin' Bell asked Bellsprout's brothers and sisters to look after the house, and they quickly followed them. Flababy hesitated for a while, and finally flew after Anja and the little Kirby. The waters on the Nebel Plateau mainly come from the Nebel River and Lake Nebel. The lake in front of Anja's house is part of Lake Nebel. The source of the Nebel River is unknown. It flows out from the endless mountains in the northwest of the Nebel Plateau, flows into Lake Nebel, and then flows out from Lake Nebel into the distance, passing through the kingdom of Azote. It can be said that the Nebel River is the source of life of the Azote kingdom. Because of the existence of Lake Nebel, the water type on the Nebel Plateau is very developed. There are small rivers, streams, small lakes, small puddles, and the like connected to Lake Nebel everywhere. Therefore, there are also a large number of water-type treasures inhabiting the plateau. Kamang. Compared with land where food is relatively scarce, food in the water is much more abundant, so the life of water-type Pokémon is much easier than that of land Pokémon. Bellsprout brought Anja and the others to the same place, a small puddle. Of course, it is said to be a small puddle, but in fact the area is not small, because the puddle has dried up at this time. So there are only large areas of silt and lotus leaves left after the lotus leaves withered. Although the climate changes in the Nebel Plateau are not very obvious throughout the year, strictly speaking, it is almost autumn now, which is a good time to harvest and taste lotus roots. But looking at the puddle full of mud in front of him, Anja had a headache. How to dig it? Go down? The mud that has been soaked in water for many years now exudes a stench. But I'll fight for the delicious food. After thinking about it, Anja took off his shoes, socks, jacket, and trousers, only wearing shorts and a shirt, and then tentatively put his feet into the mud. Fortunately, the depth of the mud was just below the calf. Surprisingly, Anja was not as resistant to contact with the mud as he thought. Rolling up his sleeves, he put his hand into the mud and groped for a while. Soon his eyes lit up. When he pulled his hand out of the mud, he found a lotus root in his hand. Probably because they are wild, the lotus roots here are not big, a little slender, but white and tender. It seems we are going to have a good harvest today, Anja said, holding up the lotus root in his hand. The little Kirby and Bellsprout were very happy when they heard it, especially the little Kirby. Seeing that Anja had gained something, he immediately came down to help. Just master, I'm here. He saw it speeding up and rushing into the mud. Anja shouted in horror, "Little Kirby, no, no." But it was too late, the little Kirby turned into a meat tank and rushed into the puddle. Anja wanted to move away, but the mud under his feet had adsorption force, and he couldn't move his feet for a while. Bang! The next second, the little Kirby smashed hard into the mud. The mud centered on it seemed to bloom and exploded everywhere. Anja, who was closest to it, was the worst, and was directly covered in mud. Became a clay figure. Anja. The little Kirby sat up from the mud, scratched the back of his head naively, and belatedly realized that the little flower on his head had fallen off. Just. Dash dash, dash dash. 3. It pinched the small flower that was also covered with mud with its muddy hands and looked at Anja with a grieved face. Anja spread his hands, then tugged on his muddy shirt and said, "Look at me, do I have the energy to take care of your little flower?" Just. Seeing that Anja was covered in mud, the little Kirby suddenly ignored Xiahua and turned his head to the side, pretending that he was not the one causing trouble. "You guy!" Anji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he suddenly remembered something, so he looked at Bellsprout on the shore and said, "Bellsprout, is there a master here? Lotus roots are food. In the Nebel Plateau, where food is not particularly abundant, it stands to reason that there cannot be no owner here. If there was an owner, it would be too presumptuous for them to dig up lotus roots here." Because he was so looking forward to digging lotus roots, he didn't consider this issue at all. "Sibo Sibo." Sure enough, after Bellsprout shouted at the puddle for a while, two heads, one big and one small, emerged from the mud not far away. It's the Loach and the King of Catfish. Loach and Catfish King are the owners of this puddle and lotus roots, and they are also good friends of Bellsprout. The lotus root Bellsprout gave to Anja was given to him by Loach and Catfish King. Seeing the owner appear, Anja quickly apologized to them. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a master here." However, Loach and Catfish King shook their heads and expressed that they were not angry. This puddle is not big, and because it is a wild variety, the yield of lotus roots is indeed not high, but it is too much for the Loach and King Catfish to eat, so they gave some to Bellsprout. Moreover, lotus roots grow in the mud and cannot be found by other Pokémon, so the extra lotus roots that appear every year slowly rot in the mud. For this reason, Loaches and Catfish Kings do not mind others poaching excess lotus roots. Suddenly Anja had an idea and said, "How about this, Loach, Catfish King, you guys give me all the lotus roots here, and then you can go to my house for dinner, okay?" In this way, he not only got the lotus root, but also earned happiness points. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Loach and Catfish King were stunned when they heard this, but immediately shook their heads quickly. Go to a human home for dinner? They don't dare. Sibo Sibo. At this time, Bellsprout made gestures to his two good friends, trying to describe how delicious the food Anja cooked was, trying to convince his good friends. But Loach and Catfish King still shook their heads desperately. No, no, no. Anja suddenly had an idea. How about this, you come to my house tonight and try the delicacies I make with lotus roots. If you like it, then come to my house often. If you don't like it, just pretend I didn't tell you. Just now Anja suddenly thought of a good idea. He wanted to hire Loach and Catfish King to plant lotus roots for him in this puddle. The original lotus root varieties here are not good and the yield is not high. He can buy high-quality lotus root seeds from the system store to replace the wild lotus roots here. In this way, the same water area can produce more and better lotus roots, and the Loach and Catfish King can completely supply the excess to themselves on the basis of keeping enough food for themselves. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. Anja looked at Ni. The eyes of Loach and Catfish King became more kind. Mud Loach, Catfish King, does this human want to eat us? His eyes are so scary. Bellsprout also tried his best to persuade Loach and Catfish King. In the end, the two Pokémon couldn't stand their friends pestering and had no choice but to agree to go to Anja's house for dinner in the evening. Then it's settled, Anja said happily. He then told Bellsprout, "Bellsprout, the Loach and Catfish King don't know my family. Please take them with you when the time comes." Sibo Sibo. Bellsprout nodded confidently. Vic Treble and Weepin' Bell looked at it with their heads hurting. Does their little one lack a miracle eye? Why do you obey this human being? After Anja got the consent of the Loach and the Catfish King, he and the little Kirby continued to dig up lotus roots. Just master, look at me. I saw the little Kirby rolling crazily in the mud. After a while, he stood up with a pile of lotus roots and kept showing off to Anja. Anja finally pulled out a lotus root and broke it off. Seeing the proud look on the little Kirby, Anja suddenly said with envy, "Look at the mud all over your body. Don't expect me to wash it for you when you get back." Just. Upon hearing this, the little Kirby immediately calmed down the pride on his face. Hugged the lotus root and came to Anja to act like a baby. Okay. Stop rubbing, rub all the mud on me. Anja quickly pushed the little Kirby away, even though he was already covered in mud. Sibo Sibo! At this time, Bellsprout also barked at Anja. It stretched out its long vine whip and stirred into the mud, and suddenly a bunch of lotus roots were brought out by it. Okay, you are all great, but I am useless. Anja thrust his hand into the mud as if to vent his anger, and pulled out a lotus root. Flababy saw Anja, the little Kirby, and Bellsprout having a great time playing in the mud. He also stuck out 2 vine whip sticks and inserted them into the soil, and then pulled out a bunch of lotus roots. Hula hula! Flababy brought the dirty lotus root to Anja. Anji was surprised. Is it for me? Hula hula! Flababy nodded slightly. Anja happily took the lotus root and said, Flababy, come to my house tonight and try my handiwork. Anja decided to hold a lotus root banquet tonight. Although he won't get any happiness points, who would make him happy? Hula hula! Flababy turned and flew to the side and continued to use vine whip to dig out lotus roots from the mud. Anja couldn't tell whether it agreed or not. Mudloach and King Catfish saw Anja struggling to dig, and for Bellsprout's sake, they also started to help. They were Pokemon that lived in the mud, so they were more efficient at digging lotus roots than Cappy, Bellsprout, and the others. All fast. Because the Loaches hadn't agreed to exchange the opportunity to eat at Anja's house for lotus roots, Anja didn't dig too much. He only dug enough for tonight and stopped. After it was over, Anja, along with the little Kirby and Bellsprout, moved the lotus roots to a small river connected to the puddle for cleaning. Otherwise, Anja would be tired from just moving them home when the lotus roots were covered with mud. Not to mention moving home, Anja was already so tired that he couldn't even straighten up just a short distance to the river. This body is really bad. Anja beat his waist and commanded the little Kirby. Little Kirby, first wash off the mud all over your body. Just I understand. As he spoke, it jumped into the river with a plop, and the originally clear river water was instantly muddy by it. There were several Magikarp hidden at the bottom of the river. After the water became muddy, they became very angry and jumped out of the water one after another to bite the little Kirby. Immediately, the little Kirby was bitten on its head, arms, belly, and buttocks. Only Magikarp. Little Kirby, you, ha ha ha! Anja was amused by its appearance at this time. Sibo Sibo! Bellsprout held his stomach and rolled on the ground laughing. Hula hula! Flababy didn't want to laugh at first. It covered its mouth with one hand and tried to hold it in, but in the end it couldn't hold it in anymore, so it laughed together with Bellsprout. Ba ba ba! The mud on the little Kirby was so dirty and smelly that even Magikarp disliked it. After taking 2 bites, they flapped their tails and fell back into the water, and even vomited a few times at the little Kirby. He slobbered, then swung his tail and walked away. Anja, Bellsprout, and Flababy smiled even more happily. Just. The little Kirby is so naive. Seeing everyone laughing happily, it scratched the back of its head and laughed along with everyone in a silly way. When the fun was enough, Anja also jumped into the water, first scrubbed the mud off his body, then washed the little Cappy, and finally started cleaning the lotus roots. The river is not deep, and can only submerge the belly of the little Kirby. After all, it is not the flood season. The river flows forward gurglingly, and the turbidity brought by Anja and the others is fleeting. It was washed away. Vic Treble and Weepin' Bell squatted on the grass not far away and did not come forward to help. They quietly watched Anja talking and laughing with the little Kirby and Bellsprout. Flababy would interject from time to time, although Anja could not listen. They understand Elvish, but this doesn't seem to prevent them from communicating with each other. In their eyes, Anja's smile was so bright and warm that they subconsciously thought, are people with such smiles really bad people? Gradually, the 2 Pokemon fell into confusion. Soon after cleaning the lotus roots, Anja put them directly into the system backpack, then clapped his hands and greeted the little Kirby beasts and them, okay, let's go home. It was incredible to see Anja make a bunch of things disappear with just a wave of his hand, whether it was the little Kirby, Bellsprout, Flababy, Victreebel, or Weepin' Bell. Just. Sibo Sibo. Hula Hula. The little Cappies followed Anja home, gesturing with their hands as if they were chirping to ask something. Anja responded with HMM and ah from the side, although he didn't understand what the three little guys were talking about. Anja and several Pokémon separated halfway. Victreebel and Weepin' Bell took Bellsprout back home, and Flababy also wanted to go back to his home. Bellsprout. Flababy. Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. Anja shouted at them. Hula. Bellsprout and Flababy waved back to Anja. At first, Flababy was a little afraid of Anja, but after getting along with him for a while, he completely put that fear behind him. Diancie was sitting at the door of her house waiting for Anja and the little Cappy. When she saw them coming back wet, she quickly asked, "Why are you two in such a state?" Anja and the little Kirby looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 16 Lotus Root Banquet. Diancie, can you go and notify the candlelight spirits and let them come to your house for dinner tonight? Anja asked. I'll go right away. Diancie nodded. Remember to ask Candlelight Spirit and the others to help notify other Pokémon. Anja continued to instruct. It would be a lot of work just for Diancie to notify everyone. I know. As she spoke, Diancie walked towards the direction of Zhu Guangling's home, and disappeared after a while. Anja lowered his head and said to the little Kirby, "Let's go home and take a hot bath first, and then start processing these lotus roots." Although they had washed them in the river, there was so much silt on them, how could they just rely on the river water? It's clean. As he spoke, he took the lotus roots out of the system backpack and stacked them in the corner of the door. Where did Gang come from? Seeing that Anja had transformed the lotus root out of thin air, the little Kirby came close to Anja, tugged on his clothes, and touched around on his body, trying to find the key. Okay. Anja reluctantly took away the little Kirby's hand. Go home and take a shower. Just. The little Kirby nodded, took Anja's hand and went to the bathroom on the second floor with him. Come on, little Kirby, sit down, I'll wash you first. Anja first filled the bathtub with hot water, then took a small stool and put it in the middle of the bathroom, and said to the little Kirby. Just. The little Kirby nodded and sat down on the stool obediently. Anja first wetted the body of the little Cappy with a hooded head. The warm water poured on the body, and the little Cappy closed its eyes comfortably. After all, it was a bit cool in the Nebel Plateau in autumn. After soaking in the water, even the little Kirby felt a bit cold. Now that it was washed with hot water, it suddenly felt that the coldness in its body was washed away. As the steam gradually filled the bathroom, Anja also felt that his body was getting warmer. Anja gently rubbed the little Kirby's hair with his hands and asked, "How is it? Is the water temperature suitable?" Just. The little Kirby gave Anja a thumbs up. After the little Cappy's body was completely soaked, Anja applied shower gel to it, and then took out a brush to gently comb its hair. After rolling around in the mire, the hair on its body was almost tangled. Just. Being brushed like this, the little Kirby felt even more comfortable. After cleaning the little Cappy, Anja helped it wash away the bubbles with a fluffy head, and then said to it, "Go take a dip in the bathtub. You worked hard digging lotus roots today. I'll put them in the water. A medicinal pack that relieves physical fatigue. It will be very comfortable to take a dip in it." Naturally, this medicine was bought from the system store. The price is not expensive. You can buy a pack for 5 happiness points and one pack can be used once. Anja looked at his happiness point balance. He still had 14,506 points, which was finally over 10,000 points. Anja has hardly spent any happiness points these days, except for the vegetable seeds he bought last time to cultivate a vegetable garden, and this time he bought the medicine kit. Vegetable seeds and medicine kits are very cheap, so he can't spend a few happiness points. Just. After the little Kirby got up from the stool, he did not go to the bathtub, but walked behind Anja and pushed him to sit on the small stool. You want to give me a bath too? Anja asked. Gang bye. The little Kirby narrowed his eyes and nodded. Anja sat down on the stool and laughed loudly. Then today I will enjoy the filial piety of an apprentice. Although the little Kirby didn't understand what disciples' filial piety meant, it still rubbed Anja's back enthusiastically. There were soft fleshy pads under its fleshy palms. It was really comfortable to press it on the body. It was just strength. A bit big. Little Kirby, please use less strength. Please use less strength. I'm going to fall apart from you. Just is this okay? The little Kirby immediately adjusted its intensity. That's it, comfortable. After a while, Anja's continuous moans came from the bathroom. Ouch, that's it, so comfortable. Yes, right, that's right there, rub it a few more times. Just. Whew. After taking a bath, the master and the apprentice lay down in the bathtub together, immersing their entire bodies in the water, leaving only their heads outside. They leaned on the edge of the bathtub, closed their eyes, and felt that their bodies were warm. Anji couldn't help but sigh, I bought this medicine bag right. It's easy to use and affordable. After taking the medicated bath, Anja used a hair dryer to dry his hair and the fur of the little Kirby. One person and one Pokemon suddenly felt relaxed all over. Because the bath was so comfortable, the master and apprentice were lying on the sofa in the living room on the second floor, looking boneless, with no desire to get up and work. Just. The little Kirby's voice was a bit lazier than usual. Little Kirby, be quiet. Let me lie down for a while. I'll get up and work later. Anja said in a daze. He and the little Kirby lay down together until the sun went down. After an unknown amount of time, Anja jumped up from the sofa and asked, What time is it? He looked at the clock on the wall and found that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's over, it's too late. He quickly woke up the little Kirby, wake up quickly, get up and work, otherwise it will be too late. Just. The little Kirby opened his eyes drowsily and rubbed his eyes again, as if he hadn't slept enough. It's almost dark. Just. When the little Kirby heard this, he suddenly felt as if his butt was on fire. He jumped up from the sofa, and his movements were exactly the same as Anja's just now. The master and apprentice changed their clothes as quickly as possible and went downstairs in a panic, only to find that everyone was already here. In the hall, the Candlelight family, Bellsprout, Fletchling, Espar, Vivillon, all arrived. They gathered together in 2s and 3s, chatting, playing. It was very lively. Mudloach and Catfish King also came as promised. Seeing Anja and the little Kirby coming downstairs, they all waved and said hello. Is everyone here? Wait, I'll cook for you right now. As he said that, Anja ran towards the door with the little Kirby, intending to take the lotus root he placed at the door and wash it again, but the door was empty. There was no lotus root, but he did see many Pokemon parents, including Bellsprout's parents Victreebel and Weepin' Bell, Blue Sheepbird's parents 2 Tanabata Blue Birds, Fletchling's parents Arrow Eagle and Muck Eagle. Note, the races of Pokemon in the game follow the mother, the author's book always follows one of the parents randomly. Apparently they are not worried about their children staying in human homes at such a late age, so they come here to supervise them. Seeing Anji coming, all the parents turned their attention in unison. Hello everyone! Anja suddenly felt like Alexander. The parents immediately withdrew their gaze quickly. Anja didn't have any extra time to pay attention to these indifferent parents, so he shouted loudly into the room, Diancie, where are the lotus roots I left outside? Diancie's voice came from inside the room, I put them all in the kitchen. It turned out that when Diancie came back, she found Anja and the little Kirby sleeping soundly on the sofa. She couldn't bear to disturb them, so she washed the lotus roots with the Pokemon that had already arrived, and then put them in the kitchen. Anja and little Kirby ran to the kitchen and saw that the lotus roots had been cleaned and placed there. Anja showed a smile on his face and said to little Kirby, let's start steaming the steamed buns. Can I leave it to you? These days, Anja and the little Cappy go to the cooking training room for 1 hour of training every day, outside time. Now the little Cappy is completely able to make steamed buns independently. There were a lot of Pokemon invited to the lotus root feast. If they were all served with lotus roots, it would definitely not be enough, so Anja decided to use steamed buns as the staple food and lotus roots as a side dish. In this way, everyone can not only be full, but also taste the deliciousness of lotus root, and Anja can also earn a wave of happiness points. Pokemon don't earn happiness points by eating lotus roots, but they do by eating steamed buns. Just don't worry and leave it to me, Master. The little Kirby patted its chest confidently and said. Immediately, the master and apprentice began to work. The little Kirby took out a bag of flour from the cabinet, took out yeast and other ingredients, and kneaded the dough skillfully. And Anja started to deal with lotus roots. The first dish Anja cooked was cold lotus root slices. He quickly peeled the lotus root, then cut it into thin slices and soaked it in water for a while to prevent it from discoloring when stirring. Then put water into the pot, put a spoonful of vinegar in the water, wait for the water to boil, add the lotus root slices, blanch the water and immediately take it out and put it into a basin. Because there were a lot of Pokemon dining, Anja had to cook a lot at one time, so he could only use a basin to hold them. The next step is to prepare the cold sauce, pepper, chopped green onion, garlic, pour hot oil, then add vinegar, sugar, coriander, etc. and stir evenly. Anja's movements were smooth and he finished it in one go. In the blink of an eye, a dish of cold lotus root slices was ready. Cold lotus root slices are simple to make but taste very good. Anja likes this dish very much. Seeing the little Kirby kneading the dough, he kept peeking over here, his nose was twitching slightly, and he looked like he was crying. Anja asked with a smile, "Little Kirby, taste it for me. How about it?" "Just." The little Kirby's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. "Ah!" It immediately opened its mouth wide. Anja picked up a few slices with chopsticks and put them into the little Cappy's mouth. The little Cappy was immediately conquered by the crispy texture of the lotus root slices. "Is it delicious?" Anja asked with a smile. Just. The little Kirby held his cheeks in his hands, his face full of intoxication. In fact, from the perspective of a cook, Anja's cooking skills are not particularly outstanding, and are far inferior to his grandfather's. Otherwise, his grandfather's restaurant would not have been shut down in his previous life. But the little Cappy beast has no insight. What Anja did, the food seems to be extremely delicious. "Okay, let's continue working, otherwise everyone will be impatient." Anja patted the belly of the little Kirby and said. Just the little Kirby nodded. With the encouragement of delicious food, it worked even more energetically. After the cold lotus root slices were ready, Anja continued to make stir-fried lotus root slices, fried lotus root clips, sweet and sour diced lotus root, pan-fried lotus root cake. Soon a strong aroma wafted out of the kitchen, and the Pokemon playing in the hall suddenly became quiet. They closed their eyes, lightly shrugged their noses, and took in big gulps of air. Yacha, it smells so good. Punchame couldn't resist the temptation of the aroma, and followed the smell toward the kitchen. The hooded gangster, Little Shilly, Stunky, Skitty, followed Punchame one after another. As soon as Anja finished boiling a pot of lotus root soup, he turned around and saw the little ones leaning into the kitchen with their heads pressed against the door frame, like stacks of arhuts. Anji couldn't laugh or cry and said, "It'll be fine soon. Go back and wait. If anyone doesn't behave, he won't get anything to eat." Yet. Meowth. Lion. When the little guys heard this, they suddenly seemed to have heard something terrifying, and immediately retracted their heads. Just ha ha ha. When the little Kerbaimon saw this, he immediately burst out laughing with his round belly. It was steaming steamed buns while eating secretly. While others were still hungry, its belly was already round and there was still a piece of green onion stuck to the corner of its mouth. Anja took out a handkerchief and wiped its greasy mouth. Okay, let's go and inform everyone that it's time to eat. Just. The little Kirby cheered and flew out. Anja, Diancie, and the little Cappy first took out the steamed buns and distributed them to each Pokémon's rice bowl. After all the Pokémon were distributed, they each took out a basin of cold lotus root slices from the kitchen, fried them lotus root clips, sweet and sour lotus root cubes, etc. were served to the Pokémon one by one with a spoon. There were 2 rice bowls placed in front of each Pokémon, one for steamed buns, the staple food, and one for vegetables. Anja felt that he and Diancie were a bit like the uncle and uncle who cooked rice and vegetables in the cafeteria when they were students in the previous life. And after the food was ready, Anja announced, "Everyone, let's eat." The Pokémon couldn't wait for a long time. After hearing Anja's words, they immediately started eating with their rice bowls in their hands. Meowth meow, it's so delicious. Skitty wagged her tail happily. Anja clicked on the system interface and was surprised to find that the happiness points increased very quickly. +200 +200 +200. Looking at the constantly changing amounts, Anja suddenly realized that Pokémon eating non-system required dishes did not provide him with happiness points, but steamed buns paired with lotus roots doubled the deliciousness and naturally doubled the happiness. As the Pokémon's sense of happiness becomes stronger, the number of happiness points provided will naturally increase. It turns out there is still such a loophole that can be exploited. Anja suddenly smiled from ear to ear. He walked up to Loach and Catfish King with a smile. "How is it? Is our food delicious?" The Loach and the Catfish King were concentrating on eating. They had never tasted such delicious food. It turned out that the lotus roots they usually eat became so delicious after being cooked. Are they really not dreaming? But when they looked up, they saw Anja looking at them with a strange smile. The 2 Pokémon's heads shrank. "Mom, I'm scared, this human being laughs so horribly. Is it delicious?" Anja asked again. Loach and Catfish King nodded quickly. Chapter 17 I'm sick? At this time, Bellsprout got close to Loach and Catfish King. Sibo, I said that, right? Isn't the food cooked by Anja particularly delicious? It looks very proud of its little appearance, as if it is the one who cooks delicious food. How about it? Do you want to exchange your remaining lotus roots with me? Anja asked. Loach and Catfish King looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know how to make a decision. Sibo, change it. Bellsprout encouraged the brothers from the sidelines. The brothers Loach and Catfish King were so annoyed by their friends that they finally agreed. They really couldn't resist the delicious food in front of them. Anja was very happy. "Then it's settled, I will go to your place to dig lotus roots later, and you will come to my house for dinner every morning from now on." Anja and the others were enjoying the lotus root feast lively in the house, but the parents outside the house were made uncomfortable by the fragrance that continued to come from inside. Strange, can they eat such delicious food every day? King Mianyow's father asked his wife. Strange. Mother Green Cotton Bird shook her head. Although it smelled very good before, it was not as fragrant as today. The smell today was too alluring. It swallowed subconsciously. Mook, this human being really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. No wonder the children come here every day. Fletchling's mother Mook Ying said. Yaluo. Fletchling's father, Li Jianying, snorted coldly. What's so great about it? Isn't it just that he is good at cooking? It's not rare. The fierce arrow eagle thought disdainfully, but then a more domineering aroma hit it, and it almost choked on the saliva that was constantly secreting from its mouth. Suddenly Anja's voice came, "How are you parents? Are you hungry? Do you want some food? Yellow, who wants to eat your food?" Fierce Arrow Eagle became a little angry and felt that he had failed just now. Eat some, it's free. If you don't eat, you don't eat." As Anja waved to the room, he saw Diancie and the little Kirby walking out holding a bowl of steamed buns and a bowl of vegetables respectively. Anja was minding his own business and placed them in front of each Pokémon parent. 2 rice bowls, and then prepare rice and vegetables for them. The aroma of the food was so overbearing that it went straight into the noses of the parents. Some parents' eyes were so stimulated by the aroma that their eyes widened and they kept swallowing saliva. "Okay, let's eat." Worried that the parents would feel uncomfortable when he was here, Anja took Diancie and the little Cappy directly back into the house, not forgetting to thoughtfully turn on the light at the door. It was getting late at this time, and the night shrouded the earth. The lights at the door emitted a soft light, dispersing the surrounding darkness, making people unconsciously feel at ease. Even several Pokémon parents were subconsciously warmed by Anja's actions. "Arrive!" Fierce Arrow Eagle shook his head desperately. Bah, what am I so excited about? How about Chi-Chi? Want to eat?" The Green Mian Yao's father put his head in front of the rice bowl and took a deep sniff. His mouth suddenly secreted saliva like crazy. "It's so fragrant. So delicious. It smells better when you get closer." "Yellow, I don't want to eat it anyway." Fierce Arrow Eagle said angrily. Mook, if you don't want to eat, I will." Muck Eagle couldn't stand it anymore. After saying a word, he started to bury his head in the rice bowl and peck at it. Mook, this is so delicious." The Muck Eagle suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed. Seeing Muking's reaction, Green Mian Yao's father, Victreebel, and Weepin' Bell all swallowed their saliva subconsciously. "How delicious is this?" Muking couldn't care about that much, and said directly to her husband, Mook, if you don't want to eat, give it all to me." As it spoke, it used its wings to pull the 2 rice bowls in front of the Arrow Eagle to its side. Yellow! Fierce Arrow Eagle was almost furious with his wife. "Why are you so worthless?" Finally, King Mian Yao's father couldn't bear it anymore. "Chi-Chi, no matter what, I want to eat it too." As he spoke, he lowered his head and dug into the rice bowl to peck at it. Wow, it's so delicious. Strange, I think that human being is really not a bad person. How can there be such a good bad person? The father of the green sheep bird spoke inarticulately while chewing the food in his mouth. Bang! The mother of the green cotton bird flaps her wings and slaps her husband on the head. Chi-Chi, he bought you off with just a little food. Strange. Qing Mian Yao's father covered his head with an aggrieved look on his face. Chi, I'm just telling you my opinion, why are you so angry? Victreebel and Weepin' Bell looked at each other, ignoring the lawsuit between the two couples, silently stretched out their vine whip to lift the rice bowl, and poured the food into their mouths. Wow, the couple chewed carefully and finally understood why their child was away from home every day. This must be so delicious. Yellow, you, how can you? Seeing that Victreebel and his wife had also chosen to give in, Li Jianying felt like his head was steaming with anger. Victreebel and his wife said nothing and continued to enjoy the food in silence. In the room, Anja looked at the happiness point balance column on the system interface. The numbers on it were beating, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Plus 200, plus 200, plus 200, plus 200, what a good sign. Parents' attitudes have also begun to soften. Anja's lotus root feast lasted until it didn't end until 8 or 9 in the evening. The Pokémon didn't leave immediately after eating. They even stayed to help Anja clean up. Not only the hygiene of the banquet held today, but also the hygiene of the entire small building. There are many people and power, so it doesn't take long to clean up. Once the cleaning is done, Anja feels that the house is instantly brighter countless times. Everywhere is spotless, even the ceiling has been cleaned by Spritzy and the others and shines brightly. This can be regarded as a small gesture from the Pokémon to repay Anja for treating them to dinner. After sending the Pokémon away one by one, Anja thumped his waist. I'm so tired. I will definitely not do this again in the future, and just make breakfast. It's not his style to endure hardship. He opened the system interface and glanced at the happiness point balance above, 20,906. There are a total of 32 Pokémon that come to the house for dinner tonight, including their parents, and they have contributed a total of 6,400 happiness points. Note, the currency set in this book is Alliance currency, and its purchasing power is equivalent to RMB. Because the original game is a Japanese game, the currency system is related to the Japanese yen, but the author is very insensitive to numbers, and it is easy to make mistakes in conversions, so there's no need to worry about that. The purchasing power of happiness points in the system store is equivalent to Alliance coins. Picking up Komala, Anja said to Diancie and the little Kirby, let's go into the house. Yet. Just. Then, as usual, Anja went to the cooking training room with the little Kirby to train for an hour, then washed up and went to bed. At night, Anja felt very uncomfortable and had a severe headache. He woke up in a daze, and when he opened his eyes, he found Diancie sitting beside his bed. What's wrong with me? As soon as he opened his mouth, he found that his voice was extremely hoarse. Ahem, cough, cough. Diancie quickly touched Anja's forehead and said, it's still very hot. You have a fever. As she said this, she helped Anja lean up. In the past, when Anja was in poor health, his body's immunity was very poor. He would get sick every 3 days, and colds and fevers were common. Diancie, who was still a little girl at the time, also took care of him in this way. Diancie poured a glass of water for Anja, and then poured out a fever-reducing medicine and handed it to Anja's mouth. She was busy and murmuring, you must have caught a cold after soaking in the water for too long during the day. You are such an old person. Now, things are still so out of tune, even if you dig lotus roots, you don't have to go down there yourself. Looking at Diancie who was busy, Anja felt as if he had returned to 500 years ago. After Anja took the medicine, Diancie helped him lie down and tucked him in. Have a good rest. If you feel uncomfortable, call me anytime. Anji said helplessly, I know, you should go to bed, it's already so late. He looked at the clock on the wall, it was 2 o'clock at night. Diancie nodded, turned around and walked out of the room, but after a while, it opened the door and came back. How? Anja was wondering when he found that there was a little Kirby behind it. Just. The little Kirby wore a pointed nightcap and held his own pillow in his arms. He kept opening his mouth and letting Diancie pull him to Anja's bedside. After tucking the little Kirby into Anja's bed, Diancie said, let the little Kirby sleep with you tonight. If you hold it and sweat, maybe it will be fine when you wake up. After saying that, it told the little Kirby, your master will leave it to you. Just. __, the little Kirby has not yet woken up. It responded in a daze, then turned over and held Anja in its arms. The warm, fat and soft touch was close to Anja. Anja also silently hugged the little Kirby. Sleepiness gradually came over him, and then he fell asleep in a daze. Diancie shook her head and muttered in a low voice as she walked out, sooner or later this family will break up without me. Yet. In the early morning, Anja opened his eyes amidst Fletchling's cries. He felt that his body was so heavy that he could hardly breathe. When he turned around, he saw that the little Kirby was putting an arm and a leg on him. With his mouth wide open, not to mention how sweet he slept. Are you awake? Diancie's voice came, do you feel better? After saying that, she walked to Anja's bed and pressed her forehead against Anja's. Well, it's not too hot anymore. I still feel weak. Anja said pitifully. You have a good rest today, don't worry about the things in the store, leave them all to the little Kirby. Diancie said. Anja glanced at the little Kirby who was still sleeping soundly. It's alone? Can it be done? It's okay even if it doesn't work. Diancie said without refusal. Hearing this, Anja had no choice but to nod. Okay, if it doesn't do well, don't scold it. Just teach it more. The little Kirby is very well behaved and very capable. Yes, yes, yes. Diancie said angrily, you are the biological father and I am the stepmother, that's all right. Anja smiled flatteringly at Diancie, who said that. My Diancie is the best in the world. Diancie was teased by Anja so much that she unconsciously had a smile on her face. Anja suddenly had a fever last night, which really frightened her. Anja hadn't been sick like this for a long time, and she didn't expect that a big one would come as soon as she came. Are you hungry? Last night here's still some lotus root soup left. I'll ask the little Kabiman to bring it to you later. After you finish eating, you can take the medicine and then have a good sleep. Diancie's tone became much gentler unconsciously. Anja's refrigerator is a black tech system, and food will not deteriorate at all when stored in the fresh keeping room. Probably because he was ill, Anja felt a little fragile mentally. He enjoyed Diancie's care very much and nodded coquettishly, yes, I understand. Diancie stood up and dragged the little Kirby out of bed. Just I still want to sleep, I still want to sleep. The little Kirby's eyes were still closed and he kept mumbling. Still sleeping, I asked you to take care of Anja, and you take care of it like this? You sleep more deeply than Anja. Diancie hit the little cappy beast hard on the head and scolded it as she walked away. Just. The little Kirby held his head and looked aggrieved. Looking at their retreating figures, Anja shook his head, then retracted his head into the bed, and fell asleep again. I don't know how long I slept, but Anja was woken up again by Diancie, drink it quickly. It helped Anja sit up, brought him lotus root soup to drink, and prepared medicine and water for him. After Anja finished the medicine, he took out Komala out of nowhere and quickly put it into Anja's bed. You can hold it and rest for a while. Komala was nestled in Anja's arms, snoring slightly. Anja gently stroked its back, looked up at Diancie and asked, is the situation in the store okay? It's the first time for little Kirby to work alone, so there is no problem. Var. Okay, everyone has finished breakfast and left. Didn't you tell me that the little Kirby is very capable? What are you worried about now? Diancie said while clearing the dishes. That's good. Anja breathed a sigh of relief, little Kirby is really capable. After Diancie left, Anja sat on the bedside with Komala in his arms. He had slept for too long. If he was allowed to sleep again, he would not be able to fall asleep. He did not have Komala's absolute sleep characteristics. Anja looked outside through the balcony. The weather seemed to be very good today. The sky was blue and clear, and the clouds were white. Suddenly there were 3 more dots in Anja's sight, and soon the 3 Pokémon landed side by side on the balcony railing. It's Fletchling, Spritzy and Green Sheep Bird. Fletchling's sharp eyes and sharp mouth saw Anja sitting on the bedside at a glance. His eyes lit up and he flew into the room chirping. Spritzy and the Green Cotton Bird saw this and followed closely behind. The 3 Pokémon landed gently on the edge of Anja's bed and brought gifts to Anja. Yet. Fletchling put down a flower. Whoosh. Spritzy put down an herb. Kiloo. The Green Cotton Bird put down a tree fruit. They come to visit the sick Anja on behalf of everyone. Flowers can make Anja happy, medicinal herbs can relieve pain, although they are not necessarily effective for fever, and tree fruits can replenish physical strength. Chapter 18 I'll dig again and dig again. Whoosh whoosh Anja, are you okay? Spritzy looked at Anja, who looked a little pale, and his eyes were filled with tears. Anja rubbed its head and said, don't worry, it's just a minor illness. It'll be fine after a little sleep. Kiloo really? The green cotton bird flapped its wings and flew to Anja's chest, gently brushing Anja's cheek with its wings. Just as Anja imagined, the wings of the blue cotton bird are indeed softer than cotton. It is so comfortable to touch that I really want to sleep with it on my pillow. Really? Really, I won't lie to you. Anji nodded repeatedly. Although Anja couldn't understand the Pokemon language, he could easily understand the meanings of the 3 Pokemon at this time, and he could clearly feel the Pokemon's concern for him. Because they were afraid of disturbing Anja's rest, the 3 Pokemon only chatted with Anja for a short while, then flapped their wings and flew out of the balcony. Anja, you need to cultivate yourself well. As Spritzy flew, he turned back and waved his wings to Anja. I know, don't worry. Anja also smiled and waved to the 3 little guys. After Spritzy and the others left, Anja inserted the flower and the herb into the empty vase at the bedside, and placed the fruits on the table beside the bed. The day went by in a blink of an eye, and the next day Anja still opened his eyes to the sound of Fletchling's cry. He stretched out and jumped out of bed full of energy. Resurrection with full blood. After resting for a day, Anja now feels that his whole body is full of strength. Diancie opened the door and came in with a smile on her face. Now that you're awake, let's wash up quickly. Everyone is already waiting outside. Coming, coming. Anja quickly ran into the bathroom. After washing up, Anja went straight downstairs to the kitchen and found that the little Kirby was already busy inside. Little Kirby, it's very early today. Anja teased it. Just. The little Kirby held a kitchen knife in his hand, and his face was full of seriousness, saying that he would work hard and strive to be independent as soon as possible, so that the master can enjoy the blessings. It turns out that Anja got sick this time, which scared the little Kirby too. Diancie also frightened Anja. I told it about being frail and sick since childhood, but it made the little Kirby very distressed. When Diancie conveyed the little Kirby's ambition to Anja, Anja hugged the little Kirby happily and said, "Good boy, master's love is really not in vain." Just. Being hugged by the master, the little Kirby also hugged the master, with a naive smile on his face. After the 2 masters had a heart-to-heart talk, Anja began to work with the little Kirby. But when he opened the refrigerator, he was surprised to find that it was full of lotus roots. After asking Diancie, he found out that during the time he was sick, Diancie was afraid that he would be tired, so she personally visited the Loach and Catfish King and asked them to help them. The lotus roots were dug out. Of course, Diancie only dug part of it, because Anja only opened once a day after all, so the Loach and Catfish King couldn't be left without any food. After digging up the lotus roots, Diancie organized the Pokemon to clean them and then put them in the refrigerator for storage. Anja gave Diancie a thumbs up and said, "Well done, our family really can't live without you." Humph. Diancie turned her head proudly and ignored Anja. Soon the pleasant breakfast time began. The Pokemon were overjoyed to see that Anja was back to health, and they all expressed their congratulations to him. After breakfast, Anja sent the Pokemon out one by one, and then clicked on the system interface to check the happiness point harvest. However, when he looked at the personal information interface, he was surprised to find that there was a slight change in the data above. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 5 intelligence, 3 culinary evaluation, a rookie who can eat. He clearly remembered that his physical constitution was only 4 points. Why did it become 5 o'clock? Diancie! Diancie! He shouted loudly to his guide elf. What are you doing? Diancie, who was wiping the table, stretched out her head and asked. Anja strode to Diancie and showed her his personal information interface. Look what's going on. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Diancie asked after taking a glance. Look, I have a little more physique for no reason. Anja pointed to the physique column and said. Oh, Diancie seemed to have thought of something. Didn't I tell you? You can increase your physical fitness by continuing to exercise in the cooking training room every day. Anja yelled, "Why didn't you say something so important earlier? It's the same now." Diancie was helpless, and then she suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, it's not just you, the data of the little Kirby has also changed." Upon hearing this, Anja immediately used his observation eyes to look at the little Kirby. Kirbymon attribute average. Characteristics: thick fat, gender male, level 20, skills impact, lick, rounding, recycle, covet, bite, charge, swallow, take down, coquettish, seed bomb, brick break, double return. Individual value: HP, 29 attack, 17 physical defense, 20 special attack, 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31 sure enough. The level of the little Kirby has also increased by 2 levels. Gang? Is there something wrong with me? Seeing Anja looking straight at him, the little Kirby, who was diligently mopping the floor with a mop, tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face. Diancie explained to Anja, "You and the little Kirby need dough and chop vegetables in the training room every day. That is also a form of exercise." "Okay, what you said makes sense." Anja accepted Diancie's statement. After breakfast, Anja went to inspect his vegetable garden. Looking at the vibrant and green vegetable garden, he was in a very good mood. The vegetables in the garden are growing very well. Fast-growing vegetables such as onions and garlic are ready to be eaten, but Anja is in no hurry to move. Anyway, he hasn't passed the novice stage yet, so he can use the ingredients provided by the system as he likes. If he doesn't use them while he's still in the novice stage, he'll have no chance after the novice stage. Don't take advantage of the bastard. It's a pity that the ingredients provided by the system can only be taken as needed, otherwise he could take advantage of the loopholes to save more. After inspecting the vegetable garden, Anja was about to go back when he saw a green sheep bird flapping its wings and flying hurriedly over his head. "King Mian Yao, what's wrong? You're so anxious." He greeted King Mian Yao. "Kilo kilo." The blue cotton bird screamed and pointed at the sky. Anja guessed and asked, "You mean it's going to rain?" "Kilo kilo." The green cotton bird nodded quickly. Because of their fluffy wings, the blue cotton bird and Tanabata bluebird are very sensitive to changes in air humidity and can easily predict weather changes. "That's it, then go home quickly, it won't be good if you get caught in the rain," Anja said to the green cotton bird, whose wings are not suitable for being exposed to the rain. "Kilu." The green cotton bird nodded, flapped its wings quickly and flew away. After the green cotton bird left, Anja looked at his vegetable garden and fell into deep thought. This vegetable garden was cultivated on the grass and the drainage was not very good. If it rained, the vegetable garden would probably accumulate water. While thinking about the problem, Anja walked towards home. At this time, Vivillon also flew past him in a hurry, obviously sensing it. Rain is coming. "Hey Vivillon, can I ask you a favor?" Anja asked. "Li." Vivillon nodded readily and agreed. "I have something to ask the Diglett brothers for help." "Do you know where they are?" Anja asked. "Li." Vivillon gestured with both hands, indicating that it could help find it. "Thank you then," Anja said gratefully. Soon Vivillon found the Diglett brothers, and Anja told them his thoughts. He wanted to dig a pond next to the vegetable garden and connect the pond to the vegetable garden with a ditch, so that the vegetable garden could drain water into the pond at any time. And when the pool is full of water, the problem of watering the vegetable garden will be solved when the weather is sunny, so you don't have to worry about floating bubbles all the time. The Diglett brothers immediately said that there was no problem at all. They were the best at digging and digging holes. "Then please." Anja chose a lower location, and the Diglett brothers began to work hard. They eat and drink at Anja's house for free every day. Apart from occasionally weeding and loosening the soil in Anja's flower and vegetable gardens, they can't do anything else. So they can help Anja today, not to mention much happy. Diglett is indeed a mole Pokemon. Dig is super fast. It only took 2 hours to successfully dig out a pool that was more than 4 meters deep and more than 10 meters in diameter. No, it's not an exaggeration to say it's a small pond. The pond is not far or close to the vegetable garden, and the location is just right. After the ditch connecting the vegetable garden and the pond was dug, the Diglett brothers made a suggestion to Anja. It took Anja a while to guess what they meant. They suggested helping Anja dig an underground path that connects the pond to Lake Nebel, so that they don't have to worry about the pond being too full and overflowing, or the pond drying up. Can I also ask you to do this? Anja asked. Mutter, of course. Mutter, don't worry and leave it to us. The Diglett brothers confidently guarantee. Then please. Anja said gratefully. The Diglett brothers jumped into the still waterless pond again, and soon a deep passage was dug out of the west-facing wall at the bottom of the pond. This passage is horizontal and will connect all the way to Lake Nebel not far from Anja's house. Once the pool is connected to Lake Nebel, the water from Lake Nebel will immediately pour in. Another advantage of doing this is that the water in the pool will become living water, and the water quality will not gradually deteriorate and stink due to long-term stagnation. About an hour later, the Diglett brothers rushed out of the hole in panic. The next second, rolling water poured out of the channel, filling the pool in a short time. Anja was amazed that the efficiency of Pokemon work was so high. If we had to dig it manually, we don't know how long it would take to dig it. Thank you for your hard work. Let's stay for dinner tonight. Anja knelt down and touched the heads of the 2 Digletts. Even though Digletts are burrowing around in the ground all day long, they are spotless and feel cool, slippery and very comfortable. Mutter. Mutter. Hearing Anja's words, the Diglett brothers' eyes suddenly narrowed into crescent moons. In order to repay Anja, they put forward more practical suggestions to Anja. One of them is to plant a few trees next to the pond so that silt is not easily accumulated at the bottom of the pond and the surrounding water and soil are not easily lost. He is truly an expert in farming. Anja thought it was very reasonable. You are really little geniuses in farming. He praised bluntly. There is no such thing as mutter is just a matter of experience. The 2 Digletts were very embarrassed after being praised by Anja. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared on the 2 Digletts. This is evolved? Anja's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time he saw a Pokemon evolve. When the white butterfly evolved into Spupa, he hid in the kitchen, and the white butterfly was too tightly surrounded by everyone. He saw nothing but a trace of light leaking out. The bodies of the Diglett brothers wrapped in light are changing rapidly, and their single heads have turned into 3 at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the light dissipated, 2 Dugtrio appeared in front of Anja. It was really magical. Note: the evolution of Diglett in this book follows the rules of the game. It can evolve when the level is reached. It does not require the combination of multiple individuals, including Magnemite, the Duranmecia family, the Iron Dumbbell family, and the Big Tongue and Slowpoke. Except for combination evolution, mutter. Mutter. The 2 brothers looked at their unfamiliar younger brother, elder brother, and were a little confused for a moment. Then they looked at the 2 heads they had just grown and became even more panicked. Anja quickly comforted the brothers, "Don't be afraid, you just evolved." After being comforted by Anja, the 2 Dugtrio brothers quickly calmed down and began to adapt to their new bodies. Then Anja bought 6 peach fruit saplings from the system store and planted them in a circle along the west side of the pond. Now that, however, if you want to plant trees, instead of planting ordinary trees, it is better to plant fruit trees directly, which can not only consolidate the soil and water, but also have fruits to eat in the future. Why not? After planting the fruit saplings, Anja looked at the sky and found that it had become gloomy, so he said to the 2 Dugtrio, "Let's go home." Mutter. Mutter. The Dugtrio brothers nodded at the same time. Vivillon, let's come too. Anja turned to look at Vivillon again. Vivillon is different from other Pokemon. They don't build nests, so they don't have a home. When it's sunny, they fly among the flowers. When it rains, they just find a bush or tree shade to take shelter from the rain. Their wings are covered with special scale powder, allowing them to fly normally even if they are wet by rain. Lee. Vivillon nodded, quickly flapped its wings and followed Anja back home. Although it was not afraid of getting wet in the rain, it didn't mean it liked getting wet. Of course it wanted a place that could shelter it from the wind and rain. Chapter 19 Rainy Night Rescue. As time went by, the sky became more and more gloomy. Not long after Anja and the others arrived home, the rain started to fall. Anja stood at the door and looked at the front that was already blurred by the rain. He couldn't help but said, "I didn't expect that it's already autumn and it's still raining so heavily." At this time, Diancie came over and said, "The terrain of the Nebel Plateau is special, and it is not surprising that the weather is different from other places. And according to other Pokemon, a special Pokemon lives here, so most of the Nebel Plateau it's like spring all year round." As she spoke, Diancie put a coat on Anja's shoulders. With the rain, the temperature also dropped, and she was worried that Anja would get sick again. Although Anja's body is getting stronger little by little as his physique points increase, his physique points are still only a few points now, so he must be on guard when necessary. Anja was indeed a little cold. He pulled his clothes closer to his body. "Special Pokemon, what special Pokemon?" he asked doubtfully. Diancie shook her head, "I don't know. I just heard from everyone that it is because of the protection of that Pokemon that everyone on the Nebel Plateau can live a carefree life. That's it." Anja mused, "I hope I have a chance to see it. After all, he is now a part of the Nebel Plateau. There should be a chance." Diancie smiled. "I hope it doesn't hate me." "Definitely not. Come in, it's raining heavily again." After standing at the door for a while, Anja saw rainwater splashing at his feet, and the water vapor in the air was getting heavier, so he said to Diancie. Diancie is a rock-type Pokemon, so she naturally dislikes water, so she nodded and entered the house with Anja. The rain lasted for a long time and showed no sign of stopping until dark. In the evening, Anja and Little Cappy steamed buns, mixed some lotus root slices, and cooked a pot of soup. Then they sat around the table with Diancie, Komala, and Vivillon to have dinner. The Dugtrio brothers were on the ground floor, with 3 rice bowls in front of them, one for steamed buns, one for cold lotus root slices, and one for soup. Warm lights were cast down, and the aroma of food filled the air. Everyone chatted while eating, feeling warm both physically and mentally. Wow mud! However, just when everyone was halfway through eating, there was a sudden hurried cry outside the door. Anja hurriedly walked to the door to check. Seeing this, the little Kirby quickly jumped down from the chair and hurriedly followed behind his master. As soon as Anja arrived at the door, he saw a large puddle of water at the door, and a small saw crocodile was standing in the puddle carrying a green cotton bird on its back. "What's going on?" Anja was startled when he saw the green cotton bird, which was soaked with water. He immediately stepped forward to pick up the green cotton bird from the back of the little crocodile. But the little saw crocodile seemed to be very afraid of Anja. When he saw Anja approaching, his feet seemed to have springs on them, and he jumped away with a slight rub. When the little Kirby saw this, he immediately stepped forward and took the green cotton bird down instead of Anja. This time, the little Kirby didn't resent the little Kirby's approach and obediently handed the green wool bird to the little Kirby. Anja quickly took the blue cotton bird from the little Kirby's arms and hurried into the house. "Diancie, Diancie!" Anja shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and get a dry towel." "Hey, got it!" Diancie responded and quickly ran into the bathroom. After a while, she ran out with a bath towel. "What's going on?" Diancie asked while handing the towel to Anja. "I don't know either. Anja shook his head and quickly dried King Mian Yao with a towel. After wiping and wiping, the green cotton bird woke up leisurely. It first looked around blankly, and when it saw Anja and Diancie clearly, it immediately screamed excitedly. Kilu Kilu! After Diancie translated, Anja realized that it turned out that the blue cotton bird wanted Anja to help its parents. The rain was so heavy that the nests of the green sheep bird family were washed away by the rain. Once their feathers were stained with water, it would be extremely difficult for Pokémon like them to fly. If it weren't for the little saw crocodile passing by, saved the green cotton bird that fell on the ground in time. At this time, the green cotton bird didn't know what happened to it. Okay, I'll go right away, don't worry. After listening to King Mian Yao's plea for help, Anja agreed. But Diancie said with worry on her face, "It's raining so hard, can you go? What if you get sick again? I can't control that much anymore." Anja shook his head, "I can't let you go. I'm not worried about the little Kirby going alone." But Diancie still felt something was wrong. "Don't worry," Anja said to it with a smile, "my body has become much stronger and is not as fragile as you thought." Seeing that she couldn't resist Anji, Diancie had no choice but to agree. She took the green cotton bird from Anji's arms and said, "Then you come back quickly." "I know." As he spoke, Anja took the little Kirby to change into a raincoat and rain boots, and took out a flashlight from home. Then he came to the door and asked the little Sawtooth who was looking into the house, "Little Sawtooth, can you trouble me? Will you take me to find King Mian Yao's parents?" Little Crocodile hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded gently, and then quickly ran into the rain. It is a water-type Pokémon, so it can naturally come and go freely in the rain. Upon seeing this, Anja put the flashlight into his raincoat and chased after him with the little Kirby. His raincoat was transparent, and the flashlight could still shine outside even if it was placed inside. The night was dark, the rain was falling heavily, and the wind was blowing, making this empty plateau look particularly scary. Anja and the little Kirby ran on the wet grass, feeling a little scared, especially the little Kirby, whose two short legs were almost turning into Hot Wheels, and he didn't dare to distance himself from the master even a little bit. "Distance! Just master, please slow down, it's so scary." After passing through the grass and bushes, Anja was led by the small saw crocodile to the edge of a cliff. With the flashlight, Anja saw a big tree lying in a puddle at the bottom of the cliff. There was another tree next to it. A torn-apart bird's nest. Needless to say, this should be the original home of the green Mian Yao. The structure of the green cottonbird's nest is very special. It is made of branches and hay and is finely woven, like a small house. If it is in good condition, it is indeed not afraid of wind and rain. Pity! The tree that holds the bird's nest originally grew halfway up the cliff, but the rain was too heavy and part of the cliff collapsed, taking the tree with it. Anja searched around, but could not find the parents of the blue cotton bird, so he, the little Cappy and the little Sawtooth went separately to search farther away. "Tanabata Bluebird! Tanabata Bluebird!" Anja shouted loudly in the rainy night, but his voice was affected by the rain curtain and could not spread too far. "Tanabata Bluebird! Tanabata Bluebird!" An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Anja still couldn't find any trace of the two Chinese Valentine's Day bluebirds. Even though he was wearing a raincoat and didn't get wet, he couldn't help but feel a bit cold at this time. "Wow mud, wow mud!" At this time, the little crocodile came flying over and shouted excitedly towards Anja. "Little crocodile, have you found the Chinese Valentine's Day bluebird?" Anja asked in surprise. "Wow mud, wow mud!" The little crocodile nodded repeatedly. "Great, let's go." Anja followed the little crocodile and soon found the green Mian Yao couple. Strange! A weak voice came from a bush. Anja took a closer look and saw the two couples hiding inside, covered with wet bodies, and covered with two large leaves. But no matter how broad the leaves are, how can they cover the wind and rain? Qing Mianyao's father was already unconscious, and his mother raised her head with difficulty to glance at Anja, as if asking how Qing Mianyao was doing. It was he who asked the little crocodile to carry the green cotton bird on his back to look for Anja. Don't worry, the green cotton bird is fine. Anja loudly told the green cotton bird's mother. Hearing this, the mother green cotton bird seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and her head dropped to the ground feebly. Anja stretched out his hand to hug it, but it tried its best to stop Anja. It didn't want human help. Anji couldn't bear it anymore and yelled loudly, "Are you still willful at this time? You can just forget it. Where is the father of the green cotton bird? Can you bear to watch it get cold? Also, if something happens to both of you, the blue cotton bird, what should I do? It's still young, what will happen next?" Hearing this, King Mianyao's mother glanced at her unconscious husband and finally stopped struggling. Anja said to the little crocodile, "Little crocodile, could you please help me find the little Kirby?" As he said that, he put the 2 extra raincoats he had brought with him on the Chinese Valentine's Day bluebird couple. Wow mud, wow mud! The little crocodile nodded and quickly disappeared into the rain. Soon, the little crocodile successfully found the little Cappy and returned. As soon as the little Cappy saw Anja, he immediately flew into Anja's arms crying, Just master, I'm so scared." When he was searching for the Tanabata blue bird couple alone, the little Kirby was extremely scared, but in order not to delay the rescue, he suppressed it and did not show it. Now that it has successfully found the Kixie blue bird couple, it finally couldn't bear it any longer. "Thank you for your hard work, we're going home right now." Anja patted the little Kirby's back to comfort it. Just. The little Kirby nodded obediently. Immediately, Anja and the little Kirby beast flew home carrying the parents of the blue cotton bird on their backs. Before leaving, Anja thought about calling the crocodile, but when he turned around, he found that the little crocodile has long disappeared. When Anja and little Kirby returned home with the Chinese Valentine's Day blue bird couple, Diancie was pacing anxiously at the door holding the blue bird in her arms. Seeing the figure of the master and the apprentice in the rain, the green cotton bird was the first to call out. Kilo is back." Diancie quickly handed the bath towels she had prepared in advance to Anja and the little Kirby. "Let's go into the house first," Anja said, and Kirby wrapped the couple in bath towels. Kilo. The blue cotton bird looked worriedly at its unconscious parents. Anja comforted it and said, "Don't worry, your parents are fine." After Anja and the little Kirby put down the Chinese Valentine's Day blue bird, Diancie helped them take off their raincoats and said, "Leave the Chinese Valentine's Day blue bird to me. You two should go take a hot bath first to avoid getting sick." Vivillon on the side heard this and quickly came over to help Diancie. As for the Dugtrio brothers, they had no hands, so they could only watch. Anja was not polite. After handing over the Kixie bluebird couple to Diancie and Vivillon, Anja immediately took the little Kirby to take a bath. When the master and apprentice came downstairs after taking a bath, they saw that the Kixie bluebird couple had woken up. Diancie helped them dry their feathers and warmed them with a hair dryer. Their wet feathers became white and soft again. At this time, the family of 3 was huddled together, hugging each other to keep warm while eating the food Diancie prepared for them. After experiencing the torture of the rainy night, even the stubborn mother of the green cotton bird could no longer refuse the food given by Anja. Besides, it feels that since it already owes Anja a favor, it doesn't have to worry about more debts. Plus 200 plus 200 plus 200 at this time, he can eat a mouthful of warm food, and his happiness is really overwhelming, so Anja's happiness points directly increased by 600 points. Seeing Anja coming down, the green cotton bird immediately happily flew out from between its parents and plunged into Anja's arms, acting like a baby while saying thank you to Anja. Anja gently rubbed its feathers and asked, "How do you feel about your body? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Kilo. The green sheep bird shook its head, dried its feathers, and ate the hot food. It had completely recovered its strength. As long as everything is fine. Anja said with a smile. Tanabata Bluebird's father also stood up at this time and thanked Anja frankly. Although Tanabata Bluebird's mother's face was still stinky, she finally no longer expressed her rejection of Anja. The heart of gratitude is still there. Chi, I will definitely repay this kindness. Diancie translated the words of the mother of the green cotton bird to Anja. Anja didn't say much, just smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll wait. Hearing this, the burden on Kixie Bluebird's mother's face suddenly lightened a lot. You can continue to eat. You will stay here tonight. You don't have to worry about anything else. Anja said again. Qing Mianyao father and Qing Mianyao nodded at the same time. After dinner, Diancie prepared a room for the Green Mianyao family and the brothers Vivillon and Dugtrio so that they could rest separately. Anja and the little Capimon went to the training room to train for an hour as usual before going to bed. Anja got into the warm bed and was about to turn off the lights and go to sleep when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Come in. Gang master, can I sleep with you tonight? Creak, the door opened slightly, and a little Kirby wearing a nightcap poked his head in and asked pitifully. You want to sleep with me? Anja asked. Just. The little Kirby nodded repeatedly. Okay then, come here quickly. Anja agreed readily, patted the place next to him and said. Just. The little Kirby cheered, hugged his own pillow and ran to Anja's bedside, quickly getting into the bed. Seeing the happy look on little Kirby's face, Anja smiled and shook his head. Good night, little Kirby. Just good night, master. Bang, the lights were turned off. As soon as Anja lay down, he noticed that the little Kirby next to him moved towards him, so he silently stretched out an arm and put it on its soft belly. The little Kirby followed the trend. Just hugged it. Hoo-ho! After a while, the reassuring purr of the little Kirby came from the dark room. Chapter 20. There are neighbors. Anja and the little Cappy slept soundly, but Kixie Bluebird couldn't sleep at all. To be precise, the only one who couldn't sleep was the mother green cotton bird. The room Diancie prepared for them was very comfortable, with thick blankets on the floor. The family of three nestled together, covered with soft quilts, not to mention how comfortable they were. Because she was worried that the family of three would be afraid of the dark after experiencing a dark rainy night, Diancie did not turn off the lights when she left. She also told them to turn off the lights themselves if they felt the room was too bright, and told them the location of the switch. Because the Green Mianyao and his father were too tired, they curled up and fell asleep, but the Green Mianyao mother couldn't fall asleep. It looked through the window at the dark night outside, listening to the whistling wind and the pounding rain outside, and its thoughts kept drifting away. It seems that it also experienced such a rainy night many years ago. That time it lost another game, and the trainer punished it by standing outside, and you are not allowed to have dinner. It rained heavily that night. It was cold and hungry, and finally passed out in the rain. It thought that if the trainer had called it back to the house like Anja and prepared warm food and shelter for it, it might not hate humans as much as it does now. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. In the end, another Pokémon from the trainer carried the unconscious Pokémon into the house. Looking back now, all the past events are vividly visible. I don't know how long it took, but when a ray of light appeared in the sky, the mother green sheep bird fell into a drowsy sleep. In the morning, the bright sunshine shines into the house through the window, and Fletchling falls gently on the balcony railing. Anja got up and basked in the sun. Anja opened his eyes drowsily and found that the little Kirby was still hugging his arm tightly. The nightcap that was on his head last night had disappeared somewhere. Gang, it's delicious, I want more. I don't know what kind of sweet dream it had, but it kept mumbling. Anja gently pulled out his arm, got out of bed and walked to the balcony, waved and greeted Fletchling. Good morning, Fletchling. The fresh air after the rain hit his face. Anja took a deep breath and instantly felt that his brain was very clear. Yet, there's Celadon/rainbow. Anja suddenly exclaimed and saw a huge rainbow bridge in the distance stretching from one end of the mountain to the other. Yet, Fletchling flapped its wings happily and flew up, playing with the flying spritzy and flying further and further towards Celadon/rainbow until it disappeared from Anja's sight. After standing on the balcony for a while, Anja dragged the little Kirby out of bed and took it into the bathroom to wash up. This guy is really good at sleeping. He was still drowsy when brushing his teeth. Anja helped squeeze out the toothpaste. Seeing that the little Kirby toothbrush was almost brushing his nose, Anja sighed leisurely. I still hope that the apprentice will be able to enjoy the blessings on his own as soon as possible, but now it seems that is not possible. Some people just expressed their intention to work hard 2 days ago. Today it's revealed for what it is. Just. Anja's words made the little Kirby tremble all over, and it suddenly lost all sleepiness. It saw its eyes widened, brushed its tooth in 2 or 2, and then ran out to change into the chef's clothes. After it was done, it even urged it to start. Anja comes. Just master, hurry up. If you don't hurry up, I won't wait for you. Anja. Probably because it had just rained, there were not many Pokémon coming to the store to eat this morning, but it was okay. Anja felt that he could take the opportunity to rest more. After all the Pokémon had had breakfast, Anja asked Diancie, have the green sheepbirds come down to have breakfast? No. Diancie shook her head, they were very tired last night and may have been frightened. Let them sleep a little longer. Anja nodded. After the Pokémon finished their breakfast, Anja, Diancie, and the little Kirby sent them out together. Brothers Vivillon and Dugtrio also took the opportunity to say goodbye. Then Anja put on his rain boots and went to the vegetable garden behind the house. It had just rained, and the vegetable leaves in the garden were dripping with water. They were green and tender. Anji couldn't help but pinch a handful of green vegetables and decided to stir-fry a plate for a taste at noon. If you don't eat it now, it may not be so fresh after a while. Anja also discovered that the tomatoes had also grown, but they were still green. Thinking of the various delicacies made from tomatoes, his mouth watered unconsciously. Just wait a little longer. It had just rained, and the vegetable garden was wet. The picked vegetables were stained with fresh soil. Anja took them to the newly dug pond to wash them. Fortunately, this pond was dug, otherwise there would definitely be water accumulation in the vegetable garden, and many vegetables might have their roots rot due to this. After washing the dishes, Anja hummed a little tune and walked home. As soon as he reached the door, he saw the blue cotton bird and its father flying out of the house with panic on their faces. What's wrong with this? Anja asked. Kilo. Strange. The two Pokémon spoke incoherently. Of course, even if they were clear and coherent, Anja couldn't understand them. At this time, Diancie came over with a medicine box and said, Mother Green Mianyao is sick and has a fever. Anji was surprised when he heard this. He was not sick, but his mother, a green cotton bird who was countless times stronger than him, was sick. I didn't see King Mianyao's father getting sick either. Let's go and have a look. Anja put down the little green vegetables and followed Diancie, Qing Mianyao and his daughter towards the room where the three of them rested last night. As soon as Anja entered the door, he saw the mother green cotton bird lying on the ground with a weak face, her blue skin turned red at this time. Anja walked over and touched its neck, and it was indeed hot. Sensing that someone was touching her, the mother bird opened her eyelids and glanced at Anja. At this time, she didn't even have the strength to glare at Anja. Diancie, come on, give me the medicine. Upon hearing this, Diancie quickly opened the medicine box and took out the antipyretic medicine. The system not only equips this medicine box with common medicines for humans, but also for Pokémon. It is very comprehensive, but the quantity is not too much. When it is used up, Anja will have to use happiness points to buy it from the system store. Buy. Received the medicine delivery when the bird entered its mother's mouth. Anja was afraid that it would not swallow it, so he whispered to it, "Just take the medicine and it will be fine. Don't be stubborn." The mother of the green cotton bird really didn't have the energy to be serious with Anja. It was in a daze and allowed Anja to feed it medicine and drink water. Then Anja put a cold towel on its forehead and wiped its body with alcohol. It took a long time for its body temperature to gradually subside. After doing all this, Anja saw that King Mianyao and his father were still worried, so he smiled and comforted them and said, "Don't worry, since the fever has started to subside, it means there is no problem. You should stay with it. I will go and prepare some food for you guys, I think you are hungry too." The green cotton bird and its father nodded, and then quietly lay down next to the mother green cotton bird, looking at it without blinking. Anja came to the kitchen, steamed a basket of steamed buns, and then started washing the green vegetables he had just picked. After cleaning the vegetables, he took out oil, salt, chicken essence, and other seasonings one by one. Pour oil into the hot pot, then add vegetables and stir-fry, then add appropriate amount of salt, oil, and other seasonings in order, and finally add chicken essence and take out. A simple and delicious stir-fried vegetables is ready. High-end ingredients often require simple cooking methods, and the same is true for the green vegetables grown by Anja himself. He picked up a chopstick and put it into his mouth, and was immediately amazed by the taste of the green vegetables. Fresh, tender, tasty. As expected, it was grown from seeds bought at the system store. After eating, Anja was about to put down his chopsticks when he saw the little Cappy picking at the kitchen door frame and staring straight at him, with a suspicious glint at the corner of his mouth. Just master, what good things are you eating secretly?" As he spoke, he slightly shrugged his nose and smelled the aroma in the air. His expression seemed to say, "Don't fool me, I can smell it." Anja had no choice but to change a pair of chopsticks, picked up a chopstick and handed it to the little Kirby. "You guy, I really can't hide anything from you, come here, let me give you a taste." The little Kabyman ran to Anja's side briskly, swallowed the green vegetables into his mouth in one gulp, chewed it twice, and squinted his eyes with a look of surprise. "Is it delicious?" Anja asked. Gang delicious, delicious." The little Kirby looked at Anja pitifully again. Anja refused and said, "This is breakfast for King Mianyao and King Mianyao's father. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you at noon, be good." Just now after hearing this, the little Kirby suddenly stopped being obsessed with it. It is a well-behaved little cutie. Anja saw that the steamed buns were steamed, so he opened the steamer, took it out, put it into a rice bowl, and handed it to the little cabby beast along with the freshly fried vegetables. He said, "Good boy, give these to the green sheep and the others." "Just." The little Kirby nodded, obediently took the rice bowl and left. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the mother bird woke up in a daze. Although her fever had completely gone away, she was seriously ill and now she felt weak all over her body. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw its husband and daughter sleeping next to it. Seeing their peaceful expressions, the mother green cotton bird showed a soft smile on her face. This smile was something Ng, an outsider, had never seen before. "Are you awake? How do you feel?" Anja's sudden voice startled the mother green cotton bird. Before the mother of the blue cotton bird could react, Anja's hand had already been placed on its forehead. "Well, the fever is completely gone. It seems like everything is fine." Without waiting for the mother of the green cotton bird to make a sound, he quickly took his hand back. "Green cotton bird mother. Are you hungry? I left some food for you, please wait a moment." Anja said and walked out of the room. Looking at Ng's back, the mother of the green cotton bird had a complicated expression. Why was the first human being it encountered not the person in front of it? At this moment, it finally had to admit that Anja was different from the humans it knew. Just as Anja left, King Mianyao and King Mianyao's father also woke up. Kilo Mom, you finally woke up. I was worried to death. The green cotton bird happily got into its mother's arms and kept acting like a baby to her mother. Strange. The mother of the blue cotton bird patted the blue cotton bird with her wings lovingly to calm its restless mood. The mother suddenly fell ill, and the bird must have been frightened. The father of the green cotton bird put his head in front of his wife, gently rubbed her neck, and told her his worries and love. The mother King Mianyao also responded to her husband's affection, entwining her neck with her husband. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely warm. After eating the food Anja sent, the mother green cotton bird finally regained her strength. Facing the bright sunshine in the afternoon, a family of 3 flew out of Anja's house. Strange. Kilo. In the blue sky, the crisp calls of the blue cotton bird and the Tanabata bluebird came, bringing a different kind of vitality to the Nebel Plateau. Come and play again when you have time. Anji stood at the door and waved to the sky, and the response was still the crow of the Chinese Valentine's Day bluebird. On this day, Angeloche and Catfish King invited them to his home. The reason was that he bought some lotus roots from the system store and wanted to ask the brothers to help them plant them in the pond next to the vegetable garden. Originally, Anja wanted to ask Loach and Catfish King to help plant lotus roots in their puddles, but now that he has his own pond, there is no need to look far. Standing by the pond, Anja looked at the loaches and catfish. The king buried lotus roots one by one under the water. Suddenly he asked, "Do you two want to live in my pond?" The 2 brothers were stunned by Anja's words. Anja explained, "Look, your original home is in a remote location, and you live there alone. You are water-type Pokemon, and it is difficult to move on the shore. You live far away, and you can't come to my house for dinner easy. Why don't you just live in my pond, and you help me plant lotus roots and clean the pond? After the lotus roots are planted, I will share some of them as food for you. My lotus roots are more delicious than yours, they are big and delicious." Anja thought that the pond must be cleaned regularly. Otherwise, as more silt accumulates, it will become shallower and shallower. Even the channel connecting the pond to Lake Nebel may be blocked. Loach and King Catfish are very suitable for it. This works. Loach and Catfish King looked at each other, a little hesitant. Anja continued, "Look, my pond has a direct passage to Lake Nebel. If you are tired of staying in the pond, you can use the passage to take a break in Lake Nebel at any time. This is no better than the small puddle where you live. Comfortable." The brothers were finally deeply moved by Anja's last point. Mutter. At this time, the Dugtrio brothers popped their heads out of the soil, and they persuaded the Loach and the Catfish King together. They came to help Anja's vegetable garden loosen the soil and weed the garden again today, and happened to hear the conversation between Anja and the Loach brothers. Yeah. In the end, Catfish King made the decision and agreed to Anja's proposal. Anja immediately happily said to Catfish King and Mud Loach, "Catfish King, Mud Loach, we will be neighbors from now on, please give us your advice." Nini. Yeah. Loach and Catfish King nodded, then plunged into the water and continued planting lotus roots. Chapter 21 New Tasks and New Food. Soon Loach and Catfish King helped Anja plant the lotus roots, and the brothers then returned to their original home to prepare for moving. Anja also went to help. The 2 brothers dug out all the lotus roots left in the puddle. Anja took the little Cappies and the others to help move the lotus roots back to his home. The 2 brothers, Loach and Catfish King, have decided to store all the lotus roots in Anja. Anja put them in the refrigerator at home, and then asked Diancie to give some to Loach and Catfish King every noon and evening. In this way, the 2 brothers officially became neighbors with Anja's family. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Anja and Kirby had just sent the Pokémon away after breakfast when they suddenly received a system prompt and saw that the status of the taskbar had changed. Host 100 Pokémon for 30 days. 100/100, completed, rewards to be claimed. The last novice task was finally completed. Anja even delayed it deliberately, but he didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Without hesitation, I clicked to claim the reward, and the system immediately popped up a pop-up window prompt. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, Constitution +2. As soon as Anja clicked on the reward, another pop-up window popped up on the system taskbar. Congratulations to the owner Lance/Crossing for passing the novice stage and receiving achievement rewards, Physical Fitness +5, Intelligence +5, Home Binding Qualifications, and System Permission Sharing Qualifications. Anja glanced at his personal information column, and sure enough, the data above had been updated. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, +500, physique, 12 intelligence, 8 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. He clenched his fist and felt that his whole body was full of strength. He could kill a Kentaro with one punch. He looked at the system taskbar again and found that the taskbar interface had been updated, and it showed. Daily Task 1, train in the cooking training room for 1 hour, to be completed. Daily Task 2, entertain 10 Pokemon, completed, rewards to be collected. Anja knew without guessing that these 2 daily tasks were fixed tasks and would be refreshed every day in the future. He did not hesitate to receive the reward for the completed daily task 2. The prompt pop-up window will pop up immediately. Congratulations to the owner for getting the reward, 1 caddy of rice. 1 caddy of rice? Are you so mosquito-legged? But thinking about it, Anja thought it was normal. After all, it was a daily task that was refreshed every day, and the rewards were generally normal. Checking the system backpack, Anja saw a 1 pound of rice sign in it. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten rice for a long time. Let's just have this for dinner today, and stir-fry 2 side dishes. It will definitely be delicious, just in time for the vegetable garden. There are many dishes in it that you can eat. But, his novice period is over, does he still have the seasonings in the kitchen? Without seasoning, he would be blinded and couldn't cook the vegetables. Suddenly Anja remembered that Lance/Crossing had passed the novice stage, and he seemed to have a special reward, Home Binding Qualification? System Permission Sharing Qualifications? What's this? Diancie. Diancie. It's time to guide the elf again. Come on, come on. When Diancie saw Anja barking so urgently, she thought something had happened. After hearing Anja's question, Diancie suddenly realized. Oh, so that's what it's for. Then it explained to Anja in detail what home binding qualifications and system permission sharing are. The first is home binding qualifications. Anja can choose a place as his home and then bind it to the system. After binding, as long as the Pokemon living in the home, Anja can summon them at any time no matter where he is. And pass back. Then there is system permission sharing. Anja can pay wages, happiness points, to the Pokemon living in the home through the system, and then share the permissions of the system store to the Pokemon, so that the Pokemon can freely shop in the system store. After listening to Diancie's explanation, Anja was pleasantly surprised and said, "My dear, is it so convenient?" Diancie nodded, "Do you want to bind home?" Its face was full of anticipation, and it really wanted to shop in the system store. Anja couldn't wait to say, "Bind, bind, of course home is where we live now." Okay. As Diancie finished speaking, a pop-up window popped up on Anja's system interface. Do you want to bind your current residence as home? Yes. No. Anja clicked yes without hesitation, and the system immediately issued a prompt, "Congratulations to the owner for successfully binding home." Diancie asked again, "Do you want to share the permissions with Pokemon?" Anja did not hesitate, "Share, share." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the system interface popped up again. Should it be shared with the Pokemon subsystem? Yes. No. Is this subsystem the so-called permission to share? After Anja clicked yes, the second pop-up window popped up immediately. Please select the subsystem sharing objects. 1. Diancie. 2. Komala 3. Little Kirby. This is a multi-selection one. Anja directly selected all three, and the system immediately popped up a prompt, "Congratulations to the owner for successfully sharing the subsystem." After the permissions were shared successfully, Anja found an extra button at the bottom of his personal information interface. Salary payment? He clicked the button, and a pop-up window popped up immediately. Please select the salary payment object. Diancie, Komala, Kirby, is also a multiple choice. They, after the name is used to enter the salary amount. Anja thought for a moment, and then entered 500 into each. It was not him who deducted it, but because he was too poor, and his salary would definitely increase in the future. After Anja finished typing, he clicked OK. His happiness point amount suddenly decreased by 1,500. At the same time, Diancie and the other three reacted, and an interface suddenly popped up. Diancie. Balance, 500. The subsystem interfaces of the three Pokémon in the store backpack are exactly the same except for their names. They are very simple and easy to operate. As the system's guide elf, Diancie was naturally familiar with everything. After seeing the interface generated, she immediately said to Anja mischievously, "Thank you, boss, for the reward." At this time, Komala and Kirbymon were puzzled by the interface that suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Anja said to Diancie, "Okay, stop being naughty and teach little Cappy and Komala how to use the system, otherwise their CPUs will burn out." "Yes, boss." Diancie ran away quickly. Anja shook his head helplessly. Then the three Pokémon gathered together and began to study how to use the subsystem. When Anja was making lunch at noon, he found that he did not have less seasoning, but more, as did flour and other ingredients. Then Diancie explained the reason to him. In order to allow him to pass lands/crossing smoothly, the system left him enough ingredients and seasonings for a month. When these are used up, Anja can't find the source of the ingredients, so it won't matter. It's about the system. Anja once again felt that the system was really considerate and took every aspect into consideration. In the evening, Anja went to the training room with the little Kirby as usual to train. An hour later, the system taskbar status changed. Daily Task 1, train in the cooking training room for 1 hour, once completed, the reward will be collected. Daily Task 2, entertain 10 Pokémon, completed, the reward has been received. He clicked to receive it, and the system popped up a prompt message. Congratulations to the owner for getting the reward, a handful of celery. Okay, the daily mission rewards are pretty much the same. Early the next morning, Anja's door was knocked by Diancie. "Anja, there is a new mission, do you want to take it?" "What mission?" Anja asked. "Take a look." Diancie said and showed the mission pop-up window to Anja. Purchasing task: go to King Azot City to purchase ingredients. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Anja was slightly startled when he saw this mission. Azot King City, my former home. He had long wanted to go back and have a look, but when he thought about it, he was afraid that things and people there had changed, and he felt a little shy about being close to home. Are you finally going back now? Diancie could guess Anja's complicated emotions, and so could he. After all, Azot King City was once his home. Let's go back and take a look. Diancie said. Okay. Anja smiled and nodded to Diancie, then accepted the task, and the system taskbar interface immediately changed. Daily Task 1, train in the cooking training room for 1 hour, to be completed. Daily Task 2, entertain 10 Pokémon, to be completed. Purchasing task: go to King Azot City to purchase ingredients, to be completed. Daily tasks are refreshed every day, and Anja does not need to accept them. Although the task rewards are average, they are better in the long term, and Isnt also said that the daily task rewards also have a very low probability of good things. It depends on Anja's luck. In addition, after the novice period ends, all Anja's tasks will no longer have time limits. However, if some tasks are not completed quickly, it may affect the acceptance of subsequent tasks. After accepting the task, Anja went downstairs with Isnt and the little Kirby, and a new day began. In the kitchen, Anja handed over the task of steaming steamed buns to the little Kirby, while he handled the reward for completing the task last night, a handful of celery. Just master, what are you doing? While kneading the dough, the little Kabiman stared straight at the celery in Anja's hand. Is the master going to make something delicious again? Thinking of the delicious rice he ate last night, the little Kirby's saliva immediately flowed out. The quantity is just a little small, I can only taste it. The rice reward that Anja got yesterday was only 1 kati. The little Kirby's appetite was too big and it was not enough to eat. Anja said with a smile, we won't eat steamed buns this morning, let's eat something else. He planned to make some steamed buns with the celery he just got. Steamed buns are not as delicious as steamed buns. Upon hearing Anja's words, the little copyman's eyes suddenly lit up, and his movements of kneading the dough became faster. Expect. Anja glanced at the little Kirby and shook his head helplessly. He chopped the washed celery finely, then added various seasonings and stirred them evenly. He also specially added onions and garlic grown in his own vegetable garden, and then added the sesame oil specially provided by the system. The smell was so tempting. After the bun fillings were prepared, Anja took the kneaded dough from the little Kabiman and rolled it into long strips, then cut it into equal parts with a knife, and finally started to make the buns. He dragged the dough with his left hand, added the filling, and then held the mouth of the bun between his right thumb and index finger. Without moving his thumb, he held the dough between his index finger and turned it around, and then folds appeared on the bun. Putting aside the taste, the appearance of Anja's buns is absolutely impeccable. They are white, round, and about the size of a baby's fist. The wrinkles on the buns are all the same size and neat, and it doesn't look like they are made by hand. On the contrary, it looks like a machine wrapping. Without some hard work on your hands, you will never be able to wrap it. Anja was making buns very quickly, and soon there were white, fat, and cute little buns on the chopping board. The little Kirby's eyes were bright and he looked at them without blinking. Just master, I want to learn this. Anji smiled and asked, want to learn? Just. The little Kirby nodded quickly, reached out and touched a bun, and couldn't help but think, it's so cute. Okay, I'll teach you later. Anja naturally had no reason not to agree. Just. The little Kirby immediately happily circled in circles. After the other Pokemon finished their breakfast, Anja, Diancie, Kirby, and Komala gathered around a table. In the center of the table was a basin of steamed buns, and the hot steam accompanied by the aroma lingered around the house. The tip of the four-mouthed nose. The little Kirby kept twisting its nose, eager to inhale all the aroma into its stomach. Okay, let's start dinner and try to see if today's buns are delicious. As soon as Anja finished speaking, the little Kirby eagerly picked up a bun. Ho ha, the steamed buns that had just come out of the cage were very hot, and the little Kirby was so hot that he inhaled, but even so, he couldn't bear to put down the delicious food in his hands. Although Komala has its eyes closed, its movements are no slower than those of Kirbymon. The little Cappy bit off half of the bun in one bite, and the crisp celery filling was exposed along with the juice, mixed with chopped green onions. The fresh vegetable flavor was mixed with the unique wheat aroma of the bun skin, and the combination of the two complemented each other perfectly. Excellent! Just it's so delicious! Seeing that the little Kirby and Komala were eating happily, Anja had a smile on his face, and he urged Diancie, eat quickly too. The family of four quickly devoured the bowl of steamed buns. The little copyman still looked like he wasn't full after finishing the meal, so he showed off another bowl of steamed buns alone. There is no way, the system does not reward much celery, and Anja can only make a few buns, which can only be used as an appetizer for the little Kirby. Because he was too full, Anja took Komala in his arms, took Diancie and the little Kirby out for a walk to eat. The morning wind on the Nebel Plateau carries a hint of coolness, which makes people feel refreshed. The family of 4 walked leisurely on the grass, and from time to time they said hello to the Pokémon they met along the way. Compared with when they first came to the Nebel Plateau, the Pokémon's attitude towards Anja is completely different now. Not to mention that they all accept him, at least now they almost run away without seeing him, and at most they just run away. Pretend you didn't see it. Of course, this is a minority, and most Pokémon are still very friendly. Chapter 22 Fish leaps over the Dragon Gate. The family of 4 walked to the bottom of the 2 big trees on the plateau. This is one of the highest places on the Nebel Plateau. Standing here, you can see most of the areas on the plateau. You can also clearly see the Azote King city in the distance. Let's take a rest here, Anja suggested, saying then he sat down on the grass. Diancie and the little Kirby sat next to Anja, one on the left and one on the right. Anja, are you looking at the Azote King city? Seeing Anja in a daze, Diancie suddenly asked. Anja came back to his senses and replied with a smile, yes, I don't know what the Azote King city has become now. Diancie nodded, I'm curious too. When the little Kirby saw Anja and Diancie opening up Azote King city, there was great confusion on his face. Seeing this, Anja rubbed its head and explained to it with a smile, Azote King city is the hometown of Diancie and I. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the location of Azote King city. Did you see it? That's where it is. The little Kirby nodded in understanding. Just master, are you homesick? A little bit. Anja replied. Diancie's translation process is ignored here. Upon hearing this, the little Kirby became anxious. Just then master, will you leave the Nebel Plateau, will you not want me? Why would you think so? Anja looked at the little Kirby in surprise, of course not. The Nebel Plateau is already my home. Of course I will stay here forever and I won't go anywhere. Let alone you. Just. Hearing this, the little Kirby was so happy that he immediately jumped into Anja's arms, holding Anja's waist and acting coquettishly. The little Kirby's level has been upgraded recently, so its strength has also become stronger. Anja was almost knocked out of breath by it. He gently stroked the little Kirby's back and said, Little Kirby, have you gained weight recently? When the little Kirby heard this, he was immediately unhappy. He immediately sat up from Anja's arms, beat his chest with his fists and retorted, Just this is not fat, this is strong. Anja was amused by it and pinched its soft belly, yes, it's strong, not fat. The characteristic of the little Kirby is thick fat, so it is particularly easy to gain weight. For it, being fat is indeed equivalent to being strong. Anja and the little Kirby played around for a while, and Diancie asked again, when do you plan to go to King Azote City? Anja thought for a while, just tomorrow, it doesn't matter any day, just go early and come back early. Diancie nodded, okay. The next morning, after Anja and Kirby made breakfast for the Pokémon, they packed up and planned to leave for Azote King City. Kilo. At this time, the green cotton bird that had not yet left flew over. What's wrong, King Mian Yao? Anja asked doubtfully. Kilo. King Mian Yao gestured for a while, but Anja didn't understand a word, so he had to call Diancie to translate. Kilo Anja, I heard that you have something to go to Azote King City, right? King Mian Yao asked. Yeah, how do you know? Anja asked curiously. Kilo little Kirbymon told me. Is that so? Then why did you come here? Anja became even more confused. Kilo my mother said she can send you there. King Mian Yao said. Anji's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the mother of the Green Mian Yao, who had a bad temper and a tough temper, was willing to take the initiative to help him. It was really surprising. Kilo really, come with me. The green cotton bird patted Anji with its wings and said. Okay. Anja said and ran to say hello to Diancie. Do you need me to go with you? Diancie asked. Anja waved his hand and said, no, when we get there, I will summon you directly. Have you forgotten that I can summon you anytime and anywhere? Diancie really forgot about this. Okay, I'll wait for you. Little Kirby, Komala, take good care of your house. Then Anja said hello to little Kirby and Komala. Just the little Kirby waved his hand and wished Anja a safe journey. Komala hugged the tree pillow and fell asleep without any response to Anja's instructions. Anja was led all the way to Lake Nebel by the Green Mian Yao. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, didn't you say your mother sent me there? Why did you bring me to the lake? King Mian Yao mom can't be in the lake, right? Kilo. The green cotton bird gestured for a while, and it took Anja a long time to figure out that it was not the mother of the green cotton bird who wanted to send Anji off in person, but that it had found a friend to send Anji off. Just think about it, how could the mother of the blue sheep bird hate humans so much, change it overnight, and how could she let humans ride on her back? Kilo. The blue cotton bird called to the lake, but it was just a wave of water. Anja saw a lapras slowly emerging from the water and swimming quickly to the shore. After arriving at the shore, Chenglong greeted Anja friendly. Unlike other Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau, this dragon is not afraid of humans at all. In fact, strictly speaking, Chenglong cannot be regarded as a pure Pokémon of the Nebel Plateau, because it lives in the Nebel River, and the Nebel River flows out from the mountains in the northwest of the Nebel Plateau. After flowing through the Nebel Plateau, it then flows through the Nebel Plateau. Flows all the way south incomparably broad, Chenglong spends most of its time on the move and does not always live permanently on the Nebel Plateau. Moreover, Pokémon like Chenglong are close to humans and like to carry humans around, so naturally they will not resist Anja. Chenglong, I'll leave it to you this time. As Anja spoke, he took out a soft steamed bun from the system backpack and handed it to Chenglong. The system backpack also had a freshness-keeping function, so Anja prepared some steamed buns to put in it, planning to use it as lunch at noon. Chenglong swallowed the steamed bun into his mouth, squinting his eyes and chewing it with enjoyment. Happiness points plus 100 Wu. After eating, Chenglong called to Anja, indicating that Anja could set off. Anja jumped up and sat on Chenglong's back, then turned to King Mian Yao and said, King Mian Yao, go home quickly, don't worry about me anymore. Kilo. The green cotton bird waved its wings and said goodbye to Anja. After Chenglong groaned softly and set off, Anja immediately felt that the surrounding scene began to retreat rapidly. Although the dragon swim was so fast that Anja could no longer see the blue cotton bird on the shore in the blink of an eye, it was still swimming very smoothly and he could hardly feel any shaking or bumps. It is indeed a ride-on Pokémon. Lake Nebel is very vast. Riding a dragon and swimming quickly on the calm lake, Anja can take the opportunity to see various Pokémon living in it, such as the dancing swans floating gracefully on the water and the dancing swans following behind them. The baby ducks, the horned goldfish and the goldfish king are racing against each other, and the love fish come together to make love to each other. Anja was delighted to see so many cute creatures. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the roar of water. Is there a waterfall ahead? Anja knew that the connection between Lake Nebel and Nebel River was a rapid waterfall. Chenglong nodded slightly. When Anja heard this, his face was full of horror. Are we going to jump off the waterfall? Chenglong was amused by Anja, and his eyes turned into crescent moons. He shook his head gently, indicating that he would not pass by the waterfall. No matter how superb its swimming skills are, it can't do anything about that high and fast waterfall. That's good, that's good. Anja breathed out, my little heart can't stand being scared. Seeing that the waterfall was getting closer and closer, Anja saw Chenglong swimming toward the side of the waterfall. After a while, a channel with gentle water flow appeared in his sight. Following this passage, Anja and the others successfully arrived at the bottom of the waterfall. Looking up from below, Anja felt that this waterfall was even more majestic. Just when Anja turned around to admire the majesty of the waterfall, he suddenly saw a flash of red in the white water. What is that? When Chenglong heard the words, he also turned around and looked over, with a look of surprise on his face. He then tried to explain something to Anja, but unfortunately Anja couldn't understand. After staring for a long time, Anja's vision became more and more red. Only then did he realize that it was the carp climbing the waterfall one after another. Is this a fish leaping over the dragon's gate? Chenglong nodded slightly, confirming Anja's suspicion. At this time of year, in the lower reaches of the Nebel River, the carp kings who have been practicing their jumping skills for a year will gather under this waterfall and use their jumping skills to climb up the countercurrent. If they can successfully cross this naturally dangerous waterfall, they will evolve into a powerful Gyarados, and then follow the Nebel River westward to continue to find and challenge more powerful opponents. If they can't cross over, then they can only continue to fight in the form of Magikarp next year. If they can't cross over, then they can only reproduce and live and die in the form of Magikarp downstream. Of course, some Magikarp evolve into Gyarados without crossing the waterfall. At this time, they will choose to give up the challenge and climb the waterfall, and then settle peacefully in the lower reaches of the Nebel River. Gyarados are proud. If they cannot cross the waterfall in the form of Magikarp, they will think that they have lost the qualification to challenge the Fish Leap Dragon Gate. Seeing Anji looking lost, Chenglong simply stopped. Anja was extremely shocked as he watched one carp after another perseveringly climb towards the top of the waterfall, never giving up even if they were washed down by the current, until they were exhausted and pushed to the bottom of the river and disappeared. This is the power of life. Magikarp's power was too weak and he was known as the weakest Pokémon in the world, so after watching for a long time, Anja didn't see any of them successfully climb the waterfall. But the more this happens, the more the Carp Kings follow one another. After a long time, Anja realized that he could not delay any longer and said to Chenglong, "Chenglong, let's go." At the same time, he silently offered blessings to the Carp Kings in his heart. "Come on, Carp Kings!" However, the moment he turned around, a high-pitched roar appeared, even trying to cover up the sound of the waterfall. Anja turned around in surprise and saw a strong Gyarados roaring to the sky at the top of the waterfall, venting his excitement and pride. Encouraged by this roar, the Carp Kings below the waterfall suddenly seemed to see hope and climbed up again regardless of their own safety. "Congratulations!" After silently blessing the Gyarados in his heart, Anja patted Chenglong's neck and said, "Let's go." Chenglong Chingian with a sound, it seemed to be inspired by the Gyarados just now, and its voice became louder. Seeing the waterfall getting further and further away from him, Anja couldn't help but ask, "How long does it usually take to ride a dragon or a fish leap over the dragon's gate?" "Woo woo woo!" Chenglong called 3 times in a row. "You mean 3 days?" Anji asked. Chenglong nodded. "Then I hope that enough Magikarp can cross the Dragon Gate in these 3 days." Anja said his sincere blessing. Chenglong groaned softly and also offered his blessing. As we gradually left the scope of the Nebel Plateau, the flow of the Nebel River became gentler and gentler, and the trees on both sides gradually grew taller. Anja could see Mankey and Primeape jumping in the jungle, Deerling drinking water by the river, Lulilai and Marilu playing by the water. After completely leaving the Nebel Plateau, Anja found that the surrounding plants began to become bleak, withered and yellow everywhere, and even the temperature gradually dropped. Anja suddenly realized that the season outside the Nebel Plateau was already late autumn. The reason why the Nebel Plateau is so vibrant is not only because of its special geographical location, but also because it is said that a special Pokémon lives there. Due to the influence of that Pokémon, the climate of the Nebel Plateau will always be like spring all year round. It can affect the climate of an area. Anja guessed that it might be a legendary Pokémon, but unfortunately he had no chance to see it. Not long after, the tall walls of Azote King City clearly appeared in Anja's sight. Were the walls of the royal city so high before? Anja tried to remember. When Chenglong carried Anja and swam to the section of the river closest to Azote King City, he jumped to the river bank and said, "Chenglong, thank you for your hard work. Please wait for me here." With that said, he took out another steamed bun and handed it to Chenglong. Chenglong nodded while chewing. After eating the steamed buns, he plunged into the water and disappeared, leaving only circles of rippling water. Anja found a hidden bush and used the summoning function to summon Diancie to him. Diancie must be very curious about what has become of Azote King City. Seeing with his own eyes that Diancie, who was originally far away on the Nebel Plateau, suddenly appeared in front of him, Anja couldn't help but marvel, the system's ability is indeed amazing. It's amazing. Diancie herself was surprised. Let's go. Looking at the nearby Azote King City, Anja took a deep breath and said. Chapter 23. It's over, not even a dime. The Kingdom of Azote is a special country famous for its mysterious science. 500 years ago, the mysterious scientist Ilafaz pushed this feature of the kingdom to its peak. He invented many masterpieces. From then on, the Kingdom of Azote became the focus of all scientists in the world. A longing place, the kingdom has always been proud of it. Speaking of which, Ilafaz was still the teacher of Anja's twin sister Anna. If Anja hadn't been too weak back then, Ilafaz would also have been Anja's teacher. When Anja came of age, he heard that Ilafaz used mysterious science to create an artificial Pokémon Majerna for his sister Anna. Unfortunately, Anja died not long after that, so he never saw that magical artificial Pokémon. Precisely because the Kingdom of Azote has always been world famous as the super organization city, the Kingdom of Azote is naturally extremely prosperous. It is not only an important academic place, but also a famous tourist destination. After Anja and Diancie entered the royal city through the tall city gate, they saw tall gears and floating elevators everywhere. The name of the City of Machines was well deserved. The entire King Azote city is like a huge machine that is running rapidly. People living here hardly have to walk on their own, and there are mechanisms everywhere for them to ride. It had been a long time since he had seen so many people. Anja looked at the people coming and going on the street and felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Anja, seeing Anja standing there in a daze, Diancie gently tugged on his clothes. Ah! Anja came back to his senses. What's wrong? Where are we going now? Diancie asked softly. Compared with 500 years ago, Azote King City has indeed changed a lot. Although there are shadows of the past everywhere, it is also different from the past. I don't know either. At this time, Anja felt his eyes darken. How about we walk around first? Diancie suggested. Anja nodded, okay. Immediately, one person and one Pokémon stepped forward, first taking an elevator to a bridge, and after crossing the bridge, they boarded a cable car. Through the glass of the cable car, Anja and Diancie could clearly see the city below. The landscape of this city was somewhat different from that of ordinary modern cities. There are quite a few institutions and facilities left by Ilafaz 500 years ago here, so it has a certain retro feel. However, these institutions and facilities were only built after Anja's death, so Anja looks very strange. At the same time, there are a large number of very modern shops in the city, including cafes, restaurants, clothing stores, etc. And there are also people who are fashionably dressed and completely different from those 500 years ago. Everything makes Anja feel like he is out of time and space. From after getting off the cable car, Anja and Diancie came to a busy commercial street. This should be one of the liveliest and most prosperous areas of King Azote City. People shopping with Pokemon can be seen everywhere. They talk and talk, laugh and enjoy the city. While strolling around, Anja suddenly realized a very serious problem. The system task asked him to come to Azote Kingdom to purchase ingredients, but he didn't have a dime. Diancie, we don't seem to have money to buy anything. Anja stood on the side of the road and glared at Diancie. How about I turn it into a diamond and you sell it? Diancie joked. Anja spread his hands. It would be a good idea if you could keep your diamonds from disappearing. Pink diamonds are indeed rare. Diancie. What should I do? Diancie asked. Why don't we first find out where there are wet markets or supermarkets nearby? Anja suggested, treating it as a stepping stone. Diancie's knowledge was still 500 years ago, and she didn't know what a supermarket was, but Anja said it was what she said, so she didn't ask any questions. After some inquiries, Anja and Diancie found a large supermarket with good reviews. They sold everything here, including all kinds of ingredients. After each person and one Pokemon entered the supermarket, it was like country bumpkins entering the city. Everything they saw was new. Although Anja, as a time traveler, had been to a supermarket in his previous life, many of the things sold in the Pokemon World supermarket were not available in his previous life. This was an eye-opener for him. After shopping for a long time, Anja and Diancie could only do glare, so they walked out of the supermarket. Standing at the door of the supermarket, Anja sighed deeply. It seems that the top priority is to make money first. Why can't the system's happiness points be exchanged for alliance coins? Anja is distressed. How to make money? Diancie didn't understand. How about we set up a stall to sell steamed buns? Anja had an idea. Diancie's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes, Anja's cooking is so delicious, there must be people willing to patronize the stall. Anja could only think of this way to make money. Okay, let's try setting up a breakfast stall first. At this moment, Diancie was suddenly startled, and then whispered to Anja, Anja, the system is here to do a mission. Ah! At this time, Anja was surprised. Diancie nodded slightly. What mission? Anja asked. Diancie took Anja to a deserted corner, and then showed Anja the mission acceptance pop-up window. Temporary mission: earn the first pot of gold by setting up a stall in King Azote City. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Now that everything has been decided, of course I choose yes. Then another task appeared in Anja's taskbar. Temporary mission: earn the first pot of gold by setting up a stall in Azote King City, to be completed. After accepting the new mission, one person and one Pokemon decided to investigate around to see where a suitable place to set up a stall would be. As time went by, it soon came to the time when the sun went down. After some inspection, one person and one Pokemon selected a park as the place to set up a stall tomorrow. It is said that many people come here to exercise every morning. There must be many people willing to buy breakfast. Finally, Anja and Diancie went to the palace. Standing outside the palace gate, looking at the serious-looking guard not far away, Anja felt a little dazed for a moment. Compared with 500 years ago, the palace has not changed much, but the people inside are no longer the same people 500 years ago. Anja's parents and sister have both passed away. Just when Anja was in a daze, he suddenly found that his hand was being held. It's Diancie. Diancie's hand was very small and could only hold Anja's 4 fingers, but it was very warm. Seeing Anja looking over, Diancie had a sweet smile on her face, and a warm current surged through Anja's heart. Let's go home, Anja said with a smile. This is no longer his home, he has his own home now. Yet. Diancie nodded heavily. Just as one person and one Pokemon turned to leave, the large iron door of the palace suddenly opened, and a black-haired girl wearing a uniform and black-rimmed glasses walked out. Miss Flammel, are you off work? When they saw the girl, the guards greeted her cordially. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Flamel responded to the guards in a friendly manner. No hard work, no hard work. The guards waved their hands quickly. Flamel looked at Anja's back and asked the guard suspiciously, "Who is that gentleman? Is there anything wrong here?" The guard shook his head, "I don't know him, he must be a tourist. He probably came here to see the palace." Flamel nodded, but there was still doubt in his eyes. The man's hair was exactly the same as the blonde hair unique to the royal family. Although there are many people with blonde hair, there is a difference between blonde hair and blonde hair. The blonde hair of members of the Azote royal family is very pure gold, the kind that will sparkle under the sun. Are there any members of the royal family living abroad? Wait, is he the illegitimate son of His Majesty the King? Flamel thought wildly. No, 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 Flamel quickly shook his unrealistic guess out of his head. Now there are only 3 members of the royal family left. His Majesty the King, Princess Mia, and Prince Raquel. If His Majesty really had an illegitimate child, they would have been eager to take him into the palace. The members of the royal family have withered like this. How can the royal family care about whether they are illegitimate children? It should be just a coincidence. With this thought in mind, Flamel turned around and walked towards home. Miss Flamel, see you tomorrow. The guard said goodbye to Flamel. See you tomorrow. On Anja's side, after teleporting Diancie home, he came to the Nebel River again. Chenglong! Anja shouted towards the lake. Wow! With the sound of water breaking, Chenglong's smooth head emerged from the water. It groaned softly and swam towards the shore. Are you hungry? Anja asked, touching Chenglong's neck. Chenglong nodded honestly. Thank you for your hard work. He took out a few steamed buns and fed them to Chenglong bit by bit. After Chenglong was full, he jumped on Chenglong's back. Let's go home. Woo! Chenglong accelerated and swam towards the Nebel Plateau. Because it was against the current to go back, Anja didn't arrive home until dark. Little Cappy had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him with Diancie and Komala. During dinner, a family of 4 gathered around a table. Suddenly Anja shrugged his nose and said, "Why do I smell the smell of alcohol?" Diancie silently pointed at Komala. Anja walked up to Komala and smelled it. Sure enough, he smelled a strong smell of wine, which also had a wine aroma. Komala, do you still have this hobby? You bought a drink just after your salary was paid. Anja said in surprise. Although the system store does not sell food, it does sell wine. Komala ignored Anja's inquiry and continued to stuff his dinner into his mouth. Anja didn't say much. They were all adult Pokemon. It was okay to drink a little wine. Who didn't have some hobbies? After dinner, Anja and the little Carby began to prepare the materials needed to set up a stall tomorrow. Anja also used happiness points to buy a mobile food truck from the system store, which almost spent all his money at once. Be happy. Happiness points, 505. Looking at the remaining numbers in the happiness point balance column, Anja felt like crying. He earned hard but spent it quickly. Forget it, there's no point in just making money. After everything was almost ready, Anja went to the cooking training room with the little Capricorn to train for an hour, completing daily tasks, and then washed up and went to bed. Before going to bed, Anja casually received the 2 daily rewards. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the reward, 1 bag of high-grade table salt. Congratulations to the owner for getting the reward, individual value +2. Seeing the second reward, Anja sat up immediately. Is there a golden legend? Sure enough, what Diancie said was right. It turns out that daily mission rewards may actually reveal good things. Without any hesitation, Anja added these 2 individual points to the little Kirby, and added them all to the attack. Kirbymon attribute average. Characteristics: thick fat gender male level 23 skills impact, lick, rounding, recycle, covet, bite, charge, swallow, take down, coquettish, seed bomb, brick break, double return. Individual value: HP, 29 attack, 19 physical defense, 20 special attack, 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31. During this period, the level of the little Kirby has increased several levels. This is because it trains and eats Anja in the training room every day. The result of food doing double duty. On the other hand, Anja's own physique has not changed significantly. In Diance's words, Anja's physique points increase much more slowly than the level increase of the little Kirby, so there is no rush. The little Kirbymon was already asleep at this time, completely unaware that he had become stronger again. The next day, Anja got up earlier than ever before. It was not yet completely bright, and the little Kirby was also dragged out of bed by him. "Little Kirby, I'll give you one in the store today. Is that okay?" "Just got it." The little Kirby looked like it hadn't woken up. Hitting yawn and responding to Anja. "Diance, please keep an eye on it." Anji reluctantly asked Diance again. "Don't worry," Diance said, "there will be no problem with me here." Anja nodded. He was completely relieved about Diance. Strange. At this time, the cry of the father of the blue cotton bird sounded outside the door. It was the bird that sent Anja to King Azote this time. "Then I'll go out." Anja held Komala in his arms. It was the one who accompanied Anja to set up a stall in Azote King City today. "Go early and come back early, pay attention to safety," Diance told Anji. "I know." After trotting all the way out the door, Angel quickly climbed onto the back of the blue sheep bird's father, patted its neck and said, "I'm leaving it to you today." "Strange." The father of the green cotton bird nodded, and after a soft groan, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky, facing the rising sun and flying in the direction of King Azote's city. Being slapped on the cheek by the cool morning breeze, Anja sighed, "Survival is not easy." He glanced at Komala, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. "You are still happy?" When passing a waterfall on the road, Anja noticed that even now, there was still a Magi carp climbing the waterfall. Carp King had worked so hard, and Anji suddenly felt full of energy. Taking the air route was indeed much faster than taking the water route. It didn't take long for Anja to arrive outside the city gate. Chapter 24: Make Money. After entering the royal city, Anja took out the dining cart he just bought from his system backpack, and then drove it to the park where he visited yesterday. Anja still knew how to drive, although he was a bit rusty after not driving for a long time, but he only drove from the outside of the park to the inside of the park, and there were only a few steps to go. Speaking of which, he has no identity or driver's license, so he is a gangster. Fortunately, he has a system backpack that can carry anything. Otherwise, he would be caught driving on the street in a minute. Sure enough, as I heard yesterday, a large number of people gathered in this park early in the morning, including young people doing morning jogs, old men and women doing square dances, and vendors setting up stalls to buy things. After parking the car, Anja looked at the aunts and uncles dancing energetically not far away, and sighed in his heart. Even in the Pokemon world, it is inevitable to encounter aunts and uncles dancing in the square. The key point is that each of these uncles and aunts is dancing with a Pokemon, and the most popular among them is Doremia, who is dressed in various fashionable styles. Opening the car, Anja started working. The dining cart Anja bought is specially made. It has a very spacious interior, which is equivalent to a kitchen. One side of the cart can be opened, similar to the sales window of a general store, where customers can take meals. "Komala, just stay here and wait for the customers to check out. Then help me collect the money," Anja said and put Komala on the table next to him. There was a storage box there specifically for money. "Place." Komala swayed holding the tree pillow and didn't respond to Anja. Anja had long been used to it, and didn't care whether it understood or not, and went about its business on its own. Ng said yesterday that he was here to set up a stall to sell steamed buns, but in fact, he was going to sell not only steamed buns but also steamed buns today. Ang's golden finger is also called the Pokemon feeding system. In other words, he can gain happiness from feeding Pokemon, but humans cannot get happiness from feeding them. In short, Ang can only choose one thing between alliance coins and happiness points. In this case, the food he sells does not have to be limited to steamed buns like at home. Compared with steamed buns are more competitive. Of course, Ang's steamed buns are made with special techniques according to the recipes provided by the system, and their taste is different from ordinary steamed buns. Ang kneaded the dough and thought to himself, if it wasn't for the purpose of making money to purchase ingredients, he would really come here to set up a stall. He is very tired. How many good days have passed? As the sun fully rose, Ang's steamed buns were steamed in the steamer. Ang prepared 3 kinds of steamed buns today, stuffed with cabbage, leeks, and radish. The cabbage, leeks, and radish in the stuffing are all grown in his own vegetable garden and are very fresh. When Ang started planting, he only planted a small piece of each vegetable. He originally thought it would only be enough for his family to eat, but he did not expect that the vegetables produced by the system were extraordinary. The growth of these vegetables was so strong that the family of 4 can't even finish it. Later, he stored the vegetables he picked in the refrigerator every day. If the refrigerator couldn't store them, he would store them in the system backpack. Now he has stored a lot, and he doesn't worry about running out in the short term. Fortunately, he listened to Diance's reminder and took precautions. Otherwise, after the novice stage, the system suddenly stopped supplying him with ingredients, and he might have been caught off guard. Although the system reserved enough ingredients and seasonings for him for a month, the ingredients were limited to flour used to make steamed buns. After steaming the buns and steamed buns, Ang walked out of the dining car and set up 2 tables and a few stools outside to prevent anyone having breakfast from wanting to stop and sit for a while. Ang also placed his own pickled diced radish and spicy leeks on each table as free side dishes. Ang learned the recipes for pickled diced radish and spicy leeks from his grandfather in his previous life. When he was a child, he liked his grandfather's pickled dishes the most, but he didn't have the skill of his grandfather. Although he learned it, the taste was always not as good as the heat. As time went by, the overbearing aroma of the steamed buns began to spread around with the steam, and even Ang himself was fragrant by the smell. I am good at my craftsmanship. Ang couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. Komala, swaying with its eyes closed, slightly shrugged its nose. It had not eaten breakfast and could not help but be attracted by the aroma at this time. What does it taste like? Pedestrians passing by, young people exercising, old men and women doing square dancing, vendors setting up stalls, all involuntarily began to follow the scent to find the source of the scent. Finally, they noticed Anja. An old man came over holding a furry little Groliath and asked, "Young man, what are you selling here? Why does it smell so good?" Ng smiled and replied, "Uncle, these are steamed buns and steamed buns. Would you like some to try?" Baizai? Steamed buns? The uncle looked confused. What is it? The eating habits of the Kalos people are closer to the West in Ang's previous life, especially in the Azot kingdom. The uncle has never heard of steamed buns and steamed buns. "Uncle, you will know after you try it. You will definitely not be disappointed." Ang confidently promoted his craftsmanship. "Okay, let's try it." The uncle is also a cheerful person. "Okay, do you want buns or steamed buns? How many do you want?" Ang asked. "First, let's try a steamed bun and a steamed bun each. If they taste good, I'll buy them," the uncle said. "Uncle, there are 3 flavors of steamed buns: cabbage, leek, and radish. Which one do you want?" Ng asked again. The uncle didn't know which flavor was delicious, so he casually said, "Then, let's just have cabbage." "Okay." Anja responded, quickly ran into the dining car, opened the steamer, took out a steamed bun and a bun, and wrapped them in 2 fresh leaves. This leaf is a unique leaf on the Nebel Plateau. It is edible and exudes a faint aroma. Whenever food is scarce on the Nebel Plateau, this leaf will become a life-saving straw for Pokémon. For this reason, Anja chose to use them to make steamed buns. Of course, the main reason is that Anja has no other materials that can be used to package the buns. Although the system store sells them, he doesn't have a few happy points left. But the uncle misunderstood. He thought it was Nji's originality. The moment the steamer was opened, the smell of the buns became even more overbearing, and it couldn't wait to get into people's nostrils. Good guy. This smells so good. The uncle swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but exclaimed. Here, sir, give it. Nji handed the buns and steamed buns to the uncle. The uncle took the buns and steamed buns and glanced at the leaves wrapping them. Is this aroma leaf? You guys have some ideas? This kind of leaf is only found in the Nebel Plateau. It took a lot of effort to get it, right? The uncle was so well informed that he suddenly recognized the origin of the leaves. Anja chuckled and gave a thumbs up to the uncle. The uncle has a good eye. Ha ha ha, that's right. The uncle was so happy to be praised by Anja that he couldn't help but start bragging. Uncle, when I was young, I traveled all over the world. As he spoke, the uncle pinched the steamed buns in his hand. They felt as soft and elastic as if they were pinched on cotton. He was very appetizing at first sight. Master, try it while it's hot. If you like it, please support me. Nji said. Okay. The uncle said and took a bite of the bun. In an instant, the soft bun skin, the crispy cabbage filling, and the hot juice that would explode in the mouth all entered the uncle's mouth, and the rich aroma came from it entered the mouth and sprayed out of the nose. At that moment, the uncle felt that he had entered another dimension. What delicacy is this? Good. Delicious. So delicious. The uncle suddenly shouted loudly, startling the guests who were also attracted by the aroma. It's autumn now, and the weather is getting cooler. The taste of eating such a hot steamed bun so early in the morning is simply indescribable. Is it really that delicious? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Seeing the uncle's reaction, the other guests who hadn't had time to eat couldn't help but think. But smelling the fragrance that filled the air, they couldn't help but feel swayed. Young man, give me 10 more of the same thing, 10 of each flavor of buns. The uncle said loudly, and as he spoke, he didn't forget to put the half-eaten buns into Growlith's mouth. Degree. Almost instantly, Growlithe was fascinated by the smell of steamed buns. But when it took another bite of steamed buns, it discovered that it still liked steamed buns more. In fact, Anja has discovered long ago that no matter how delicious the food he makes according to his own recipe is, it is far less attractive to Pokémon than the steamed buns made from the recipes provided by the system. Obviously, the recipes provided by the system are very particular in their preparation. No wonder it is also known as the Pokémon feeding system. When checking out, the uncle asked, "How much is the total?" Anja replied, "Uncle, 330 alliance coins, a steamed bun is 10 alliance coins each, and a steamed bun is 20 alliance coins." When the uncle heard this, he immediately said, "Good guy, this is not cheap, but it's worth it." He paid the money readily. In fact, based on the cost of steamed buns, selling 10 alliance coins and 20 alliance coins is indeed expensive, but who makes it delicious? Besides, everyone has never seen this kind of food before, so no one thinks the price is unreasonable. Even if they think the price is high, they just turn around and leave silently without saying anything more. Give me one of those steamed buns, with cabbage. Give me 2 steamed buns. I want radish-flavored buns. After the uncle, other customers came forward one after another, all wanting to buy 1 or 2 to try with their own Pokémon. But after they only bought 1 or 2 to eat, they began to regret buying less. When they wanted to buy more, they found that they could no longer squeeze in. "Everyone, please don't crowd, line up, please line up." Anja shouted loudly, and it took a long time to finally maintain order. "Pay attention, pay attention. There are free side dishes on the table. It will be more delicious when eaten with steamed buns." Anja reminded loudly. "Only cash is accepted, online payment is not accepted." Anja reminded while handing the buns and steamed buns to the customer. Some people in the back did not have any cash with them. After hearing this, they could only leave with regret. Anja couldn't help it, because he didn't have an account. Komala kept collecting money, which seemed to be in a hurry. Although it had its eyes closed, its perception was very keen. During this period, 1 or 2 customers tried to take advantage of the chaos to evade the order, and it reminded Anja in time. Anja didn't curse anyone, but the man who was running away from home was so ashamed that he left his money behind. Just ran away. Although Anja was confident in his food, he didn't expect that the business would be so booming. He was so busy that he couldn't help but wish he could grow 2 more hands. Mephistopheles was jogging in the morning. As she was running, she suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to it because she was losing weight recently, but the fragrance became stronger and stronger. She was tempted to swallow her saliva. Finally, when she ran to a corner in the park, she saw a long queue. "Excuse me, what is being sold there? Why are there so many people?" The uncle had just finished eating steamed buns with grolith, and was planning to go for a walk to eat. As he is older, eating too much and not exercising can lead to indigestion. He was still holding the remaining half of the buns in his hand, intending to take them with him while they were still warm. "Go back and give it to your wife to try." At this time a girl stopped him. "Oh, they are selling steamed buns, they are so delicious." The uncle replied with an afterthought on his face. As he spoke, he waved the bun in his hand in front of the girl's face. The rich aroma suddenly hit her nose, and the girl swallowed hard. "Steamed stuffed bun? Steamed bun? What?" Mephistopheles felt that her legs were a little out of control. When she came to her senses, she already had 2 big white and fat buns in her hands. "Where am I? What did I do?" Mephistopheles thought this while biting the bun hard. "Forget it, let's talk about losing weight in a few days. I'll buy 2 more tomorrow." After eating the buns, Mephistopheles thought deeply. "If you've eaten too much, let's go run 2 more laps. There is also a stall not far from Anja's stall. The owner is a middle-aged uncle. He buys crepes and sells food." Seeing that Anja's business is so booming, he has a lot of envy on his face. "Slurpuff, do you think those buns and steamed buns are really that delicious?" the uncle asked his partner. "Baluo." Slurpuff was stunned for a moment when he was asked. He quickly withdrew his eager gaze and quickly wiped the suspicious sparkle at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, hey, hey," the uncle screamed, "you were drooling just looking at other people's stalls, weren't you?" "Baluo, Baluo." Slurpuff denies it flatly. "I don't know what you are talking about. Don't make false accusations. You said no. I saw it all." The uncle looked heartbroken. "You have never drooled over the crepes I made." "Baluo, Baluo." Slurpuff rolled his eyes. "Don't you know what your level is? Look at other people's guests, and then look at your place. Isn't the contrast obvious?" It sniffed the air secretly again. It smelled so good, I really wanted to eat it. The uncle felt hurt by Slurpuff's eyes. He cursed and walked towards Anja's stall. "I'm going to see how delicious it is today. I still don't believe it. Baluo, Baluo, don't forget to bring me one." Slurpuff shouted at the uncle's back. Soon the uncle came back with a portion of steamed buns and a portion of steamed buns, but after eating, he squatted in the corner and shut himself up. "It turns out to be so delicious. It turns out to be so delicious," he muttered while drawing circles on the ground with a wooden stick. Slurpuff ate the last bite of the steamed bun and walked over to pat the uncle on the back. Baluo, hurry up and work. No one else is good at craftsmanship and you are not diligent. You deserve to be better than others in business. Uncle. Chapter 25 Mission completed. Flammel got up late today, so she was in a hurry when she went out. When she went to work in the palace, she happened to pass by the park where Anja sold breakfast. Seeing the long queue not far away and smelling the aroma in the air, Flammel really wanted to see what was being sold there. Unfortunately, she was going to be late for work, so she could only take a quick glance and leave in a hurry. Good morning, Princess. When they arrived at the palace, Flammel greeted Princess Jimia who was staring at a wall. You came a little late today. Jimia teased Flammel with a smile. Flammel has a serious personality and is usually unsmiling. He arrives at the palace early every time he goes to work, and he never seems to be late. It was rare that she was much later than usual today, so of course Jimia couldn't help but tease her. Ahem. Flammel coughed twice with an unnatural expression, and quickly changed the subject. Princess, you are looking at this painting again. Jimia sighed deeply after hearing this. Yes. My father gave me full authority to investigate the theft of His Royal Highness Anja's mausoleum, but I still don't have a clue. The painting Princess Jimia was looking at right now showed Anja and Anna sitting hand in hand. Don't worry, Princess. There will be clues. Since the tomb robber stole His Highness's body, he will definitely take action. As long as he dares to show his tail, we will definitely catch him. I hope so. Jimia said. She still didn't know what the tomb robber wanted to do after stealing His Highness's bones. What if he doesn't sell it and just wants to collect it? Seeing that the princess was in a bad mood, Flammel wanted to talk about something else. Princess, I found a good stall in Ilafaz Park on the way here. I will buy it for you to try tomorrow. The park where Anja sets up his stall is named after the mysterious scientist Ilafaz. Okay. Jimia's face finally revealed. He smiled and asked, what does that stall sell? As Flammel's boss and best friend, Jimia knows very well that although Flammel has a stern personality, he is actually a foodie who loves delicious food. Actually, I don't know either. Flammel shook his head seriously. Ah. Jimia was stunned. Then how do you know it tastes good? Because there are a lot of people queuing up. Ha ha ha, you are really. The two left talking and laughing. It was approaching noon, and Anja finally decided to close the stall. Okay, it's sold out. Let's all go back. He beat his waist and wiped his sweat while shouting to the people in line behind him. Ah, it's gone now? I've been waiting in line for a long time. Boss, will you come again tomorrow? The customers who didn't buy something reluctantly left. As soon as the guests left, Anja started to pack things and moved all the tables and chairs back to the car. After everything was packed, Anja closed the car door, opened a table in the car, and carried Komala to the chair opposite to sit down. Komala, thank you for your hard work. You did a great job today. You were a big help. As he spoke, he placed a bowl of steamed buns in front of Komala. Eat quickly, you are hungry. Komala's stomach was already growling with hunger, so she immediately picked up a steamed bun and wolfed it down. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. Anja said while pouring water for it. Then Anja began to count today's profits. 503 steamed buns were sold, totaling 5,030 yuan in alliance coins. 1,052 steamed buns were sold, totaling 21,040 yuan in alliance coins. There are also 5,600 happiness points, which are contributed by the Pokemon eating steamed buns. After counting these, Anja clicked on the taskbar of the system interface and saw the above. Daily Task 1, Train in the cooking training room for 1 hour, to be completed. Daily Task 2, Entertain 10 Pokemon, completed. rewards to be collected. Purchasing task: go to King Azot City to purchase ingredients, to be completed. Temporary mission: earn the first pot of gold by setting up a stall in Azot King City, completed, rewards to be collected. Anja was not in a hurry to receive the reward from the daily mission. He planned to receive it together after another mission was completed in the evening. He reached out and received the reward from the temporary mission. The system immediately pops up a prompt. Congratulations to the owner for completing the temporary mission to earn the first pot of gold by setting up a stall in Azot King City and receive the reward, recipe Bayazai. Anja was stunned for a moment, then clicked on the recipe on the right side of the system interface and flipped through it, and sure enough he found that there was a lot more content on it. The content of the recipe Bayazai is different from that of steamed buns. It is very rich, including vegetable buns, vermicelli buns, mushroom buns, radish buns, seaweed buns, bean paste buns, almost all the fillings that Anja knows, and there are detailed descriptions in them. Practice. Anja was ecstatic when he saw this recipe, which meant that he could also earn happiness points with steamed buns in the future. It's so refreshing. After finishing the meal, Anja drove the dining cart to a hidden corner, put it back into the system backpack, then hugged Komala and said, "Komala, let's go shopping." Komala was so full that he had already begun to snore. He turned over in Anja's arms and buried his head deeply in Anja's chest, leaving only his round little tail and fat Dodo's butt. Outside. Anja smiled and shook his head, then found the supermarket where he and Diancy went yesterday, made a crazy purchase, and almost spent all the 20,000 alliance coins he earned today. All he bought were ingredients and seasonings, and he didn't buy much else. After all, only ingredients could not be bought in his system store. Before leaving, Anja suddenly discovered that the Komala he had put in the cart was missing, and only its tree pillow was left in the cart. "Komala!" Anja called softly, "Why was it gone in the blink of an eye?" "Komala!" Anja pushed the cart and started looking for it. "Don't think it was lost, right?" Ding-dang, the sound of glass hitting the ground came from right under his feet. Anja looked down and saw Komala rolling to his feet from nowhere, holding a bottle of wine in his arms. "Is that why you ran out?" Anja bent down and picked up Komala. Komala hugged the bottle tighter. Anja chuckled helplessly. Other people's Komala regards the tree pillow as their lifeline and refuses to leave easily. "Why did you abandon it just for a bottle of wine?" Anja tried to pull the wine out of Komala's arms, but he couldn't pull it away at all. "Okay, let me buy it for you," Anja said helplessly, quickly let go and get in the car. Who would have thought that such a cute Komala is actually a little drunkard? Hearing Anja's promise, Komala reluctantly let go of the wine bottle, jumped into the cart from Anja's arms, picked up her tree pillow again, and went to the corner of the cart to continue sleeping. Anja looked at the price of the wine. It was only 30 alliance coins, which was very cheap. "Just buy it. Komala has really worked hard today. You can't just refuse to buy such cheap wine." Putting the wine into the cart, Anja looked at it and thought, "When we have money in the future, we will buy you good wine, as many bottles as you want." After coming out of the supermarket, Anja planned to return to the Nebel Plateau. He didn't plan to set up a stall again in the afternoon. He was already tired enough from setting up a stall all morning. Even setting up a stall in the morning, he didn't plan to work for too long. When he made enough money, he would run away. He couldn't bear any hardship. So he felt more comfortable just lazing around on the Nebel Plateau day after day. Returning to the woods beside the Nebel River, Anja called out, "Daddy Green Cotton Bird." Strange. With a burst of crows, the father Green Cotton Bird slowly descended from the sky. "Are you hungry?" Anja asked after touching its soft wings, and took out the steamed buns and fed it to it. Qing Mian Yao's father was indeed very hungry, and he ate one steamed bun at a time. "Thank you for your hard work." Anja thanked it. The blue cotton bird's father shook his head. Not only did Anja save the lives of the three of them, but Anja provided the green cotton bird with free food and drink every day. It was a right thing for him to do. After feeding the father of the blue sheep bird, Anja climbed on its back and embarked on the way home. On the way, he clicked on the system interface and received the reward for the purchasing task. This task was completed when he came out of the supermarket to check out. After receiving the reward, the system interface will pop up a prompt as usual. Congratulations to the owner for completing the purchasing task. He went to King Azot City to purchase ingredients and received a reward, personal value +2. Wow, that's an individual value. Anja was excited, it was a good reward. He once again added 2 individual points to the little Kirbyman, and added them to the attack as before. All individual values of the little Kirby are as follows: HP, 29 attack, 21 physical defense, 20 special attack, 6 special defense, 10 speed, 31. At this time, the little Kirby was washing dishes at home, and suddenly it felt that its strength seemed to have increased. Click accidentally, the bowl it was holding was crushed into pieces. What happened? The little Kirby looked confused. Note: Pokémon's various ability values are related to factors such as level, race value, effort value, individual value, and personality. This book ignores personality modifications, and the effort value is hidden in the Pokémon's daily exercise, such as Kirby, training in the cooking training room every day, does not express much. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. The big-hearted little Kirby simply ignored it. The flying speed of the blue cotton bird father was much faster than that of riding a dragon in the water. Soon Anja returned to the Nebel Plateau. When passing by the waterfall, he saw that the number of Magikarp that had evolved into Gyarados after crossing the Dragon Gate had increased to 4. The evolved Gyarados did not leave here. They were entrenched above the waterfall, encouraging the Magikarps to continue climbing up, while waiting for them to evolve into Gyarados together, and set out together to adventure upstream of Nebel. Even Gyarados, which is known for its ferocious temperament, has its own tender side. Diancie, we are back. Before landing, Anja stretched out his neck and waved to Diancie, who was watering the flowers in the flower garden. When it saw Anja, it also smiled and waved to Anja. After the father of the green cotton bird landed, Anja Malio jumped off its back, then patted its neck and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Come to my house for dinner tomorrow." The father of the blue cotton bird crows, flaps its wings and rises into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "How was business today?" Diancie asked impatiently. "Not bad, I earned more than 20,000 alliance coins, and the tasks have been completed," Anja said in a relaxed tone. Diancie looked surprised. "So many? Earning more than 20,000 yuan in one day? No, one morning to be precise, which is really good. After all, Anja has no cost except time and manpower. The biggest investment was the dining car that cost tens of thousands of happiness points to buy, but the dining car can be used over and over again. It's okay." Anji looked proud. "After all, I'm good at my craftsmanship." Diancie chuckled. "You said you were fat and you still breathed." Hee, Anja giggled. "You water the water, and I'll cut some flowers and put them in the vase." Diancie put the kettle into Anja's hand and took out a pair of scissors from somewhere. Anja put Komala on the ground. "Go and play by yourself." However, Komala did not move. "What's wrong?" Anja wondered. Komala patted the tree pillow in his arms. Anja suddenly remembered something and took out the bottle of wine he bought in the supermarket from his system backpack and handed it to him. "Well, you want this, right? You guy." Komala immediately rolled away holding the tree pillow and the wine bottle. After a while, Anja saw that Komala went back to his cabin, and when he came out again, there was only the bottle of wine left in his arms. "Yes, I left the tree pillow behind again for the sake of wine, and I even knew how to take it to my house." Seeing Komala gradually disappearing while holding the wine bottle, Anja looked at Diancie in confusion and asked, "Where is it going?" "I don't know." Diancie shook her head, "It feels like it's been out a lot lately." "Really?" Anja was surprised. Komala was a homebody. Did he make a drinking buddy outside? Anja joked. "I'm not sure that's true." Diancie smelled the cut bouquet and said, "It smells so good. These flowers are really nice." The flowers planted in Anja's garden are not ordinary. They are the rare Graxisha flowers. It is said that this flower can attract the legendary Pokémon Zemi. Anja, it was only after they bloomed that I recognized their identities, and I don't know where Vivillon came from in the first place. After returning home, Diancie placed the bouquet in the vase at the front desk, and the entire hall was suddenly filled with faint fragrance. At this time, the little Kirby came out of the kitchen, and its eyes lit up when it saw Anja. Gang master, you are back. I miss you so much." After saying that, it flew to Anja's side and jumped into Anja's arms. Anja silently asked, "How was it doing this morning?" "Just very good." Hearing this, the little Kirby pulled his head out of Anja's arms and patted his chest confidently. Diancie laughed out loud when she saw the little Kirby praising herself so much. "You are quite thick-skinned." The little Kirby looked at Diancie with an expression that said, "What are you laughing at? Just am I right? Everyone likes my cooking." Looking away from Diancie, the little Kirby suddenly took Anja's hand and pulled him upstairs. Chapter 26 Gifts and Special Training. Anja was pulled all the way to the door of its room by the little Kirby. Just. It asked Anja to wait for it at the door, and then it walked into the room mysteriously. After a while, the door creaked open again, and the little Kirby poked its head out. It saw that Anja was waiting at the door obediently, with a naive smile on its face. Just opening the door completely, the little Kirby walked out holding 2 identical pillows. It shyly stuffed one of them into Anja's arms. The pillow is overall light grey, with a cute little cappy pattern on it. When Anja touches it, it feels like touching the clouds in the sky. It turned out that their family didn't have such a pillow. Just master, do you like it?" Little Kirby asked with a shy look on his face. "Little Kirby, is this for me?" Anja asked in surprise. "Just well, look, I have it too, it's the same." The little Kirby nodded, hugging his own pillow that was exactly the same as Anja, shyly covering half of his body, leaving only his head outside. Anja rubbed the pillow, feeling the touch, and asked for confirmation, "Are these the feathers of the blue cotton bird and the Chinese Valentine's Day blue bird?" Just him master is so smart." The little Kirby nodded repeatedly. It turns out that after Anja paid it wages, it began to prepare it quietly. It found a family of green sheep birds and collected their shed feathers every day. Then it washed, dried, boiled and sterilized the collected feathers in boiling water, and then dried them. Finally, I used the salary from Anja to carefully select the inner liner and outer cover of the pillow in the system store. In order to make the feathers of the green cotton bird and the Tanabata blue bird cleaner, the little Kirby even went to consult some Pokémon and collected many special plants from outside and boiled them in water with the feathers. Anja hugged the pillow and could smell the faint fragrance on it, which was very fresh and pleasant. In short, little Kirby spent a lot of effort preparing 2 pillows. If the green cotton bird and its parents hadn't learned of the little Kirby's intentions later, they took the initiative to pluck a lot of feathers from their bodies and gave them to the little Kirby, and the little Kirby slowly collected them by themselves. Part of it, I don't know when it will be collected. At this time, Anja only felt a warm current surging in his heart. He just said casually before that if he could sleep on the soft wings of the blue cotton bird and the Chinese Valentine's Day blue bird, he would be as happy as a god. Unexpectedly, the little Kirby beast, I secretly remembered it in my heart. It must have taken a lot of effort to collect so many feathers, right? Anja squatted down and took the little Kirby's hand and asked. Just no. The little Kirby shook his head shyly. Anja gave it a hug gently. I like this gift very much. It is one of the most precious gifts I have ever received. Thank you, little Kirby. Just the little Kirby also hugged Anja gently. After letting go of the little Kirby, Anja said happily, I'm going to put it on my bed and hold it to sleep every day. Seeing that Anja liked his gift so much, the little Kirby smiled with crooked eyes. He also raised the pillow in his arms and said, just I have one too, it's the same. Anja nodded and said, we are master and disciple pillows. Just. After hearing this, the little Kirby happily hugged the pillow and ran around in circles. Angel took one of the little Kirby's hands and said while walking to his room, let's go and see if it's suitable to put on the bed. Just. The little Kirby nodded vigorously and followed Anja briskly. After entering the room, Anja placed the pillow on the head of his bed, and then said with a fantasy expression, I can't imagine how good it feels to sleep with it every day. Just. When the little Cappy heard this, he also imitated Anja and pretended to be dreaming hard. Anja was immediately amused by it. Just. Exiting the fantasy mode, the little Kirby took Anja's hand and ran out, all the way to its own room, and placed its own pillow in the same position as Anja. Just. The little Kirby pointed at his pillow and looked at Anja expectantly. Anja gave it a thumbs up and said, we are indeed masters and disciples. We even thought of the placement of the pillows together. Just. When the little Kirby heard this, he immediately jumped into Anja's arms and acted like a baby. The enthusiastic Anja simply couldn't resist it. Because the carefully prepared gift was liked by Anja, the little Kirby was in a good mood for the next few days, smiling at everyone he saw. Even if the Pokémon that came to the store to eat caused trouble, it would treat them with a smile and not get angry at all. Not long after he and the little Cappy came downstairs, Anja discovered that Komala had returned. She was sleeping soundly in her cabin hugging a tree pillow. She exuded a faint aroma of wine, and the bottle of wine had already whereabouts unknown. Little drunkard! Anja shook his head helplessly. After dinner in the evening, Anja's family of 4 gathered in the cooking training room as usual. Anja and the little Cabby beast trained their cooking skills. Diancie served as coach and supervisor, and Komala, maybe, played a role. A modeling effect. Diancie stood on the podium and said, today we will officially practice how to make various kinds of steamed buns. Do the 2 chefs have any opinions? Just no. Without. Anja and little Kirby said seriously. Well, very good. Diancie shook off the pointer in her hand, took out a pair of black-rimmed glasses from somewhere, put them on her eyes, and pushed them up in a decent manner. Today I will still be as strict as before. Teach you. Appeared, spicy teacher. Anja shouted in his heart. Then, now, the training begins. Diancie shouted loudly, which scared Anja and the little Kirby. Even Komala, who was shaking on the table, started to move. What we are mainly practicing today is the preparation of fillings. Just. Yet. Anja and the little Kirby nodded obediently. The first filling we are going to prepare is cabbage filling. As Diancie finished speaking, all the ingredients and seasonings needed to prepare the stuffing appeared in front of Anja and the little Cabyman. Let's get started. The first step is to chop the cabbage into small cubes. Upon hearing this, Anja and the little Cabyman quickly picked up the kitchen knives and began to show off their knife skills. However, before the master and apprentice made 2 cuts, they heard the sound of the pointer whipping from the podium. Little Kirby, you cut it too finely. It will affect the taste. Cut it again. Little Kirby paused, quickly disposed of the newly chopped cabbage, and then started again. Bang bang bang, the sound of kitchen knives and chopping boards clashing constantly came from the stove, and Diancie's stern scoldings came from time to time. Little Kirby, it's still too chopped. Anja, concentrate and don't look around. Little Kirby, I'm asking you to chop vegetables, not to let you vent your anger, so please use less strength. Anja, haven't you eaten? Use some strength. As time went by, Anja and the little cabbie beast cut basket after basket of cabbage. It was okay for Anja to be a seasoned player, but it was miserable for him as a newbie, little Carbine, who was scolded by Diancie. The recipes given by the system have extremely strict requirements for each step, and there can be no mistakes. The next step was to pickle the cabbage and add seasonings. Even Anja was scolded from time to time. The requirements for this part are even more stringent. Every detail must be paid attention to. How many seasonings should be added to the vegetables, not one more, not one less. Even the extra moisture in the vegetable fillings has not been processed during the pickling process. Diancie had to curse at Anja and the little Kirby. I asked you to adjust the fillings, so I didn't make you wet. Gang housekeeper Mother Incineroar. Anja and the little Kirby couldn't help but whisper. What are you two whispering about? Diancie's voice came faintly. Just I didn't say anything. Nothing, nothing. Anja and the little Kirby shook their heads quickly. Then why don't you work faster? The movements of your hands have slowed down. Diancie roared. Just its instructor. Yes, instructor. Anja and Kirby have never felt that 10 hours is so long. When the master and apprentice came out of the training room, they felt both physically and mentally baptized. Diancie looked at the listless expressions of the master and apprentice and said, Really, I am such a good lady, but you are almost driving me crazy. Diancie was born into the royal family of Azote and considers herself to be a genuine lady from a famous family. The Azote royal family is good at using fairy-type Pokémon. For example, Anja's Earl Dervish Pokémon is a rock-type and fairy-type Pokémon. The twin sister Anna received from Ilafaz is a steel-type and fairy Pokémon. Mage Arna, the current Earl Dervish Pokémon of the royal princess Jimia, is the psychic-type plus the fairy-type Lalo Lash, and the Earl Dervish Pokémon of the Prince Rakel is the single fairy-type Puff. Little Kirby, what kind of lady from a famous family is obviously a devil instructor? Because they were really tired, Anja and Kirby the beast was washed and went to sleep directly. Before going to bed, Anja received the rewards from 2 daily tasks. Unfortunately, this time he was not as lucky as before, and he only got 2 ordinary ingredients. One was 2 fresh cucumbers, and the other was its 2 green onions. Hey, let's save it for dinner tomorrow. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. Because he trained too hard in the cooking training room yesterday, and with the pillow given by the little Kirby to help him sleep, Anja had a good night's sleep. The situation of the little Kabiman was completely opposite. It had been dreaming all night. In the dream, it kept cutting vegetables, mixing stuffing, and making buns. There was a mountain of ingredients in front of it, and it couldn't finish it. He even kept talking in his sleep at night. No. In the dream, it failed to complete its mission and was approached step by Diancie. When Anja woke up the next morning, he felt refreshed, while the little Kirby looked tired. Little Kirby, what's wrong with you? Anja asked doubtfully. Hearing this, the little Kirby glanced at Diancie and silently shook his head to express that he was fine. In the dream last night, it failed to process all the ingredients, so all it dreamed about in the rest of the night was Diancie holding a pointer and yelling at it. How terrible! What kind of lady from a famous family does not exist? Diancie was confused and asked the little Kirby, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Just no, you are particularly beautiful today, the diamonds on your body are sparkling. The little Kirbymon quickly flattered him and said. Really? Diancie looked at her reflection in the basin again and again, and then said rather smugly, Maybe it's because I slept well last night. I'm really in good condition today. Little Kirby. Today, Anja had to go to King Azote to set up a stall like yesterday, so after getting up and washing up, he and the little Kabiman got busy immediately. Wake up the noodles, cut the vegetables, mix the stuffing, get these all done in advance, so that Anja won't have to rush when he arrives at Azote King City. Yesterday, he set up a stall for the first time. Because he was inexperienced, he did everything until he got there, but he was not exhausted to death. After all the materials were ready, Anja was ready to set off. Diancie sent Anja to the door and asked hesitantly, "How about I go with you today?" Anja came back from yesterday with a sore back and backache from exhaustion, and he looked distressed. Anja shook his head, "You can help the little Kirby at home. It will have no problem cooking, but if no one is watching, it won't be able to take care of things in the store." "Okay, then you go and come back early," Diancie said helplessly. Mug. At this time, there was a cry not far away. Anja looked over and said, "It's getting late. I have to set off quickly, otherwise Muck Eagle will be waiting in a hurry." The person who is sending Anja to Azot King City today is Fletchling's mother, Muk Ying. Unlike Fletchling's stubborn father, Fletchling's mother now has a very good impression of Anja and is very happy to help Anja. Qing Mian Yao's father helped, but there was no reason that Fletchling's parents, who had dinner at Anja's house like Qing Mian Yao, didn't say anything. Anja carried Komala and came to Mukying and said to it, "Mukying, I will give you a lot of advice today." Muk. Mukying nodded and lowered his body lower, making it easier for Anja to climb onto its back. "Thank you." Anja thanked him and turned over neatly. Muk. With a cry, the Muk Eagle flapped its wings and flew into the sky, setting off towards the rising sun. Anja hit yawn, letting the cool morning breeze blow on his face, and then wiped the physiological tears from the corners of his eyes and sighed, "Survival is not easy, the prince is doing a show." The speed of Muck Eagle was faster than the speed of the blue sheep bird's father, and soon Anja landed outside King Azot's city. Before leaving, Anja took out a bunch of steamed buns and gave them to Mukying and said, "Mukying, you eat these first, we will meet here at noon." Mug. Mukying nodded, holding the bun in his mouth and disappeared into the woods not far away. Then Anja hurried into the city, found a deserted corner, took out the dining cart, and drove it towards Ilafaz Park. Chapter 27 Business is booming. Mephistopheles came to Ilafaz Park for a morning jog as usual this morning. Running around and around, every time she passed the corner, she would stop and watch for a while. "Strange, why haven't you come today? Aren't you coming today?" Next to her, Sok tugged at her clothes in confusion. Geiki. Sok didn't come yesterday, so he didn't know what his trainer was expecting. Mephistopheles came to his senses and said quickly, "Nothing, let's keep running." Sok nodded. He turned his head and glanced at the place where the trainer had just looked. There was still a look of confusion on his face. What was there? Why do you have to stare at the trainer for a while every time he passes by? As soon as Mephistopheles and Sok left, Anja's dining car slowly drove over. After parking the car, Anja opened the window on the side of the car and put Komala on the table like yesterday. "Komala, be good." After saying that, he started to work. Anja checked the dough and when it came to fillings, I found that the dough had risen and the fillings were already flavored, so I started to formally wrap the buns. His speed was extremely fast, and in almost no time, white and round buns appeared on the stove. Each bun was almost the same size, and there were no more than 25 wrinkles on it, as if it's like it was carved out of a mold. After wrapping up part of it, Anja started steaming it in a steamer, so that it would be too late for the guests to arrive later. He had just finished steaming when he saw a sweaty little girl running over. "Good morning, boss." The little girl greeted Anja. "Good morning, it's so early." Anja also greeted her friendly. "Well, morning exercise." Mephisto is not a man of many words, so he always answers questions concisely. Anja saw her staring straight at the steamer. So he smiled and said, "It's not done yet, you have to wait a while." Mephistopheles shook his head, "It's okay." At this time, Sok, who was standing next to Mephisto, had his brain shut down. Is this still my trainer who regards time as money? Wouldn't a normal trainer of it prefer to run 2 more laps instead of wasting time waiting for breakfast to be cooked? Gotchi. Sock tugged at Mephisto's clothes again. Of course, Mephistopheles could see Sock's doubts, so he explained expressionlessly, coming back later will only waste more time. She knew very well that there would soon be a long queue here. Sock? As time went by, steam began to float out of the steamer in the car, and along with the steam came a rich aroma. It smells better. Mephistopheles whispered. Sock thought the trainer was talking to him, so he tugged on the trainer's clothes, as if asking, "What did you just say?" Mephisto shook his head calmly, "Nothing." Soon Sock's attention was also attracted by the overbearing aroma emanating from the steamer. As the aroma spread, the guests gradually gathered, and soon a long queue formed. "Boss, are you okay? I'm almost starving to death." Someone couldn't help but ask. Come on, come on. Don't be afraid of being late for a good meal," Anja said with a smile, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. One by one, buns and steamed buns were formed in his hands. "This boss is so awesome." Mephistopheles was dazzled by what he saw, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. "Boss, your steamed buns and steamed buns are so delicious. I only bought 2 yesterday, and I regretted it so much after eating them." Someone took advantage of the waiting time to chat with Anja. Yes, I regret it too. When I wanted to buy it again, I couldn't wait in line." Anja smiled and said, "Then I'll buy a few more today." "That's necessary, I'm going to eat 10 of them today." "I want 20. Have you finished eating all 20? Can't I eat with my wife?" The rich aroma, the steaming heat, the laughter of the guests. Anja's place has become the most lively place in Ilafaz Park. Finally, the first basket of steamed buns and steamed buns was ready. The moment the steamer was opened, the lingering smoke steamed up, the tempting fragrance spread everywhere, and the team outside became commotion. "It's so fragrant." Mephistopheles, who was first in line, immediately said, "Boss, 50 buns, 50 steamed buns." Anji looked surprised when he heard this. "Can you finish eating so much?" Sock was also shocked by his trainer. It looked at the chubby steamed buns and steamed buns that were not small. 100 of them, could they really finish them all? Yes. Mephistopheles nodded without hesitation. Then she lowered her head and said to Sock, "Go home and eat with everyone." "Okay," Sock nodded silently. "Wait a minute," Anja said with a smile, and then quickly packed Mephistopheles' buns. Fortunately, Anja was prepared for today, otherwise if he had to just use Roma leaves to wrap buns and steamed buns, those who bought a lot might not be able to take them away. Yesterday, because all the customers were buying for the first time, most of them only bought 1 or 2 at a time, and the most were only 3 or 5. Wrapping them in leaves is no problem, considering that someone might buy too much at once today. He deliberately used the happiness points he just earned yesterday to buy some packaging bags from the system store. The steamed buns and steamed buns are still wrapped in Roma leaves with a special aroma, and then put into packaging bags, so they are easy to carry. After getting the buns and steamed buns, Mephistopheles immediately started eating them eagerly, not forgetting to stuff one into Sock's hand. Ho ha, the steamed buns that had just come out of the cage were very hot, but Mephistopheles couldn't wait any longer and bit into them directly. "Wow, it's so delicious." She squinted her eyes, with an expression on her face that Sock had never seen before. With doubts, Sock took a bite of the bun, and instantly he understood all the weird behaviors of his trainer. The freshly steamed buns and steamed buns were sold out in a short time. Anja had no choice but to shout to the customers behind him, "Everyone, please wait a moment, this basket is sold out, and the new basket has not been steamed yet." Hearing this, the people at the back suddenly burst into mourning. "Can the people in front of you buy less at once?" Yes, I don't have to worry about holding on after eating so much. Boss, are you going to starve us to death? When the uncle brought his Growlithe to the area near Anja's stall, was immediately surprised by the long queue. Holy shit, there are so many people. Because Anja only accepts cash and does not accept online payments, many people who wanted to eat yesterday were not able to eat because they did not bring cash. So today, some people brought cash just to try the food they were greedy for yesterday. The aroma of death is emanating from all kinds of delicious food. As a result, Anja has so many more people than yesterday. If I had known, I would have come earlier. The uncle hugged Growlithe and stood in line at the back of the queue. There were so many people, but he had to wait in line. Who makes him want to eat steamed buns and steamed buns? He has nothing to do anyway. Like the uncle, who was also surprised by the length of the team, was Flammel, who had just arrived. She promised to bring delicious food to the princess today, so she went out early today. She didn't expect to encounter such a grand event. Flammel took out his phone and looked at the time. He felt that there was still time, so he lined up silently. Soon, a new basket of steamed buns was steamed, and the team began to move slowly. So busy that Ng was almost out of his mind. While packing food for the guests, he had to keep making buns and kneading the buns, otherwise he wouldn't be able to keep up with the next one. Komala also flew up in a hurry. Although her eyes were closed, her little hand quickly took the banknotes one after another. It was really hard for it to make any mistakes. Soon it was the uncle's turn. He waved his hand and said, 100 buns filled with cabbage, radish, and chives, and 50 steamed buns. Anja was stunned by him. Uncle, did you buy too much? The uncle waved his hand with a smile. Not much, not much. I have many children, so I can finish eating. Growlithe in his arms nodded repeatedly. Woof woof, that's right, that's right. Okay, but this cage is not enough, you have to wait for a while. Anja said helplessly. It's okay, it's okay. The uncle said nonchalantly, old man, I have plenty of time. Anja packed up the remaining portion and handed it to the uncle, and then said with a smile on his face, okay, please wait a moment. The moment they got the steamed buns, the uncle and Growlithe couldn't wait to eat them, while the customers behind them who were still queuing kept swallowing their saliva. This old man is so unkind, buying so much at once. The moment the buns entered his mouth, the uncle immediately noticed the difference from yesterday. Young man, why do your buns suddenly taste so much better? Uncle, you are awesome. Anja explained while busy. I adjusted the filling formula. The uncle suddenly realized, no wonder. He gave a thumbs up to Anja, young man is awesome. Yesterday, his Growlithe obviously liked the taste of steamed buns more, but today he was attracted by the steamed buns and his mouth watered. While the uncle was chatting with Anja, Flammel stretched her head and glanced at Anja. With just one glance, she was stunned. Why does this boss look so familiar? Flammel stared at Anja for a long time, but never remembered who Anja looked like. Because Anja wore a chef's hat and hid his blonde hair in the chef's hat, Flammel didn't associate him with the royal family at all. The new bag of steamed buns was steamed. The old man carried a full bag and left humming a tune contentedly. The Growlithe in his arms struggled to jump to the ground and ran after the old man. Seeing Growlithe's greedy look, the uncle said dotingly, okay, okay, go home and eat with Grandma and Skitty. Not long after the uncle left, it was Flammel's turn. Boss, please bring 5 steamed buns with each filling and 5 steamed buns. Okay, wait a minute. Anja said without raising his head, and quickly packed the food for Flammel. Flammel stared at Anja's profile without blinking, trying to remember who he looked like. Here. Anja handed the packed buns and steamed buns to Flammel. After Flammel took it, he asked, can the side dishes be taken away? Anja replied, yes, the side dishes are on the table, and guests can help themselves. Okay, thanks. Until he turned around and left, Flammel didn't remember who the boss looked like. Carrying a bag of steamed buns into the palace, Flamel went straight to Princess Jimia's office, where the princess was working at her desk. Bang bang bang, Flamel knocked on the door and walked into the office. Good morning, princess. Jimia raised her head and smiled. Flamel, you are later than usual today. Flammel put the buns and steamed buns he bought on the table. We agreed to treat the princess to breakfast today. Jimia was stunned when she heard this. Are you serious? She had already eaten breakfast. Of course. Flammel said as he opened the package. In an instant, the rich aroma filled the entire office. This is... Jimia swallowed subconsciously. These are called steamed buns and steamed buns. There were so many people queuing up to buy them that I almost couldn't buy them, Flammel said. It smells so good. Jimia leaned over and smelled it, and immediately forgot that she had already eaten breakfast. No one stipulates that breakfast can only be eaten once, right? Princess, call your gardevoir and let's eat together. I bought more. Flamel said as she released her Pokémon. Her Pokémon is a Florges. It was given to her by the royal family after she became the princess's personal secretary. Okay. Jimia nodded, took out the Pokeball and released her Pokémon. Her Pokémon was a sparkling Gardevoir. Hey G. Sinai. The moment the two Pokémon came out, they were attracted by the overbearing aroma of food in front of them. Sit down and eat together. Jimia asked the two Pokémon to sit down. She couldn't wait any longer. So the two Pokémon sat around the table, each eagerly taking a bun into their hands. Jimia pinched the soft and elastic buns in her hands and exclaimed in her heart, what a magical food, not even the softest bread can match it. When you take a bite, the full juice mixed with the cabbage pours into your mouth. Every time you chew, the fresh and crisp vegetables and the soft and chewy dough combine with each other to form a unique fragrance. The feeling is simply irresistible. Send it into your soul. He took a deep breath, and Princess Jimia recovered from the delicious food just now. At this time, the guards, maids, and officials passing by the door of Princess Jimia's office stopped involuntarily. What does this smell like? They thought with their noses slightly raised. At the same time, Prince Raquel, who was combing his hair in his research room, also smelled this attractive aroma. He looked up at Minister Jarvis, who was not far away, and asked, Jarvis, what does this smell like? Jarvis was stunned for a moment. He sniffed the air, then shook his head and said, Your Highness Raquel, you'd better not be distracted and continue to concentrate on your research. Raquel hesitated for a moment, then pushed away the chair and stood up, walked straight to the door, opened the door to the research room and walked out. Chapter 28. Who is it? Your Highness? Your Highness? Jarvis called for Raquel, but Raquel had already walked out. He followed the scent all the way to the door of his sister's office. Seeing many people gathered here, he asked doubtfully, What are you doing here? When everyone saw that the prince was coming, they all shook their heads and said, It's nothing, Your Highness. After saying that, they dispersed one after another. When Jimia and the others came to their senses, not a single bun or steamed bun was left on the table. Jimia licked her lips. Flamel, I want to eat more tomorrow. Hey G, I want to eat too. Shanna and me. The two Pokémon also competed to be fed. Okay, I will bring it to the princess tomorrow. Flamel said, even if the princess doesn't eat, she will eat it herself. Although she guessed that it must be delicious with so many people buying it, she didn't expect it to be so delicious. She made a miscalculation today and bought too little. At this moment, the door of the office was pushed open, and Raquel leaned half in. He smelled the remaining aroma in the air and asked, Sister, Flammel, what are you eating? Oh, it's Raquel. Jimia was a little surprised that her younger brother, who only immersed himself in research, actually walked out of the laboratory on his own initiative. You're late, we've already finished eating. What are you eating? It smells so good. I've never smelled it like this. Raquel stretched her neck and sniffed, then opened the door and walked in. It's a kind of food called steamed buns and steamed buns, Your Highness Raquel. Flamel answered proactively, this is also the first time for Your Highness and I to eat them. Baazai? Steamed buns. Raquel looked confused. Flamel nodded, it should be a food that just appeared not long ago. It's novel and delicious. Seeing that Raquel was so interested in the two kinds of food, Jimia suddenly had an idea and said to her younger brother, Raquel, come to my place tomorrow and I'll ask Flamel to buy it for you, okay? She did not object to her brothers indulging in research. After all, the kingdom of Azot was most famous for its mysterious science, but Raquel was too focused. And in recent years, she has also discovered that Raquel has become more and more dependent on Minister Jarvis. Jarvis is an authoritative expert in mysterious science. There is nothing wrong with his father asking him to be Raquel's teacher, but if Jarvis intends to train one of the country's heirs into a puppet who obeys his words, then Jimia felt that she had to guard against it. Raquel was less than 10 years old, and she was at an age where she could easily be misled. And she and her father were usually too busy to take care of Raquel. Really? Raquel looked surprised. Of course, has my sister lied to you? Jimia promised. Well, we have made an appointment. I will come to see my sister tomorrow. Raquel said happily. After Raquel left, Jimia said to Flamel with unfinished thoughts, Flamel, I will continue to be in charge of you tomorrow. Flamel nodded, Your Highness, don't worry. After finishing eating, Flamel began to clean up the garbage on the table with Florges and Gardevoir. At this time, she saw the documents placed in front of Princess Jimia. Your Highness is still chasing Anja. Halfway through her words, Flamel suddenly paused, and then she let out an exclamation. Your Highness! What's wrong, Flamel? Jimia saw such a shocked expression on Flamel's face for the first time. Your Highness, follow me. Flamel said without any explanation, pulling Jimia and running outside. Flamel, what's wrong? Where are you taking me? Jimia was extremely puzzled. Your Highness, you will find out if you follow me. Flamel he pulled Jimia along and trotted all the way until he ran into a large hall in the palace. There are many paintings hanging on the wall of this hall, which are portraits of members of the Azot royal family in the past, including the portrait of Queen Anna and her twin brother Anja when they were young. Looking at His Highness Anja in the painting, Flamel suddenly realized, she asked why that person looked so familiar, could it be that he was an enlarged version of His Highness Anja? Jimia asked doubtfully, Flamel, is there something wrong with this painting? Flamel said to the princess with a serious expression, Your Highness, I saw Your Highness Anja in the royal city today. Flamel, what nonsense are you talking about? His Highness Anja has been dead for 500 years. Jimia thought Flamel was joking, why did you appear in the royal city? Suddenly she paused, looked at Flamel in shock and asked, have you seen the stolen body of His Highness? Flamel shook his head, pointed at Anja in the portrait and said, no, I saw His Royal Highness Anja alive, and he looks almost exactly like the person in the painting. Suddenly she thought about the blonde man who appeared at the entrance of the palace some time ago. Could that be His Highness Anja? This idea was too incredible, so Flamel did not say it out loud. Impossible, Flamel, could it be that you are dazzled? Jimia couldn't believe that a person who had been dead for 500 years could still come back to life. Your Highness, I am indeed short-sighted. Flamel subconsciously pushed up his glasses, but I'm not blind yet. The person I'm talking about is the boss who sells steamed buns and steamed buns. Seeing that Flamel looked serious and not joking at all, Jimia finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Let's go, take me to find that person. Jimia said solemnly. Yes. Then the two of them hurriedly left the palace. At this time, Anja didn't know that his existence had been noticed by the royal family. His business was so booming that before noon, all the ingredients he prepared were used up. "I'm sorry, there are no more today. Please come back, everyone," Anja shouted loudly to the long queue behind him. "Hey? What's happening? I've been waiting in line for a long time. I'm sorry, I ran out of materials and there's really nothing I can do." Anja had no choice but to apologize to everyone. "I said, boss, can you set a purchase limit next time? The people who bought in front bought so much at once, how can we buy it?" someone suggested. His proposal was immediately supported by everyone. "Yeah, it's such a shame that we couldn't buy it after queuing for so long. Anja doesn't impose any purchase restrictions. He just wants to sell out and close the stall as soon as possible. He only sells so much. Whether customers can buy it or not is not his concern. As long as he can sell out, that's fine. Oh, I want everyone to eat it too, but I can't help but let others buy it when they spend money. That doesn't make sense." He smiled and said haha to everyone. There was no way, the guests could only disperse one by one. Anja shouted to them, "Go early tomorrow." After seeing off the guests, Anja quickly packed everything back into the car. After closing the windows, he prepared Komala's lunch and let him eat it first, and then he began to count today's harvest. This morning, 1,030 steamed buns were sold, earning 10,300 yuan in alliance coins, 2,069 steamed buns were sold, and 41,380 yuan in alliance coins were earned, adding up to a total of 51,680 yuan. In addition, Anja also received 10,500 happiness points for entertaining Pokemon. Adding in the 5,600 earned yesterday and the little Kirby earned at home in the past 2 days, Anja's total happiness points already totaled 45,000. As for the happiness points spent on buying packaging bags, they are simply insignificant. Anja also remembered that he received a system prompt when he was selling steamed buns and steamed buns. He opened the system interface, and sure enough, a pop-up window immediately popped up in the taskbar. Congratulations to the owner for achieving the achievement, entertaining 1,000 Pokemon. Obtain reward, Intelligence +2. The achievements of the system only count the Pokemon entertained, humans do not count. He looked at his personal information interface, and sure enough the data had been updated. Anja race, human gender, male age, 16, plus 500, physique, 13 intelligence, 10 culinary skills evaluation, a rookie who can eat. His physical fitness points have also increased a bit, which is the result of insisting on training in the cooking training room. If his physical fitness hadn't been improved, he really wouldn't be able to keep being as busy as he is today. Looking at the large amount of money in his hand, and then looking at the happiness points that the system cultivated to make him rich, Anja felt so happy. After Komala finished his lunch, Anja waved his hand and said, "Komala, let's go home." By the time Princess Jimia arrived at Ilafaz Park with Flamel on a motorcycle, Anja had long since disappeared. Flammel got off the motorcycle and walked quickly to the stall of the crepe seller. The uncle thought he had business, but he didn't want the other person to say anything and asked, "Excuse me, where is the boss selling steamed buns and steamed buns next to me?" "Uncle. Hi, business is so good, I've closed the stall and gone home a long time ago." The uncle's tone was full of envy. "Then do you know where the boss lives?" Flammel frowned. "I don't know. The little boss has only been setting up his stall here for 2 days, and I haven't even had time to get to know them." "Why don't you ask someone else?" the uncle replied. "Okay, thank you." Flamel thanked the uncle. "You're welcome, you're welcome." The uncle waved his hand. Then Flammel stopped a dozen people in the surrounding area to inquire. No one knew where the owner of the buns and steamed buns was from. "How's it going?" Seeing Flamel come back, Jimia asked anxiously. Flammel shook his head in disappointment. The boss has closed his stall long ago and no one knows where he lives. What should I do? Jimia was anxious. Princess, he will definitely come tomorrow. We will be here early tomorrow morning to guard him. We will definitely be able to wait for him. Flammel comforted the princess. You're right. Jimia's frown finally relaxed slightly. Should this matter be reported to His Majesty? Flamel asked. Jimia shook her head. It's better to meet the person first before talking. It would be bad if something goes wrong. Yes. Flamel nodded. Then the two of them drove their motorcycle back to the palace. Anja had returned to the Nebel Plateau at this time. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he saw the little Kirby rushing towards him enthusiastically. Just master, you are back. It hugged Anja's waist and rubbed it. Anja didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that his little Kirby was really clingy. He only saw it for half a day every day, and it acted like it had been missing for 3 days. Every time he came back, the little Kirby would follow him around like a slut, as if its master could run away if he didn't look at it. How's the situation in the store today? Anja asked, rubbing the little Kirby's head. Just. The little Kirby gave a thumbs up with one hand and patted its chest confidently with the other. It's really awesome. Anja praised it. He liked the energetic look of the little Kirby. It seems that our little Kirby is indeed able to stand on its own. The little Kirby was flattered by Anja's praise. Okay, let's go home. Have you and Inc had lunch? The master and apprentice walked home talking and laughing. Anja had nothing to do in the afternoon. After patrolling the vegetable garden, he moved 2 chairs and lay down on the corridor by the door to bask in the sun with the little Cappy. The weather on the Nebel Plateau is really good today, no wind, few clouds, and the sun is warm but not scorching. Anja almost fell asleep while basking in the sun, and the little Cappy even started to snore. Taking advantage of the good weather, Inc carried everyone's quilts upstairs to the balcony to dry them. Once they were soft in the sun, they would be very comfortable to sleep at night. In the backyard pond, even the brothers Loach and Catfish King surfaced, lying on the shore and basking in the sun with their eyes closed. At this moment, Anja suddenly heard a burst of laughter. He opened his eyelids and saw that it was 2 Marilu coming towards this side, chatting and laughing. Anja also noticed that the 2 Marilu seemed to be carrying something in their hands. Soon they came to Anja, and Anja finally saw clearly what they were carrying. It was a pile of emerald green water plants like kelp threads. What are you doing? Anja looked at the 2 Marilu in confusion and asked. Lilu Lilu. Lilu Lilu. The 2 Malilu little hands gestured quickly. Anja asked tentatively, is this for me? Lilu Lilu. Marilu nodded quickly. They had been coming to Anja's house for dinner recently, so they thought of giving something to Anja to repay the favor. They got these water plants from their good friend Poliwag. Can it be eaten? Anja asked again. Lilu Lilu. Malilu nodded quickly again, and one of them even pulled one out and showed it to Anja. Anja rubbed its head and smiled, okay, of course I believe you. As he said this, he also imitated Malilu, took one and put it into his mouth, chewed it twice, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This taste, so refreshing. Although this waterweed looks like kelp threads, it tastes a bit like jellyfish threads, but it is more refreshing than jellyfish threads. Thank you, I like this very much. Anja smiled and thanked the 2 Marilu. When the 2 Marilu heard this, they jumped up and down with joy. After the things were delivered, the 2 Marilu jumped away. Anja waved to them, come to the store for dinner tomorrow. Lilu. Malilu turned around and waved in response to Anja. After Malilu left, Anja looked at the water plants on the ground and fell into deep thought. How do you want to eat this thing? Chapter 29 Humph, Master and I are from the same country. Glancing at the sleeping little Kirby, Anja stood up and covered it with his own blanket. Just. The little Kirby clicked his mouth twice, not knowing what he was dreaming about. He actually held the blanket and put it to his mouth and chewed it twice. Anja shook his head helplessly. I must have dreamed of delicious food again. He bent down and picked up the water weed. Just as he was about to enter the house, he saw Diancie having dried her quilt and coming down from upstairs. It saw the water plant in Anja's hand and asked doubtfully, "What is this? Where did it come from?" Diancie was born in a royal palace. Although she had to take care of the sick Anja from time to time, she didn't know many things. In essence, she was a master who didn't distinguish between grains and grains. Naturally, it was impossible for her to know this kind of aquatic plant. Anja shook his head. I don't know what it is, but it was sent by Malilu. It's edible. Is it really edible? Diancie was worried that she might get poisoned if she eats it. It's definitely possible. Anji agreed. Believe in Malilu. Ah. At this moment, a cry came out. Anja and Diancie turned around at the same time and saw Vic Treble holding a large leaf with vine whip and jumping towards this direction. Vic Treble, why are you here too? Anja was surprised. Vic Treble would not usually come to his place. Ah! Vic Treble put the leaves he was holding on the ground, and saw some fresh greens neatly placed on them. Anja's eyes lit up when he saw this thing. It's chrysanthemum. In this season, are there actually chrysanthemums on the Nebel Plateau? Still wild. Is this for me? Anja asked in surprise. Ah! Vic Treble nodded. Because Bellsprout now brings his brother and sister to Anja for dinner every day, Vic Treble and Weepin' Bell have found it much easier to raise their children, so the couple discussed giving Anja the wild vegetables they just picked today. Anja squatted down, picked up a piece of chrysanthemum, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. The rich fragrance came to his nostrils. It was much richer than the artificially grown chrysanthemum that Anja had eaten in his previous life. The taste of chrysanthemum is very pungent to people who don't like it, but Anja likes chrysanthemum very much. Thank you, Vic Treble, I will accept these chrysanthemums. Anja thanked Vic Treble without any politeness. In fact, Vic Treble herself didn't know what the things she picked were called. She only knew that they were edible. Seeing that Anja actually recognized them, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that Anja was well informed. Chrysanthemum has a special taste, and not all Pokémon like it. Vic Treble has given it to other Pokémon before, but everyone shook their heads in resistance. Seeing that Anja liked him, Vic Treble suddenly felt that she had found a soulmate. Ah, as long as you like it. After delivering the things, Vic Treble was about to leave, when it suddenly noticed the water plant in Anja's hand. Ah! A sire water weed? Was it sent by Poliwag? Vic Treble asked. Diancie translated Vic Treble's words to Anja. Is this water plant called Asalii water plant? Anja suddenly realized. Ah! Vic Treble told Anja that Asalii waterweed is a kind of herb that can be used to relieve paralysis. It is very rare and generally only grows in waters with particularly clear water quality. It also needs to be surrounded by Poliwag, Poliwhirl, or Poliwrath, which does not meet any of the requirements. Even the Asal aquatic plants cannot grow. Anji looked surprised when he heard this, and when he looked at the Asire water plant in his hand, his eyes couldn't help but feel a little brighter. Unexpectedly, this seemingly ordinary aquatic plant could actually be a medicinal material that can relieve paralysis. Note: Asire water plant, as a paralysis relieving prop, only appears in the animation and does not exist in the game. Thank you, Vic Treble, if you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't know what this is called. Anja thanked Vic Treble. Ah! Vic Treble nodded, turned around and skipped away. Anja held chrysanthemum in one hand and Axile waterweed in the other. He said happily to Diancie, you guys are in for a treat tonight. Diancie picked up a piece of chrysanthemum and smelled it, her face suddenly wrinkled. Can this be delicious. The smell was too strong. Ng immediately said, "Why doesn't it taste good? You don't know the difference either." Then he strode towards the kitchen. Diancie curled her lips, "You don't know the goods." After Anja entered the kitchen, he picked the chrysanthemum again and removed the old parts, leaving only the fresh and tender tips. Then he washed them and put them in the refrigerator. Then he began to clean the Acyre water plants again. Because axile water plants grow in water, they are much more difficult to clean than chrysanthemums. It took Anja a lot of effort to clean them up. Each Acyre waterweed was at least half a meter long. After washing them, Anja cut them into finger-long sections. Then soaked them in clean water and sprinkled some salt into the clean water. After doing this, you can start cooking directly at night. The little Kirby slept until the sun was about to set before waking up. It got up from the chair and walked into the kitchen in a daze. When he saw the Acyl aquatic plant soaking in the basin on the stove, his eyes lit up. He reached out and took a piece of it and put it into his mouth. His eyes lit up immediately. "It's delicious." At this time, Anja walked in. He saw the little Cappy in the kitchen, so he smiled and said, "You're awake. Just in time. You go to the vegetable garden to pick some tomatoes. We'll make dinner together later. Today there will be something delicious tonight." Just. The little Cappy rushed to the vegetable garden impromptuli, and soon came back with a bunch of tomatoes. Anja often takes the little Kabyman to the vegetable garden to identify the vegetables. Now the little Kabyman has become very familiar with everything grown in the vegetable garden. "You picked so many?" Anja said in surprise when he saw the little Kirby holding him in his arms. Just I want to eat a lot." "Many? A lot of?" Little Kirby watching said exaggeratedly. Although Anja couldn't understand what it was saying, he knew what it was expressing from its expression, so he said dotingly, "Okay, you can eat as much as you want." Just. The little Kirby was very happy when he heard this. He stood on tiptoes and took out a basin from the stove, put all the tomatoes in his arms into it, and then soaked it in water. "Little Kirby, you cook the rice and I'll cook the food. We won't be eating steamed buns tonight," Anja said. After eating pasta for several days, Anja wanted to try something else today, and he happened to have some rice saved at home. Just. The little Kirby nodded and got busy. It liked to eat rice or steamed buns. Anja took out the chrysanthemum that he put in the afternoon from the refrigerator and put it on the stove. Then he took out the green onions and shredded them, minced the garlic cloves and ginger, and cut the red peppers. He put them aside for later use. Next, boil water, add salt and cooking oil to the water, and blanch the chrysanthemum. Adding salt can give the chrysanthemum a base flavor, and adding cooking oil can make the chrysanthemum appear brighter and greener. The blanching time should not be too long, otherwise the crispy taste of chrysanthemum will be lost. After blanching, cool the chrysanthemum in water and set aside for later use. Seeing that the little Kirby had already cooked the rice and was looking at him eagerly, Anja carefully introduced the details to it while cooking. The little Kirby listened with great interest. As Anja poured oil into the pot, added onions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers and stir-fried, a rich aroma suddenly wafted out of the kitchen. Just. The little Kirby kept sniffing with his nose raised, his face full of enjoyment. He couldn't eat it for the time being, but just smelling it would satisfy his craving. After the aroma is completely stir-fried, Anja pours in the chrysanthemum, adds light soy sauce, oil, spicy fresh dew and other seasonings, and then adds salt and chicken essence. Anja will carefully explain to the little Kirby how to control the amount. The little Kirby nodded while listening. Although the little Kirby is usually silly, it is very keen in the process of learning cooking. As long as Anja tells it once, it can remember most of it. Soon, Anja poured the fried chrysanthemum with sesame oil and took it out of the pan. This was how it was done for 1 serving of fried chrysanthemum. "Come on, little Kirby. He put a little bit of it with chopsticks to the little Kirby's mouth, and the little Kirby quickly took a swallow. "How is it?" Anja asked. "Gang delicious. So delicious." Seeing the little Kirby's eyes narrowing, Anja immediately knew the answer. "I knew you would like it." Then Anja looked at the Assel water plant in front of him and felt a little worried. He had never come into contact with this thing before. What should he do? After thinking about it for a long time, he felt that since it tasted like shredded jellyfish, he should follow the recipe of shredded jellyfish and use it cold. This would not change the special taste of axile waterweed. "Just do what you say." Anja took cucumbers and radishes and cut them into shreds for later use. Both of them were grown in Anja's vegetable garden and were fresh and delicious. Because these two are side dishes, not too much is needed, so Anja fed the extra to the little Kirby. Then boil a pot of water and pour the axile aquatic plants that have been treated in the afternoon. Just let it sit for a while. Anja thinks that the axile aquatic plant itself has a very good taste. The water is just to make it easier. Delicious. Dry the water-dried axile aquatic plants, then add a little rice vinegar and set aside. The next step is to prepare the sauce. Mix together salt, chicken powder, chili oil, olive oil, rice vinegar, light soy sauce, white pepper, and diced garlic. Soon the sauce is ready. Finally, take out a large bowl, pour the previously cut cucumber shreds, radish shreds, and axile waterweed into it, then pour in the sauce and stir evenly. In this way, a serving of cold axile waterweed is completed. Since all 4 members of his family like to eat coriander, Anja sprinkled some chopped coriander and sesame seeds on top. Since it was his first time making it, Anja tasted it as soon as he finished making it. Tasty! Anja was amazed by the taste of acai waterweed again. Just. The little Kirby stood on tiptoes, pulling at the stove, looking eager to see what was going on. Anja put another chopstick into its mouth. "Do you like it?" Anja asked the little Kirby. Just I like it, it tastes delicious." The little Kirby smashed his mouth and said. "Just like it." Anja rubbed its head. Gang, I will be as powerful as Master in the future." The little Kirby clenched its fists and looked at Anja with eyes full of admiration. Unfortunately, Anja couldn't understand what it said, so he started cooking the next dish. Following the chrysanthemum and axile waterweed, Anja made another dish of cold tomatoes and a dish of fried lotus root slices. There were still some lotus roots that he had gotten from the Loach and Catfish King, and Anja had not been willing to finish them. After all, the lotus roots he had grown himself had not yet reached harvest time. Today, Vic Treble and Marilu brought fresh ingredients. Anja was so happy that he simply took out the remaining bits and fried them. Anja and the little Kabiman made dinner, and the sky became completely dark, so the family of 4 sat around the table and started eating dinner. Come on, let's all taste the chrysanthemum and axile waterweed." Anja greeted Diancie and Komala. Diancie took advantage of the situation and added a chopstick of chrysanthemum, but after taking it into her mouth, her little face suddenly wrinkled up. "It tastes too bad." Diancie endured the nausea before swallowing the bite. He went down and said, "Anja, why do you think this kind of food is delicious?" As he said this, he picked up the water glass next to him and took a sip. The one with the same expression as Diancie was Komala, but it was not like Diancie who swallowed it despite being nauseated and spit it aside. Anja said angrily, "You 2 guys are really ignorant." As he said this, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and ate happily. The little Kirby and Anja have the same expression. Oh, it's delicious." Anja pinched the little Kirby's cheek and said with an expression that said it was hard to find a close friend, "Little Kirby still understands me. You are worthy of being my apprentice." Gang, that is, Master and I are from the same country." The little Kirby nodded repeatedly, feeling very proud to have the same taste as its master. Diancie was speechless, Little Kirby, there seems to be nothing you don't like to eat, right? Your opinion doesn't count at all. The little Kirby immediately gave up after hearing this. It slammed the table. Just you are insulting the dignity of a chef. Diancie asked, tell me what food you don't like. The little Kirby was stunned when asked. Just. That. It hesitated for a long time without saying anything, so it looked at Anja aggrievedly. Master. Anja comforted the little Kirby and said, don't listen to Diancie, they just don't know how to appreciate it. As he said that, he picked up a chopstick of chrysanthemum and put it into the little Kirby's bowl. Let's just eat it and leave them alone. Just. The little Kirby's mood suddenly turned from cloudy to clear, and he started eating happily. Diancie took a bite of the axile waterweed and said, this is good, I like it. Not only Diancie likes axile aquatic plants, but Komala also likes them. Of course, they also eat fried lotus slices and cold tomatoes. If you like it, I'll ask Marilu if I have any chance, and if so, I'll exchange some with them. Anja said. Diancie nodded. While eating, Anja asked Komala, do you want to have some wine today? I'll buy you a bottle. Komala was very tired from setting up a stall with him today, so she deserves a reward. Komala ate for a moment, then nodded slightly. Anja looked surprised when he saw this. This was the first time he saw Komala react so much to his words. It seems like you really like drinking. True to his word, Anja immediately spent 1000 happiness points to buy a bottle of good wine at the system store. I'll have a drink with you today. Anja hadn't had a drink for a long time, and suddenly he was a little greedy. In the past, he was not in good health and could not drink. Now that he thinks about it, the last time he drank was in his past life. Chapter 30 A Cry for Help from Pokemon. Anja took 2 cups and put them in front of him and Komala, then poured a full cup for each of them. Diancie, do you want a drink? Anja turned to look at Diancie and asked. Diancie shook her head, I don't like it. When he lived in the palace before, he had been exposed to wine many times and didn't like it at all. Just master, I drink. The little Capimon tapped his bowl with chopsticks and said impatiently. However, Anja rejected it, you are still young and it is not time to drink. We will talk about it later. Just. The little Kirby looked disappointed, then turned his grief and anger into appetite, and began to eat a large bowl of rice in front of him. The bowl he used to eat was the largest in the family. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a basin. What he pays attention to is enjoy the food. Come on, Komala, let's have a drink. Anja raised his glass and said to Komala. Komala slowly raised his glass and clinked it with Anja. Anja was surprised again. Unexpectedly, he actually touched it. Suck Anja and Komala took a sip, and the rich aroma of wine suddenly burst out in their mouths. Good wine. It is indeed produced by the system. Anja marveled, 1000 happiness points were really not wasted. Although he is not good at wine and has no ability to taste wine, he can still taste the difference of this wine. Anja's drinking capacity was not very good, so he drank 2 small glasses and then stopped. Komala is different, it has a really good alcohol capacity, 1 cup on the left and 1 on the right, it's like drinking water instead of wine. Just when Anja thought he was going to drink all the bottle of wine, he stopped when there was only half a bottle left. Anja offered to help it put away the wine, but it was unwilling and insisted on keeping it by itself. Okay, I originally bought it for it. If it wants to keep it by itself, then just keep it by itself. Because Komala has obtained the subsystem shared by Anja and has its own system backpack, there is no problem in collecting bottles of wine. When Anja and the others were halfway through dinner, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. Who is it? Diancie, who was facing the door, stretched her head and looked towards the door. Anja, who had his back to the door. quickly turned around and saw 3 Pokémon watching curiously while slowly walking towards the house. 3 Pokémon stood side by side. The one in the middle was covered in fiery red, like a witch in a robe, and was holding a wooden stick in its hand. The one on the left has a tall and straight figure, with a pink scarf around its neck. After a closer look, I realized that it was a long tongue that looks like a ninja walking in the darkness. The man on the right wears heavy armor, walks heavily, and has sharp eyes, like a general who has been on the battlefield for a long time. Anja subconsciously used the eye of observation, and the data of the 3 Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of him. Demon Fire Red Fox Attribute Fire, Psychic Characteristic Fierce Fire. Gender Female Level 53 Skills Mystical Fire, Pack Drop, Long Howl, Role Play, Shadow Ball, Grab, Ember, Wagging Tail, Charged Flame Attack, Psybeam Line, Flame Vortex, Light Wall, Sice Hawk, Jet Flame, Phosphorus Fire, Solar Beam, High Speed. Movement, Hypnosis. Individual Value: HP, 15 Attack, 3 Physical Defense, 18 Special Attack, 29 Special Defense, 25 Speed, 18 Greninja Attribute Water, Evil Characteristic Torrent. Gender Male Level 50 Skills Flying Water Shuriken, Secret Attack, Role Play, Black Mist, Slap, Water Gun, Shout, Lightning Flash, Lick, Water Wave, Smoke Screen, Shadow Sneak Attack, Spikes, Aerial Ace, Extrasensory, Cold Water Splash, Water Break, Toxic Spikes. Individual Value: HP, 11 Attack, 24 Physical Defense, 12 Special Attack, 28 Special Defense, 9 Speed, 30 Bracarin Attributes Grass, Fighting. Characteristics Lush. Gender Male Level 51 Skills Spike Defense, Feint, Hammer Arm, Shout, Roll, Impact, Vine Whip, Bite, Parasitic Seed, Missile Needle, Takedown, Seed Bomb, Mud Shot, Bulk Up, Scary Faces, Drafting, Directing, Drain Punch, Belly Punch. Individual Value: HP, 20 Attack, 18 Physical Defense, 21 Special Attack, 14 Special Defense, 28 Speed, 14 on the Nebel Plateau. This was the first time Anja saw a Pokémon with a level similar to that of Diancie, and it was the same. There were only 3 of them, so he was very surprised at this moment. During the time when Anja and Anja lived on the Nebel Plateau, Diancie's level also increased slightly, and is now exactly the same as the Demon Fire Red Fox. Otherwise, Anja would not be able to read the data of these 3 Pokémon. Anja stood up and asked, "Is something wrong?" The 3 Pokémon looked back and forth at Anja. This was their first time seeing this human being who had spread many rumors on the Nebel Plateau. Although many Pokémon on the plateau have accepted Anja, and there is an endless stream of Pokémon coming to Anja's house for dinner every morning, there are still a considerable number of Pokémon who are unwilling to come into contact with Anja and usually hide away. Looking at Anja. The Demon Fire Red Fox, Greninja, and Brick Allen in front of me are 3 of them. The Demon Fire Red Fox took the lead and took a step forward. Diancie was very wary of these 3 Pokémon that suddenly arrived. The moment the Demon Fire Red Fox made a move, it took the lead to walk forward, blocking Anja, the little Kirby, and Komala behind it. "Excuse me, is something wrong?" Diancie asked again. Maho, we come here with no ill intentions, we just want to ask the human gentleman over there for a favor," Demon Fire Red Fox said. Diancie was surprised when she heard this. She glanced at Anja and then translated the words of the Demon Fire Red Fox to Anja. "Help?" Anja asked. "Maho, yes, Mr. Human." The Demon Fire Red Fox nodded. Anja said without hesitation, "If I can help, I'd be very happy." The Demon Fire Red Fox looked happy when he heard this. Maho, thank you, Mr. Human." I saw the Demon Fire Red Fox waving the wooden staff in his hand, and a Gardevoir with a painful face floated into the room. The important thing is that its abdomen was bulging high. Also coming in with Gardevoir was an anxious Chiru Oakley. This is... Anja walked quickly to Gardevoir. Licka licka, it is about to give birth, but for some unknown reason, it cannot give birth. Now it is very painful. Brick Aaron took a step forward and explained. Just. The little Kirby also gathered around Gardevoir. Looking at Gardevoir, who was covered in cold sweat, it subconsciously pulled the corner of Anja's clothes, its eyes full of worry. Seeing this, Anja patted its hand and told it not to worry with his eyes. Cow ga. Then Greenangia came forward and explained what happened concisely and comprehensively. When Volcanion, the patron saint of the Nebel Plateau, is away, the 3 demon fire red foxes, Brickaron and Greenangia, are responsible for guarding the entire Nebel Plateau. So when Gardevoir was in difficulty giving birth, Oakley immediately went to them for help. But they can't solve this problem. As time went by, Gardevoir became more and more painful, and the baby in his belly was still unable to be born. Whether it was Chiru Oakley or the demon fire red fox, they were all anxious. If the delay continues, God knows what will happen to Gardevoir in the end. 1 will be killed and 2 will be killed. Life is not impossible. At this time, a Pokémon proposed to them to come to Anja for help. Humans have medical technology that Pokémon do not have, and they must have a way to save Gardevoir. Only then did the demon fire red fox and the others remember that there was still a human living on the Nebel Plateau. The lives of Gardevoir and the baby in her belly were at stake. The demon fire red fox and the others had no time to hesitate, so they walked through the night to Anja's house. From Greenangia's words, Anja gained a deeper understanding of the Nebel Plateau. The patron saint of the Nebel Plateau turns out to be Volcanion, one of the fantasy Pokémon. Volcanion spends nearly half of the year sleeping, unless a Pokémon comes to wake it up, so Anja has never seen him before. Volcanion is a Pokémon with both fire and water attributes, so the climate of the Nebel Plateau remains cool in summer and warm in winter. It was a matter of life and safety for Gardevoir and the baby in its belly. Anja did not dare to delay, and immediately said to several Pokémon, "Let's go, I will send Gardevoir to the Pokémon Center in the Royal City now." As he spoke, he picked up Gardevoir by his waist. "I'm going to find Dad King Mianyao to see you off," Diancie said quickly. Maho, we have been prepared for a long time, come with me." At this time, the demon fire red fox said, and it led Anja out. Gardevoir was in critical condition, how could they not prepare everything before they came? Anja walked to the door with Gardevoir in his arms, only to find a tall and burly crow standing in front of his door. Woo-ah-ah-ah! Seeing Anja and the others coming out, the crow leader quickly urged Anja to quickly take Gardevoir onto its back. Anja did not hesitate, climbed up the crow leader's back neatly, and then said to Diancie, "Diancie, take good care of your house. I will come back as soon as Gardevoir is fine." Diancie took a step forward, lifted Komala and handed it to Anja and said, "Take Komala with you. Otherwise, she would be worried about Anja going out at night." "Okay." Anja's heart warmed, and he reached out to take Komala and stuffed it into his arms. Because the crow's back was not wide enough to accommodate the demon fire red fox, Anja set off with only his family member Chilu Oakley. Watching Anja disappear into the night, it was a long time before Diancie and the little Kirby looked away with worried eyes. "Let's go into the house." Diancie stretched out her hand and said to the little Kirby. "Just." The little Kirby nodded and held Diancie's hand slightly uneasily. "Would you like to come in and sit together?" Diancie invited the 3 of them, Demon Fire Red Fox. The Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Brick Allen looked at each other with hesitation on their faces. Diancie said with a smile, "It will take some time before my Anja and Gardevoir come back. You are worried about Gardevoir's safety, so it's not good to go back at this time. Why don't you come in with me and sit down?" In the end, the 3 Pokémon were persuaded by Diancie and followed Diancie and the little Kirby into the house. Looking at the half-eaten food on the table, Diancie sighed deeply. I don't know if Anja is hungry. When the little Kirby heard this, he immediately became worried. When the demon fire red fox heard this, he immediately looked guilty. Maho, I'm sorry, we have caused you trouble. Oh, that's not what I meant. Diancie waved her hands and said quickly, we are very happy to be able to help you. The safety of Gardevoir and the baby is the most important. I am just worried about my Anja. I hope that because of this matter, you from now on, just don't treat my Anja as an outsider. By the way, are you hungry? Why don't you sit down and eat together? There happens to be a lot of food left. Diancie greeted the demon fire red fox and the others. The 3 demon fire red foxes were too embarrassed to eat from Anja's family, so they refused immediately, but Diancie was very enthusiastic. Come on, all sit down. It pulled the 3 Pokémon to sit down without any hesitation, and did not forget to tell the little Kirby, hurry up and serve the food to the guests. Just. The little Kirby immediately understood and enthusiastically served the rice in front of the 3 Pokémon, not allowing them to refuse at all. In the end, the 3 Pokémon ate their meals stiffly. Seeing this scene, Diancie had a smile on her face that said the conspiracy succeeded. People are short-mouthed, let's see how you continue to turn a blind eye to my Anja. Anja was anxiously rushing to King Azote City while sitting on the head of the crow, when he suddenly received a system prompt. Happiness point, +100 +100 +100. I guess it was Diancie who entertained the 3 demon fire red foxes. Anja smiled and closed the system interface. Azote King City is a prosperous city. Even at night, the lights are bright, so as long as you follow the lights, the crow leader can easily locate the direction. Of course, as a nocturnal dark Pokémon, Crowhead has strong night vision ability and will not easily get lost in the dark. Soon Anja arrived at Azote King City. Anja had never been to the Elf Center in Azote King City, so he was unable to direct the Crow Chief to land at the door of the Elf Center immediately. However, the sign of the Elf Center was very obvious. The Crow leader circled around the royal city, and Anja quickly locked onto the target. Head Crow, there! Anja pointed at a building with a Pokeball logo on the roof and shouted. Ugh! At this moment, Gardevoir's moans were getting weaker and weaker. The Crow leader couldn't care so much and immediately swooped down in the direction pointed by Anja. Although it was getting late, many trainers still gathered at the entrance of the Elf Center, so the sudden landing of the Crow leader startled many people. Anja jumped off the crow's head and back with Gardevoir in his arms, and apologized to the people around him. I'm sorry, the situation is urgent, please forgive me. Originally, some people wanted to yell, but after seeing the condition of Gardevoir in Anja's arms, they understood that Anja was really anxious, so they silently swallowed the words that came to their lips. Miss Joy, help! Anja quickly rushed into the Elf Center and shouted at Miss Joy. Chapter 31 A Night at the Elf Center. Hearing Anja's cry for help, Miss Joy immediately came to greet him. Looking at Gardevoir's swollen belly, Miss Joy asked, is she about to give birth? Anja quickly explained, it has been hurting like this for a long time, but the baby can't be born. Miss Joy nodded, I understand. She waved to Chansey, push Gardevoir into the delivery room. After that, she turned to Comfort and G and Kilo Oakley who looked anxious, don't worry. Everything will be fine as long as I'm here. Just wait outside and the baby will be born soon. Miss Joy, please. Anja said, holding Miss Joy's hand, as if he was the child's father. Miss Joy gave Anja and Kilo Oakley a reassuring look, and then quickly followed Chansey into the delivery room. Anja held Komala and Kilo Oakley and waited in the hall for a long time. Suddenly he remembered that the Crow leader was still outside, so he said to Kilo Oakley, I want to go see the Crow leader. Are you there? Wait here, or come with me. Chiru Oakley shook his head. He pointed to the location of the delivery room, saying that he would stay here. Gardevoir would not leave until Gardevoir was out of danger. Okay, just wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Anja said. Chiru Oakley nodded. In fact, it was the first time it saw so many people and it felt very nervous and scared. However, when it thought of Gardevoir who was still inside being rescued, it had to muster the courage to stay here. Just as uneasy as Chiru Oakley was the crow leader. Even though he looked calm at this time, with his head held high and his chest high, majestic and high-spirited, he was actually quite panicked inside. As a majestic crow standing at the entrance of the elf center, it is difficult not to attract attention, so people passing by will look at it intentionally or unintentionally. This made the crow leader even more panicked. It is also the crow leader who has never seen humans very often and is afraid of humans. You must know that those of its kind that live in the human world are completely different from it, and can be regarded as a tyrant in the Pokemon world. Cunning, domineering, cruel, cold, these are people's first impressions of Pokemon like Crow, which can also be said to be stereotypes. Crow Chief! Anja ran out of the elf center and shouted. At this moment, the Crow Chief felt that Anja was a god descending from the sky. Awoo! The crow leader jumped to Anja in a few steps, and then he showed a hint of embarrassment. Anja saw the nervousness of the crow leader, patted its wings and comforted him, "Don't worry, it's okay, I'm here." At this moment, the crow leader did feel a little relieved. At this moment, something suddenly occurred to him, "By the way, Chief Crow, are you hungry? Let me buy you something to eat." The crow shook his head. How could it eat human food? However, Anja ignored its refusal. Let's go, let's go. Even if you don't eat, Chiru Oakley must be hungry after being frightened all the way. Besides, shouldn't Gardevoir eat when he comes out of the delivery room later? Giving birth to a baby is very tiring. Anji has already said it to this point. How can the crow boss refuse? Anja inquired about the Pokemon Center and found a nearby Pokemon store that specializes in selling Pokemon items. Pokemon food is also sold here. Welcome. Anji opened the door and a beautiful lady immediately came to greet her. What would you like to order? Anja waved his hand and said, I'll see for myself first. The young lady still had a smile on her face. Okay, you can call me anytime if you need anything. Anja nodded, then looked at the crow leader at the door and said, wait for me for a while. The crow leader nodded obediently. Anja walked around the store and quickly found a place dedicated to selling Pokemon food. After some observation, Anja discovered that the Pokemon food here is generally divided into two categories. One type is suitable for trainers to carry when traveling. The most typical one in this category is the energy cube. Its energy is highly compressed and you can achieve fullness by eating just a little. The advantage is that it is easy to carry. One type is suitable for feeding Pokemon at home. The typical one is Pokemon cookies. These cookies are good in taste and come in various shapes. The more common ones include cylindrical ones and one for children. They are about the size of a thumb. The more refined ones are made into squares, diamonds, circles, heart shapes, and even various mini Pokemon shapes. In short, they are very attractive. In terms of price, they are generally in the first category. Expensive. Anja thought about it and picked some of both. Energy cubes, a palm-sized box, cost 500 alliance coins. According to the lady at the checkout, this box can feed Pokemon for 2 or 3 days. Too expensive. Pokemon cookie. Anja bought a large jar, a cylindrical jar 1 meter high and 1 meter in diameter, for 800 alliance coins. Not cheap either. Anja walked out of the store holding the Pokemon food he just bought, and then said to the crow leader, let's go back to the Pokemon Center to eat. The crow nodded, slowly flapped its wings and flew up, following closely behind Anja. Anja held the large jar containing Pokemon cookies, placed the small box containing the energy cubes on top, and placed Komala on the lid of the jar. How heavy! As he walked, he said to Komala, "Komala, are you full tonight? If not, you can try the energy cubes above. They are expensive. I don't know if they taste good." Komala rolled over, opened the lid of the energy cube, and stuffed one into his mouth. Not to mention that this energy cube looks really good. It's about the size of a fingernail and crystal clear. There are white, red, green, blue, like crystals in a box, and it's very beautiful. Anja thinks it tastes good. However, Komala only ate one, then closed the lid of the box and refused to eat the second one. "Are you full now?" Anji was surprised. It seems that the lady in the store didn't lie. Just when one person and two Pokemon walked into a dimly lit alley, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. With lightning speed, it snatched away the energy cube that Anja placed on top, and then quickly dodged away. Back into the alley. Awoo! Seeing this scene, the crow leader crowed and was about to fight back in the darkness of the alley. Komala also raised his radiant tree pillow, ready to smash it out at any time. Anja, however, quickly stopped the two Pokemon. Forget it, it's just a box of energy cubes." Anja was naturally very tolerant towards Pokemon. Who made him like Pokemon? Only then did the crow leader and Komala give up, especially the crow leader, who looked at Anja with a hint of unnoticeable closeness and affirmation. The one who just snatched the energy cube was obviously a Pokemon. Anja looked at the darkness of the alley and left with the crow leader and Komala after a long time. As soon as he left, a ghastly tongue holding an energy cube box quietly poked its head out of the darkness. The color of this ghastly tongue was slightly different from the ordinary ghastly tongue. Normally, Ghastly's body is dark purple and its tongue is red. This is just grey purple and its tongue is light purple. Ghastly tongue looked at Anji's retreating figure, and it took a while before he returned to the darkness. After Anja returned to the elf center, he walked in with the crow leader. After finding Chiru Oakley, they came to the area of the elf center specially for Pokemon to eat. Anja spent a few happiness points to get the food from the system. "I bought 3 rice bowls from the store, filled each bowl with Pokemon cookies and placed them in front of the 3 Pokemon. Eat quickly," Anja said. The crow leader obediently began to feast, while Komala was less interested. Youre rolled over to Anja and continued to sleep soundly. And Chiru Oakley couldn't eat anything. Seeing this, Anja admonished Chiru Oakley, "When Gardevoir gives birth to a baby, both it and the baby will need to be taken care of. How can you have the strength to take care of them if you don't have enough to eat?" After hearing this, Chiru Oakley started eating bite after bite. As for Komala's uneaten portion, Anja did not force it, but put it all with the crow leader for the crow leader to eat. After the 2 Pokemon had eaten, everyone continued to wait anxiously. As time passed by, Oakley's mood became visibly irritable. At this moment, the lights in the delivery room suddenly went out, and Miss Joy walked out holding a white and green Pokemon egg. Anja and the others rushed to greet them. "Miss Joy, how is the situation in Gardevoir?" Chiru Oakley's head frequently looked towards the delivery room. "Congratulations, mother and son are safe. Ms. Joy said as she handed the Pokemon egg to Anja. "That's great." Anja, Crow Chief, and Chiru Oakley all breathed a sigh of relief. Anja took the elf egg and gave it to Chiru Oakley, who was looking at him with eyes. He explained to Miss Joy, "Chiru Oakley is the child's father." Miss Joy smiled and nodded, expressing understanding. "Miss Joy, can we go see Gardevoir?" Anja asked again. "Of course." Miss Joy nodded. Gardevoir's delivery was a bit difficult this time, and her body was seriously injured. During the period of time after you are down, you must take good nutrition, otherwise it will be difficult for your body to recover. Hearing this, Chiru Oakley was in trouble. Now is the food shortage period on the Nebel Plateau. Even if it wants to, it is powerless. Anja knelt down and touched the top of Kilo Oakley's head, then raised his head and said to Miss Joy, "Of course, we will take good care of Gardvoir." Miss Joy nodded with satisfaction, "Then you go and see Gardvoir. If you have any questions, call me and Chansey at any time. If everything is normal before dawn, then Gardvoir can be discharged from the hospital." "Thank you, Miss Joy, for your hard work." After watching Miss Joy leave, Anja was about to take Chirrut Oakley and the Crow Chief to visit Gardvoir when he saw Chirrut Oakley tugging at the corner of Anja's clothes. Kilo. It is thanking Anja. Oakley is a Pokemon that can sense the emotions of others. When Anja touched the red sensory organ on its head, it instantly understood that Anja was sincere in helping them without expecting anything in return. Even the promise he just made to Miss Joy was serious. Feeling that Kilo Oakley was getting closer to him, Anja had a smile on his face. "Come on, let's go see Gardvoir quickly. Gardvoir must really want to see you now." Kilo Oakley nodded and pushed the door open with Anja into the delivery room. At this time, Gardvoir was lying weakly on the bed. When he saw Chirrut Oakley coming in, he immediately showed a bright smile to Chirrut Oakley. When he saw the baby in Chilo Oakley's arms, he immediately reached out and wanted to hug the baby. Chirrut Oakley teleported to Gardvoir and handed the baby to him. Gardvoir carefully held the baby in his arms, gently caressing the hard-won child with his palms, his face full of love. Sanai. Then Gardvoir expressed his sincere gratitude to Anja. If not for Anja's help, its baby might not have been born. "Gardvoir, you have a good rest and don't worry about anything else," Anja said to Gardvoir. Gardvoir nodded gratefully. Then Anja said to Chirrut Oakley, "Please stay with Gardvoir. Chief Crow and I went out first. If you need anything, just call me." He knew that Gardvoir and Chirrut Oakley must want to spend some time alone together. Kilo. Chirrut Oakley nodded and held Gardvoir's hand tightly. Before leaving, Anja left Pokemon cookies to Chirrut Oakley, and asked Chirrut Oakley to take care of Gardvoir and feed him. After coming out of the delivery room, Anja went to Ms. Joy to pay for the treatment. "Chinjui, 5,000 alliance coins." Ms. Joy said with a smile, "Do you have the status of an official trainer registered with the alliance? I can get a 50% discount." Anja shook his head, "I'm not a trainer." Not only is he not a trainer, he is also a mastermind. As he spoke, he neatly took out the money and settled the bill. "Oh, by the way," Miss Joy suddenly remembered something, "we have an incubator here that is specially designed to protect Pokemon eggs and promote the hatching of Pokemon eggs. Do you want it? How much does one cost?" Anji asked. 500 alliance coins. Miss Joy replied. "Okay, let's get one." Sure enough, nothing related to Pokemon is cheap. Of course, this also proves from the side the prosperity of Pokemon culture in this world. After paying, Anja returned to the delivery room with the incubator in his arms and handed the incubator to Chirrut Oakley. He did not tell Chirrut Oakley and Gardvoir how much they spent at the Elf Center this time, nor did he tell them that the incubator was bought with money. However, everything he did was seen by the Crow leader who had been paying attention to him. Later, the Crow leader secretly told Oakley and Gardvoir about this matter. That night, Anja held Komala against the Crow leader's body and spent the night in the hall of the Elf Center. Although the late autumn night in Azote Kingdom was cold, Anja rested on the crow's furry wings and spent the night warm. When he woke up the next day, he felt refreshed. Early in the morning, Miss Joy and Chansey were already busy working, and Anja greeted them friendly. "Good morning, Miss Joy." "Good morning, sir." Chapter 32 Yubo. Chapter 32 Yubo. Gardvoir's condition is very good. You can be discharged from the hospital at any time, Miss Joy said. "Thank you, Miss Joy, for your hard work," Anja said gratefully. Miss Joy shook her head, "It's hard for you to stay here all night." After chatting with Miss Joy for a few words, Anja got up and went to the delivery room. In the delivery room, Gardvoir and Chilo Oakley are sleeping soundly, with Chilo Oakley in his arms. He hugged the incubator containing the Pokemon eggs tightly, looking relieved. Anja did not wake them up and quietly exited the delivery room. When he came out, he told the Crow Leader, please keep an eye on Gardvoir and Chilo Oakley while I go out to buy something." The Crow Leader nodded slightly. Anja planned to go to the Pokemon supply store to buy some energy cubes for Gardvoir. Miss Joy said that Gardvoir needed adequate nutrition recently, and they didn't look like they would go to his store to eat, so he planned to buy some energy cubes for them to take back. By the time Anja returned to the Elf Center, both Gardvoir and Chirrut Oakley had woken up. At the same time, in Ilafaz Park, a lot of customers had gathered at the place where Anja had set up a stall, all looking to buy steamed buns and steamed buns, including Princess Jimia and Flammel. Of course, the purpose of their trip is not just to buy steamed buns and steamed buns. "What's going on today, little boss? Why haven't you come yet?" Someone looked at the time and became a little impatient. "Yes, I came early in the morning to buy steamed buns and steamed buns." "Isn't the little boss not coming today?" someone speculated. "No way. No. Without the little boss's buns and steamed buns, I might not be able to get excited for the day." "Me too. Me too. I'm just waiting for the little boss's buns and steamed buns to keep me alive." Seeing the sun rising higher and higher, Anja never showed up. Some customers who were anxious to go to work couldn't wait to leave. "Hey, I'm not happy anymore today. Grolithe, let's go home too." The uncle who had been waiting for Anja for a long time sighed and left with Grolithe. "Your Highness, what should I do? Will the boss not come today?" Flammel asked. Jimia is also anxious, but what's the use of being anxious? Anja helped Gardvoir and Chirrut Oakley pack up and planned to take them home. But when they walked out of the Elf Center, they passed by two trainers. "Guess who I saw in Ilafaz Park today?" one of the trainers said. "Who? It's mysterious. Did you see Her Highness the Princess?" The other one didn't take his companion's words seriously. "Hey? How did you know?" the first trainer asked in surprise. "What the hell? Did you really see it? Your Highness Jimia?" The second trainer jumped up in surprise. "Of course it's true. Do I still need to lie to you about this kind of thing? Why is Your Highness Jimia running to Ilafaz Park so early in the morning? Why didn't you call me? I want to see Your Highness too. Hey, I was so happy that I forgot about you. I heard that a very popular stall appeared in Ilafaz Park recently. It is said that it has very delicious food. You guys are so unloyal. Let's go to that stall later. We look forward to eating the same delicacies that the princess likes. Let's go together, let's go together." When Anja heard the words Ilafaz Park, he subconsciously stopped. Unexpectedly, he heard such a conversation. "Princess Jimia? Is she the princess of the Azot royal family? And that stall is not his, right?" Anja thought as he took Gardvoir, Chirrut Oakley, Komala and Pokemon eggs onto the Crow Leader's back. "Ugh!" The Crow Leader crowed, flapped its wings and flew into the sky, flying out of King Azot's city in the blink of an eye. Soon Anja returned home smoothly. Awoo! As soon as the Crow Leader sounded, Diancie, Little Kirby, Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia and Brick Allen all ran out with anxious faces. Seeing that Anja was really back, the little Kirby jumped up and down with great excitement, waving vigorously to Anja. After Anja landed, it was the first to rush up and plunge into Anja's arms. Just master, I miss you so much." Anja touched its head and said, "We haven't seen each other for just one night and you miss me so much." Just him, the little Kirby nodded. It is a straight-tempered person and has always expressed its feelings without hesitation. At this time, it noticed the elf egg held by Chirrut Oakley in his arms, and curiously stretched out his head to watch. Seeing this, Anja introduced, that is the baby born by Gardvoir. Soon, a Larulas will hatch out of it. Just. The little Kirby stretched out a hand to touch the newborn baby. Chiru Oakley was not stingy and took the initiative to send the baby to the little Kirby. Just. As soon as the little Kirby touched the cover of the incubator, he quickly retracted his hand, as if he was afraid of hurting the baby. Anja couldn't laugh or cry, the baby is protected by the incubator and will not be harmed easily. Just. The little Kirby then leaned over with confidence and touched the baby again and again through the incubator. Diancie stepped forward and asked, "How was it? Did it go well?" Anja nodded, "Gardvoir and the baby are safe." Hearing this, the demon fire red fox, green in both Ja and Buker Island breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Human, thank you. We will never forget this kindness," said the demon fire red fox. Ignore Diancie's translation process. Anja said, "Call me Anja, my name is Anja. I am very happy to help you and I am not asking for any favors from you." The three demon fire red foxes nodded and said nothing. Anja added, "Gardvoir has just finished giving birth and needs to recuperate. You can take him back." The demon fire red fox nodded, walked to Gardvoir and supported him. At this time, Anja took out the energy cube he bought and handed it to Kilu Oakley. "Miss Joy said that Gardvoir needs nutritional supplements. You can take these back. After eating them, Gardvoir will almost recover." Kilu Oakley didn't expect Anja to be so considerate, and a warm current suddenly surged in his heart. Kilu. It expressed its gratitude to Anja, and the emotion-sensing organ on its head could clearly sense Anja's sincerity. The demon fire red fox and the others did not expect that Anja would do this for Gardvoir. After they looked at each other, they each took something from their bodies and gave it to Anja. The hair of the demon fire red fox can be used to make a move learning tool. Greenangia's slime can be used to make a move learner. The spikes of Bracaran can be used to make a move learner. Looking at the three things in front of him, Anja's observation eyes immediately gave a hint. "Are they all given to me?" Anja looked at the three Pokémon and asked. The three Pokémon nodded at the same time. "Then I'm welcome." Anja accepted their gifts generously. It's a pity that the move learning device manufacturing device returned to its original price after Anja's novice period. Anja didn't buy it at the time, but now it is completely out of reach of others. Alas, after delivering the gifts, the three demon fire red foxes left with the crow leader, Gardvoir, Kilu Oakley and the newborn baby. Not long after they left, it was almost time for the Pokémon to come to eat, and Anja's shop became lively after a while. When the Pokémon saw that Anja was at home this morning, they all came to him enthusiastically to greet him and play with him. It was already so late today, and Anja had no intention of going to Azot King City to set up a stall, so he went into the kitchen to work with the little Kabiman. The little Kirby felt that it had been a long time since he had worked with his master. He was as happy as a little bird and couldn't stop for a moment after being busy in the kitchen. After breakfast time, the Pokémon left one after another. Vic Treeble's family of 5 stayed to help Anja clean up. Their vine whip is extremely flexible, whether it is wiping the table, sweeping the floor, washing dishes, or moving things. It was done easily, so Anja's hygiene problem was quickly solved. Anja gratefully thanked the family of 5, Vic Treeble, "This is a big help. If it weren't for you, we don't know how long we would have been busy." Sibo, you're welcome, you're welcome," Bellsprout said, twisting and turning. "Come and play with us anytime." After sending the family of 5 out, Anja stood on the steps and waved to them. After Vic Treeble and the others disappeared from sight, Anja was turning around to go home, and suddenly found that Komala was missing again, so he turned to look at Diancie next to him and asked, "Where's Komala?" Diancie shook her head, "I don't know. Are you having a drink with a drinking buddy?" When Anja thought about it, it was really possible. No wonder he had to put away the remaining half bottle of wine last night. I don't know who his drinking partner is. He shook his head helplessly. At noon, Anja carried a pile of lotus roots to deliver lunch to Loach and Catfish King. The existing lotus roots in Anja's house are the property of Loach and Catfish King. Diancie will deliver lunch and dinner to the brothers every day as agreed. Anja didn't go out to set up a stall today, so he helped deliver it. Arriving at the pond, Anja shouted twice to the water, "Loach! King Catfish! Have lunch!" After waiting for a long time, the brothers did not come out. "Strange, aren't you at home?" Thinking like this, Anja put his hand into the water and pulled it twice. "Loach! Catfish King!" Circles of ripples spread out, shaking the newly grown lotus leaves left and right. "Really not here?" Mutter. Mutter. At this time, Dugtrio poked his head out of the vegetable garden not far away. The two brothers have now settled in Anja's vegetable garden. They are usually responsible for loosening soil, weeding, fertilizing and other tasks in the vegetable garden. Moreover, they are also very sensitive to the moisture content of the soil. They will know immediately which vegetables need watering, and then ask the Loaches and Catfish Kings in the pond to help water them. It is precisely the existence of the two brothers that makes Anja's vegetable garden grow more and more vigorously. Similarly, Anja will share the harvest from the vegetable garden with the two brothers. Now the two brothers have an iron rice bowl and have no worries about food and clothing. "Dugtrio, aren't the Loaches at home?" Anja asked. "Mutter I don't know. Mutter I don't know." Two Dugtrios in a row shake his head. Anja sighed, "Okay, I'll give you their lunch. When they come back, can you tell them?" Mutter "No problem. Please." The two Dugtrio nodded. "Yubo. Yubo." Just when Anja was about to turn around and leave, two little heads suddenly emerged from the pond. They were two little Yubos no bigger than a palm. Just when Anja was wondering where the black waves came from, the Loach and the Catfish King also came out of the water. The huge head of the Catfish King just pushed up the two black waves. "Yubo! Yubo!" The two Yubos immediately happily played on the slide on the Catfish King's back. "Catfish King, Loach, are these two Yubo your friends?" Anja asked curiously. Loach and Catfish King nodded. To be precise, Wubo is Nini Loach's new friend, so the brothers invited Wubo to play at home. Anja nodded, looking at the lively and cute little Wubo, his heart almost melted. Wubo's silly and cute look can simply heal people's hearts. It would be great if two Yubo could settle in their own pond. Yubo's evolved Quagsire has a strong water purification ability. But Anja doesn't force it, just let Wubo live as he wishes. They can live here if they want. "By the way, I brought your lunch, remember to eat it," Anja instructed. Loach and Catfish King nodded. After thinking about it, Anja went to the vegetable garden, picked 2 cucumbers and 2 tomatoes, put them on the grass on the bank, and said to Loach and Catfish King, "This is a meeting gift for Wubo." With that said, he walked away. As soon as Anja left, the two Yubos slowly climbed to the shore. "Yubo Yubo." One of the Yubos struggled to hold a tomato that was bigger than its head and asked the Loach, "What is this?" Mud is delicious, please eat it quickly." The Loach looked at its friend with envy. It also wanted to eat the sweet and sour tomatoes. The two Yubos hesitated for a moment, then opened their small mouths and took a bite. The rich and delicious juice filled their mouths for a while. Asterisk, what does this smell like? So delicious! The two Yubos instantly fell in love with the taste of tomatoes. Seeing the friends staring at the tomatoes non-stop, one of the Yubo flicked its tail and instantly cut the other tomato in half, and then pushed it towards the Loach and Catfish King respectively. The Loach and the Catfish King immediately swam to the shore and ate happily. Tasty! Tasty! So delicious! The two Yubos were so petite that one tomato was enough to bulge their little bellies, so they decided to save 2 cucumbers for dinner. Of course, they will not forget their little friends. Chapter 33 Let's go play together. In the afternoon, Anja spent his days leisurely as usual, neither working nor running for a living. He was lying on the lounge chair under the corridor by the door, rocking and rocking, while the little Kirby was gently squeezing his shoulders from behind. "Gang gang, are you comfortable, master?" "Comfortable, so comfortable." When the little Kirby heard this, he kneaded even more vigorously. His dexterity in his hands had been honed through the continuous practice of kneading dough every day. "With our little Kirby's skills, even if we go out to open a massage parlor in the future, we won't be afraid of running out of business." Anja sighed while squinting his eyes to enjoy it. Just. When the little Kirby was praised by his master, he was as happy as a happy bee, circling around Anja. Just I don't want to open a massage parlor. I only give massages to the master," the little Kirby said proudly. After pressing for a while, Anja felt that his whole body's energy and blood were flowing smoothly, so he waved his hand and said to the little Kirby, come on, take a nap with me." Just. Upon hearing this, the little Cappy beast happily ran forward, moved the other recliner next to Anja, and then lay down on it comfortably. Anja handed it a blanket. "Here, cover it. Although it's not cold now, it will be different if you fall asleep. Be careful of catching a cold." Just thank you, master." The little Kirby happily took the blanket and covered it beautifully, enjoying the master's concern for itself. Squeak squeak, the two recliners swayed, whimpering from time to time, and accompanied by the cries of blue sheep and fletchlings that came from the sky from time to time, Anja and the little Kirby fell asleep like this. When Diancie walked out of the room, she saw the peaceful sleeping faces of her master and apprentice. "These two guys." It smiled and shook its head, walked over lightly, pulled up the blankets on the two of them, and then re-entered the house. After sleeping until mid-afternoon, Anja slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blue and cloudless sky, which was exactly what he said about the refreshing autumn air. Kilo Anja, good afternoon." At this time, the green cotton bird flapped its wings and landed from the sky, staying on Anja's lap. Anji followed its back and said, "Good afternoon, green cotton bird." Anja. Yeah Anja, here I come." At this time, Fletchling and Spritzy also landed one after another, huddled together with the green sheep nest in Anja. On Anja's legs, three little birds soon rolled into a ball on Anja's legs. Happiness. So happy. Anja squinted his eyes and played with the three Pokémon. Isn't this the life he wanted when he first traveled to the Pokémon world? It's a pity that his health was not good in the past and he couldn't contact Pokémon at will. It was only now that his wish came true. After playing for a while, Fletchling jumped into the palm of Anja's hand. Yeah Anja, let's go play." Anja couldn't understand Fletchling's words, so Fletchling was so anxious that he waved his wings and screamed. After a long while, Anja guessed, "Let's go out to play together." "I finally understand, Anja, you are a bit stupid." Fletchling sighed deeply and spread his wings to express his helplessness. Anja was amused by its movements. "Okay, let's go play together." Anja stood up, and three little birds quickly flew up from him. "Little Kirby, wake up." Anja pushed the little Kirby. Just. The little Kirby didn't know what it was dreaming about. With Anja's gentle push, it jumped up from the recliner and looked around in panic. It wasn't until it saw Anja that it breathed a sigh of relief. It dove into Anja's arms, kept nudging Anja's belly with its head, and kept acting coquettishly. Just master, you scared me to death. I searched for you for a long time and couldn't find you. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Anja patted its back gently. "What's wrong? Are you having a nightmare?" Just. The little Kirby nodded slightly. "Be good, don't be afraid." Anja comforted it. "Master is here, there is nothing to be afraid of." After the little Kirby calmed down, Anja asked, "Do you want to go out and play with us?" Just go, let's play together." The little Kirby nodded vigorously, and then held Anja's hand. "Diancie, the little Kirby and I are going out for a while." Anja called into the room. "I know, don't play too late," Diancie warned from inside the room. Then Anja went out with the little Kirby, Green Cottonbird, Spritzy, and Fletchling. Just. The little Kirby chased and jumped after the fletchlings, and kept reaching for the fletchlings with their hands, but the fletchlings dodged, and they would not let them do what they wanted. The little Kirby's cheerful screams and the fletchlings' cries came one after another, echoing across the empty grass. "This kid is really big-hearted." He was so frightened by the nightmare just now that he started to have fun as soon as he went out. While walking, Anja met two mount goats that were grazing. They seemed to be planning to turn around and run away, but they remembered something and stopped abruptly. Go! Go! They called Anja twice, as if they were saying hello to Anja. Anja was stunned. This was not the first time he saw a goat nearby, but every time the goat saw him before, it would turn around and run away. "The sun comes out in the west today?" So he also tried to say hello to the goat, "Good afternoon." The two mounted goats nodded to Anja seriously, and Anja was flattered. After bidding farewell to the goat, Anja continued walking forward, and soon encountered a sand hippopotamus and a hippo beast. Their attitude towards Anja was exactly the same as the goat he had just mounted. Not only that, Anja later met Claydol, Aaron, Deerling, Diglett, Patrot, Watchog. These Pokémon who had turned around and ran away when they saw him before were now willing to take the initiative to say hello to him. After thinking about it, Anja felt that he had finally been recognized by the Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau and truly became a member of the Nebel Plateau. In fact, this is indeed the case. The fact that Anja helped Gardevoir has spread on the plateau. The Pokémon on the Nebel Plateau have always been united. Anja helped Gardevoir. To other Pokémon, it was the same as helping them themselves. For this reason, they are willing to recognize Anja as a resident of the Nebel Plateau, and are also willing to regard Anja as a member of the Big Nebel Plateau family. Unknowingly, Anja, the little cabby beast and the others came to the shore of Lake Nebel. Spritzy was very naughty. He quickly landed on a thick lotus leaf that was close to the water. Then he stepped on it hard, causing the lotus leaf to dent in the water. The water quickly gathered in the middle of the lotus leaf. And then Spritzy gathered in the water and reached it. Before his feet, he screamed and flew up again. Because she thought it was funny, Spritzy laughed uproariously in the air, and then did it again. Seeing this, Fletchling and Green Myanya were not to be outdone. They imitated Spritzy and stepped on the lotus leaves again and again. Yeah, killu. The three little birds were very happy. Seeing that Spritzy and the others were having fun, the little Kirby immediately rushed into the water with his legs and imitated them to step on the lotus leaves. Hey, what are you doing? Anja grabbed the back of the little Kirby's neck, and hold it. Just. The little Kirby gestured that it also wanted to play with Spritzy and the others. Anja said helplessly, "How big are they? How old are you? How can the lotus leaves withstand your stepping on them?" Just. The little Kirby looked aggrieved and glanced at Spritzy and the others from time to time, his eyes full of envy, and he also wanted to play together. Anja looked around and suddenly saw Marilou and the others on the shore of the lake not far away. His eyes lit up, and he said to the little Kirby, "By the way, don't you and Diancie like the Asalii water plant? Let's go ask where we can get Marilou." As soon as he heard that it was related to food, the little Kirby suddenly became energetic and forgot about stepping on the lotus leaves. Just. The little Kirby took Anja's hand and ran towards Marilou and the others, waving to Marilou as he ran. The Marilou were taking several lolili to play in the water. After seeing Anja and the others, they jumped out of the water onto the shore one by one and ran over to greet Anja and the others. "Marilou, Lolai, good afternoon. Lolai Anja, good afternoon. Anja and Malilo greeted each other. Lu little Kirbaimon, let's play together. Lolai and others gathered around the little Kirby beasts, and their elastic tails led them to jump as high as rubber balls. Just okay. Anja glanced at the little Kirby who was already playing with Lolai, and then turned to ask a few Marilu, I want to ask about the Asalii you gave me before. Where are the aquatic plants collected? Lolai. Malilo gestured to explain to Anja, while pointing in another direction. Anja looked in the direction that Malilo pointed, and then he realized that Spritzy and the others had gotten into a fight with a group of pollywags at some point. Puff. The pollywags spat spit, water guns, at the Spritzy, fletchling, and green birds in the air, while the fletchling, Spritzy, and green birds fought back with ember and fairy whines and cries respectively. Upon seeing this, Anja quickly ran over to break up the fight, but when he got there, he realized that it was a misunderstanding. Poliwag and Fletchling were just playing a war game. Not to mention how happy they were, with endless laughter. That lotus leaf was originally a place where pollywags basked in the sun. Fletchling stepped on the lotus leaf, which naturally disturbed the poliwag hidden under the lotus leaf. After some difficult explanations from Malilu, Anja finally understood that the axile water plants before were given to them by poliwag, and they were just borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. So Anja wanted to get axile water plants, so he had to ask poliwag for help. Seeing that poliwag and the others were having fun, Anja did not rush forward to disturb them. Instead, he found a piece of soft and thick grass to sit down with the little Kirby, Marilu, and Lolai, and quietly watched the Fletchlings fight. Poliwag and the others were outnumbered. How could the three Fletchlings be their opponents? They were quickly defeated. Yeah. Killu. Three little birds panted and landed next to Anja, lying on the grass with their arms and legs spread out, gasping for air. The pollywags were also very tired, and they all lay on the lotus leaves with their bellies stretched out. Anja smiled and asked the three little birds, "Did you have fun?" As soon as the three little birds heard this, the carp jumped up, danced and happily told Anja about their achievements. But they are clearly the losers. What a pity, Anja didn't understand a word. After the pollywags rested for a while, Anja stepped forward to ask them about the Asire waterweed. In the past, when Poliwag and the others saw Anja approaching, they would immediately jump into the water to hide away, but this time they did not. When they learned that Anja wanted Asile water plants, they did not refuse. I saw a Poliwag jumping into the water and signaling to Anja. Anja asked, "Do you want me to go with you?" Poliwag nodded, and then called twice to the other pollywags on the lotus leaf. Suddenly all the pollywags lined up and jumped into the water, and swam away with that poliwag. Although they like to bask in the sun here, their habitat is not here. Looking at the pollywags going away, Anja was in trouble. Should he swim to follow them? He really can't do it. This is Lake Nebel, not a small pond or puddle. Lolai. At this time, Malilo came over and pulled Anja's trouser leg. Anja asked, "Malilo, are you going to help me?" Lolai. Marilu nodded, then jumped into the water with a splash, followed closely by the other Marilu and Lolai, and disappeared on the water after a while. Anja and the little Kirby stood on the shore and waited for a while. Soon Marilu came back with his companions, and there was another Pokemon with them. "It's you, Chenglong." Anja greeted the Pokemon in surprise. "Woo!" Chenglong also greeted Anja with narrowed eyes. Knowing that Malilo was going to ask Chenglong for help, Anja sincerely thanked it. "Malilo, thank you." Lolai, you're welcome." Malilo waved her hands repeatedly. "Chenglong, please take care of you," Anja said to Chenglong again. Chenglong nodded, turned around and motioned for Anja and the little Kirby to sit on its back. Just like that, Anja and the little Kirby swam towards Poliwag's habitat on the dragon, while Fletchling and the others were chirping in the air. Chenglong and Malilua both knew where Poliwag lived, and they took him with them. Soon Anja saw a land with lush water and grass. From inside the dense aquatic plants, Anja could see the playful Poliwag and Poliwhirl, as well as the Surskits quickly crossing the water and the Masquerain resting on the aquatic plants. Chapter 34 Is it delicious again? Seeing Anja coming, a group of Poliwags and several Poliwhirls immediately surrounded him. Anja also vaguely saw several Poliwrath and a Politoad in the grass. The Politoad was lying in the water plants and resting. When it saw Anja coming, it just gently opened its eyelids and glanced at him, and then closed its eyes again. Anja tried to use the eye of observation to look at Politoad's data, but found that the eye of observation failed. This situation can only explain one problem, that is, Politoad's level exceeds that of Diancie. In fact, Anja didn't know that the Politoad in front of him was also one of the guardians of the Nebel Plateau. When Volcanion is away, the Demon Fire Red Fox, Greenangia, and Bracarin are responsible for guarding the land, while the vast waters are Politoad's territory. It can be said that Politoad is the most powerful Pokémon in the Nebel Plateau besides Volcanion. Of course Anja didn't know about this. He guessed that Politoad should be the parent of Poliwag and Poliwhirl. He originally thought about going up to say hello, but the Poliwags had already gathered around him and took him to swim in another direction. After a while, Politoad disappeared in his sight. Bypassing the lush aquatic plants, Anja came to a clear water area. The water here was very deep, but Anja could still clearly see the bottom of the water, including the swaying axile aquatic plants, swimming carp kings, and horn goldfish and king goldfish are full of life everywhere. Yo yo! A Poliwag called out to Anja, then plunged into the water, and soon it came out of the water with an axile waterweed in its teeth. Yo yo! It swam to Anja and handed the long axle waterweed to Anja. Anja took the water plant and thanked it. Thank you, Poliwag. Yo yo! The round eyes of the mosquito-repellent incense suddenly curved into crescents, and then it plunged into the water again, and then other Poliwags also dived into the water one after another. Just. Watching one after another Acylei waterweed being picked up by Poliwag and handed over to Anja, the little Kirby clapped its hands happily at the side. Poliwag has no hands, so it can only pick azure water plants one by one, and the speed is a bit slow. The little Kirby became anxious as he watched it, and when Anja wasn't paying attention, it plunged into the water. Plop! Anja was startled by the sudden explosion of water. Seeing that the little Kirby had plunged into the water, he silently retracted his outstretched hand. The little Kirby is worthy of being a Pokémon with full speed. Even in the water, it is extremely flexible. It didn't take long for it to surface with a handful of Axire waterweed. Just. With a proud look on his face, the little Kirby handed the Axire waterweed he picked to Anja. Can you still swim? Anja asked helplessly. Gang, I'm awesome. Little Kirby's eyebrows were beaming with excitement, and his face was full of show-off expressions. Awesome! Anja gave it a thumbs up and praised it. My little Kirby is the most powerful in the world. Anja's words made the little Kirby get carried away with the praise. It stuffed the Axile water plant into Anja's hand, and then started to show Anja its swimming skills. What about backstroke, dog paddle, butterfly stroke? It's such a joy to swim. Anja sometimes couldn't help but wonder, is this little Kirby or Wang Zhong? It's clingy, loves to act coquettishly, and can please the master. It's simply too cute. Little Kirbymon is awesome. Wow, that's a cool pose. Wow, little Kirby, you swim so fast. Water-type Pokémon can't even compare to you. Anja was very appreciative of the little Cappy's performance and praised it one after another. The little Cappy swam more and more energetically. Seeing the little Cappy playing so happily, Anja wanted to go down and play with it. But even in the Nebel Plateau, the water in autumn is a bit cold. With his physical condition, he wouldn't be able to get sick again. Come. So he could only think about it. In addition to Kirby and Poliwag, Molly the Lass also brought Lu Lily to help pick them. Although Fletchling also wanted to help, it was a pity that they couldn't enter the water. Soon the sun began to set. Anja saw that the Asalii water plants in his hand were almost gone, so he called to the little Kirby, Marilu, Lulili and Poliwag and said, "Okay, that's enough. Let's go back. Go home." Hearing this, Kirby, Poliwag and Marilu gathered around Anja. "Little Kirby, come on." Anja stretched out one hand to the little Kirby, and then with a strong force, he pulled it from the water onto Chinglong's back. "Good guy, it's really not light." After the soft and thick fur of the little Kirby got wet, Anja almost couldn't pull it. "Are you tired? Are you cold?" Anja asked with concern. Just. The little Kirby patted its chest and shook its head. Anja thought about it and spent a few happiness points to buy a disposable bath towel in the system store and handed it to it. "Hurry up, wipe it off." Just. The little Kirby took the bath towel and smiled. "Okay, let's go back," Anja said. Then everyone swam back together. While passing by a place, Anja was suddenly attracted by a clump of water plants. "That's..." He stared at it for a few seconds, then suddenly smacked his head. "Isn't that water bamboo?" He quickly pointed to the clump of grass and said impatiently to Chenglong, "Chenglong, send me there." Chenglong didn't know why, but he quickly swam that way according to Anja's instructions. The Poliwags looked at each other and didn't know why, so they followed along with Malilu and the others. Sure enough, it's wild rice. Anji walked in and took a look. He was full of surprises. He didn't expect an unexpected gain. He reached out and peeled the waterweed apart, revealing the swollen rhizome inside, which was white and tender. This was wild rice. Yeah, Anja, why are you pulling this grass?" Fletchling flapped his wings and landed on Anja's shoulder, asking doubtfully. Green Mianyao and Spritzy crowded on Anja's other shoulder, looking equally curious. Chenglong is also very strange. This kind of grass is very common in the waters of the Nebel Plateau. It has eaten it before, and it was so irritated in its throat that it couldn't swallow it at all. It was unpalatable. Anja peeled off the green leaves wrapped around the wild rice, revealing the white and tender part inside. He pinched it lightly with his hand, and a nail mark suddenly appeared. "So tender." He smiled and showed the peeled wild rice to the Pokemon. "This is good stuff, it's delicious." Chenglong, Poliwag, Marilu and Lulili all shook their heads, expressing disbelief. But the little Kirby, Fletchling, Spritzy, and Green Cottonbird believed in Anja's words. The little Kirby took the wild rice from Anja's hand and looked at it like a jewel. "Hee, it's delicious." Before he knew how to eat it, the little Kirby's saliva was already flowing out uncontrollably. "Chenglong, please swim in again, and I'll pick some more," Anja said to Chenglong. Chenglong nodded and carried Anja a little further into the water plants. Anja stretched out his hand and peeled off the wild rice plants one by one. Little Kabiman, Marilu and Lulili also stepped forward to help, and in a short while they peeled off a lot. Seeing that the peeling was almost done, Anja did not waste time and said to everyone, "That's enough, let's go back quickly, it's getting dark soon." So a group of Pokemon continued to swim back. After sending Anja to the shore, Poliwag, Malilu, Lulili and Chenglong all said goodbye to Anja. Anja waved to them and said to them, "Thank you everyone for today. You must come to my house for dinner tomorrow." The Pokemon swam away, turning back 3 times a step. When Anja and Kirby were about to arrive home, Fletchling, Spritzy and Green Mianyao also separated from them. "Fletchling, Spritzy, Green Cottonbird, I had a lot of fun today, let's play together next time." Just I'm happy too, let's play together." Anja and Kirby shouted to the 3 Pokemon who were retreating away. Yet. Pfft. Kilu. The responses from 3 Pokémon came from the distant sunset. When he was approaching the door of his home, Anja saw Komala rolling home in the distance. He walked over and bent down to pick it up, saying, "Welcome home." "Gang, welcome, welcome." The little Kirby imitated Anja and said. One person and 3 Pokémon walked to the door, and saw Diancie standing on the doorstep, saying to them with a smile on her face, "I came back a little late." Just it's not too late, not too late." The little Kirby ran into the house in a bath towel, looking like a chubby little boy. Ha ha ha! Anja couldn't help laughing when he saw the funny actions of the little Kirby. Along with Anja's laughter, a family of 4 entered the house talking and laughing. After a while, warm lights lit up in the house, bringing a touch of life to the empty Nebel plateau. In the evening, Anja and the little Kirby were cooking together in the kitchen. "Little Kirby, you steam the buns and I'll cook," Anja said. "Their staple food tonight is steamed buns." "Just," the little Kirby responded, standing on tiptoes on the small bench and kneading the dough neatly. Then Anja also got busy. He dealt with a sea-first water weed. Last time, Anja made a salad of Axiartes with scallions. This time, Anja made a dish of Axiartes with scallion oil. It was still delicious, but with a different flavor. After finishing the Axile water weed, Anja mixed a plate of shredded radish, cooked a soup with tomatoes, and fried a plate of beans. The beans have just grown in Anja's vegetable garden. They are now fresh and tender and delicious. The whole family likes them. As each dish came out of the pot, a rich aroma filled the kitchen. Even Diancie couldn't help but poke her head in from the outside and asked, "What's delicious today? It smells so good." Anji pretended to be mysterious and said, "You'll find out when you eat." Diancie said dissatisfiedly, "Mysterious." Then she retracted her head. Anja smiled and looked away at the stove. There was still one last dish left to cook, which was the wild rice that had just been peeled today. After thinking for a long time, Anja decided to make a braised wild rice dish. Cut the peeled and washed wild rice into hob pieces, and then prepare oil, salt, soy sauce, sugar, ginger, garlic and other seasonings. Next, prepare a hot pot and oil. After the oil is hot, add ginger, garlic, etc. and stir-fry until fragrant. Then add in the chopped wild rice and stir-fry. Stir-fry the wild rice until it becomes soft, then add soy sauce, sugar, salt, and other seasonings in sequence. Finally, pour in appropriate amount of water, cover and simmer. Wait until the juice is reduced over high heat and stir-fry until the juice is thick, then you can take it out of the pot. Seeing the little Kirby staring directly at the freshly cooked wild rice braised in oil, Anja asked with a smile, "Does it smell good?" "Gang, it smells so good." The little Kirby wiped the corners of his mouth and said without turning his eyes. Anja smiled and patted its forehead and said, "Does it smell good? Why don't you quickly prepare the bowls and chopsticks and start eating?" "Just." The little Kirby cheered and immediately ran towards the restaurant with a pile of dishes and chopsticks in his arms. As expected, the whole family of 4 was full tonight. The little Kirby was lying on the chair with its belly bulging out, constantly rubbing its belly as if it were 6 months pregnant, with a face full of satisfaction. Just master, let's eat this again tomorrow." The little Kabiman said. It knew that the master had not finished all the wild rice. "Do you like it that much?" Anja teased it. Gang, I like it." The little Kirby nodded. "You, what don't you like?" Diancie complained about it. The little Kirby turned away from Diancie angrily. Anja saw this and said to Diancie, "Don't bully it less." Diancie ate the taste, "With a master like you protecting it, how could I dare?" Anja scratched his head and dared not speak. After dinner, the family of 4 sat together and chatted for a while, and when it was almost time, they went to the cooking training room for training. Anja sent Gardevoir and Chiru Oakley to the Elf Center last night, so he missed a day of training, and as a result, he couldn't get the full rewards from yesterday's daily tasks. The next day, Anja got up early. He couldn't set up a stall yesterday, so he couldn't be lazy anymore today. If he didn't make more money now, he wouldn't be able to use it if needed in the future. Anji just came out of the room after washing up and saw Diancy walking towards him. Anja, a new system task is here, do you want to take it? Diancy said. I knew it was coming today. Anja smiled, hurry and show me. Diancy nodded, walked to Anja, and showed him the mission acceptance pop-up window. When Anja saw the tasks on the pop-up window, he was stunned. There was more than one task. Temporary mission: I got a shop of my own in Azot Kingdom. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Ingredients: obtaining quest: cooperate with the Mount Goat on the Nebel Plateau to obtain grass goat milk. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Recipe upgrade task: upgrade the steamed buns into milk-flavored steamed buns, using grass and goat milk. Do you want to accept it? Yes. No. Anja really didn't expect that the system would release 3 tasks at once. Just 3, it's okay originally, but what's going on with the first mission? Get a shop of your own in Azot King City? Are the shops in Wangcheng just what you ask for? Does he seem like someone who can afford a house? Besides, is that necessary? Forget it, just take it first. Maybe he will save enough money one day. Anyway, there is no time limit for the task, and there is no penalty for failure. Thinking like this, Anja took on all 3 tasks in one go. Looking at the last 2 tasks, Anja thought to himself, it seems that he has to go back and establish a good relationship with the Mount Goats. Chapter 35: MIA Wanted Criminal? What a joke! After taking over the task, Anja hurriedly woke up the little Kirby, and then worked with it to prepare the materials for setting up the stall today. Since he didn't go yesterday, Anja planned to prepare more today. After everything was ready, Anja was ready to set off. When he walked to the door, his father was already waiting at the door. This is what Anja and King Mianyao agreed in advance yesterday. Chi Anja, good morning. Seeing Anja, Qing Mianyao's father lowered his head and said hello to him. Good morning, Daddy King Mianyao. Anja said, caressing Daddy King Mianyao's neck, I have to ask for your help again today. Strange. The father of the green cotton bird chirped softly, then set off with Anja and Komala on his back. Arriving at the gate of King Azot's city, Anja said to the blue sheep bird's father this time, how about today? Why don't you go into the city with me? It's too lonely for you to stay here alone. Come in with us and we can have lunch together at noon. Although the idea of having lunch together made Dad King Mianyao excited, when he thought of so many people in the city, he shook his head quickly. Anja smiled and persuaded it, don't worry, I'm here and I won't let anything happen to you. When you have more contact with people, you will find that humans are not as scary as you think. Hearing this, Qing Mianyao's father hesitated. Anja continued, let's go together, the city is very fun. In the end, the father of the green cotton bird nodded slightly, flapped his wings, flew up, and entered the city with Anja. There are already many people busy in Azot in the early morning, including shop owners who open their doors early in the morning, office workers working the early shift, workers moving bricks at the construction site, and their Pokémon. In the Azot King City, except for special vehicles like Anja that are needed for work, or motorcycles like the ones Princess Jimmy rode to rush for time, there are almost no such things as cars, especially private ones. Vehicle. Because all its streets are composed of cable belts, as long as you know the route and the destination, the cable belt can take you to any place in King Azot City. Of course, for short distance travel, such as going to the store to buy something, everyone still prefers to walk. There are special pedestrian passages on both sides of the road cable belt, and there are also emergency motorcycle passages, but the latter is used the least. Anja stood on the cableway to Ilafaz Park, holding Komala in his arms, and his father the blue sheep-bird lying next to him. The father of the green sheep-bird looked very nervous because he had never ridden a cable belt before. And there are people everywhere, and it always feels like everyone is watching it. Sensing the nervousness of the blue sheep-bird's father, Anja knelt down and touched its head to comfort him. Don't be afraid, you will get used to it gradually, and you see, everyone actually has Pokemon around them, no one will be special. Mind you, you can hold your head high. After Anja's reminder, King Mian Yao's father indeed discovered that almost everyone has a Pokemon with them. They talk and laugh with the Pokemon, and the Pokemon are also close to and dependent on them. You can tell at a glance the relationship is very close. Looking at it this way, it seems that they really didn't pay much attention to themselves. Thinking of this, Qing Mian Yao's father finally calmed down. Not long after, Ilafaz Park arrived. Anja took Komala and Green Mian Yao's father to find a deserted corner, released the food truck, and slowly set off towards the place where the stalls were usually set up. The father of the green cotton bird was lying on the roof of the dining car, facing the rising sun, and for the first time he got to know the royal city of Azot in the early morning. When they arrived at the place, Anja parked the car and laid out his things, and then started making buns. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation. "Little boss, do you still dare to set up a stall?" The person who spoke was the uncle selling crepes next to him. Anji was stunned. "What do you mean? Why don't I dare to set up a stall? You didn't know you were wanted by the royal family." The uncle looked Anja up and down. "You are not an internationally wanted criminal, are you?" "Anja? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word?" Suddenly Anja thought, could it be that I am operating without a license, or that the identity of the underworld owner has been discovered? Otherwise, let's not set up a stall today? While Anja was hesitating, the uncle seemed to have guessed something and quickly said with a vigilant look on his face, "Don't even think about leaving. You are the person Her Royal Highness is looking for. I will not let you go." It turns out that Jimia and Flamel didn't wait for Anja yesterday, so they advertised in Ilafaz Park, asking nearby residents to go to the palace to notify her as soon as they found the boss selling buns and steamed buns. "Come over." I didn't want her move to be misunderstood by everyone, and they thought Anja had done something illegal and was wanted by the royal family. It was a pity for everyone at the time that the person who could make such delicious steamed buns turned out to be a criminal. The people of Azot will not sympathize with a criminal just because he cooks delicious food. Although the kingdom of Azot is small now, the cohesion of its citizens is quite high, and the royal family is also very loved by the people and always responds to every call. Therefore, no one will let the person Princess Jimia is looking for leave. "Everyone, come quickly, the little boss is here." When Uncle Crepe shouted, people who came to the park for morning exercise gathered around Anja's dining car. To be honest, people who didn't know about Anja and his steamed buns and steamed bun stalls before. After Princess Jimia's publicity, Anja's popularity can be said to have greatly increased. Strange. Seeing that Anja was surrounded by people, the father of the green Mian Yao immediately flew up from the roof of the car and let out a sharp cry, intimidating everyone not to come forward. Everyone was startled and moved a little away from Anja and the dining car. Komala was not idle either. It jumped to the ground, and the tree pillow in its arms made a banging sound on the ground. If anyone dared to get close, it would smash his head with a hammer. "Everyone, calm down. Although I don't know why I suddenly became a wanted criminal in everyone's mouth, I am really a good person and I have never done anything bad." Someone shouted, "It doesn't matter what you say. We have already sent people to inform Her Highness the Princess. When the princess comes here, everything will be revealed." "Anja." After a while, someone shouted, "Your Highness, the princess is here." Immediately afterwards, the crowd was pushed aside, and a girl with golden twin tails and a blue royal uniform rushed over with a group of guards. Your Highness, we have caught the wanted criminal for you. Your Highness, hurry up, don't let the weirdo get away. The people were discussing it in a lively manner. The moment Jimia saw Nji's face, she felt a rush all over her body. It was so similar, so similar. It was simply an enlarged version of His Highness Nji in the painting. After being stunned for a long time, Jimia came back to her senses after being reminded by the people. When she learned that everyone regarded Nji as a wanted criminal, she couldn't help but smile. Everyone has misunderstood. I just came to see this gentleman to inquire about something. This gentleman is not a wanted criminal and has not committed any crime. Princess Jimia's explanation made the crowd quiet for a moment. What? It turns out it was all our misunderstanding. Little boss, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Someone said awkwardly. Let me tell you, the little boss knows right away that he is not a bad person. How can someone who can make such delicious food be a bad person? For a time, everyone apologized to Anja. At this time, Anja looked at Jimia and asked, "Excuse me, why are you looking for me?" Jimia said gently and politely, "Sir, can we talk alone?" Anja hesitated and nodded, then come to the car. In fact, he also wanted to know the current situation of the Azot royal family. What happened to his father and mother after his death? How is your sister? Okay. Jimia nodded in agreement. Then Anja closed the doors and windows of the dining car, and only invited Princess Jimia and her secretary Flammel to enter the car, while the guards brought by the princess surrounded the car. The people were very curious about what the princess wanted to find the little boss for, so they all gathered nearby and did not leave. A table was placed in the carriage, 3 stools were taken out, and the 3 of them sat down around the table. When Anja took off his chef's hat, revealing his full head of blonde hair, both Jimia and Flammel were shocked. They looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Anja saw the changes in their expressions and instantly understood that the princess in front of him was not coming to him because he was operating without a license. Thinking about it, it is impossible to alarm the princess of a country for such a trivial matter as operating without a license, so there is only one possibility. "Sir, can I ask your name?" Jimia spoke first. "Anja Azot." Anja replied calmly. "Your, really surname is Azot?" Although she had already made a guess in her mind, Jimia was still shocked and dizzy by this fact. Azot is a unique surname for the royal family of the Azot kingdom. Anja pointed to his head and said, "Isn't my blonde hair obvious?" "Obvious? Of course it was obvious. You would never find such beautiful and pure blonde hair again." Is it because it was so obvious that she was shocked? "Your name is really Anja Azot? But do you know? This is the name of Queen Anna's brother." Jimia confirmed while suppressing the excitement in her heart. Queen Anna is a well-known figure in the Azot kingdom. Queen Anna? Nji's heart moved. It seemed that his sister had indeed ascended to the throne. He nodded and said, "I know, Anna is my twin sister." Hearing this, Jimia almost jumped up from her stool, and her voice couldn't help but become a little high-pitched, "But His Highness Anja passed away 500 years ago." Seeing this, Flammel gently reminded the princess in her ear, "Princess, calm down." Jimia breathed a long sigh of relief and tried to calm down her complicated mood. Anja's brain turned around quickly, and finally decided to make up a lie for himself about resurrection. "I didn't die, but fell into a deep sleep. I slept for 500 years and just woke up not long ago." Anja said calmly. How is this possible?" Jimia found it hard to believe. How could someone live for 500 years? Actually, it was Ilafaz's experiment that led to the current results. Anja decided to put all the culprits on Ilafaz. Ilafaz is the most important figure in the history of the Kingdom of Azot, even more famous than any member of the royal family, including Queen Anna. It was he who laid the foundation for the mysterious science of the Kingdom of Azot and allowed the kingdom to continue to this day. Even if we put it into the entire history of the Pokemon world, Eliphaz plays a very important role, otherwise Azoth would not be the place that all inventors in the world aspire to. Since Eliphaz can create the fantasy Pokemon Mage Arna, it is not a big deal to let Anja sleep for 500 years and then wake up. Eliphaz! Jimiya shouted in surprise. Anja nodded. Actually, I was not dead when I entered the royal tomb. Eliphaz didn't know what he did to me and my little diamond, which caused me to have an unknown connection with the little diamond, and then with the little diamond. Broken Diamond fell into a deep sleep together. Today, 500 years later, Little Diamond mutated into the legendary Pokemon Diancie, and I was able to wake up and recover from my frailty. I think all of this should be related to Eliphaz. Your Little Diamond suddenly turned into Diancie. Jimiya was shocked again. Anja nodded and stretched out his hand. The next second, Diancie appeared in the car. Diancie didn't know what happened, but when it saw Jimiya's blonde hair, its expression was slightly surprised. Anja took the initiative to introduce Diancie. Diancie, that is Princess Jimiya of the royal family. Diancie was not surprised and performed a standard royal etiquette towards Jimiya. Your Highness, good morning, I am Diancie. Jimiya was so shocked by Anji's hand just now that she was speechless. Anja has no intention of hiding his specialness. He has lived for 500 years, and he has the legendary Pokemon Diancie by his side. It's right to be a little special. Besides, there are many people with special abilities in the Pokemon world, such as the power of Viridian, the power of Waveguide, Psychic, the power of Super, there are more than one. At this point, Jimiya has basically believed what Anji said. It turns out that His Highness Anja's royal tomb was not stolen, but that he woke up and walked out of the royal tomb on his own. This is the legendary Princess Diancie of the mining country. It took a long time for Jimiya to regain her composure, looking at Diancie and murmuring to herself. The Azoth royal family is proficient in cultivating fairy-type Pokemon. Naturally, there are records of the fairy-type legendary Pokemon Diancie, but no one has actually seen it. Princess Jimiya did not expect that she would be lucky enough to see her today. She couldn't help but exclaimed, he is indeed the origin of mysterious science, Eliphaz. In her knowledge, except for Eliphaz, no one could mutate a small diamond into Diancie. Then Jimiya withdrew her gaze from Diancie, then looked at Anja and said, Your Highness Anja, can you give me some of your hair? Although she already believed Anji's words, necessary identification still needed to be done. The royal bloodline could not be confused, and she also needed sufficient evidence when reporting to her father. The technology in the Pokemon world is very advanced. Although His Highness Anja and the current royal family members have been separated by many generations, it is still possible to confirm whether they are related to each other through genetic testing. Of course. Anji knew why Princess Jimiya wanted her hair. He nodded, casually pulled out a few hairs and handed them to Jimiya's hand. After Jimiya got Anja's hair, she handed it to Flamel who was standing aside. Flammel bowed to the two of them and saluted, then hurriedly left the carriage with Anja's hair. Chapter 36 Oh my poor highness! Chapter 36 Oh my poor highness! After Flamel left, Anja looked at Princess Jimiya and asked, Can you tell me what happened to the royal family after I fell asleep, and the current situation of the Azoth royal family? Of course, Your Highness. Jimiya nodded. Anja then learned from Jimiya that not long after his death, his father and mother were too sad and their health deteriorated. Later, they even abdicated the throne to the Princess Anna. Queen Anna was a wise monarch. She worked hard to govern, knew people well, and especially reused Eliphaz, the great inventor at the time, which made Azoth's national power flourish. But it was already the end of the rule of the world's feudal dynasties, especially in the Kalos region. Revolutions were breaking out everywhere, and the Azoth dynasty was also in danger. Queen Anna could not save the collapsed building on her own. Soon afterwards, influenced by spies from neighboring countries, the kingdom of Azote experienced a civil strife, and the source of the civil strife was the queen's Pokemon, Mage Arna. At that time, I don't know who it was that Eliphaz had built a super weapon for Azote, which was hidden in the royal city of Azote, and the key to controlling the super weapon was Mage Arna. Of course, this is indeed true. So some people with evil intentions began to fight for Mage Arna. In order to prevent Mage Arna from falling into the hands of others, and to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, Queen Anna asked Eliphaz to take Mage Arna away from Azote. As for where he went, no one knows. Since then, Eliphaz and Mage Arna have been lost together. After sending Mage Arna away, in order to quell the civil strife, the Queen took the initiative to contact the Pokemon Alliance and reached cooperation with the Pokemon Alliance. Since then, the Azote Kingdom has become part of the Pokemon Alliance, but at the same time it has also calmed down the civil strife and preserved the Azote royal family's privileges in the kingdom. It can be said that the kingdom of Azote suddenly turned to the Alliance at that time, which became the last straw to overwhelm all feudal forces in Kalos, and promoted the formal establishment of the Pokemon Alliance in the Kalos area. Queen Anna can be regarded as the longest-lived person in the Azote royal family. She lived until she was 108 years old before passing away. She witnessed the Azote kingdom moving from one era to another. After listening to Jimia's story, Anja sighed deeply. He didn't expect that so many things had happened in the kingdom after his death. Note, as a time traveler, Anja is also a Pokemon lover, but he is not familiar with the storyline of Pokemon animation. Anna must be very hard. At this point, Anja felt very uncomfortable. He had a very good relationship with his sister since he was a child. Because his father, the Queen, and his mother were busy with state affairs, his sister usually spent the most time with him. Every time, his sister would be like a happy little bird, jumping to his bedside to give him something. Tell the interesting things that happened in the royal city. Who knew she would have to go through so much hardship later, difficulties and hardships. All the current royal family are descendants of my sister. Anja asked again. Jimia nodded. During the civil strife back then, all the branches of the royal family died, and only Queen Anna's branch was left. Now the royal family members, only me, my father and my brother Rakel are left. Having said this, Princess Jimia felt a little depressed. That's it. Anja also sighed. Your Highness, why don't you come back to the palace with me now? After a long time, Jimia said. But my business. Anji hesitated. Jimia interrupted him and said, You are the Azote royal family, how can you do these things outside? Anja was not happy when he heard this. You are insulting my profession. What's wrong with what I'm doing? Is it illegal? Is it a crime? I'm just doing something Azote citizens do every day, making money to support their families. There's nothing shameful about it. Anja's tone was a little angry. I didn't mean that. Jimia was frightened by the suddenly angry Anja and stammered. Or are you saying that you have eaten the steamed buns I made and found them not delicious? Anja said again. No, Jimia waved her hands quickly, the food you make is delicious, better than any food I have ever eaten. This is a bit flattering. Although the buns and steamed buns made by Anja are delicious, they are not exaggerated to the point of being the best in the world. But Anja did feel comfortable being flattered by this flattery. He suddenly stood up and said, You can go to the palace. Let's wait until I finish the business this morning. As he spoke, he opened the window of the dining car. When the onlookers outside saw the car open, they all stretched their necks to look there. Eat melon. Eat melon. When they saw that Anjina had the same hair color as Her Royal Highness the Princess, everyone couldn't help but shout in their hearts. Could the little boss be a member of the royal family? For a time, people were in a hot mood for eating melons. Soon, a rich aroma wafted out of the carriage, arousing the greed in the stomachs of the people. This girl smells so good. Anja turned to Jimia and said, Your Royal Highness, Please withdraw all your guards, otherwise how can I do business? Ah! Mia quickly ordered the guards to withdraw from the encirclement, and then said to Ng, Your Highness, just call me Mia. If your identity is correct, you should be my elder. As soon as the guards withdrew, the people immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Anja shouted, If you want to buy steamed buns, please queue up. If you don't want to buy them, please leave immediately. When Anja said this, those who wanted to eat melon should buy it even if they didn't want to buy it. Suddenly, a long queue formed in front of the stall. The young man at the front of the line asked Ng in a low voice, Little boss, tell me the truth, are you a member of the royal family? The people in line behind him suddenly stretched their necks like giraffes, for fear of missing a word. That's right. Ng asked casually. I've got something to eat, I've got something to eat. Everyone who heard Anja's answer turned red with excitement. But the little boss's answer was a bit subtle. That's right, how to interpret this? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in the minds of several melon eaters. Could it be that the little boss is His Majesty's illegitimate son? They stared at the face of the young boss, and they were of the same age. With this thought in mind, the melon-eating guy at the front asked on behalf of everyone. Little boss, are you, Our Majesties? Although everyone was curious, they still couldn't help but gasp when they saw the young man actually asking. Young man, you are very brave. The princess is still here. Before Anja could answer, he saw Princess Jimia sticking her head out of the window. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Highness Anja is the elder of the royal family, and he is older than my father. Your Majesty. Your Majesty's elder? Good guy. The little boss has such a big background? Everyone was surprised for a while. The Azot royal family has always been close to the people, otherwise the young man just now would not have dared to inquire about the royal family's gossip so boldly. Now that the princess scolded them, everyone was not too afraid, but became even more gossipy. Princess, Princess, please tell us who the little boss is. The melon-eating crowd asked in a hurry. Okay. Okay. Anja picked up the kitchen knife and chopped it twice on the chopping board. Are you here to eat, or are you here to gossip? If you want to gossip, please leave quickly. I won't entertain you here. After hearing this, everyone had no choice but to line up honestly. Soon the first basket of steamed buns came out, and everyone couldn't care less about gossip. After waiting for a long time, they were really hungry, so they paid for it one after another. Seeing this, Diancie quickly stepped forward to help. There were too many people, and people who had heard the gossip continued to come and line up, so even though Diancie came to help today, Anja was still busy and sweating profusely. Seeing this, Mia quickly said to the guards, What are you still doing? Why don't you help His Highness? Yes, yes. The guards responded quickly. So there was a team of guards, some of whom helped collect money, some who helped deliver buns and steamed buns to guests, and some who helped maintain order. Anjali was so relaxed. With their help, he could just make the buns with peace of mind. The morning passed by in a flash. Because there was a team of guards to help, Anja only had to keep making the buns, and it only took half a morning to use up the ingredients he and the little kabiman had prepared in advance. If it were this time normally, he would have just closed the stall and gone home. But today's flight it was a rare occasion, there were so many guests, and there were helpers, so he simply kneaded the dough and steamed the steamed buns. By the time it was almost noon, Anja's system backpack didn't even have any flour that could be used to steam the steamed buns. It was all used up. He couldn't tell how many buns he sold in the end. With the gimmick of the royal family members and the deliciousness of the steamed buns themselves, Anja's business is booming. Okay. That's it for today, let's go back. When the last bun was sold, Anja shouted outside. What? It's gone. I still want to taste how delicious it is. The people in line at the back were very disappointed. Some of them were here for the first time, or even just came to join in the fun. Go early tomorrow. Anja closed the window neatly. Your Highness Anja, can you follow me back to the palace now? My father must also want to see you very much. Jimia stepped forward and said. Okay. Anja nodded. He will continue to live in Azot in the future, so it is necessary to meet the current His Majesty. Then Anja drove the dining car slowly toward the palace, escorted by a group of guards. Before setting off, he teleported Komala, who was still sleeping, back home. He only took Diancie and his father King Mianyao with him, and his father King Mianyao was still lying on the roof of the car. On the way, Anja asked Jimia, by the way, I don't have a business license, you won't arrest me, right? Jimia couldn't laugh or cry when she heard this. How could it be? I'll make it up to you later. I'm still a black man. Anja said again. I'll make it up for you later, Jimia said. That's good. Anja was satisfied. Sure enough, there are people in the court who are easy to do things with. Soon the car drove into the palace. While driving, Anja looked at the plants and trees in the palace, feeling both familiar and strange. According to the guard's instructions, Anja parked the car at the designated location, and then got out of the car with Princess Jimia. As soon as the two got out of the car, they saw Flamel walking over in a hurry. After whispering a few words in the princess's ear, she handed a document to Jimia. Princess. Jimia took the document and looked at it carefully. After reading it, her hanging heart finally fell. She looked at Ng with a smile and said, Your Highness Ng, welcome home. Then he looked at Diancie, same for you, Sir Diancie. Thanks. Then Anja went to see the king under the leadership of Jimia. Before Flammel came to deliver the documents, he had already met with the king and reported all the information about Anja to His Majesty. As they walked into a hall, Anja and Diancie saw His Majesty the king sitting on the throne from a distance. The current king's name is Edward Azot. He is just 40 years old. He has bright blonde hair and a golden beard. He is tall but slightly fat. Next to Edward sat Prince Raquel, who was looking at Anja curiously. Seeing Anja, Edward couldn't wait to walked up to Anja, and immediately held Anja's hands. Are you really His Highness Anja? It's true, it's true. It's true. Anja felt very embarrassed being caught by a junior who looked older than him. Edward suddenly burst into tears and said, It's amazing, it's amazing. Queen Anna will be very happy if she knows that you are still alive and well. As he spoke, Edward turned his eyes to Diancie again. This is Your Excellency Diancie? It's an honor to meet you. Diancie saluted Edward calmly and elegantly, I'm glad to see you too, Your Majesty the King. If the little Kirby was here now and saw Diancie like this, he would never doubt her identity as a royal lady. Speaking. Diancie spoke. Idiot, that's telepathy. In addition to the king and Prince Raquel, there were many ministers in the hall. As soon as Diancie opened her mouth, they immediately started talking. His Majesty the King exclaimed in admiration, Amazing! Only Lord Eliphaz can give birth to such a beautiful Pokémon. Hearing what Edward said, Diancie glanced at Anja but said nothing, acquiescing to the fact that she was born because of Eliphaz. Although it had not communicated with Anja beforehand, they had grown up together and had a mutual understanding. Diancie understood Anja's plan almost instantly. Your Highness Anja, where have you been these days? Now that you are awake, why don't you return to the royal family? Edward asked. Anja, who knows what the royal family's situation is now? What if you don't recognize me when I come back? But even though Anja thought so in his heart, it was impossible for Anja to actually say it. I had just woken up at the time, and my mind was still groggy. I was not sure whether the royal family was still there. After all, 500 years had passed. Yes, yes. Edward nodded repeatedly. Then where did your highness live before? Did you suffer? He heard from Flammel that his highness had been reduced to running a street vendor. Oh my poor highness! He is obviously a noble member of the royal family. The former prince of the kingdom. When he thought of this, Edward was about to burst into tears. How valuable members of the royal family are now. Including his highness who just returned, there are only 4, which is too precious. Jimia, no, Father Wang, don't you have a lot of drama? Princess Jimia knew what her father was thinking as soon as she looked at his expression. Edward wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Your highness, since you are back, please move back to the palace and live with us. However, Anja shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't want to live in the palace now. Chapter 37 Master, you are finally back. Chapter 37 Master, you are finally back. Why? Edward exclaimed, you are the most distinguished person in the royal family. Isn't it natural for you to live in the palace? But I already have a home outside. Anja said helplessly. His words were misunderstood by Edward, and he exclaimed again, what? Are you already married? Who is the lady? Take her into the palace with you. But your highness, with all due respect, you are of noble status and are not worthy of ordinary women. Come on you. Stop, stop, stop. Anja's head was getting big. Who told you that I'm getting married? Hey? Isn't it? Edward was stunned. Then why do you have a family outside? Why don't you want to go back to the palace? Oh, the reason is very complicated anyway, so don't ask too much about it. Anja said. This. Edward hesitated for a long time, and finally could only turn off the engine under Anja's insistent eyes. Then where do you live now? I live on the Nebel Plateau. Anja answered. What? Nebel Plateau? Edward was startled again. Isn't that an inaccessible and desolate place? How could you live there? Anja felt that this Edward was like a screaming chicken, always startled. I think it's very nice there. I'm used to it, Anja said. How about you go back to the palace? Edward whispered, if that's not possible, you can live in the palace. I'll arrange a place for you. I think the Nebel Plateau is very good, so I've decided not to discuss this issue anymore. Anja said to Edward, who was about to have a long speech. Edward. At this time, Princess Jimia said, how about, let's do this. King Father, I will go to the Nebel Plateau with His Highness later. If His Highness's residence is really bad, we can send someone to help His Highness in Nebel. Build a villa on the plateau. Anyway, all the ownerless land in Azot belongs to the royal family, and they can build houses wherever they want. Edward's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a good idea, this is a good idea. Jimia added, actually, there is nothing wrong with His Highness living on the Nebel Plateau. The Nebel Plateau is like spring all year round and has a mild climate. Your Highness has been in poor health since he was a child, so living there is just the right place for you to recuperate. Hearing this, Anji gave Jimia an appreciative look, and Jimia also smiled at Anji. After being reminded by his daughter, Edward then remembered that His Highness Anja had been frail and sick since he was a child, otherwise he would not have died young that year. Yes, Jimia was thoughtful. From this point of view, the Nebel Plateau is indeed good. Seeing this, Anja finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, His Highness is back, let's hold a grand banquet for His Highness. We can take the opportunity to announce His Highness's return to the people. I believe the people will be happy for His Highness. Suddenly, Edward said on a whim. Don't. Anja quickly stopped him and said, just handle my affairs in a low-key manner. I just woke up and my energy is limited. I can't deal with those things. That's it. Edward looked regretful. Jimia opened her mouth at the right moment and said, Father, His Highness has just returned, so let's take everything slowly. Edward thought the same thing, let's talk about these things later. After saying that, he sighed deeply, it's just too unfair, Your Highness. Anja. I don't feel aggrieved at all. Anja felt that talking to Edward was too hard and tiring. Next. Anja chatted with Edward and the ministers of the kingdom for a long time, and did not stop until the sun was almost setting. The increase in royal family members involves all aspects of issues, especially a royal member with an extremely special status. Regarding Nji's affairs, the ministers almost turned red in the face. Some even thought that Nji should not live outside at all, but should live in the palace. Some even said that Nji would be assigned a guard. Some people also think that since Anja is unwilling to hold banquets and celebrations to announce his return, he should announce his royal status to the people through the internet. In short, all kinds of things are messy and very complicated. In the end, all Anja's affairs were handed over to Princess Jimia with full authority. Walking out of the main hall, Nji let out a long sigh of relief. It was really not easy. Jimia followed closely and said to Anja with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness." Anja smiled bitterly. At this moment, a head suddenly popped out from behind the pillar next to him. "Raquel, what are you doing hiding there?" Jimia asked after seeing it. "Hey sister." Raquel walked out embarrassedly, "Nothing, I just want to see His Highness Anja." Jimia said, "If you want to see it, just do it openly." "What are you doing sneakily?" Raquel scratched her head and smiled stupidly. "You are Prince Raquel? Nice to meet you." Anja greeted Raquel with a warm smile. When he thought that these were his sister's descendants, he felt a surge of love in his heart. He was obviously not very old. Why did the mentality suddenly become that of an old man? You good. His Highness Anja. Compared with Jimia, Raquel's personality is much more introverted. "Your Highness, have you really lived to be 500 years old?" Raquel asked in a low voice. "To be precise, I have been asleep for 500 years, and my physical condition is still the same as before I fell asleep." Anja replied. "That's amazing. As expected of Eliphaz, he can do all this." Raquel's face flashed with excitement. Raquel is a fan of Eliphaz, so she has been obsessed with researching various inventions since she was sensible. Anja smiled. Sure enough, it was right to blame everything on Eliphaz. No one would doubt it, and there was no proof. The most prominent thing about mystery science is the word mystery. Then Raquel looked at Diancie again. "Are you Diancie?" Diancie nodded, "Yes, His Royal Highness Prince Raquel." "You are so beautiful." Raquel couldn't help but praise. "Thank you." Diancie accepted Raquel's compliments generously. "His Royal Highness is also very handsome and cute." A little boy who is less than 10 years old, there is not much handsomeness, only cuteness. "Yes, really." Raquel was embarrassed by Diancie's praise, and her face turned red. Diancie covered her mouth and smiled when she saw this. "Can I shake your hand?" Raquel asked sheepishly. "Of course, it's my pleasure, Your Highness." Diancie agreed readily and extended her right hand towards Raquel. Raquel was so excited that she wiped her hands on her clothes vigorously, and then held Diancie's hand. In his understanding, Diancie was born because of Eliphaz, and shaking hands with Diancie meant shaking hands with his idol. After shaking hands, Raquel kept staring at her hand and giggling, making Anja, Diancie and Jimia all laugh. Anja smiled and said, "Raquel is so innocent and cute." Hearing this, Jimia stopped smiling and sighed deeply, "He is just too naive." His Highness Anja hasn't left yet." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "It just so happens that I have something to ask Your Highness." Anja turned around and saw a middle-aged man with long purple hair slowly walking out of the hall. "This is..." Anja looked at Jimia and asked. Jimia looked slightly cold when she saw the person coming. This is Jarvis, the Secretary of Defense, and an authoritative expert on mystical science in the country. I have met His Highness. Jarvis saluted Anja. Hello, Mr. Jarvis. Anja nodded slightly towards Jarvis. Raquel was very happy to see Jarvis. Jarvis, you are here. Your Highness. Jarvis bowed slightly to Raquel again, and finally nodded to Jimia, Your Highness. Anja asked doubtfully, Mr. Jarvis, what do you want from me? Jarvis first glanced at Diancie with fiery eyes, and then said to Anja, I want to ask you something about Mr. Ilafaz. After all, you have met Mr. Ilafaz with your own eyes. I must have communicated with him, I think. Before he finished speaking, Anja interrupted him directly, I'm sorry, it's getting late. It's time for me to go back, otherwise it will be too late. Anja didn't like the way Jarvis looked at Diancie, so his first impression of him was very bad. Then, well then. Jarvis' face was a little stiff, then I will ask His Highness for advice when I have time. With that said, Anja said goodbye to Jimia and Raquel. Your Highness, let me see you off. Jimia said. Okay. Anja nodded, and then said to Raquel, see you next time, Raquel. Raquel waved his hand and said, see you next time, Your Highness Anja. Anja was then sent back to the place where the dining car was parked by Jimia. He resolutely refused Jimia's offer to send him back or ask the guards to send him back. He drove away by himself, taking Diancie and King Mianyao's father with him. To the palace. As soon as he left the palace, Anja found a secluded corner, put the dining car back into his system backpack, teleported Diancie home, and then flew away from the royal city on his father. When Anja got home, the sun had just set, and he saw the little Kirby sitting alone on the doorstep, looking very depressed. Little Kirbymon, what's going on? Hearing Anja's voice, the little Kirby suddenly raised its head, with a bright smile on its face, then ran to Anja's side and hugged Anja. Just master, you are back, I miss you so much. Anja didn't come back all afternoon, and suddenly summoned Diancie away. Little Cappy was alone at home, so he didn't have to worry too much. Although Diancie had just come back and told it what happened, it still couldn't help but worry when it didn't see the master coming back. Okay. Anja kept patting the little Kirby on the back to comfort it, I'm back now. Just. The little Kirby nuzzled Anja with its head full of attachment. At this time Diancie came out of the house. Okay, little Kirby, you are acting coquettishly with your master again. The little Kirby let go of Anja embarrassedly. Diancie shook her head helplessly, you are such a child who won't grow up. Just the little Kirby scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. Come on, let's go into the house. As he spoke, Anja stretched out a hand to the little Kirby, and the little Kirby took it naturally. Anja asked as he walked, Komala is not at home again. When it came to Komala, the little Cappy was very angry. When it was sent back by Anja, the little Cappy wanted to ask it about Anja, but it just focused on sleeping and said nothing, and then purred again. The ground rolled out of the door, and the little Kirby couldn't catch up. So angry. Seeing the little Kirby gesticulating angrily, Anja, although he didn't quite understand it, still smiled and comforted it. Okay, let's not be angry. I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight. As soon as he heard that there was something delicious to eat, the little Kirby forgot about Komala. Anja and the little Kirby walked into the house hand in hand, but were surprised to find that Chirrut Oakley was also there. Chirrut Oakley, why are you here? Killu. Killu Oakley greeted Anja happily. After Diancie explained to Anja, she found out that not long after Anja left this morning, Killu Oakley came to the store to help. It had nothing to repay Anja for helping Gardevoir and the baby, so it could only go to the store to do its best. Anja asked, you come here, don't Gardevoir need to take care of you? Kilu. Kilu Oakley gestured and explained that their home lived very close to the demon fire red fox, and the demon fire red fox would help take care of Gardvoir and the baby. Because of the energy cube presented by Anja, Gardvoir recovered quickly and is now able to move freely, so there is no need to worry. Moreover, Kilu Oakley also asked Fletchling's father to help hatch eggs. Fletchling's father often helps everyone hatch eggs, and everyone is used to it. It can make babies hatch faster. That's it. Anja said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. By the way, you can stay for dinner tonight, and bring some to Gardvoir by the way. In addition to energy cubes, I also try other flavors occasionally." Kilu Oakley was a little hesitant after hearing this. Upon seeing this, the little Kirby hugged it. Gang stay, my master cooks delicious food, much better than what I cook." The little Kirby is a master of coquettishness, and Chirrut Oakley couldn't stand it at all, so he had to agree in the end. Anja quietly gave a thumbs up to the little Kirby. The little Kirby also winked at Anja cutely. When Anja planned to make dinner with the little Capimon, the moment he walked into the kitchen, he was immediately frightened by the things piled inside. What's happening? Anja looked at the little Kirby and Diancie and asked. The kitchen was filled with Asire water plants, wild rice, various wild tree fruits, mushrooms, and many other things that Anja didn't recognize. Diancie explained, "These were all sent by the Pokémon this morning. These are all thank you gifts sent by the Pokémon on the plateau after learning that Anja saved Gardvoir and the baby." The Poliwags knew that Anja liked axile aquatic plants, so they specially picked axile aquatic plants and sent them to her. Marilu and Lulilai knew that Anja liked wild rice, so they went to peel the wild rice. There are actually quite a lot of these things in Lake Nebel, and they are a large area as long as they are long. In the past, no one knew it could be eaten. There are also those tree fruits and mushrooms that everyone picked specially. You are really. Looking at the packed kitchen, Anja felt really touched. He only saved Gardvoir, but he received thanks from everyone on the plateau. Sure enough, sincerity still has to be exchanged for sincerity. Okay, let's put all these away quickly, otherwise we will delay making dinner. Anja yelled. What a sweet burden. Chapter 38 Confrontation. Anja and the others sorted out the Acilii aquatic plants, picked out the weeds and dirt mixed inside, then washed them and stored them in the refrigerator or Anja's system backpack. The Poliwags gave away so much that Anja's family might not be able to finish it all in a while. I don't know if this thing can be dried into dried vegetables. Dried vegetables have a unique flavor even if they are eaten once in a while. There were also a lot of wild rice, Marilu, and Lulilai. Fortunately, Anja's refrigerator is a high-tech product, otherwise the endless wild rice would definitely get old if left for a long time. Putting those tree fruits aside, Anja decided to give everyone freshly squeezed juice tonight. There are also many large and small mushrooms. If you eat this thing randomly, you will end up lying on the ground if you are not careful. However, Anja carefully selected them, and then he was surprised to find that the mushrooms sent by Pokémon were all edible mushrooms, and there was not a single poisonous mushroom. It seems that he underestimated the Pokémon. Of course, there are some mushrooms that Anja doesn't recognize, which should be specialties of the Pokémon world. Anja specially spent 100 happiness points to redeem a mushroom encyclopedia from the system store, and easily learned about them, such as small mushrooms, large mushrooms, aromatic mushrooms. They are all varieties that can be eaten with confidence. Anja kept some fresh mushrooms, and planned to dry the rest into dried mushrooms and store them. I kept sorting it out until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Anja and the others finally tidied up the kitchen, and Chirrut Oakley was really helpful. It uses psychic to work more efficiently than Anja, Kirby, and Diancie combined, which is really embarrassing. After the kitchen was sorted out, Anja and Kirby started making dinner, while Diancie and Chirrut Oakley were responsible for cleaning. Although everything has been disposed of, the kitchen is extremely dirty and needs to be cleaned up. For dinner, Anja made cold axile waterweed, stir-fried wild rice, and made a fresh mushroom soup, which was so fragrant that the heads of several Pokémon were almost fragrant. Hoot hoot, smelling the rich aroma, the little Kirby's belly rumbled very loudly. Ha ha ha, Anja laughed loudly. Little Kirby, are you hungry? Just the little Kirby nodded shyly, hugging his fat dodo belly. Anja patted its belly and said, "Go and see if Komala is back. We will eat as soon as she comes back." Just. The little Kirby responded, and flew out as if it had stepped on hot wheels. But as soon as it ran to the door, it saw Komala rolling back holding the tree pillow. Just. The little Kirby jumped down the steps quickly, picked up Komala in his arms, and ran into the house and shouted to Anja. Just master, this guy is back, let's start dinner." The little Kirby was still a little angry about Komala. So it directly called Komala this guy. Anja stuck his head out of the kitchen. "You're back, let's eat." Hearing Anja's words, the little Kabiman threw Komala on the table, then quickly ran into the kitchen to serve food and rice in the restaurant. His diligence made the donkeys in the village feel ashamed. Sure enough, for the little Kirby, the sky is big and the earth is big, but food is the biggest thing. Anja walked over and smelled Komala. The aroma of wine came to his nostrils. He couldn't help but look puzzled. "Strange, Komala, didn't you finish all the wine? Why did you come back smelling like alcohol again?" Not only does it smell of alcohol, but it also has a light fruity aroma. Komala remained the same, holding the tree pillow and turning over, but did not answer Anja's words. "You guy!" Anja shook his head helplessly. In the evening, a family of 4 in Chilu Oakley gathered around a table to eat. Anja told everyone about his experience today. When he told everyone that he was being watched as a wanted criminal, the little Kirby laughed so hard. Anja slapped it angrily. "Is it so funny? Hey! Just ha ha ha, master, you are so funny." The little Kirby smiled and collapsed on the chair. "Stop laughing, be careful of choking," Anja said helplessly. Just I won't choke." As he spoke, the little Kabiman had a steamed bun in his left hand and a steamed bun in his right hand. He chewed every bit of it in 2 or 3 times. He also filled a large bowl of mushroom soup and drank it down. Just so cool. The way it ate was so generous that Anja's appetite increased greatly and he ate 2 more steamed buns. In the end, he was so full that he could hardly walk. After dinner, Anja found a thermos bucket and filled a box full of steamed buns. He also put a box of each dish and stuffed them all into the thermos bucket for Chilu Oakley to take back. "Go back and let Gardvoir eat it while it's hot, don't wait until it's cold, or it won't taste good." Anja told Chiru Oakley, "If Gardvoir can't eat it, don't stuff it into his stomach, and share it with others. Just let the Pokémon eat it. If it wants to eat it again, just come to my house and I'll cook it for it." Chilu Oakley nodded movedly, carrying the thermos bucket and disappeared into the night. After Chilu Oakley left, Anja's family of 4 sat and chatted for a while, then went to the cooking training room for training, and finally washed up and went to bed. Before going to bed, Anja took the cash box to the bedside and began to count today's harvest. Because he was too busy during the day, he didn't even care about how much money he made today. Today, a total of 3,085 steamed buns were sold, earning 61,700 yuan in alliance coins. 6,089 steamed buns were sold, and 60,890 yuan in alliance coins were obtained. A total of 122,590 yuan. Damn it, I made 120,000 yuan in one day. After finishing the calculation, Anja couldn't help but said a curse word. It's great to have someone to help you get rich. If he sets up a few more stalls, maybe he can actually buy a shop in the royal city. But Anja also knows that today's business is booming because of the right time, place, and people. It won't be such a good thing next time. Looking at the happiness points again, the total number is 105,800. More than 100,000. After this period of research, Anja has roughly figured out the rules for accumulating happiness points in the system. When a Pokemon comes to Anja to eat, if it only eats steamed buns, no matter how much it eats, Anja will get 100 happiness points. If its happiness is inflated due to some additional factors at that time, it may contribute extra to Anja. 50 or 100 happiness points. The more happiness expands, the more happiness points Anja gets. Therefore, the maximum number of happiness points a Pokemon can provide in a day is 200. But if this Pokemon eats steamed buns and steamed buns at the same time, the basic happiness points Anja gets will become 200. If the happiness expands, the corresponding growth points will also increase to 100 and 200. At this time, the limit of happiness points a Pokemon can provide in a day is 400. Of course, most Pokemon provide a very stable happiness point, which is 200. According to this rule, as long as Anja continues to unlock more recipes, the speed at which he earns happiness points will increase. However, Anja has estimated that there is a limit to this increase in speed, because a Pokemon can only eat so much in a day, and it is impossible for it to eat all the types of food that Anja will make in the future. He had to hold on until he died. If you want to exploit system loopholes and make each portion of food only a little bit smaller so that Pokemon can eat more, that's impossible. Because when the system trains you to cook, the amount of food in a portion is strictly regulated. The simplest example is that the steamed buns and steamed buns made by Anja are each about the same size. If Anja and the little Kabiman change the size of the buns and steamed buns at will, there is a floating range, then they can still eat them, but Anja will not get happiness points. Anja has tried this himself. Looking at the 100,000 points of happiness, Anja casually gave 10,000 salary to each of Diancie, Little Carby, and Komala. Little Carby worked harder every day, so Anja gave it an extra 2,000. After paying his wages, Anja received the rewards for today's daily tasks. They were still ordinary food rewards, nothing special. After a good night's sleep, the next day Anja had just finished washing and walked out of the room when he saw Diancie also walking out. "Good morning, Diancie," Anja said. "Good morning, Anja." Diancie said with a smile, "You paid our wages last night." "Yes, so you can buy whatever you want in the system store." Anja nodded. "Promising, boss." Diancie gave Anja a thumbs up, and then went to the little Kirby's room to wake it up. After the little Kirby got up, Anja prepared with it for setting up the stall today. In the middle of the two people's work, Kilo Oakley came to Anja's house again. "Chirrut Oakley, you're here again. Is Gardevoir okay?" Anja asked. Kilo. Kilo Oakley nodded repeatedly and said that Gardevoir liked last night's meal very much. He said that he returned the thermos bucket that he took away last night. Oakley couldn't help with cooking, so he helped Diancie clean the store, arrange the tables and chairs, and make everything ready for the Pokemon to come for breakfast. After all the preparations were done, Anja set off towards the royal city. The person in charge of seeing him off today was Chenglong. While Anja was heading to Azote King's city, Jimia was also having breakfast with Raquel. Edward is too busy. So the siblings usually eat together. Seeing her sister motionless with the food in front of her, Raquel asked doubtfully, "Sister, why don't you eat? Do you have a bad appetite?" Jimia said, "I have made an appointment with Flammel, and she will bring me breakfast from outside, so I won't eat today." As she spoke, she waved her hand and saw the maid step forward to take away the breakfast. Hearing her sister's words, Raquel's eyes lit up. "Did Flammel bring the same buns and steamed buns that you ate that morning?" "Yes." Jimia nodded. Hearing this, Raquel suddenly felt aggrieved. "Sister, you are lying. You clearly promised to take me to eat with you the day before yesterday, but you broke your promise." Anja didn't set up a stall the day before yesterday, so Jimia didn't even get to eat. Originally, Jimlia wanted to take Rakel to eat with her today, but suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, and she asked with a smile, Rakel, do you know who made the buns and steamed buns? Who is it? Rakel looked puzzled. That's His Highness Anja. Jimlia said. His Royal Highness Anja. Rakel said with a look of disbelief, I heard rumors that His Highness Anja is setting up a stall outside for business. Could it be that he is selling steamed buns and steamed buns? That's right. Jimlia nodded. If I hadn't eaten the buns and steamed buns that Flame brought, I wouldn't have been able to find traces of His Highness. Rakel murmured to himself, so does His Highness Anja have such good cooking skills? Jimlia said with a faint smile, Rakel, do you want to eat the steamed buns and steamed buns made by His Highness? I think. Rakel nodded vigorously. Very good. A successful smile appeared on Jimlia's face. Then you have to do as I say. Yet I listen to my sister. Rakel nodded repeatedly. Okay, you go change into regular clothes. Not long after, Prince Rakel and his Pokemon Slurpuff were sent out of the palace by the guards arranged by the princess. After seeing off Rakel, Jimlia took Gardevoir to the office area. Because she was in a good mood, she sang a song unconsciously. Halfway through, she saw Minister Jarvis walking towards her. Her Royal Highness Princess Jimlia, good morning. Jarvis said hello to the princess. Jimlia also greeted the other party politely, good morning, Jarvis. Your Highness, have you seen Prince Rakel? Jarvis asked. Rakel, he has something to do and has left the palace. Jimlia replied. Leaving the palace? Jarvis was in disbelief. What is Prince Rakel doing out of the palace? He still has classes to attend in the morning. Jarvis. Princess Jimlia suddenly interrupted him, I think Rakel only needs to attend class with you in the afternoon. As for the morning, he has other arrangements. Your Highness, this is against the rules. Jarvis said with an angry look on his face, I am Prince Rakel's teacher, you have no right to do this. I do. Jimlia said, I have the right to decide all arrangements for Rakel. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can go and tell my father. Rakel was raised by her. If she doesn't have the power, who has? You. Jarvis was furious. Jimlia did not intend to continue arguing with Jarvis, and turned around to leave, but suddenly she heard Jarvis say, Your Highness, the princess. Did this because she was afraid that Prince Rakel would learn more knowledge and compete with you for the right to inherit the throne. Hearing this, Jimlia was furious, Jarvis, you are so presumptuous. This is not something you should interfere with. Jarvis sneered, What? Your Highness, Princess, are you angry because I said the central thing? Jimlia narrowed her eyes, Jarvis, you are too unscrupulous and your hands are stretched too far. Remember. You only need to teach Rakel the knowledge, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Otherwise, you, the national defense the minister has done it too. Jarvis put away the sneer on his face and bowed respectfully to Princess Jimlia, yes, Jarvis will definitely follow His Highness's teachings. It's good to know. After saying that, Jimlia left without looking back. Looking at the back of Princess Jimlia, Jarvis's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Recommended book Beast Control, live broadcast from a deserted island in another world. Bad news, this is a desert island that no one has ever landed on. Good news, this is a desert island that someone has landed on. Chapter 39 Working Prince. Anja was really shocked when he arrived at the place where he usually set up his stall in Ilafaz Park. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Just then someone suddenly shouted, the little boss is here. There was a wow, and countless people gathered and surrounded Anja's dining car. Little boss, you are finally here. I came here early in the morning just to try your buns and steamed buns. Little boss, are you really a member of the royal family? What is your relationship with His Majesty? Little boss, are there enough buns to sell today? Don't let me not be able to buy them again. For a moment, Anja's head hurt from the noise. Give way. Please give way, everyone, the car can't pass. Anja stuck his head out of the car window and shouted. But his voice couldn't stir up any splash in the noisy crowd. Just when Anja was helpless, a harsh whistle suddenly sounded. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know that gathering a crowd to cause trouble is illegal? I saw a middle-aged man in uniform with a majestic expression, holding a loudspeaker in his hand and reprimanding the people. Behind him was a group of guards who were maintaining order. We're just here to buy steamed buns and steamed buns. Someone whispered. The middle-aged man said loudly again, are you shopping like this? All of you line up for me. I'll arrest everyone who doesn't line up. For a time, all the people quickly lined up. Seeing this scene, Anja finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that the celebrity effect of yesterday had not faded today. In fact, Anja just underestimated the cohesion of the Azot kingdom and the people's love for the royal family. Precisely because the country is small, only one city, including a large number of villages, towns, etc. around the royal city, the people are unprecedentedly united. When a member of the royal family appears outside to do business, it is a huge event for the public. As soon as Anja parked the dining car at its usual place and opened the window, he saw a little head leaning towards the window. Your Highness Anja. Prince Rakel. Anja asked in surprise. Hey, Rakel scratched the back of his head. Sister said you must be very busy today, so let me help you. So you brought those guards? Anja asked. Rakel replied, those are my sister's guards. Anja nodded, and then gestured to Rakel, come in. Come in. As he said that, he opened the car door. Rakel quickly ran into the car with her slurpuff. Seeing that Anja was already making buns, Rakel asked, Your Highness Anja, how can I help? Really want to help? Anja asked. Really, my sister asked me to help. Rakel nodded vigorously. Baluo baluo. Slurpuff next to him also nodded. Looking at the little carrot-headed Rakel, Anja thought to himself, what a sin, isn't this child labor? But the parents all agreed. Anja thought for a moment, let's do this. Slurpuff will help me put the steamed buns and wrapped buns into the steamer for steaming later. As he spoke, he introduced to Slurpuff how many steamed buns should be placed in a steamer, and the approximate distance between steamed buns, and between steamed buns and steamed buns. These will affect the taste of steamed buns and steamed buns. As for Rakel, just help bring buns and steamed buns to the guests. As he spoke, he introduced to Rakel which steamer contained steamed buns and which steamer contained steamed buns stuffed with cabbage, which steamer is steaming the buns stuffed with radish, and which steamer is steaming the buns stuffed with chives. You have to remember these clearly, otherwise what will happen if the wrong ones are brought to the guests? After the introduction, Anja asked Rakel and Slurpuff, how is it? Do you remember everything? Don't worry, Your Highness Anja. Baluo baluo. Rakel and Slurpuff looked confident. Soon the first steamed buns were steamed, and the rich aroma spread, tempting everyone in line. This damn smells so good. Quite a number of today's guests came to join in the fun because of their status as members of Anja's royal family. They just wanted to have a close contact with the royal family. Although some people say that the steamed buns made by Anja are delicious, most people who come to join in the fun are skeptical. What delicious things can the pampered royal family members make? But at this moment, smelling the aroma in the air, the gluttons in their stomachs were aroused, and the saliva in their mouths could not be controlled. They finally had to admit that this little boss had extraordinary cooking skills. The moment the steamer was opened, the team began to commotion. Can those in front please hurry up so as not to waste everyone's time? That's right, and one person should buy a few less to give the people behind him a chance. The guests were all talking. This was the first time Raquel saw such a scene. She was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh, "Your Highness Anja, your business is so good." Anja shook his head, "Some people don't just come here for my craftsmanship." Raquel naturally knows this truth, but he feels that it is also a kind of ability to use it if there are conditions. Seeing Raquel's fussing around, Anja smiled and asked, "How are you doing? Are you still getting used to it?" Raquel said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, Your Highness Anja, I can do it well." In fact, Raquel, who likes to invent and create, has really good memory and hands-on ability. Not only did he remember all Anja's instructions, but he also made almost no mistakes in his subsequent work. "It's just that my personality is too shy. When handing buns and steamed buns to customers, I neither dare to look at them nor answer their questions." Seeing Raquel like this, Anja finally understood why Jimia asked him to help her. The guests naturally recognized the identity of Prince Raquel. After all, there were only 3 royal members in their country before. They found Raquel's shy reaction very funny, so they always teased Raquel, often making Raquel blush. There are not many opportunities to amuse the prince. Because of Raquel, the team would burst into laughter from time to time. Raquel has a really good temper. No matter how much everyone teases him, he never gets angry. Anja would remind Raquel from time to time, "Raquel, just refute when someone teases you. If not, scold him." Raquel hesitated, obviously unable to do it. Anji shook his head helplessly, "You kid, you need to exercise." "Little boss, I didn't expect you to be a member of the royal family," the uncle asked with a smile while holding Grolithe in his arms. "Uncle, it's you," Anja said with a smile, "How many are coming today?" The uncle said with a smile, "Same as usual." "Okay." Anja responded and said to Raquel, "Raquel, bring me 50 steamed buns and 50 buns with 3 kinds of fillings." "Okay." Raquel quickly opened the steamer to get steamed buns for the uncle. The uncle took the buns and steamed buns and immediately took out 2, putting one into his mouth and the other into Growlithe's mouth. "Yeah, it's delicious." As he spoke, he left with satisfaction. "Boss, please get 2 of each type of bun filling." Anja looked up and found that it was the crepe man from the stall next to him. Seeing Anji looking at him, the uncle scratched his head in embarrassment, "Little boss, I'm sorry for what happened last time. You were criticized by so many people." Anja was really angry at the time, but later he calmed down after thinking about it. After all, no one had any ill intentions and just wanted to contribute to the royal family. If the person Jimia was looking for was really a wanted criminal, then everyone would have made a great contribution at that time. Thinking like this, Anja smiled and said to the uncle, "It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding, just let's talk it over." Seeing that Anja didn't care, the uncle breathed a sigh of relief, and then took his delicious buns to share with Slurpuff, who was guarding the stall. The business was so booming that Anja and the others were so busy that they could barely touch the ground. Even Komala, the one who collected the money, was a little confused. In the meantime, Anja took advantage of the new basket of steamed buns before they were steamed, and gave them the portion specially reserved for the guards. The guards work hard to help maintain order, there is no reason for them to suffer in vain. At the same time, Raquel finally ate the steamed buns that she had been longing for. Probably because the food was more delicious after hard work, Raquel was instantly amazed. "It's so delicious, even better than I imagined. Your Highness Anja, you are really amazing." Slurpuff's expression was exactly the same as Raquel's, and it directly contributed 400 happiness points to Anja. "Eat more if you like it." Anja looked at the 2 pets with a smile and said, at the same time he put Komala also held him in his arms and fed him. Komala hasn't had breakfast yet. After everyone has finished eating, business continues. The morning passed by in a flash. When the last bun was sold, Anja shouted out the window, it's sold out today, so hurry up tomorrow." The guests who did not buy anything left disappointed. As soon as the guests left, Anja closed the car door and began to count today's harvest. A total of 2,560 steamed buns were sold today, and 51,200 alliance coins were obtained. 4,530 steamed buns were sold, and 45,300 alliance coins were obtained. The total alliance currency is 96,500 yuan. I made tens of thousands less than yesterday. In fact, after a day of public opinion fermentation, there are actually more guests today than yesterday. This is a world with extremely developed internet, and a little news can spread all over the sky very quickly. It's just that Anja didn't prepare much materials. In fact, he could continue to sell steamed buns alone, but he was too tired yesterday and he didn't want to work so hard today. It's really not worth it. He finally came to enjoy life again. He is already very satisfied with earning 90,000 yuan a day. How many people only earn this much in a year? Be content and happy. Be content and happy. While Anja was counting the harvest, Raquel asked, "Your Highness Anja, do you plan to keep setting up a stall like this?" Anja replied without raising his head, "Ah, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait for a while." Raquel added, "Actually, the ministers have a lot of objections to you setting up a stall. I don't care about them." Anji said nonchalantly. "He can do whatever he wants, and no one can arrange it for him. If they have the ability, they will tell me in front of me. You see if I slap them or not, that's it." Raquel. At this time, the guard's voice came from outside the door, "Your Highness Anja, Your Highness Laikai, and Your Highness the Princess are here." Hearing this, Anja stood up and opened the car door, and sure enough he saw Jimia and Flamel standing at the door. "Good afternoon, Your Highness Anja," Jimia said with a smile. At this time, Raquel also ran over and shouted excitedly, "Sister! Raquel!" Jimia called out, then looked at Anja and said, "Your Highness, Raquel didn't cause you any trouble, right?" Anja smiled and praised Raquel, "How could it be? He and Slurpuff helped me a lot today." Raquel scratched his head in embarrassment upon hearing this, and Slurpuff also raised his head with pride. Jimia couldn't help but praise her brother, "You did a great job, Raquel, I'm proud of you." Raquel was even more embarrassed. Then Jimia said to Anji, "Your Highness, let's go back to the palace." Anja nodded, then took the dining car and drove Jimia, Raquel, and Flamel towards the palace. On the way, Jimia handed a mobile phone to Anji and said to him, "Your Highness, your alliance citizenship has been processed, and the business license and related procedures for selling buns and steamed buns have been completed. You can log into the alliance. Check your identity information on the citizen website." As she talked, she taught Anja how to log into the alliance citizen website. Anjadan went in and took a look, and sure enough, he could clearly find out all his information. Even his identity as a member of the Azot royal family was recorded in detail. "Also, I have also set up your bank account for you, so you can use the internet to pay it will in the future." Jimia continued to teach Anja how to use an online bank account. Mobile phones are very important in the Pokemon world, and most of their social activities can be carried out on mobile phones. In the past, Anja was a gangster. Even if he bought a mobile phone from the system store, he couldn't use it, so he never bought it. Now he finally has an identity. "Thank you for your hard work, Jimia." Anji sincerely thanked Jimia. Jimia waved her hands and said, "Whatever you said is what I should do." Soon the food truck arrived at the palace and saw Minister Jarvis standing at the entrance of the palace waiting for them. Seeing Raquel get out of the car, he shouted with a serious expression, "Prince Raquel, I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Sister." Raquel glanced at her sister. Jimia patted Raquel on the back gently and said, "Go ahead and study hard." Although she didn't like Jarvis, she had to admit that Jarvis was indeed the most authoritative mysterious scientist in the country. When Rakel ran to Jarvis, Jarvis wanted to step forward and say something to Anja, but was pulled away by Rakel, who couldn't wait. "Sister, Your Highness Anja, Flamel, we will see you later." Rakel ran back and waved to Anja and Jimia. "See you later, Rakel." After sending Rakel away, Jimia first took Anja to the royal hospital for a physical examination. He was weak and sick in the past, and he slept for another 500 years. Although Diancie has restored his health, the exact condition of his body is still unknown. The royal hospital is a special hospital dedicated to serving the royal family. It is built in the palace. The doctors inside are all superiors and masters in the medical field, and the medical equipment is also the most cutting edge. The royal hospital is divided into two parts. One part is dedicated to the treatment and maintenance of royal members, and the other part is a place for treating Pokémon of royal members. The royal hospital's work efficiency is very high. Anja's physical examination results came out quickly. The examination showed that he was very healthy and even stronger than the average fitness trainer. Seeing this result, Anja was very happy. It seems that his physical condition has improved these days. Counting is not in vain. Chapter 40 Royal Breeding Ground. After coming out of the royal hospital, Jimia saw that it was still early, so she suggested to Anja, "Your Highness Anja, do you want to go and see the royal family's Pokémon breeding ground?" "Can I go?" Anja's eyes lit up. "Of course, you are a member of the royal family, and you can go to the royal family's Pokémon breeding ground at any time," Jimia said. "Then let's go," Anja said impatiently. "Let's go." Jimia walked to the front and led Anja the way. "Wait a minute." Suddenly Anja seemed to think of something, and with a wave of his hand, Diancie and the little Kirby appeared beside him. Since he won't be going home for the time being, it's better to summon the two people at home to save him from being complained about being late by the little Kirby when he returns home. The little Kirby was very happy to see Anja, and was about to jump into Anja's arms when he suddenly saw Jimia and Flamel not far away, so he immediately hid behind Anja in fear. Anja hugged the little Kirby and introduced it. "Don't be afraid, the one over there is Princess Jimia, and the one over there is Flamel. I have introduced them to you." Just. The little Kirby then greeted the two of them in a low voice. Diancie was more generous. "Your Highness, we meet again, good afternoon, and Miss Flamel too." Jimia greeted Diancie equally warmly. "Good afternoon, Diancie, I'm glad to see you again." "Good afternoon, Diancie." Flamel, who has a quiet personality, greeted her in a much simpler way. Then Jimia looked at little Kirby and said, "Little Kirby, nice to meet you." "I'm Jimia." The little Kirby shrank its neck and hid behind Anja again. Anja touched the little Kirby's head and said to Jimia, "The little Kirby has never seen many strangers, so it's not very adaptable." Jimia nodded to express understanding. "Come on, little Kirby, Komala is in your arms. Don't be afraid of anything. I'm here." Anja handed Komala to it. The little Kirby nodded and took Komala into his arms. "Then let's go." Before leaving, the little Kirby tugged at the corner of Anja's clothes. "What's wrong?" Anja lowered his head and asked it. Just. The little Kirby stuffed his hand into Anja's hand very naturally. "Really?" Anja shook his head helplessly and took its hand. Anji and Jimia chatted while walking. "His Royal Highness Anja's ability is surprising no matter how many times I see it." Jimia praised Anja's skill in summoning Diancie and the little Kirby beast just now. Anja confused, "I only found out that I have this ability after I woke up. In fact, it's not as powerful as you think. I can only teleport Diancie, Komala, and little Kirby." Jimia nodded and said, "Many of the special phenomena related to Pokémon are indeed related to the bond between trainers and Pokémon, such as the super evolution that is very popular now, and the same may be true for His Highness Anja's ability. Probably. Anja answered vaguely. Jimiya asked again, is the little Kirby the Pokemon that Anja tamed after he woke up? Anja shook his head and said, the little Kirby is my apprentice and is learning cooking skills from me now. The steamed buns it makes are equally delicious as the buns it makes. Jimiya was surprised when she heard this, but she didn't find it strange either. The relationship between Pokemon and humans has always been complicated, and it's not just the relationship between trainer and combat partner. Hearing the master's praise of himself, the little Kirby was so proud that it felt like it was windy when walking, completely forgetting who was just timid and as timid as a mouse. When Diancie saw this, she knocked on it, hinting it not to get carried away and make it look embarrassing. However, how could the little Kirby understand such a complicated hint? He only stared at Diancie with accusations in his eyes, =3 Why did you hit me? Anja smiled and said to Diancie, don't be so strict with her. Diancie was speechless. Yes, yes. You are the biological mother and I am the stepmother. Who am I doing this for, really? Anja quietly gestured to Diancie, and Diancie calmed down. She secretly turned her head to the side and raised an uncontrollable smile at the corner of her mouth. Anja knew that Diancie was specially chosen by his father and queen to take care of him. Before she came to him, she went through various strict royal etiquette and rules training, so she paid more attention to appearance than ordinary Pokemon. Because it was all for himself, he respected Diancie's occasionally harsh behavior. But equally, he also likes the innocence of little Kirby and doesn't want it to change for anyone. Soon Anja and the others arrived at the royal family's Pokemon breeding ground. Standing at the gate, Anja was stunned. This is the royal family's Pokemon breeding ground. Isn't that too arrogant? What Anja saw in front of him was a large-scale breeding farm that relied on the entire mountain to artificially simulate various ecological environments. The mountains, water, and climate that were completely different from the outside world were all built with money. That's right, you can come in and out here at any time in the future and choose your favorite Pokemon from here at any time. Jimiya said. Anja has no particular desire to conquer Pokemon. He just likes Pokemon. Dreams are true, but as long as you can look at them, touch them, and play with them, it doesn't matter whether you can keep them as your own. Let's go. Jimiya took the lead and walked towards the gate of the breeding ground. The breeding ground has special guards, and there are also special breeders inside to take care of the Pokemon. When they saw Princess Jimiya, the guards immediately saluted and said, Your Highness the Princess. Jimiya nodded towards them and introduced Anji to them, this is His Highness Anji. Your Highness Anja. Upon hearing this, the guards immediately saluted respectfully and secretly looked at Queen Anna's twin brother. Because Queen Anna is so famous, when people talk about Anja now, they will subconsciously add a prefix to him, Queen Anna's twin brother. As the guard opened the door, Jimiya took Anja and walked in. They were greeted by a green grassland, with a group of blues forming a circle on the grass. What are they doing? Anja asked. You'll know if you take a closer look. Jimiya replied with a smile. When they got closer, they heard roars coming from the encirclement. Anja looked inside and saw, good guys, it turned out to be two strong Gran Bulls fighting. No, it should be said that they are dueling. After the breeder who was watching them explained, Anja and the others learned. It turns out that two male Gran Bulls who had a good relationship at the same time fell in love with the same female Gran Bull. For this reason, the two turned against each other and started a fierce duel. Good guy. Are the relationships between Pokemon so bloody? Anja walked away with a black line. In addition to Blue and Gran Bull living on the grass, Eevee and their evolved forms are also having fun. The most evolved form of Eevee is the Fairy Eevee of the Fairy series. According to Princess Jimiya, Blue and Gran Bull are the Pokemon most commonly used by the royal guards, and they are both bred by the royal breeding farm. After crossing the grassland, Anja and the others came to a small bridge. Under the bridge was a clear river. Lolili, Marilu, and Mary Luli lived in the river. The little Kirby naughtily lay on the guardrail of the bridge to reach a Lolili in the water. Unexpectedly, Lolili was also very naughty. He opened his mouth and spit out a jet of water, which poured water on the little Kirby. It was over. It also swam far away and laughed loudly at the little Kirby. Upon seeing this, Diancie pulled up the little Kirby, took out a pink and tender handkerchief and wiped the water stains from its face, while scolding. "Tell me why you provoke it when you have nothing to do." The little Kirby obediently allowed Diancie to wipe its face, and when it was done, it did not forget to lift up Komala, who had been affected by it, and motioned for Diancie to wipe it too. Komala slept soundly and didn't react at all even when she got wet. After crossing the small bridge, Anja and the others walked onto a winding mountain road that hovered over the mountain, leading from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. Walking on the mountain road, Anja and the others could see the dense woods, in which Lawless, Kilo Oakley and Gardevoir were walking. Jimia's heterochromatic Gardevoir was born here, so its family is here. Jimia released it and let it go to reunite with its family. After a while, the laughter of the Gardevoir came from the woods. Continuing to walk forward, Anja saw Brimwen and the long-haired troll who were in love, as well as Mybulim, Tibram, the naughty little demon and the bluffing demon playing in the grass. After crossing the jungle, a flower field appeared on the mountainside. Flababy, Floette, Cottony, Wind Fairy and Puff were flying in the sky above the flower field. Florges and Slurpuff were walking among the flowers. Flamel's Florges came from this beautiful flower field, so she also released Florges to reunite with her family. Faintly, Anja also heard the sound of table tennis coming from the deeper flowers. Not long after, he saw a skilled blacksmith running out of it carrying a tattered hammer on his back, crying. Then a Maywile came out menacingly and approached the clever blacksmith step by step. The clever blacksmith cried even harder. Anji looked at Jimia and said, "Don't you need to worry about it?" Jimia smiled and shook her head, "No, it must have been another blacksmith who tried to bully Maywile but failed, and was taught a lesson instead. Good guy, it turns out that you flirted with the bitch first." The scene in the flower field was very lively. The little Kirby couldn't help it. He ran over and played with the Pokémon in the flower field after a while. "Little Kirby, let's go first." Anja waved to it and shouted. "Just I know." The little Kirby responded loudly. Anja said to Jimia, "Let it play here, let's move on." Then several people continued to walk forward, and Anja Eliu saw waterfalls flying down from a distance. Of course, the waterfalls here are not as spectacular as those on Lake Nebel, but they are artificial. When I think of this, it is very shocking to see it again. These waterfalls are the source of water for the entire breeding ground. Passing by the pool below the waterfall, Anja saw Poplio, Bryon, and Primarina playing in it. King Azote the Room is good at breeding fairy-type Pokémon, so most of the Pokémon in this breeding ground are related to fairy-type Pokémon. No, a flock of blue cotton birds and Tanabata bluebirds flew far above the waterfall. In fact, the blue cotton bird and Chinese Valentine's Day bluebird have been cultivated here not long ago, because neither the green cotton bird nor the Chinese Valentine's Day bluebird has the genus fairy. But since super evolution gradually became popular, research on the super Tanabata bluebird's fairy attribute gradually became known to people, and Azote's royal breeding farm began to introduce blue cotton birds and Tanabata bluebirds. Nowadays, the breeders of the royal family are working hard to study the fairy attribute contained in the genes of the blue Mian bird and Kixie bluebird. Strange. Kilo. The blue cotton birds and Chinese Valentine's Day bluebirds lined up and flew over Anja's heads, elegant and beautiful, like flying clouds. Puff puff. Just as the blue cotton birds and Tanabata bluebirds flew away, they saw a group of Spritzy and Aromatus flying over. Jimia waved to Spritzy and Aromatus as she walked, and then she saw several Aromatus flying over with flapping wings. Seeing this, Jimia stretched out her arms, and the Spritzes landed on her arms and shoulders familiarly. It was obvious at a glance that they were familiar with each other. Jimia smiled and said to Anja, "When I am tired from work, I usually come here for a walk and look at the Pokémon. I immediately feel the fatigue disappear and my body and mind are healed." The Sprites rubbed their wings against Jimia affectionately. "I understand. I understand very much. Every time Anja is tired, he wants to hug the little Kirby or Komala." Jimia raised her arms high. And the Sprites immediately flapped their wings and flew toward the sky while singing. A few people continued walking towards the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a group of small diamonds suddenly appeared on both sides of the mountain road. They were hiding in the grass and behind trees, secretly looking at this side. "Are they looking at Diancie?" Anja asked. "It's very possible." Jimia nodded. "Diancie is the princess of the legendary mining country and the leader of the Little Diamonds. Come here." Diancie waved to the Little Diamonds. She was once a little diamond, but now she misses the Little Diamonds. Sure enough, upon hearing Diancie's call, the Little Diamonds gathered around her and talked in a hurry. Unfortunately, except for Diancie, no one present could understand. Soon Diancie came back, and the Little Diamonds disappeared into the grass and woods. "What did they say to you?" Anja asked curiously. "I didn't say anything. I just came to see me," Diancie said. "Hey, my Diancie is also a big shot," Anja joked. "Go aside." Diancie felt embarrassed and slapped Anja. Soon, several people arrived at the top of the mountain. Unexpectedly, the top of the mountain was bare, with ice cubes everywhere.